Honey, my mom is sick and hospitalized. I have to go back to my hometown to take care of her. I can't make it for this. On the phone, his girlfriend Li Yutong's voice was filled with anxiety. Wang Zhe listened, and a wave of disappointment welled up inside him. The third anniversary of their relationship was just around the corner, and it was also the National Day holiday. They had originally planned a trip to Sanya, and the itinerary was already prepared. They were supposed to leave for Sanya tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhe stifled his disappointment and comforted her. Your mother's health is the priority. We can travel another time. They'll check if the tickets can be refunded. If not, it's fine. By the way, how about I go back with you to visit your aunt? No need, I'm already on my way. Just focus on your part-time job. When I come back, I'll make it up to you. Li Yutong hung up the phone quickly. Beep. Wang Zhe sighed. He had been looking forward to a few days of just the two of them. Unexpectedly, he opened the local app and applied for a refund. Lao Wang, didn't your girl say she went back to her hometown? In the dorm, his roommate Zhang Liang thrust his phone screen right under his nose, his tone full of disbelief. Isn't she traveling with her male bestie? Her male bestie just posted on Moments Look. In the photo, Li Yutong was walking on the beach with a guy, both wearing beach outfits that were clearly couple matching sets. Wang Zhe knew this male bestie. His name was Chao Dong. He was also a junior at Esher Business School. Damn. Wang Zhe's face instantly darkened. He felt as if he had been cuckolded. In the 3 years he had been with Li Yutong, Chao Dong had been like a sticky plaster always hanging around her. In the past, he had let it slide. This Chao Dong acted effeminate, and Wang Zhe had complained to Li Yutong many times, leading to countless arguments. But thinking that they had been together for several years, and it wasn't easy, Wang Zhe hadn't broken up with her. But this time, sneaking off with Chao Dong behind his back, that guy was a man. Who could tolerate that? Zhang Liang saw Wang Zhe's ugly expression and somewhat regretted revealing this. After all, they were already juniors. If Lao Wang broke up with Li Yutong, it wouldn't be easy to find another. Wang Zhe directly asked Zhang Liang to send the photo to his phone, and he casually forwarded it to Li Yutong. Isn't it that you want to see your mom? Wang Zhe, are you stalking me? Li Yutong saw Wang Zhe's message and directly called him, questioning angrily. Me stalk you? Stalk your mom? Weren't you going to see your mom? Wasn't she sick? What is Chao Dong your mom? Wang Zhe answered the call and casually started recording. You. Li Yutong was both angry and annoyed at Wang Zhe's sarcastic remarks. Me what? Want me to book a room for you too and buy some condoms? You have a dirty mind, you see, everyone is dirty. Li Yutong's voice shot up an octave. I'm just hanging out with my bestie, what's the big deal, eh? So what? Besides, we booked 2 rooms. We're not even married, and you're trying to control me every day. Wang Zhe was amused by her words. Marriage? Dream on. Wang Zhe definitely didn't want to marry a woman with no boundaries. After all, no normal man wants to be cuckolded. Li Yutong, don't think that just because I haven't seen you and Chao Dong in bed together, I lack imagination. Wang Zhe, what do you mean? Chao Dong and I are innocent. If you want to break up, just say so. That's your words, break it is. Wang Zhe said with a smile. You'll regret this. Don't come begging me to get back together later. Li Yutong was furious at Wang Zhe's words. By the way, when you and that Chao bestie of yours get tired of playing around, don't come looking for me. I have a thing about cleanliness. Anything touched by someone else, even just holding hands, I find disgusting. Wang Zhe, you motherf. Li Yutong was nearly driven mad by Wang Zhe. She started cursing, but all she got in response was the busy signal. Babe, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come out with you. Now Wang Zhe is going to break up with you. I don't believe Wang Zhe can find anyone better than me. Yes, you're so beautiful. Wang Zhe will definitely beg you on his knees to get back together. Come on, let's go eat something delicious. Chao Dong said, and tried to take Li Yutong's hand. But she dodged. What's wrong, babe? I feel terrible. Just leave me alone for now. Li Yutong, inexplicably thinking about Wang Zhe's words, avoided Chao Dong's intimate move. Zheji, did you really break up? Zhang Liang asked in shock when Wang Zhe hung up. What else? Should I keep her for the new year? Wang Zhe said. 3 years of relationship. It would be a lie to say he wasn't sad. But Wang Zhe was not like those stupid male leads in short videos who know their woman has no boundaries and hangs out with her male bestie, yet still gives her 99 chances. To Wang Zhe, once unfaithful, never used again. Besides, there were so many women in the world. Why hang yourself on one tree? At the thought of this, Wang Zhe felt a wave of relief. Ding. Detecting that the player's mindset is open-minded. A true quality man should not be hung up on one woman. Your exclusive Enjoy Life game has been activated. Player Wang Zhe, age 22, current level LV1, current player traits, none. Game rule. Every time the player successfully woos a high-quality woman, a reward will be granted. Reward rules: score 85-90 premium base, reward 1 million plus random luxury watch and sports car. Score 91-95 rare base, reward 5 million, gain the woman's core talent. Score 95 legendary, reward 10 million, gain special rule type trait enhancement. Scoring criteria: looks, body, temperament, rarity, 4 dimensions, calculated comprehensively, system automatically evaluates. Note: when the player successfully woos a high-quality woman, he has a chance to obtain her core, career talent, or special trait enhancement. Note: when the player browses high-quality women, the game will automatically scan. Note: the rare attributes of high-quality women will trigger cash rewards. Game. Wang Zhe was stunned. He hadn't been drinking. How could he be hallucinating? Player attention: simply think, log in your mind to summon this game. Virtual screen only visible to the player. The voice in his mind sounded again. Wang Zhe was completely stunned. Wooing high-quality women could earn him money and gain talent enhancements. Wasn't this making things difficult for him, an honest guy? But honestly, Wang Zhe liked this kind of difficulty. Lao Wang, are you okay? Want me to go out for a drink with you tonight? Zhang Liang was a bit worried seeing Wang Zhe's seemingly carefree attitude. Is this guy just pretending not to care because he's afraid of looking sad in front of me? Really, I'm fine. Don't worry. Wang Zhe waved his hand. There were 4 people in Wang Zhe's dorm. Zhang Liang usually got along better with him. The other 2 roommates, He Chong and his girlfriend, rented an apartment outside and rarely came back. Shen Yu basically spent his days with his girlfriend and only came back at night. Alright, if you want a drink, call me. He'll join you. Zhang Liang still said that with some concern before turning to Wang Zhe glanced at Zhang Liang and found him looking at photos of beautiful women. Thinking about the game he just got, he became interested. He looked at Zhang Liang's screen. It was the Moyu app. The page was full of photos of beautiful women, and below the photos were the words, Local Companion. Local Companion. Wang Zhe took out his phone, downloaded Moyu, and typed Local Companion in the search box. Within seconds, a series of posts and products related to local companions appeared on the screen. He scrolled down one photo after another. Some were average, some were decent, some. Wang Zhe's finger stopped. Suddenly a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected a potential wooing target. Estimated score, 92. Check details. 92 points. Wow. If I succeed in this conquest according to the game, wouldn't that be a reward of 5 million? 5 million. Tian, please make a cup of tea for Mr. Zhang. Okay. Tian immediately stood up, and after a while she placed 2 cups of tea in front of Wang Zhe. Just lie flat and enjoy life, wouldn't that be great? But don't get too excited yet. What if this game is a trap? Wang Zhe chose to view detailed information. Score 92. Occupation freshman. Safety factor full marks. More specific info: this game aims to enhance player happiness. Further information to be explored by the player. Safety factor full marks. Wang Zhe pondered, then realized what safety factor meant. No danger, probably not a scam, a legit person. That game description is interesting. Ding. Game reminder: after successfully conquering 3 quality women, you will additionally receive a newbie gift pack reward. It is recommended that the player seize the opportunity. Free. Newbie gift pack. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up. He had been hesitating whether to give it a try. Now that the game urged him, why hesitate? Wang Zhe shifted his focus back to the tour guide's profile page on a certain secondhand platform. Just one photo. A full body shot standing at a mall entrance, white t-shirt with jeans, no retouching, a little blurry in pixels. But such a casual photo was more captivating than those meticulously edited 9-pic beauties. Her foundation was too good. Fair skin, regular features, a figure that didn't need deliberate showing to outline. An ordinary pair of jeans somehow appeared like tight pants, perfectly accentuating her long and shaped. Wang Zhe unconsciously compared her with Li Yutong. Total victory. Not a small win, but an overwhelm. He suddenly remembered the skincare set he bought for Li Yutong last year, costing over 2,000. She used it for 2 days, complained it was no good, and threw it aside. Over 2,000. Spent on that kind of woman, not even a sound heard. He looked back at the caption. Content: a company for photos hopinjiting movies running sightseeing. Location: provincial capital. Special features: female college student, green service, no drinking, no overnight stay, ends before 6 p.m., focusing on emotional companionship. Fee 100 per hour, minimum 3 hours deposit, first balance on meeting. Full day 800. Meals and sightseeing costs borne by the client. Green service. No drinking. Ends before 6 p.m. After reading the rules, Wang Zhe smiled instead. The more such a girl set boundaries, the higher the safety factor. If she said anything can be discussed from the start, he wouldn't dare go. 800 a day. He only earns a little over 100 a day from his part-time job, while she gets 800 just for accompanying someone shopping. But then again, a 92-point girl charging 800 a day is not expensive, it's almost a steal. Wang Zhe checked his bank card balance. 32417 yuan. This money was originally set aside for a trip to Sanya with Li Yutong. The plane tickets, hotel, and food budget was roughly that amount. Now, Li Yutong is having fun by the sea with her so-called bestie Chow. But 32417 for the conquest was a bit tight. If he had to treat her to dinner, go shopping, buy a small gift, this money wouldn't go far. Wang Zhe checked his credit card and Jiebe limit, adding up to an extra 6,000. He also borrowed 5,000 from Zhang Liang. What do you need money for? You're not thinking of doing something stupid, are you? Relax, brother, I've never been more clear-headed. Wang Zhe said with a laugh. Zhang Liang didn't ask further and directly transferred 500 to Wang Zhe. All in all, with cash and available credit, it was roughly 100,000. If he could win over a 92-point girl and get 5 million plus a newbie gift pack, no matter how you calculate it, it's a huge profit. Wang Zhe edited a message. Hello, ID, like to book your tour guide service for tomorrow. Is that convenient? After sending the message, he didn't wait anxiously for a reply. Instead, he scrolled through the girl's profile. Her ID was Wan Qing. The page was clean, only 3 posts about tour guide services, 0 comments. Seems like a newbie. And judging by the posting time, it's been a few days without a single deal, and the price has been reduced several times. The strategy in Wang Zhe's mind instantly became clear. Short on money, eager to get a first client, newbie has bottom lines. With these 4 pieces of information, the approach is clear. Don't show off wealth from the start. That would scare her off or make her vigilant. Don't play poor or pathetic either. A 92-point girl wouldn't be attracted to shabbiness. The best strategy is to be a normal, polite customer who doesn't make her feel guarded. First build trust, then find an opportunity to break the ice. Just as Wang Zhe was strategizing, his phone vibrated. Hello, yes, that's fine. Another message followed. Let me clarify in advance, my service is green. If you still think it's okay after reading the intro, we can discuss details. Setting boundaries right away. This girl must have been harassed a lot before. The more this happens, the more Wang Zhe's heart races. So-called pure green depends on the person. For a total loser trying to woo a beauty, it's naturally pure green. No problem. Just treat it as finding a local guide. Am not familiar with the provincial capital, want to visit a few scenic spots and find a good place to eat. That's simple. Wang Zhe deliberately made his words casual and relaxed without any ambiguous hints. Sure enough, the reply speed on the other side noticeably increased. Which day would you like to book? Let's start with tomorrow. If I'm satisfied, it'll extend to a few more days. After sending this, Wang Zhe added another line. By the way, it's 800 for a full day, right? How should I pay the deposit? He actively mentioned money and asked about payment method. The meaning was clear. I'm here for legitimate consumption, not to hit on you. The other side instantly sent a payment QR code. Wang Zhe transferred the 200 deposit without a second word. Ding. Transfer successful. After adding her as a friend, Wang Zhe didn't dawdle. He briefly exchanged names and agreed on a meeting place for the next day, then closed the app and opened the ticket booking software. From East City to the provincial capital, half an hour by high-speed rail. After buying the ticket, Wang Zhe didn't linger. He began packing his things. Zhang Liang watched him pack and grew increasingly suspicious. Where are you going? Provincial capital for a couple of days. Alone. Alone. Wang Zhe zipped up his backpack and headed out. Wait. Zhang Liang chased to the door. What exactly are you doing? Don't go drinking alone. Wang Zhe did. Relax, brother will never drown his sorrows in alcohol for any woman. Provincial capital. A certain vocational college. Lin Wanqing looked at the deposit notification, her heart leaping with joy. Finally got an order. 200 yuan wasn't much, but it was her first income as a tour guide. She had posted for nearly a week. The page had quite a few views and over a dozen private messages. But what kind of messages were they? One's asking for private photos. One's asking, sis, do you do full service? The most ridiculous one, the first line, was how much for one time. See, Lin Wanqing almost threw her phone. So this customer today, one who said looking for a local guide, visit scenic spots, find good food from the start, that one sentence immediately made her feel much more at ease. She quickly edited a message and sent it to her roommate Zhang Yan, who also worked as a tour guide. Zhang Yan replied with a voice message instantly, oh, congratulations. Remember to dress nicely. If the first customer is satisfied and gives you a 5-star review, subsequent orders will be much easier. When I served my first customer well, that customer booked me 4 or 5 times and even recommended me to others. Lin Wanqing replied with an okay emoji, but her heart felt a little nervous. Tomorrow was the meeting day. She looked through her own wardrobe. There wasn't any presentable outfit, just old clothes from college days washed up. She glanced over to Zhang Yan's side. Her wardrobe door was wide open, full of new clothes, several still with price tags attached. The bag on the dresser was also new brown LV, which Zhang Yan had bought on a whim after checking the price tag during their shopping trip 2 days ago. 13,000. Zhang Yan had only been a tour guide for 2 months. She had clients every few days, earning tens of times more than Lin Wanqing. This made Lin Wanqing, just starting as a tour guide, extremely envious. When would she be able to earn money? In the provincial capital, Wang Zhe stepped out of the high-speed rail station and took a taxi straight to the hotel he had booked in advance. The place was not luxurious, but its location was excellent. It sat beside the downtown commercial district, clean and tidy, costing a little over 300 a night. After putting down his backpack, Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard, pulled up his chat history with Lin Wanqing, and reread it from beginning to end. The messages were all brief. Only what needed to be said, nothing more. Mulling over them, Wang Zhe drew a conclusion. This girl had just started her freshman year at university, her guard still relatively high, and most likely, she did not even have a boyfriend yet. It was understandable. A good-looking girl offering local companion services online must have received more than her fair share of disgusting private messages. So of course she was wary. The problem was if her defenses were too strong, it would be difficult for Wang Zhe to swiftly win her over. Staring at the ceiling for a while, Wang Zhe suddenly came up with an idea. He reopened the secondhand platform app and typed "local guide provincial capital" into the search bar. The page refreshed and rows of photos popped up. His plan was simple: find another local guide. Making appointments with two guides at the same time, as he saw it, held two advantages. First, women are born with a sense of competition. Even if it is merely a client and service provider relationship, the presence of another woman nearby will naturally stir her desire to perform. Her vigilance would then ease because her attention would be divided. Second, he would not be putting all his eggs in one basket. If he truly could not make any progress with Lin, watching the other girl could serve as a backup. An 85-point conquest target would still bring in 100,000. 100,000, enough for him to live it up for quite a while. With that in mind, Wang Zhe began to seriously scroll through posts. He scrolled for nearly 20 minutes. There were plenty of girls offering local guide services in the provincial capital, but most either edited their photos to the point their own mothers would not recognize them or wrote descriptions that clearly did not belong to a proper line of work. Just as Wang Zhe was about to give up, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Potential conquest target detected. Estimated rating 88 points. View detailed information. 88 points. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the detailed information. Rating 88 points. Occupation: just graduated from university, currently unemployed. Safety index: full score. A perfect score. Nice. Wang Zhe switched back to the second-hand platform and carefully examined her listing page. Description: aughts dance major, cheerful personality, sweet type girl, can accompany shopping, meals, and city check-in spots, providing attentive companionship throughout. You cover all expenses yourself. Location: provincial capital. Rates 100 per hour, minimum of 5 hours, deposit up front, remaining payment upon meeting 800 for a full day. Two photos were attached below. The first was a half-body shot. She wore a baseball cap. Her facial shape was pleasing, the quintessential first love face. With light makeup and eyes that curved adorably when she smiled, she truly exuded sweetness. The second was a full-body shot, a blue shirt paired with ultra-short shorts. The hem of the shirt covered most of her hips, yet the legs that emerged beneath were pale, long, and straight. A dancer's legs were indeed different. In his mind, Wang Zhe gave her a label: sweet girl, cheerful type, easy to approach. A style completely opposite to that of Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was a new university student, guarded, yet currently still very pure. This girl Tian was warm-toned. One glance told you she was the kind of person who naturally became familiar with others. Imagining the two of them together, Wang Zhe could not help looking forward to their meeting the next day. Without hesitation, he sent her a message. Her reply came swiftly. Within 3 minutes, the entire process was settled. Her ID was Tian, and her real name was Shun Tian. After they added each other as contacts, she immediately sent a flurry of stickers, and then proactively asked where he wanted to play the next day, and whether there was anything he especially wanted to eat. Her style was completely opposite to Lin Wanqing's. Wang Zhe chatted briefly, confirmed the time and place for the next day, and transferred the deposit. Two local guides on the same day, their meeting times staggered by half an hour. He set both meeting points at the same subway entrance where he had arranged to meet Lin Wanqing. Turning off his phone, Wang Zhe lay on the bed and went over the next day's plan. First, he would meet Lin Wanqing. By the time she arrived, Tian would almost be there as well. When the two girls ran into each other, he would simply act as if it were nothing. Sorry, I booked 2 local guides. Thought it would be livelier with more people. Lin Wanqing might feel a little uncomfortable, but she would not refuse. After all, she was there to earn money. Another person would not affect her income. As for Tian, with her cheerful nature, she probably would not mind at all. The crucial part would come afterward. When the three of them went out together, Wang Zhe would not need to deliberately flatter anyone. He only had to behave like a normal, interesting person who was pleasant to be around. If his ex-girlfriend Li Yutong knew his current state, she would probably be enraged. Less than 24 hours after their breakup, he had not drowned his sorrows in alcohol, but instead had come to the provincial capital in high spirits, arranging to meet 2 girls prettier than she was. The thought alone made him feel comfortable. Wang Zhe rolled over, set an alarm for 7 in the morning, and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day at 8 in the morning, he woke. After washing up, Wang Zhe straightened himself and took a look in the mirror: a white short-sleeved polo shirt, light gray casual trousers, and a pair of white sneakers. Clean and crisp. He headed out, flagged down a taxi, and went straight to the agreed subway entrance. A little after 8, amid the stream of people emerging from the exit, a figure stepped out. Wang Zhe recognized her at a glance: Lin Wanqing. Even the blurry photo she had posted on the platform had already told him her basic looks were good. Only when she stood before him in person did he truly understand what it meant for photos to fall short of reality. 92 points. This system truly was not exaggerating. She had the kind of face that needed no makeup to hold its own. Each individual feature might not be the most striking, but together, they were simply pleasing. A white t-shirt was tucked into high-waisted jeans, simple and clean. Yet her figure's natural lines could not be concealed. The curves beneath turned the t-shirt into something that almost looked form-fitting. After openly appreciating her for a few moments, Wang Zhe drew back his gaze. Lin Wanqing, he called, raising his hand in an easy wave. She had already noticed him after leaving the subway station, just had not been certain. Hearing him call her name, she quickly walked over. Hello, are you Wang Zhe? Yes, I'm Wang Zhe, he replied. Wang Zhe smiled. I checked the photo you posted on the platform. Seeing you in person now, it really is a photo scam. Off. At his words, Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned. You are far prettier in person than in your photo, he clarified. Thank you, she said, realizing he was complimenting her. The heart that had just tensed up settled once more. Seeing that Wang Zhe did not seem difficult to get along with, and was not the kind of lecher whose eyes were glued to her chest, she relaxed significantly and felt far less nervous. As they chatted for a while, Wang Zhe's phone vibrated. He lowered his head to glance at the screen. A message from Tian popped up. Gidge, I've arrived. Where are you? Raising his head, Wang Zhe looked toward the distance. On the other side of the subway entrance, a girl in a baseball cap was standing on tiptoe, holding up her phone and scanning around with a look of searching for someone. Wang Zhe waved at her. The girl's face lit up when she saw him, and she broke into a small run toward them. Her ponytail bounced behind her cap, and the way she moved really radiated sunshine. When she stopped in front of him, Wang Zhe gave her a quick once-over. The photos had not lied. First love, face, clear skin, a sweet smile. Oh, she looked to be around 1.65 meters. She wore a pink floral spaghetti strap dress with a distinctive hem, shorter in the front and longer in the back, revealing a pair of fair long legs. Paired with long white socks, the visual impact was irresistible. Hi, I'm Tian. She ran up to Wang Zhe and proactively extended her hand, completely at ease with none of the reserve usually felt between strangers. Hello, I'm Wang Zhe. He shook her hand briefly, then turned his head toward Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's gaze was resting on Tian, her expression slightly surprised. Wanqing, I booked another local guide, Wang Zhe said casually. It's my first time in the provincial capital, and I want to visit more places. If only one person leads the way, it might be tiring. With two, you can take turns. Tian took it in without the slightest concern, smiling as she waved at Lin Wanqing. Hi, Jie, you're so pretty. Lin Wanqing glanced at Wang Zhe, then at Tian. She had thought the two were a couple. She had not expected Tian to be another local guide he had hired. Hello, you're very pretty too, Lin Wanqing said with a smile, casting another look at Tian. A faint sense of crisis rose in her heart. Watching the two beauties interact, Wang Zhe noticed that right after finishing those words, Lin Wanqing instinctively swept the hair hanging by her side back behind her ear, revealing a delicate pale earlobe. TSK. Gidge, I brought you some water. With a bright sugary smile, Tian took a bottle of mineral water from her shoulder bag, twisted the cap open, and offered it to Wang Zhe with both hands. Thank you, Tian. Wang Zhe accepted it with a smile and took a sip. I'm sorry, Gidge. I thought Gidge only asked me out, so I didn't bring one for you. Tian turned her head, her expression full of apology as she spoke to Lin Wanqing. This girl was interesting. Her mouth was saying sorry, yet the word Gidge rolled off her tongue smooth and sweet. Invisibly, she had already drawn a line. She and Wang Zhe on one side, and Lin Wanqing on the outside. It's fine. Standing to the side listening to this, Lin Wanqing couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. It was her first time acting as a local guide, and she hadn't thought this through. Nicely done. Watching Tian's performance, Wang Zhe silently added a point to her in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Let Tian tug at Lin Wanqing's emotions. Do it a few more times, and even the strongest guard would probably crumble. Gidge, what's our plan next? Tian asked. How about we grab some breakfast first, then Wanqing, you and Tian can talk over the rest of the schedule. What do you think? After thinking for a moment, Wang Zhe spoke. I'm fine with that. Tian's behavior just now had stirred something in Lin Wanqing. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, she quickly chimed in. I know a breakfast shop in the morning market. Their food is really authentic. We can go there. Is it far? How do we get there? A bit over 2 kilometers, Lin Wanqing replied. We can grab a taxi. Kinkingji, why don't we ride shared bikes over there? 2 kilometers isn't far, and it means I can chat more with Gidge. There happen to be 2 shared bikes over there. I can ride and take Gidge with me. Tian pointed to the 2 shared bikes parked beside the subway exit. After speaking, she paused, then added, Kinkingji, you can ride, right? I can. Lin Wanqing nodded. Tian trotted over to scan the code, and in less than half a minute rode the bike over to stop right in front of Wang Zhe, patting the back seat. Gidge, hop on. Good grief. That sense of service. That level of flirtation. Who could resist that? Without putting on airs, Wang Zhe simply swung himself sideways onto the back seat behind Tian. Hold tight, we're off. The bike slowly glided forward, morning breeze flowing toward them. A faint fragrance clung to Tian. Not the overpowering kind, but something gently sweet. The thin straps of her camisole dress had slipped just slightly off her shoulders, revealing a small stretch of her collarbone's curve. Gidge, where are you from? From E-City. It's half an hour by high-speed rail. Oh, that's so close. Then you can come visit often. Wang Zhe hummed in response and turned his head slightly to glance behind them. On the second bike, Lin Wanqing followed 4 or 5 meters behind. The wind had blown her hair a bit messy. She freed one hand to smooth it back, fingertips brushing past her ear as her gaze remained fixed on the bike ahead. Her lips were pressed together ever so slightly. Wang Zhe pulled his gaze back. With Tian as his little wingwoman, now Lin Wanqing would be feeling the pressure. Breakfast was at an old shop hidden deep within a narrow alley. The beef rice noodle soup had a rich, slow-simmered broth. The youtiao were freshly fried, and the soy milk was stone-ground by hand. Truly authentic. The shop Lin Wanqing recommended couldn't be found on any review platform. It was one of those old eateries only locals knew. When they sat down to eat, Wang Zhe deliberately took the seat between the two of them. Tian sat on his left. From time to time, she would hand him napkins. Gidge, there's soup at the corner of your lips. On his right, Lin Wanqing wanted to chime in, but felt a little too shy to speak. Tian brought up a nearby mall that had a highly rated horror-themed escape room, with great reviews online. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanqing said it sounded good. Wang Zhe didn't interfere, letting them arrange things themselves. Once they finished eating, the three of them again unlocked shared bikes and headed out. Wang Zhe had already taken his seat on Tian's little bike, but seeing Lin Wanqing silent beside them, a thought stirred in him. Xingxing, why aren't you saying anything? Gidge, kinking GGG must be upset that you've been riding with me the whole time. Then I'll ride with her this time. Xingxing looks about ready to cry. Laughing, Wang Zhe moved over and climbed onto Lin Wanqing's bike. Well, now that you've left, I'm going to cry, Gidge. Tian fake sobbed a few times, then laughed and rode ahead to lead the way. Xingxing, have you ever given anyone a ride on your bike before? Wang Zhe joked. I'm a bit scared. I've given rides to other girls before. You're the first guy I've ever taken. The moment the words left her mouth, the flush in Lin Wanqing's ears was visibly deep. The three soon regrouped at the entrance to the escape room venue. Tian swept a glance over the eerie, unsettling scenes on the poster, then turned and hooked herself around Wang Zhe's arm. Gidge, I'm kind of timid. You'll have to protect me inside. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, bright eyes looking up at him. Wang Zhe smiled and raised his hand, 2 fingers pointing in turn at Tian and Lin Wanqing. I'll protect both of you. Right, Gidge, you have to protect us both, Tian blurted after a brief daze, quickly picking up his line. Her evaluation of Wang Zhe rose another notch in her heart. In the past, when she escorted clients, just a few sweet cries of Gidge were enough to leave them hopelessly flustered. She hadn't expected Wang Zhe to respond with something like that. They chose the most difficult theme. After the staff finished explaining the rules, the three stepped into the escape room. The door shut behind them. Instantly, the light was cut off. Only a few dim red bulbs overhead cast weak light onto the mottled walls like dried blood stains. The air was thick with damp, moldy odor. Wang Zhe had barely taken 2 steps when his left arm was suddenly grabbed by Tian. Both her hands encircled his forearm, fingers tightening just a little. Gidge, I'm a bit scared. Her voice was hushed low. Though she said she was scared, she only held his arm. She didn't fling herself fully against him. The boundary was drawn with exquisite precision. It's fine, I'm here, Wang Zhe said with a smile, briefly squeezing the back of her hand before withdrawing his own. Then he turned his head slightly to glance at Lin Wanqing, who was standing right beside them. Just as they stepped into the second room, an NPC suddenly lunged out from behind a curtain in the corner, face deathly pale, with an exaggerated trail of blood dragging from the corner of its mouth. Tian's shriek almost lifted the roof, and she plastered herself directly against Wang Zhe's back. At the same time, his right arm was abruptly grabbed. It was Lin Wanqing. Wang Zhe first used his left hand to lightly pat the back of Tian's hand, signaling that everything was fine. Then he turned his head slightly, looked at Lin Wanqing, and spoke softly, it's okay. Lin Wanqing froze for a moment, then realized she was gripping his arm. Her cheeks warmed, and she silently. The NPC circled them once and left. Tian patted her chest, breathing hard. That scared me to death. The puzzle in the third room was a jigsaw. On the wall hung a shattered mirror. Its fragments were scattered everywhere and had to be reassembled in the correct order. Wang Zhe scanned the room, then began picking up pieces, sorting and fitting them together. Tian crouched beside him, handing over fragments. Does this one go here? How can you tell? You're way too smart. She was delivering emotional support in full measure. When the 7th fragment was slotted in, the sound of gears turning came from deep within the wall. We're still missing one piece, Wang Zhe said. Lin Wanqing paced around the room once, then suddenly bent down to pick up the final fragment from a dark corner nobody had noticed. She held it out to him. This one. Your powers of observation are impressive, Wang Zhe said with a smile. He had searched for quite a while without finding it. Hearing his praise, a flicker of happiness rose in Lin Wanqing's chest. In the darkness, the tight anxiety she'd felt eased considerably. Wang Zhe fitted the final fragment into place. Click. The mechanism engaged. Snap. All the lights went out. 3 seconds. 4. In the next instant, a swarm of NPCs charged at them from all directions. Tiantian's scream tore through the air again. In the darkness, Wang Zhe's left arm stretched protectively in front of her, while his right hand seized Lin Wanqing's wrist. Feeling the steady arm barring the space before her, Tiantian's scream subsided, and so did Lin Wanqing's. By the time the lights came back on, Wang Zhe's hands had already withdrawn. Gid, you were amazing. Once they left the escape room, Tian immediately sprang back to life. You solved those puzzles so fast. Are you some kind of escape room god? Just lucky, Wang Zhe replied casually with a smile. This escape room truly was a great setting for socializing and making connections. After more than 2 hours inside, the relationship among the three had grown much more in sync. That initial awkwardness one feels around strangers had almost completely disappeared. With Tian acting as a chatty little wingwoman, she pulled more words out of Lin Wanqing as well. The three walking side by side really did look a bit like Wang Zhe had asked out 2 girlfriends at once. A group of guys coming toward them couldn't help but turn back for another look, one of them even glancing a second time. Damn, he muttered under his breath, which Wang Zhe heard clearly. He savored the feeling inwardly, but he still had his sense of proportion. Though Tian called him Gidge, with such sweetness, her safety boundaries were drawn distinctly. Holding his arm was her limit. From start to finish, she had never truly pressed herself fully against him. If he wanted to truly win her over, he would have to stoke the flames a bit more. As for Lin Wanqing, her guard had lowered significantly, thanks largely to Tiantian's provocations. Otherwise, she would probably still be dutifully escorting him to some museum for a proper tour. Besides, in this day and age, what kind of big sap still chases girls by taking them to museums? Leaving everything else aside, a hike is better than a museum. You get tired climbing and can at least sneak a handhold or two. Gidge, I'm thirsty. Passing a milk tea shop, Tian tugged on his arm and pointed with her lips toward, I'll order for us. Wang Zhe glanced over the menu and directly ordered 3 cups. When he received his own milk tea, Tian immediately called out to stop him. Gidge, wait. Gidge, wait. Tian called out to Wang Zhe and took the milk tea from his hand. Before he could react, she had already torn open the straw wrapper, carefully wiped the tip of the straw with a tissue, and inserted it into the cup lid. Then, she directly lifted the straw to Wang Zhe's lips. Gidge, you don't have to do anything. Tian tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, clearly seeking praise for her attentiveness. Wang Zhe lowered his head and took a sip. Beside them, Lin Wanqing held her own cup of milk tea, completely stunned. Seriously, has the local guide industry become this competitive? She had originally thought a local guide only needed to lead the way and chat. Whoever told her it included this kind of service? Tian clearly noticed Lin Wanqing's expression, the corners of her mouth lifting even higher. Her hand holding the straw did not withdraw. Instead, she leaned forward a little more. Gidge, have another sip. Wang Zhe obligingly took another drink. Tian's eyes rolled thoughtfully, then she suddenly passed Wang Zhe's milk tea to Lin Wanqing. Ching, you should feed Zhe Gidge a sip too, otherwise it'll look like I'm being too attentive all by myself. Lin Wanqing took the milk tea, feeling a bit at a loss. Zhe gu, she stammered, her face flushing red as she slowly raised the straw toward Wang Zhe's lips. 2 beauties feeding him milk tea at the same time. What treatment? Pure bliss. Wang Zhe lowered his head with a grin and took a sip from the milk tea Lin Wanqing offered. The money spent on Tian as a wingman was truly worth it. The 3 of them sat for a while on the long bench at the milk tea shop entrance. Wang Zhe's gaze swept over the nearby first-floor shop window of the mall, Emporio Armani Menswear. His thoughts turned. This little wingman Tian was entirely within reach. But sweet words alone were not enough. He needed to let her see some real capability. Ladies, I came to the provincial capital in a rush this time, and didn't bring many changes of clothes, he said, standing up. Will you accompany me for a bit of shopping? Sure. Tian's eyes lit up instantly as she bounced to her feet. I love accompanying people to the mall, especially when Gidge is this handsome. Okay. Lin Wanqing also stood up. The 3 of them entered the mall. The Armani counter was not large, but the curated lighting and neatly hung clothes exuded one clear impression: opulent. Wang Zhe did not ask the staff for recommendations. He walked around on his own, picking pieces up and holding them against himself. If they suited him, he handed them to the assistant, and if not, he put them back without hesitation. He did not flip over the tags nor inquire about discounts. In less than 10 minutes, 2 full outfits were selected. Seeing Lin Wanxing and Tian Tian both staring dumbfounded, Wang Zhe chuckled lightly. He turned his head toward the accessories section along the wall and walked over, picking up a baseball cap. Emporio Armani classic logo style, black with a subtly curved brim and a small eagle emblem embroidered on the side. He studied the cap, then glanced at Tian Tian. Try it on. Tian Tian froze briefly, then took the cap and pulled it down over her head, turning left and right in front of the mirror. The black baseball cap pressed over her ponytail, making her oval face appear even smaller. Paired with her floral camisole dress, she looked both sweet and cool. It looks great, he said. After speaking, Wang Zhe picked up a second cap, same style and off-white, and turned to hand it to Lin Wanxing. Help me try this on and see if it looks good. I'm not sure which color to buy. His excuse was flawless. Lin Wanxing was equally straightforward, taking the cap and putting it on. The off-white brim pressed down over the wisps of hair on her forehead. Against her fair face, her whole demeanor softened several degrees. A pair of peach blossom eyes looked out from beneath the brim. Her lips, bare of any product, were naturally dewy and reflective, making it impossible to pull one's gaze away once it fell upon them. A nearby shop assistant could not help whispering to her colleague, "This Jiejia is way too pretty." "We'll take both," Wang Zhe said with a smile to the assistant. "Giju, they're for you too. Thanks for your hard work today." "Thank you, Gij." Tian Tian exclaimed happily. Each cap cost more than 800, making it the biggest surprise of the day. "Thank you, Zhe Gu." Lin Wanxing also thanked him, clearly pleased. "It's nothing." Wang Zhe waved casually and walked to the cashier. The clerk tapped rapidly on the calculator and announced the total. 2 caps plus the clothes came to 21,500. At the neighboring counter, a man was helping his girlfriend try on a coat. "Damn." The man next door, hearing the figure, looked over in shock. His gaze first landed on Wang Zhe, then shifted to Tian Tian and Lin Wanxing standing beside him, and envy instantly flashed across his face. His girlfriend followed his line of sight, and her expression darkened at once. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. I just thought this coat suits you." "Didn't you just say it was too expensive?" No, buy it, let's buy it too." Wang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He took out his phone, scanned the code, and entered his payment password. Beep. Payment successful. Standing nearby, Tian Tian watched the numbers jump on the cashier screen, then glanced at Wang Zhe's utterly casual expression. She had been calling him Gij all morning, to be honest, purely out of professional habit. But in this moment, the way she looked at Wang Zhe subtly changed. Catching the change in her expression from the corner of his eye, Wang Zhe's lips curved slightly. There was potential here. They left the mall. It was just after 1 in the afternoon. Tian Tian rubbed her stomach. "Gij, I'm hungry. Let's go have barbecue. I know an amazing Aliocania barbecue place just on the next street." "All right, you lead the way." The three of them walked down the street together. The self-service barbecue restaurant was close by. They arrived within a few minutes. The place was bustling, and they waited around 10 minutes before getting a table. Once seated, Lin Wanxing and Tian Tian told Wang Zhe to rest at the table while the two of them went to fetch food and fruit. Soon Tian Tian returned carrying a large plate piled high with shrimp. Lin Wanxing followed behind holding a fruit platter. "Gij, I've washed my hands clean, you don't mind, right?" Tian Tian lifted her hands toward him, then deftly peeled a shrimp and brought it to Wang Zhe's mouth. Well then. In his mind, Wang Zhe awarded this little wingman a perfect score. Other local guides at most joked around, chatted, and helped take photos for clients. This one had taken service awareness all the way to the point of feeding him. But he liked it. "Gij, can I ask you a question?" Tian Tian said as she continued peeling shrimp, not even lifting her head. "Go ahead. Gij, you're so young and already so wealthy. What line of work are you in?" There it was. The background check. "My family and I run a small business," Wang Zhe replied openly. "Small business?" Tian Tian laughed and playfully patted his arm. "Gij, you're way too modest. Who buys clothes at Armani like they're buying vegetables if it's just a small business? 3 to 500,000 a month. Doesn't that count as a small business?" Wang Zhe said it without batting an eye. Bragging didn't incur taxes anyway. Once the game rewards arrived, this statement would not even be an exaggeration. 3 to 500,000. The hand holding Lin Wanxing's chopsticks paused midair. She was attending a vocational college. Among her classmates, some worked part-time and some interned, and those who earned 5 or 6,000 a month were already considered to be doing quite well. 3 to 500,000. What kind of concept was that? "Gij, you're amazing. Here, have some barbecue." When the pork belly on the grill began to sizzle and release fat, Tian Tian picked up a piece, gently blew on it twice, then held it out to Wang Zhe. "I cooled it down for you. You won't mind, right?" "Not at all." Wang Zhe opened his mouth and accepted the bite. "Then Gij should feed me a bite too." After feeding him, Tian Tian did not lean back. Instead, she tilted slightly closer to his side. Mouth open, she looked at him with crescent-shaped eyes. Tian Tian was so close that he could see the tiny mole nestled in the hollow of her collarbone. Combined with those bright, glistening eyes, her impact was utterly disarming. Wang Zhe picked up a piece of grilled beef, blew on it twice, and steadily delivered it into Tian Tian's mouth. Delicious, she said with a cheerful smile. Zhe, go, I want to feed you too. Watching Tian Tian's performance in front of Wang Zhe, Lin Wanxing gathered her courage and began to pick out food for him as well. Just as the three of them were happily eating barbecue together, a discordant voice broke in. Isn't this Tian Tian? Last time I asked you out to eat, you said you didn't have time. How come you have time today to be feeding someone else? A piercing sound came over. The harmonious atmosphere among the three was instantly shattered. Wang Zhe turned to look and saw a bald man with a gold chain holding a bottle of beer walking toward them. Burp. The bald man let out a burp. He licked his lips, his gaze sweeping from Tian Tian's collarbone down to her neckline. What? You were just a local guide, and you look down on people. I asked you to dinner, and you refused, but now I see you feeding this guy, personally calling him brother. The bald man shook his head, sneering sarcastically. Oh, this treatment. How much does it cost a day? This kid looks like a college student. Does his tool work better? Xinchang, show some respect. Tian Tian's smile instantly vanished. She stood up and said sharply, her face flushed with anger. Oh, you're fierce. I wonder if you're this fierce in bed. The bald man spoke recklessly, edging closer to Tian Tian. Wang Zhe tapped Lin Wanxing's phone under the table, then stood up and directly blocked in front of Tian Tian. Please show some respect to my friend. A local guide who sells herself. I'm giving her face by calling her. Shut up, kid, or I'll deal with you too. The bald man, reeking of alcohol, reached out to push Wang Zhe. As his fingers barely touched Wang Zhe's clothes, slap? A crisp slap landed on his face, sending him staggering 2 steps. You little bastard, you dare hit me, slap? Fuck, slap. Wang Zhe showed no mercy. Slap after slap. Xinchang, already drunk and unsteady, was stunned by Wang Zhe's relentless strike. You? Ouch. He covered his rapidly swelling cheek, his curses turned into whimpers. Stop hitting. A young man with dyed yellow hair rushed over from the next table, shoving toward Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe sidestepped, causing yellow hair to miss and stumble, nearly hitting the table. Ignoring him, Wang Zhe turned and slapped Xinchang again. Slap. This slap used all of Wang Zhe's strength. Xinchang was knocked to the ground, his face swollen, unable to get up for a long time. Stop. Don't hit anymore. Yellow hair steadied himself, pointing at Wang Zhe and yelling. If you hit him again, well, call the police. Call the police. Wang Zhe stopped, looked at yellow hair, and smiled. Sure, go ahead. Yellow hair froze, clearly not expecting such a tough attitude. Actually, I want to call the police too. Forcing a woman, verbal sexual harassment, picking a fight. Oh, and your friend just said she sells herself. What does that make you? Let the cops decide. Liar. Yellow hair argued stubbornly. Who sexually harassed? Who hired a pros? Titch it. Don't spout nonsense. You hit first. Everyone saw it. Is that so? Wang Zhe turned to Lin Wanxing. Wanxing, did you get it all? Lin Wanxing's face was pale, but her phone was held steady. Brother Zhe, I recorded everything. From the moment he came over cursing to when he reached out to grab you, it's all clear. Earlier, Wang Zhe had tapped her phone under the table. Though it was Lin Wanxing's first time facing such a scene, she was quick-witted and immediately started recording. Wang Zhe gave her an approving look, then pointed diagonally upward. Even if the video isn't complete, see. Yellow hair looked up, following Wang Zhe's finger. A dark camera was aimed directly at their table. The shop's HD surveillance, 360 degrees, no blind spots with audio. Everything he said is on the surveillance and video. Wang Zhe withdrew his hand, speaking calmly. A grown man drunk comes to harass a female college student with filthy words. Guess who the police will arrest? Me for righteous intervention, or you 2 thugs? Yellow hair immediately fell silent. He glanced at Xinchang on the ground, then at the composed Wang Zhe, his heart wavering. Xinchang sobered up a bit by now. The pain on his face cleared much of the alcohol haze. He was always a bully who preyed on the weak. He knew Tian Tian was a local guide, thinking such girls were easy to push around. But today he had met a tough. He knew Tian Tian was a local guide, thinking such girls were easy to push around. But today he had met a tough. What's going on? The commotion finally alerted the barbecue restaurant manager. A slightly chubby, middle-aged man in a suit rushed over with 2 security guards sweating profusely. Peace and prosperity, everyone. The manager saw the scene and quickly tried to mediate. One man sat on the floor with a face swollen like a pig's head, another stood calmly, and 2 stunningly beautiful girls stood nearby. If this escalated and went online, his business would be ruined. Boss, perfect timing. Wang Zhe pointed at Xinchang on the ground. This man was harassing my friend in your shop and tried to hit me. Your security is lacking. The manager wiped his forehead, apologizing repeatedly. Terribly sorry, our oversight. He then turned to Xinchang and yellow hair, his face darkening. You 2, if you cause trouble in my shop, I'll have to call the police. Xinchang panicked upon hearing police. He had a record who jail wouldn't be just a few days. No police. Xinchang covered his face, speaking indistinctly, and stood up with yellow hair's help. When he looked at Wang Zhe, only fear remained. This kid hit hard and showed no fear, truly not to be messed with. No, police is fine, Wang Zhe said. 2 conditions. First, apologize. Apologize to my friend. Chen Chang gritted his teeth, feeling humiliated. But fearing the police amidst the pointing of surrounding diners, he finally lowered his head and muttered to Tian, sorry, I drank too much, my mouth slipped. Louder. Didn't you eat? Wang Zhe snapped. Chen Chang trembled and raised his voice. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Second, your words scared my friend. Compensation 5,000. 5,000. Yellow hair got angry. You're robbing us. You slapped him so many times, and we haven't even asked for medical fees. Medical fees. Wang Zhe played the video Lin Wanqing had recorded, clearly showing Chen Chang reaching to grab his collar, then instantly receiving a slap. He struck first, as the video clearly shows. If you think 5,000 is too much, call the police and let them decide. You fucking. Yellow hair didn't finish before Chen Chang stopped him. They'll pay. They'll pay. Chen Chang just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Oh, every extra minute felt humiliating. Payment code. Wang Zhe turned to Tian. Oh, okay. Tian snapped back to reality and immediately took out her phone to display the QR code. Her fingers tapped the screen twice before opening it, trembling slightly. From the moment Wang Zhe blocked her, she had been in an indescribable state. Heart racing, nose a bit sour, but not fear. During her time as a local guide, she had met all kinds of people, generous, stingy, and even harassers like but never had anyone stepped in without hesitation like Wang Zhe, putting the other party in their place. Beep. 5,000 arrived. Chen Chang put away his phone, covered his face, and slipped through the crowd, fleeing with yellow hair. The diners who had been watching saw the drama end and dispersed, many giving Wang Zhe a thumbs up before leaving. The manager let out a long sigh, repeatedly thanking Wang Zhe. Brother, really sorry about today. This meal is on the house, how about that? Wang Zhe nodded and didn't refuse. They sat back down. The pork belly on the grill was slightly. Wang Zhe picked up the tongs, removed the burnt meat, and placed fresh beef slices on the grill. Tian sat beside him, no longer chattering as before. She quietly watched Wang Zhe arrange the meat on the grill, her big eyes watery, hands on her knees, unconsciously gripping her skirt. What's wrong? Scared? Wang Zhe turned to look at her. No. Tian shook her head. After a pause, she suddenly leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Wang Zhe's arm. Brother, you were so handsome just now. Her voice was softer than before, with a hint of nasality. I'm almost falling in love with you. After the incident with the bald man, the 2 girls were clearly not as lively in the afternoon as they had been in the morning. Although Tian still wore a cheerful smile, Wang Zhe could tell that she was harboring something in her heart. The afternoon plan was proposed by Lin Wanqing. They strolled around the nearby shopping district, and then the 3 of them went to a DIY craft shop, spending over 2 hours making handmade candles. At 7 in the evening, as they emerged from the craft shop, the streetlights had already come on. Zij, I have something to attend to at school, so I have to head back first. Lin Wanqing stood under the streetlight and said a bit shyly, if you need a guide again in the next couple of days, just message me directly. No problem, I will definitely call you then, Wang Zhe replied with a smile. Lin Wanqing nodded, turned around, took a few steps, then glanced back at Wang Zhe before hurriedly darting into the subway station. Lin Wanqing's performance today was completely overshadowed by Tian. However, Lin Wanqing's looks were still rated quite high. With today's groundwork laid, getting the opportunity to arrange a date later would be much easier. As soon as Lin Wanqing left, the atmosphere changed. The streetlights cast a warm yellow hue on Tian's face as she stood next to Wang Zhe, quietly holding the handmade candle they made in the afternoon, a stark contrast to the chatty girl from earlier. You're not planning to leave now, are you? Wang Zhe tilted his head to look at her. I'm not in a hurry, I want to stay and accompany you, brother. Tian replied with a smile. Wang Zhe didn't say much more and took her to a nearby highly rated hot pot restaurant. They reserved a private room. As soon as the door closed, the noise from outside faded away. The red oil broth bubbled and boiled, and the aroma of chili and pepper filled the small space. Tian poured a glass of juice for Wang Zhe and placed it in front of him. After a moment of silence, she finally mustered the courage to ask, brother, do you think I'm the kind of person who is very casual about being a guide? Tian didn't dare to look at Wang Zhe as she said this. Wang Zhe put down the menu. How could that be? But Tian bit her lip. Many people automatically think of those 2 words when they hear guide. She didn't say those 2 words out loud, but the filthy words Chen Chang had said in front of so many people echoed in her ears once again. Her eyes turned red. Wang Zhe looked at her expression and didn't rush to comfort her. He picked up his chopsticks, dipped a few slices of tripe in the boiling broth, and placed them in Tian's bowl. Eat. Tian was taken aback. What was that Chen fellow today even worth? Wang Zhe's tone was steady and firm. He isn't even worthy of holding your shoes. If he dares to harass you again, just tell me, and I'll take care of it for you. As she listened to Wang Ze's words, Tian's nose tingled, and she barely held back her tears. Brother, can you have a drink with me? No problem. Wang Ze called for the waiter. The beer arrived shortly. Tian tilted her head back and gulped down most of the glass. Slow down, drink slowly. It's fine, I can hold my liquor, she said, wiping the corner of her mouth. Brother, that Xinchang today was a former client of mine. He hired me as a guide, and I took him around for an entire... And what happened? He didn't pay the final payment, and even left a bad review online saying I had a poor attitude and didn't understand the rules. She bit her lip. I really didn't do anything with him, so please don't misunderstand, brother. Do I look like someone who would misunderstand? Wang Ze retorted. Actually, I've been a guide for over half a year. I've seen all kinds of people. Some people come up and the first thing they ask is whether I'm free at night, while others don't even want to meet and just send the hotel location directly. The first time I encountered that, I was so scared that I didn't even take the deposit and just ran away. Wang Ze listened without interrupting. He noticed that when Tian spoke about this, she kept tearing the label off the beer bottle. Then why do you continue doing it? Because I'm poor. Tian said these two words straightforwardly without any hesitation. I studied dance, but my school is just average. As a teacher at a training institution, I earn 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Do I have to calculate every penny even to take the bus? She paused. Moreover, my mom was diagnosed with early-stage gastric cancer last year. The targeted medication costs several thousand a box and can't be interrupted. The doctor said that if I keep taking it, the 5-year survival rate is very high. The medication cannot stop. If it does, all previous efforts will be in vain. Wang Ze's chopsticks paused at the edge of the bowl. He raised his glass and clinked it with Tian's. He didn't say anything like you have it tough. That would be too hollow. Sometimes a glass of wine is more comforting than 100 words of consolation. Besides, Wang Ze wasn't the type to be overly sentimental. Seeing that Wang Ze didn't say anything superficial, Tian felt even more relaxed and began to appreciate him more, her mood significantly improving. Once the floodgates opened, she began to talk about her childhood dance lessons, how the teacher made her cry while stretching her legs. At that time, my mom said one thing. Tian mimicked her mother's tone, infused with a hint of dialect. If you can't hold on, just come home. Oh, I won't blame you. 5 or 6 bottles of beer were emptied. Tian's voice became softer and her speech slowed. At some point, her body gradually leaned closer. First, her shoulder brushed against Wang Ze's arm, then her head tilted over, resting on his shoulder. This was not the intentional closeness from earlier. She truly relaxed. Brother, we're out of alcohol. Tian shook the empty bottle. I still want a drink. Wang Ze looked down at her. After only this short time, her cheeks had turned rosy. One of the shoulder straps of her dress had slipped down, exposing a small section of her fair shoulder and half of her clear collarbone. TSK. This little enchantress. If you drink more, you'll get drunk. No, I'm very clear-headed. Tian lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wang Ze, her lips redder from drinking. Are you afraid that I'll get drunk and cling to you, making it hard for you to explain to your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Wang Ze chuckled softly. I came to the provincial city to clear my head because I just broke up. Right now, I'm just a single dog. Off. Tian perked up, immediately lifting her head from his shoulder. How could someone as handsome as you get dumped? I didn't get dumped. Wang Ze laughed. She's busy traveling with her male best friend, so I just told her to get lost. Male best. Tian opened her mouth, unsure of what to say next. Then she must be really blind. She struggled for a moment before managing to say this. She quickly poured Wang Ze another glass of wine, lifting it high. Cheers. Let's not mention her anymore. Wang Ze was amused by her earnestness and urging him to drink, and he clinked glasses with her. The waiter brought in more bottles of wine. The two of them chatted while enjoying the hot pot, the conversation flowing intermittently. As time passed, Tian spoke less. Yet she leaned in closer. She didn't know when her hand had found its way onto Wang Ze's arm. Brother. Can you take me home? Tian leaned half of her body against Wang Ze. Seeing that she had reached this level of intoxication, Wang Ze didn't waste any more time, settled the bill, and called a car. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of an old residential building. Wang Ze half-supported, half-carried Tian upstairs. At the door, Wang Ze rummaged through her bag for the keys and opened the door. The room was not large, just a one-bedroom apartment. But it was very tidy. Wang Ze placed Tian on the bed. She was so soft that she seemed boneless, sinking into the pillow. The strap of her dress had completely slipped down her arm, revealing her delicate collarbone in its entirety. Her lips parted slightly, still carrying the lingering scent of alcohol. Wang Ze swallowed hard as he stood by the bed. Brother, I'm thirsty. Tian's voice was soft and faint, as if it were squeezed out from her throat. Wang Ze poured her half a glass of water and brought it back to the bed. Here, drink some water. He supported the back of Tian's head with one hand, while offering the glass to her lips with the other. However, Tian blocked the cup with her hand. Brother, I want you to feed me. As she spoke, Tian wrapped her arms around Wang Ze's neck, hanging onto him like a little cat. Watering. Looking at the sweet girl so close by, Wang Ze instantly understood what she meant. He took a sip of water, leaned down to place the cup on the bedside table, and then lowered his head into the slightly widened eyes of the sweet girl. Sweet girl wrapped her arms around Wang Ze's neck, instantly turning soft. The warm water flowed from Wang Ze's mouth to hers. She swallowed as her throat moved slightly, but their lips did not part. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Sweet girl's fingers curled into the hair at the back of Wang Ze's head, slowly tightening. Wang Ze supported her neck with one hand, feeling the warmth of her delicate neck beneath his palm rising. His other hand traced down her waist with his fingertips brushing against the edge of her white, thigh-high stockings. Sweet girl's breathing became rapid, her body instinctively arching towards Wang Ze. The other strap of her slip dress slid down, making her look like a melting piece of milk candy. Sweet girl's breathing was completely disordered. Wang Ze's hand continued to move upwards. Then it stopped. Wang Ze raised his eyebrows, slightly lowering his gaze to look at her. The young girl's face was flushed, almost dripping blood. Her watery eyes were misty as she bit her lower lip, not daring to meet his gaze. The young girl's face was flushed, almost dripping blood. Her watery eyes were misty as she bit her lower lip, not daring to meet his gaze. I have a bit of a special condition. She buried her face into the pillow, her ears turning bright red. Easily that. Special constitution. See. Wang Ze looked at her awkwardness, wishing she could sew herself into the pillow, and suddenly laughed. Look at me. He reached out, grasping her chin gently, applying a bit of force to pull her face out from the pillow. Sweet girl was stunned by his tone, her watery eyes gazing at him helplessly. Having a special constitution is great. I like it. Wang Ze leaned down and softly whispered in her ear. Over an hour later, sweet girl contentedly hugged Wang Ze's arm and fell into a deep sleep. Her long stockings had long since disappeared to some corner, and her slip dress was bunched at her waist, resembling a wrinkled lace. Wang Ze held her shoulder, feeling refreshed. Just as he was about to get up for a shower, a crisp electronic notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured the first quality female. Reward 100 yuan, already credited. 1 million. Wow. Wang Ze was momentarily stunned, then immediately overjoyed. He quickly opened his phone. A bank transfer notification was quietly resting in the notification bar. Your bank card ending in 3332 has received 100 yuan. He hadn't even had time to digest this. Immediately after, a second notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured a quality female with a special constitution. Triggering hidden rewards. Extra reward 100 yuan. Already credited. The phone vibrated again. The second transfer notification. Amount credited 100 yuan. Current balance 2013700 yuan. How delightful. Wang Ze stared at the string of numbers on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. 2 days ago, his entire net worth was around 30,000. 2 days later, over 2 million. He was now a bona fide millionaire. This is what life is all about. Moreover, he had also found a prettier woman. I wonder if Li Yutong will regret it after she finds out. However, the system clearly did not intend to let him rest. The third notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player successfully captured a quality female rated 88. Random reward, a Patek Philippe watch reward, is being dispatched immediately. Reward dispatched, please check. Wang Ze turned his head. On the bedside table, a deep blue watch box had appeared out of nowhere. With a matte leather exterior, the Patek Philippe's iconic Calatrava cross was embossed in the center with gold lettering glinting softly under the lamplight. He opened the lid. A deep blue watch face with sunburst pattern alligator leather strap. Patek Philippe Calatrava Series 5227G. A formal watch worth over 300,000. Unpretentious, not ostentatious, but those who understand watches can recognize it at a glance. Wang Ze took the watch out and put it on his left wrist. The alligator leather felt cool and soft against his skin, fitting perfectly, as if tailor-made. He raised his wrist and turned it under the lamp. Wearing something worth 300,000 felt indescribably comfortable. Just 2 days ago, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Wang Ze lowered his wrist, glanced at the sweet girl sleeping beside him, then at his phone balance. 2 million in cash, a 300,000 watch, and beside him lay a sweet and soft, beautiful girl. This enjoyment of life, truly, seemed to be paving his way to becoming a wealthy man. He placed his phone back on the bedside table, preparing to lie down and have a good sleep. Just as Wang Ze was about to lie down to sleep, his phone vibrated again. He opened it to check. Oh, it was a message from Li Yutong. Wang Ze, have you calmed down yet? Can you be more sensible, like Chao Dong? In a few days I will return from Shanghai. Remember to pick me up at the airport. I booked a flight arriving at 9:40 in the morning. Come half an hour early. Don't forget to buy me milk tea in advance if I want to drink it when I get off the plane. By the way, I want to eat hot pot. You'll have a chance to take me to eat hot pot. I remember to book the table in advance. Xiao Dong will also be there. When we eat, apologize to him properly. I've communicated well with him these days. He's magnanimous. I'll let the last incident go, or you can forget about touching me in the future. Picking up from the airport, eating hot pot, and also inviting Xiao Dong. Wang Zhe stared at the 3 messages from Li Yutong on the screen, finding himself both angered and amused. They had broken up, yet this woman still treated him like a lackey. Buying milk tea in advance, apologizing to Xiao Dong, communicating properly, and being magnanimous. Every word was filled with a sense of entitlement. Each letter painted him as a sycophant. Wang Zhe scoffed, typing furiously. Have you lost your mind, Li Yutong? Haven't you forgotten that we broke up? You should stay locked up with your dear friend Xiao Dong, and you'd better go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate immediately. Picking you up? I wouldn't pick you up even if you begged. Whether you come back or not is none of my business. And I'm supposed to treat you and Xiao Dong to dinner. You want me to apologize to him? Go eat shit. You'd better tell that Xiao guy to keep his distance from me. Otherwise I might just lose control and give him a few hard slaps. Some seaside hotel. Li Yutong had just finished her bath, wrapped in a towel, leaning against the sofa, her hair still damp. She had just returned from diving with Xiao Dong and was in quite a good mood. Wang Zhe had been cold for 2 days. Given her understanding of him, he must be regretting it now, yet feeling too embarrassed to speak first. So she decided to give him a way out. Let him pick her up from the airport and take the opportunity to clear up the matter with Xiao Dong. What a perfect arrangement. She had even planned when Wang Zhe came to pick her up, she would ignore him and maintain a stern face. Let him coax her. After he had coaxed her for the 3rd time, she would reluctantly relent. By then they could go eat hot pot, and he could properly apologize to Xiao Dong, and this whole matter would be settled. Wang Zhe, while a bit poor, was obedient and easy to manage. Just as she was thinking about this, her phone buzzed rapidly. Li Yutong picked it up to take a look. The smile on her face gradually froze. Picking you up. Go eat shit. Dead gay. Each message felt like a slap hitting her right in the face. Li Yutong's mouth twitched twice. After a while she snapped back to reality and furiously typed a reply to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe, have you not woken up yet? My relationship with Xiao Dong is pure and innocent. He is just my male best friend. All the money spent on our outings was his. Do you know I helped you save tens of thousands on travel costs? You can save that for my dowry in the future. Why is your heart so filthy? And I'm building a good relationship with him for our future. Xiao Dong's family runs a large business. After graduation you could work at his company earning at least 100,000 a year. By flattering him now you're benefiting yourself in the future. After sending all that, Li Yutong felt a pain in her chest. Soon Wang Zhe replied. The first message read, wow, you're really amazing. Your best friend is the best. The second message, you really care about my future, don't you? Li Yutong raised her eyebrows. What tone was that? Was he being sarcastic? Immediately the third message popped up. I just want to ask one question. Does your male best friend Xiao Dong have a bird? If he does, tell him to get himself neutered first. After that send me a proof, and only then can I be at ease letting you hang out with him. Okay, baby. Li Yutong stared at the screen, a surge of anger rising in her throat. How disgusting. She was so furious that she let out a few frustrated cries. With a bang she threw her phone onto the sofa, but after a while she picked it up again to continue typing. Don't think that I would be afraid of you like this. Wang Zhe, I'll say this, a poor guy like you having dumped me, where would you find? How much do you spend on living expenses a month? Don't you know? You fret for ages just to treat me to a meal at a roadside stall. How could you afford to support someone else? Without me you are nothing. After sending the message, Li Yutong stared at the chat box waiting for Wang Zhe's retort. She knew him too well, he couldn't stand being looked down upon. Every time she said such things Wang Zhe would get flustered, explain, and then back down. But this time Li Yutong had miscalculated. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. A minute passed. Wang Zhe did not reply. Why wasn't he responding? Just as she relaxed a bit, her phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't text. It was a picture. Li Yutong instinctively clicked it open. Upon seeing it, the anger in her chest flared up again. The image slowly revealed itself from top to bottom. First a man's hand appeared. Long, fair, with distinct joints. It was holding a girl's hand. The girl's wrist was adorned with a thin red string. On the boy's wrist a metallic watch gleamed strikingly. Looking further down, the background revealed a bed. The quilt was wrinkled. The pillow was askew. A glimpse of a pale shoulder could be seen. The background was indeed a bed still wrinkled from use. Shortly after, Wang Zhe sent another message. Can't find a girlfriend. Open your eyes and take a good look. Clearly better than you. Younger than you. Better behaved than you. More sensible than you. Oh, and by the way, she's got a better figure than you. Li Yutong was stunned. She stared at the photo, her fingers uncontrollably zooming in on the screen. Zooming in further, she scrutinized that watch for quite a while. She even searched online. Patek Philippe. Over 300,000. No way. Li Yutong's eyes narrowed sharply. She knew Wang Zhe's situation too well. He barely scraped together a few thousand from part-time jobs each month. How could he possibly afford a watch worth over 300,000? It must be a stock image. That poor guy Wang Zhe must have found some picture to annoy her. Realizing this, Li Yutong felt a weight lift off her heart. Are you serious, Wang Zhe? Using a stock image to fool someone? That watch is worth over 300,000, you poor guy. Where would you get the money to buy it? Trying to use a stock image to provoke me. Disgusting. Let me tell you, you've really crossed the line this time. If you don't obediently apologize, we are really done. You'll be single for the rest of your life. After sending that, Li Yutong braced herself for Wang Zhe's imminent barrage of messages. But then a minute passed. No reply. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Still nothing. Wang Zhe, are you mute? Why aren't you replying? 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The chat box was eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe, cuddling with Tian, had already fallen into a deep sleep. After all, Wang Zhe had spent the whole day playing, and after an hour of emotional exchange with Tian that night, he was exhausted. He hadn't even glanced at the messages Li Yutong sent. Li Yutong stared at the screen for a full half an hour. Not a single message from Wang Zhe. Oh. Li Yutong angrily slammed her phone onto the sofa. How could Wang Zhe be so petty? Indeed, Xiao Dong was right. The poorer the man, the smaller his heart. This Wang Zhe, who had no skills, not only had a small mind, but now even learned to use stock images to annoy her. Not going out with him this time was the right decision. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how disgusting Wang Zhe could be. The next morning, when Tian woke up, her first instinct wasn't to check the time, but to instinctively feel beside her. Her hand brushed against a warm piece of skin. She quickly withdrew her hand as if burned. Memories of last night flooded back. Hot pot beer, that cup of water, and what followed. Her face instantly flushed. They had known each other for less than a day, and yet. Tian bit her lower lip, quietly scooted to the edge of the bed, planning to wash her face, while Wang Zhe was still asleep, to calm herself down, and also tidy up the tissues and things on the floor. Just as she moved half an inch, a hand reached around from behind her, wrapping around her waist. Tian's entire body stiffened. Where are you going? I want to wash my face. In the next moment, she was turned over by Wang Zhe, facing him directly. Tian instinctively closed her eyes. But Wang Zhe didn't make any other movements. He pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, like holding a large pillow. Tian. Moi. I need to tell you something, Wang Zhe said seriously. Don't be a tour guide anymore. Tian was taken aback. Not be a tour guide. She instinctively recalled the messages about hotel bookings, Chun Chang's vulgar words in public, and those snarky negative comments in the reviews. But what else could she do? But brother, if I don't do that, my mom's medical expenses. They'll give you 300 a month for living expenses. Wang Zhe stated plainly. 30000. Tian thought she had misheard. That's enough for your daily expenses and your mom's medical fees. You just need to do one thing from now on. What thing? Brother, be my woman. Wang Zhe spoke directly without any beating around the bush. Tian was stunned by his words. 300 a month. What does that even mean? She used to work as a dance teacher at a training institution and earned only 2,000 to 3,000 after exhausting herself. Working as a tour guide had unstable income. On good days, she might earn 7,000 to 8,000 in a month. 300 was enough for her mom's targeted medication for a long time. And that was just for 1 month. She opened her mouth and closed it again, struggling for a while before managing to say, brother, are you supporting me? Wang Zhe laughed at her serious and conflicted expression, reaching out to gently tap her nose. You're my woman. It's only right for me to spend money on you. What does it have to do with supporting you? No matter what grievances you've faced in the past, from today onward, I'll bear it for you. Tian's eyes turned red instantly. She had heard countless men speak sweet words before. Next time I'll take you out for a nice meal, only to end up skipping out on the bill. Don't be afraid with me around. Yet they would turn around and send hotel bookings. But Wang Zhe was different. When Chun Chang insulted her yesterday, Wang Zhe had pinned the bald man to the ground with one hand. Thank you, brother. She jumped into Wang Zhe's arms and gave him a firm kiss on the cheek. Smack. But soon Tian's expression changed, feeling something was off. She sensed a change in Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe chuckled. With a firm grip, he flipped Tian over. As Tian screamed, the sound of the strap of her dress breaking echoed, and then Wang Zhe tossed it aside. Tian's breath instantly became rapid. More than an hour later, they finally finished tidying up and went out. Wang Zhe planned to get Tian a new. The old house she was living in was too small and too shabby, with almost no sound insulation. She could hear the elderly lady next door sneeze clearly. It turned out Wang Zhe's judgment was correct. As they went downstairs, they happened to see a middle-aged woman in a floral nightgown standing at the door next door. Upon seeing Tian, her gaze swept from her face to Wang Zhe's, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, unable to be concealed. Tian wished she could sink into the ground. Wang Zhe, however, remained unfazed, nodded at the woman, and walked away with Tian. Within an afternoon, they secured a new rental. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room in a gated community with a garden downstairs, and most importantly, excellent sound insulation. Wang Zhe paid a year's rent up front. They didn't have much to move, just one trip with a van. There was a small incident during the move. While Tian was packing her old phone, she found the app for the tour guide platform. Her profile picture and order record still appeared on the page with a new negative review in the rating section. Extremely poor attitude, unaware of the rules, paying for suffering. I advise my brothers not to step on this landmine. Tian stared at the negative review, feeling somewhat unhappy. It must have been that bald man who did it. Wang Zhe peeked over her shoulder. He reached out and took her phone directly. Cancel it. Huh. Delete all the contact information of those previous clients. All accounts related to the tour guide platform, cancel them all. Wang Zhe's tone left no room for negotiation. From now on, any man who asks you out for any reason, you must refuse. Tian looked at Wang Zhe's profile. When he said these words, his brows were slightly furrowed and his jawline was tightly set. He wasn't ordering her. He cared for her. A surge of warmth suddenly flowed through Tian's heart. She took back her phone and in front of Wang Zhe uninstalled the tour guide app. Then she opened her contacts and started deleting them one by one. Halfway through, she looked up at Wang Zhe. Her eyes sparkled, her voice soft yet firm. From today onward, I only belong to you, and you can ask me to do anything. The next morning, Tian stood at the door with her bag, bidding farewell to Wang Zhe. She tiptoed and kissed him on the corner of his mouth, then turned away blushing. After taking a few steps, she turned back. Brother, my. Tian hesitated for a moment, pulled something out of her bag, and stuffed it into Wang Zhe's hand. A handmade candle. The one she made at the DIY craft store yesterday afternoon. Wang Zhe remembered that Tian and Lin Wanqing each made one. I wanted to give it to you when I made it, but I never found the opportunity. Tian's ears turned red again. There's an inscription on it, don't look at it in front of me. After saying that, she hurriedly ran down the stairs. Wang Zhe looked down at the candle in his hand. It was light pink, a bit rough in craftsmanship, but it was clear that she had put thought into it. At the bottom of the candle there was a crooked line of small letters, "Thank you for not making me afraid anymore." Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and shook his head, placing the candle on the coffee table in the living room. He stood by the window watching Tian's figure disappear at the entrance of the community before turning back to the sofa. The room fell silent. Wang Zhe leaned against the cushion, closed his eyes for a while. Then he picked up his phone and saw a string of unread messages in the notification bar. Li Yutong. The last message was sent at 1:17 a.m. the night before. Just 2 words, Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe scrolled up. From fury to threats, from threats to questioning, from questioning to testing, and finally these 2 words. A question mark without an exclamation mark, without any vulgarity. TSK. It seems Li Yutong is also panicking. Wang Zhe coldly smiled, exited the chat window. Not a single reply. Since you chose your male friend, why come back to find me? He opened another chat window that had been silent for 2 days. Lin Wanqing. She had sent a message yesterday. Brother Zhe, do you still need me to be your guide today? Wang Zhe had been with Tian at the time and hadn't had the chance to reply. Wang Zhe thought for a moment and then replied to her. Wanqing, I was busy with something yesterday, sorry. I want to go buy something today, are you free? The message was sent, and within 30 seconds Lin Wanqing replied. I'm free, Brother Zhe. Where should I find you? She even added a sun emoji. Wang Zhe sent her a location and estimated that she would arrive soon, changed his clothes, and went out. From a distance, Wang Zhe saw Lin Wanqing waving at him. She wore the off-white cap Wang Zhe had given her, with her high ponytail peeking out from the back of the cap, swaying as she walked. Today she had light makeup on her features, looking fresh and clean. On her upper body, she wore a black cropped t-shirt, and below she had on a pair of ultra-short denim shorts, her long legs on full display. With a beauty score of 92, she truly lived up to her reputation. Just her legs alone would attract attention wherever she went. Brother Zhe. Lin Wanqing jogged over, holding a cup of milk tea. I brought this for you, but it's cold, but it's hot outside. She inserted the straw and handed it over with both hands. Wang Zhe reached out to take it. Just as their fingers brushed against each other, Lin Wanqing's gaze inadvertently fell on Wang Zhe's hand. She was taken aback. Last time they met she hadn't noticed. But now, long, fair, and well-defined fingers, perfectly proportioned, like a legendary manga hand. How could a boy's hand look this good? Lin Wanqing's ears turned slightly red, and she quickly averted her gaze. Thank you. Wang Zhe took the milk tea and smiled. You look great today. Lin Wanqing's ears turned even redder. Thank you, Brother Zhe. By the way, what are we buying today? Accompany me to buy a car. The provincial city is too large, and it's inconvenient to take a taxi. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Buy a car. She instinctively glanced at Wang Zhe. When they met the day before, she only thought that this brother Zay was generous, treating her to meals, giving her a cap, carefree about money. But buying a car, that wasn't something that cost a few hundred or a few thousand. Moreover, brother Zay seemed to still be a student. Can he really afford a car? A huge question mark popped up in her mind. But before she could voice it, Wang Zay had already called for a car. Sure. Let's go, help me out with some advice. Lin Rong, Automobile City. From household cars priced just above 100,000 to supercars worth several million, all the reputable brands are present here. Wang Zay led Lin Wanqing inside. They passed by Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda, not even sparing a glance. When they walked past BMW and Mercedes, their pace did not falter. Lin Wanqing originally thought that when Zay Gu mentioned buying a car, it would only be one in the range of 1 to 200,000. After all, even if Wang Zay was generous, it shouldn't be. A huge shield-shaped logo came into view ahead. Porsche. Lin Wanqing was slightly stunned. Meanwhile, Wang Zay had already strode confidently inside, and she hurried to follow. At the entrance of the showroom, a gray Macung and a black Cayenne stood on either side. Several well-dressed, middle-aged men were huddled around the Cayenne, studying the configuration sheet, while their female companions idly scrolled through their phones. Wang Zay did not linger. His gaze was directly captured by a 718 Boxster at the center of the showroom. With its fiery red soft top, the car was low at the front and high at the back. Its center of gravity pushed to the front was flat, and the iconic 4-point daytime running lights of Porsche shone brightly, radiating an undeniable aggressiveness even under the gentle showroom lights. Beautiful. These two words sprung up in Wang Zay's mind. As a car enthusiast, he was already intimately familiar with every parameter of the 718. Without needing a sales pitch, he had heard the roar of the 2.0T flat-six engine in videos hundreds of times. But a video and the real thing were two different experiences. Standing before this white 718, the overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression was something the screen could never convey. And the 718 was precisely the car he desired. Hello, sir, welcome. A saleswoman in a black suit approached her, name tag reading Lu Yu. Her gaze quickly scanned Wang Zay. Young, too young, he looked like a college student. Then she glanced at the girl next to him, wearing a baseball cap. Oh, she was pretty, but the two of them didn't seem like typical Porsche buyers. However, in sales, a smile must never fade. May I ask which model you are interested in? Wang Zay raised his hand, pointing to the center. This Boxster, where's the test drive car? Please arrange for a test drive directly. Lu Yu was taken aback for a moment. Typically, clients would first inquire about the price, check the specifications, touch the steering wheel, and sit inside to feel it out. But this one didn't even open the door. His first line was to request a test drive. He either truly understood cars or had come just for the thrill. Lu Yu smiled discreetly. All right, sir, the test drive car is in the designated area behind the showroom. He'll take you there. One of the middle-aged men who had been looking at the Cayenne turned his head at the sound. He looked at Wang Zay, then at Lin Wanqing beside him. His lips moved slightly as he whispered something to his companion. Though it was several meters away and hard to hear, the meaning in that gaze was clear. The young man was here to play around with a test drive. Lin Wanqing sensed that gaze as well. She lowered her head, slightly feeling somewhat uneasy. Wang Zay, however, remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, following Lu Yu towards the back. The test drive car was parked in the back area. It was the same white 718, but with a black top. Wang Zay opened the door and got in quickly, adjusting the seat and rearview mirror. Lu Yu watched from the side, raising an eyebrow slightly. This speed didn't seem like someone who had just come to play around. Wang Zay turned his head and saw Lin Wanqing standing outside the car, not moving, so he tilted his chin at her. Get in, help me see if the passenger seat is comfortable. Huh, I also get to sit. Lin Wanqing awkwardly opened the passenger door, and upon sitting down she struggled to adjust the seatbelt due to her nervousness. Don't move, I'll help you. Wang Zay leaned over, one hand pulled the seatbelt while the other pressed the buckle. When his fingertips brushed past her shoulder, the proximity allowed him to catch the faint scent of her shampoo. The seatbelt slanted down from her collarbone, creating a rather impressive arc. Wang Zay raised an eyebrow, but he made no further moves. Fastening the buckle, he retreated back to the driver's seat. He turned on the ignition. Boom. The flat-six engine roared to life, a deep exhaust note surging from the rear, causing the ground in the back area to tremble slightly. Lin Wanqing's back pressed tightly against the seat. The 718 rolled out of the back area and onto the test drive circuit. Wang Zay pressed the accelerator. The sensation of being pushed back hit her instantly. Lin Wanqing gripped the door handle tightly with her right hand, her left hand clutching the edge of the seat, as the wind from the half-open window whipped her high ponytail back. Boom, boom, boom. The engine's roar grew high-pitched and sharp as the RPMs climbed. A bend appeared. Wang Zay turned the steering wheel. The 718's center of gravity was absurdly low, hardly leaning, while cornering the entire car, sliced through the corner with precision. The force pushed Lin Wanqing to one side, and she felt as if her heart was in her throat. Yet at the same time, an unprecedented thrill shot from her tailbone straight to her scalp, causing her to scream out uncontrollably. Ah! Listening to Lin Wangqing's screams and seeing her flushed cheeks, Wang Zhe couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration in his heart. 15 minutes later, Wang Zhe steadily parked the test drive car back in its place. Lin Wangqing was still gripping the handle, her palms sweaty, her face flushed. How was it? He turned his head and asked with a smile. This car, it feels too amazing. Lin Wangqing blurted out, momentarily stunned, her ears turning red. Haha, great. Since you think it's amazing, let's buy it. Wang Zhe laughed. He opened the car door and walked towards Lu Yue, who had been waiting. Please tell me the total price for full payment. Full payment. This is really buying it. Lu Yu instantly Sir, if you are serious, I can give you the best discount directly. The car price plus options, purchase tax, and insurance. The total for full payment is 768,000. 768,000. Lin Wangqing stood half a step behind Wang Zhe, and upon hearing this number, her head buzzed. Her parents worked in the countryside, toiling year-round just to earn 5,000 to 6,000. This car was enough for her parents to go without food or drink for over 10 years. And Zega looked like just another student around her age. Can I pick it up today? Yes. We can expedite the temporary registration. You can get it today. Lu Yu's voice was slightly trembling. Full payment card swipe. Wang Zhe wasted no time, pulling out his bank card from his pocket and handing it to Lu Yu. Okay, all right. Lu Yu's hand trembled slightly as she took the card. To be honest, she had been a Porsche salesperson for 3 years and had seen too many clients looking 3 times, comparing 5 dealerships, negotiating until the 6th round before finally placing an order. But this young man, from entering until making the decision, it had taken less than 40 minutes. The only thing she was worried about now was whether the card would go through for that amount. She hoped it wouldn't turn out to be a false alarm. The POS machine was placed at the front desk. Lu Yu inserted Wang Zhe's bank card, inputting the password. The showroom fell silent for a few seconds. Ding! Transaction successful. Yay! Upon hearing that sound, Lu Yu felt a huge weight lift. Mr. Wang, your card. Lu Yu respectfully handed the card back with a smile that could hardly be contained. The group of middle-aged men who had been discussing the Qian had stopped their conversation at some point. One of them glanced over, his face filled with shock. He had thought this young man was merely here for a test drive experience, yet he managed to complete the full payment in just over 40 minutes. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, you are now a proud Porsche owner. We will arrange the paperwork right away. Lu Yu paused, glancing at Lin Wangqing. You and your girlfriend can wait in the lounge for a bit. Girlfriend? Lin Wangqing's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to explain, Wang Zhe had already cheerfully grabbed her wrist. Let's go, Ching Ching. His tone was so natural, as if she truly was his girlfriend. Lin Wangqing, who was about to deny it, swallowed her words. She lowered her head, her face flushed, allowing Wang Zhe to pull her to the lounge. From temporary registration to insurance to vehicle inspection, Lu Yu arranged everything with ease. While waiting, the two sat in the lounge. Lin Wangqing held the coffee brought by the saleswoman with both hands, secretly glancing at Wang Zhe over the rim of her cup. He was resting his chin on one hand, scrolling through his phone with the other. His long fingers and fair hand with clearly defined joints were striking. She recalled the sensation when he helped her fasten the seatbelt, his fingertips grazing her shoulder. She remembered how he effortlessly handed over the bank card. 768,000. Not a single blink. What are you looking at? Wang Zhe suddenly looked up. Lin Wangqing's hand trembled, nearly spilling her coffee. Nothing. Lin Wangqing hurriedly averted her gaze, her heart nearly leaping out at Wang Zhe's surprise. Wang Zhe, seeing her flustered expression, chose not to expose her. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Wang Zhe sat in his very own white Porsche 718. He pressed the soft top switch. The red roof slowly folded back. The roof was fully open. The evening sunlight slanted in, landing on the white leather steering wheel and on the hands gripping it. Luxury car, beautiful girl. It was simply exhilarating. Wang Zhe wore a smile, shifted gears, and lightly pressed the accelerator. Vroom vroom. The exhaust. Luxury car, beautiful girl. It was simply exhilarating. Wang Zhe wore a smile, shifted gears, and lightly pressed the accelerator. Vroom vroom. The exhaust pipes emitted a deep roar. The 718 merged onto the main road from the Automobile City exit, blending into the evening traffic of the provincial city. In a convertible state, the 718 sliced through the air like a white blade hugging the ground. In the passenger seat, Lin Wangqing pressed her baseball cap down, with one hand, her ponytail blowing back in the wind with stray hairs sticking to her cheeks. When she left home this morning, she thought it was just an ordinary trip with Wang Zhe. Now she was sitting in a Porsche convertible worth over 700,000, feeling the vibrations of the exhaust beneath her feet. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. Unable to resist, Lin Wangqing turned her head to look at Wang Zhe. The evening sun's afterglow illuminated him from the side. With one hand on the steering wheel, the confidence and flair emanating from him captivated Lin Wangqing, causing her to feel a little dazed and inexplicably moved. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, Wang Zhe found a parking space by the roadside and said to Lin Wanqing, "Wait for me a few minutes." He then opened the door and got out. Lin Wanqing sat in the passenger seat of the 718, watching Wang Zhe cross the street and walk into a nearby China Merchants Bank. A few minutes later, Wang Zhe emerged holding a stack of 100 yuan bills in his hands. He opened the back door, stuffed the money into a black handbag, then returned to the driver's seat without explaining anything and drove off. Lin Wanqing didn't ask. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of the bulging bag in the back seat. For the next hour or so at the construction bank, the industrial and commercial bank, the agricultural bank, and the transportation bank, every time Wang Zhe stopped, got out, and withdrew cash, the bag would bulge a little more. Lin Wanqing initially paid little attention, until Wang Zhe opened the car door for the 5th time and stuffed another bundle of cash into the backseat bag. She could no longer help but look back. The black handbag in the back seat was already bulging. She silently calculated in her mind. 20,000 each time. At least 7 places visited. A total of 14,000. Lin Wanqing's fingers unconsciously tightened around her seatbelt. Her parents farmed in the countryside, working tirelessly all year for just 50 to 60,000 in income. And this boy in front of her, who looked about the same age as her, had taken over 100,000 in cash in just over an hour, as if he were picking up takeout. The key was that Wang Zhe had not boasted about anything from start to finish. "Zega, what is this?" Lin Wanqing couldn't help but ask curiously. "I need some cash for something," Wang Zhe replied with a smile as he settled back into the driver's seat. The 718's engine rumbled deeply as it joined the flow of traffic. By the way, Wang Zhe seemed to remember something as he waited at a red light, turning his head. "A friend's birthday is coming up in a couple of days. Could you accompany me to the gold store? Help me decide." Sure, Lin Wanqing nodded, thinking that Zhe Gu was quite considerate of his friends. "There's a hot pot restaurant in front of the CBD mall that has good ratings. We can eat there after visiting the gold store." "All right," Lin Wanqing answered decisively. She had posted on a platform that her service hours ended at 6 o'clock. It was almost 6 now, but she didn't mention it. Wang Zhe wouldn't be foolish enough to ask. At the first floor of the CBD mall, at the Zhou Qifeng Gold Store, during the National Day evening rush, there were more than 10 customers at the counter picking and choosing. "Welcome." As soon as they entered, a saleswoman in her 30s approached them eagerly, her gaze darting quickly between Wang Zhe and Lin Wanqing. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and narrow-waisted, with hands that looked almost like a model's. The woman was beautiful, with a high ponytail, long legs, and a fresh face that resembled a magazine cover. They appeared to be of similar age, their aura matching perfectly. At first glance, this was undoubtedly a young couple about to get married. An absolute consumer powerhouse. A smile instantly brightened the saleswoman's face. "Oh my, are you two here to look at jewelry? Are you choosing wedding gold or everyday wear?" "Young couple." Lin Wanqing froze for a moment. She opened her mouth to correct her, but Wang Zhe was quicker. "Let's first take a look at the bracelets, the solid gold ones." His tone was so natural that it seemed as if the phrase young couple was indeed referring to them. Lin Wanqing's mouth opened halfway, then slowly closed. Forget it. Correcting it in front of Zhe Gu, what if he felt awkward? Moreover, for some reason, she didn't actually mind the label too much. "All right. This way, please. The newly arrived dragon and phoenix bracelets and plain bangles are all here." Lin Wanqing followed behind Wang Zhe, her mind still turning over the phrase young couple. It was an indescribable feeling. A bit shy, yet there was a slight trace of something she couldn't quite put into words. Not rejecting. "Wanqing, help me try it on and see how it looks." Wang Zhe pointed to a carved dragon and phoenix bracelet in the display case. "Me? Try it on. My friend has a wrist about the same size as yours. Can you help me see if it fits?" Wang Zhe said with a smile. Lin Wanqing walked to the counter and confidently extended her left hand. The saleswoman swiftly put the bracelet on her wrist and gently pushed it. The golden bracelet clasped around her fair wrist, its warm luster making her skin look like it was made of fine jade. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, her voice rising half an octave. "Oh, handsome, your wife has such a delicate wrist. This style fits perfectly, as if it were custom-made." Lin Wanqing's face flushed bright red. "No, we're not. Sir, your taste is truly excellent. You've found a wife who is both beautiful and graceful." The saleswoman didn't give her a chance to explain, smiling as she looked at Wang Zhe. Having been in this business for over 10 years, she could clearly see who was paying. Those who bought bracelets were usually young and beautiful, and their relationships were typically uncomplicated. Wang Zhe glanced at Lin Wanqing's wrist adorned with the bracelet. To be honest, she really looked good. The gold complemented her complexion, making her look no different from the models in the advertisements on the walls. He didn't deny the title of wife. Of course, he didn't confirm it either. In his heart, he silently gave a big thumbs up to the saleswoman. She was doing a great job. He would write her a 5-star review later. "Let's take a look at the necklaces." Lin Wanqing lowered her head, her face still flushed. Her heart raced so fast that she could hear it. She wanted to correct it, but since Wang Zhe hadn't reacted, she felt even more embarrassed to speak up. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could that friend of Zhe guest be his girlfriend? As this idea arose, Lin Wanxing felt as if someone had gently squeezed her heart. It felt sour. She couldn't quite describe the taste. The saleswoman brought out several necklaces and a pair of teardrop-shaped earrings one after another. The necklace draped over Lin Wanxing's collarbone, its golden sheen reflecting her skin, making her appear as if she were enveloped in soft light, complemented by the subtle blush on her face. Wang Zhe felt his heart skip a beat. Soon he snapped back to reality. This necklace is nice, I'll take the bracelet from earlier, and I want that pair of teardrop earrings. Let's take a look at a couple of couple rings, solid gold. Sir, these two styles are this year's best-selling couple rings. The saleswoman opened the two ring boxes. This carved one is slightly vintage, while this matte one is more minimalist. Which style do you and your wife prefer? Wife. From young couple to wife, to bride to madam. This title had already upgraded 4 versions. Lin Wanxing felt her face had turned fiery red. Yet Wang Zhe pointed at her hand. Wanxing, help me try it on. Lin Wanxing confusedly extended her right hand. The golden couple ring slipped onto her ring finger, fitting perfectly. The saleswoman next to her wore a knowing smile, her eyes clearly saying, you two are a perfect match. Wanxing, what do you think? Wang Zhe turned to look at her. Lin Wanxing called out like this, instinctively stiffened, then quickly nodded. Very good. It looks great. Wang Zhe observed her slightly flustered appearance, suddenly recalling her earlier remark about how comfortable it was to sit. He almost laughed out loud. Suppressing the corners of his mouth, he turned to the saleswoman and said, let's total this up. The calculator clicked rapidly. The bracelet is 42,800, the necklace is 11,600, the earrings are 8,008, and the two couple rings together are 20,600, totaling 83,800. During the National Day promotion, 2,000 off, so it's 81,008. I'll round it down for you, 81,000. Wang Zhe showed no hesitation as he took out his phone and scanned the QR code. Beep, payment successful. In less than 10 seconds, the saleswoman swiftly packed the items, exclaiming, Miss, your husband really is willing to spend money on you. There aren't many men like that these days. Lin Wanxing remained silent. She no longer corrected her. It wasn't that she was accepting it, as she just didn't know how to respond. Wanxing, wait for me here. I'm going to the bathroom, Wang Zhe said as he exited the jewelry store. Okay. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Lin Wanxing quickly suppressed her emotions. Wang Zhe turned the corner, but didn't head to the restroom. Instead, he briskly walked toward the Chanel counter on the second floor of the mall, selecting a set of lipstick and perfume gift boxes. By the time he returned with the bag emblazoned with the double C logo, Lin Wanxing was leaning against the escalator, dazed, her fingers subconsciously rubbing the ribbon on the jewelry bag. This is for you. Wang Zhe handed her the Chanel bag. Lin Wanxing came to her senses and looked down. Zhe Gu. This. You've accompanied me all day, running around buying a car and visiting the gold store. You've worked hard. Wang Zhe smiled. Just a small gift, don't dislike it. Lin Wanxing looked into his eyes and suddenly felt something shift in her heart. It wasn't because of Chanel, but rather it was the warmth in his tone when he said you've worked hard that felt a bit unfamiliar to her. Thank you, Zhe. She graciously accepted the bag without refusal. Standing in place, Lin Wanxing bit her lip. Then she took a couple of quick steps forward and hooked her arm around Wang Zhe's. Wang Zhe didn't turn to look at her, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The hot pot restaurant was on the 7th floor of the mall. It was already past 8, and the flow of customers during the National Day holiday was still considerable. Fortunately, they didn't wait too long and were taken to a window-side table. Outside the window, the night view of the provincial capital was breathtaking. The CBD office buildings were brightly lit, and the traffic below flowed like ribbons of light, resembling liquid gold. When the pot base arrived, Wang Zhe ordered a table full of dishes. Today is a rare good day worth celebrating. Wang Zhe flipped to the drink page. Wanxing, how about some beer? Would you like to join me for a couple of cans? Lin Wanxing hesitated for a moment. Zhe Gu, I rarely drink. I probably can't handle much. The hot pot restaurant served dishes quickly. Within 10 minutes of sitting down, all the dishes ordered by Wang Zhe had arrived. The broth bubbled, and the rising steam made Lin Wanxing's face even redder. After a few sips of beer, her originally fair cheeks flushed with a thin layer of color. Ching ching, Wang Zhe said as he placed a piece of hot beef into her bowl, casually asking, how long have you been a tour guide? Only a week or two, Lin Wanxing replied somewhat shyly. Zhe, you are my first client. What made you decide to do this? Wang Zhe raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Lin Wanxing lowered her head, fiddling with the dipping sauce in her bowl, and remained silent for a moment. I want to earn more money. She paused as if hesitating whether to speak. In the end, she opened her mouth. Zhe, do you know? I'm actually quite afraid to go home, Lin Wanxing suddenly said. Wang Zhe did not respond immediately, but looked at her seriously. This was not indifference, but rather giving her enough space to express herself. Lin Wanxing felt Wang Zhe's attentive listening, took a deep breath. One night before I started college, I got up to go to the bathroom. Her voice was very soft. As I passed by my parents' room, I heard them talking. She paused. My mom said that Zhang Chong from the neighboring village who was in construction was willing to pay 100 as a betrothal gift and asked my dad if he wanted to marry me off. 12000. See. Wang Zhe frowned upon hearing this. My dad said no. Lin Wanqing forced a bitter smile. I was squatting behind the door feeling relieved. I thought my dad was heartbroken and didn't want to let me go. After all, Zhang Chong is a divorced man already over 30. But the next second, Lin Wanqing's eyes turned red. My dad said nowadays which girl isn't worth 12000. My Lin Wanqing is beautiful at least 16000. He told my mom to negotiate with Zhang Chong, and if it worked out, I would marry after finishing a year of college. She sniffed. My mom also said that if 16000 works out, my brother's down payment for a house in the city would be enough. Lin Wanqing didn't continue. She covered her face, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. I squatted behind the door and cried for a long time, not daring to make a sound. The next morning when my mom called me for breakfast, I sat at the table as if nothing happened. My brother was playing games beside me, my mom was serving him food, and my dad didn't even glance at me. From that day on, I told myself I had to earn my own money. I can't let them sell me. The room fell into a moment. Wang Zhe did not immediately say, "Don't cry," nor did he say anything similar like, "I understand you, it will get better over time." He handed her a tissue and spoke with a smile. Your dad's logic is just treating you like livestock to be sold, only postponing the weighing for a year. Lin Wanqing was taken aback upon hearing this. She thought Wang Zhe would comfort her. To her surprise, Wang Zhe suddenly said this, immediately pulling her out of her sorrowful mood. What you're doing now, earning money, is right. Wang Zhe continued, but the path you've chosen is too risky. I know. Lin Wanqing sniffed, but I'm just a college student, I have no other way. Wang Zhe did not pursue the topic further. He opened a new can of beer, pushed it in front of Lin Wanqing, and opened one for himself as well. Cheers, let's put the unhappy things behind us. Bang. The two cans clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Lin Wanqing tilted her head back and took a big gulp, the spiciness and alcohol choking her, forcing her remaining tears back. She took a deep breath and looked at Wang Zhe sitting across from her. They had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Yet Wang Zhe's way of speaking made her feel an inexplicable sense of security. Time quickly moved past 9 o'clock. There were 7 or 8 empty cans piled up on the table, the broth at the bottom thickening and the heat reduced. Lin Wanqing's face was flushed, her gaze somewhat unfocused, and her speech began to lag. Wang Zhe had a great capacity for alcohol, but he too was propping his head up with one hand, his gaze slightly unfocused. Of course it was just an act. Wanqing. Wang Zhe rubbed his temples, his voice carrying a hint of drunkenness. It's getting late, and you've had quite a bit to drink. If you go back to campus reeking of alcohol, your roommate will definitely not sleep well. Wang Zhe paused. How about we find a hotel to stay in for the night? Stay in a hotel for the night. Lin Wanqing instinctively clenched the hem of her clothes, feeling a bit hesitant. A lonely man and woman having known each other for only a few days. Although she had feelings for Wang Zhe, they had only just met. Wang Zhe noticed Lin Wanqing's concerns and spoke plainly. Don't worry, I'll book 2 rooms. Once you're in your room, just lock the door. I won't disturb you at all. I'm just feeling a bit dizzy and don't want to bother with anything. 2 rooms. Lock the door. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing's guard immediately dropped significantly. Ziji's was so wealthy, buying cars and gold ornaments, yet he respected her so much. Throughout the day, he didn't flaunt his car or mention his gold jewelry, and he listened to her cry, without seizing the chance to take advantage. Even now, after drinking, his first reaction was to offer her a separate room. So sincere. She bit her lip. Okay, he'll listen to Ziji's. Wang Zhe immediately took out his phone, called a luxury car through a ride-hailing app, and directly booked 2 luxury suites at the Hilton Hotel. Before long, the luxury car delivered the 2 of them to the Hilton Hotel entrance. As he opened the car door, Wang Zhe's body weight slightly leaned to one side. Zij, are you okay? Lin Wanqing reacted quickly, coming over from the front seat, supporting his arm with one hand and placing the other on his waist. I'm a bit dizzy. A part of Wang Zhe's weight pressed down. Lin Wanqing hurriedly moved around, placing a hand on Wang Zhe's arm to support him towards the elevator. Wang Zhe's weight pressed against her. Through his light, gray-fitted short sleeve, she could feel his toned muscles. Lin Wanqing's heart inexplicably raced. They entered the room. Lin Wanqing helped him sit on the edge of the bed and stood up, preparing to get some water. But then, in the next second, her wrist was grabbed. Lin Wanqing stiffened, almost crying out. Lin Wanqing looked at Wang Zhe in a bit of a panic. You're not drunk, are you? Wang Zhe did not release her wrist, nor did he pull her forcefully, but instead sat up straight, gazing intensely at her. Wanqing, don't be afraid, Wang Zhe said, releasing Lin Wanqing's wrist and looking into her eyes. We live in a lawful society. If I touch you without your consent, that would be illegal. If you're not at ease, you can go open the door now. If anything happens, just shout. Lin Wanxing was completely stunned upon hearing this. She thought Wang Zhe would act shamelessly and push things forward forcefully. But unexpectedly Wang Zhe had already thought of her retreat. The room gradually quieted down. Lin Wanxing remained still. Seeing her calm down, Wang Zhe gently pulled her over to sit beside him. Wanxing, I will be honest with you. The first time I saw you, I liked you. I like your innocence and the way you call me Ziji. And today that spirit of yours willing to work as a tour guide, instead of returning home to be your brother's down payment, truly touched me. Lin Wanxing's ears instantly flushed. Ziji. We've only known each other for a few days. I know Wang Zhe did not deny it, so I'm not playing with you. I know you've suffered a lot at home. Hearing it pains my heart. I don't want you to marry some Zhang Chong to be your brother's down payment. After Wang Zhe finished speaking, he walked to the door and brought in a bulging black handbag. He unzipped it. Wang Zhe pulled out stacks of 100 yuan bills neatly stacked on the sofa. The bright red bills bundled together filled half of the sofa. Lin Wanxing instinctively held her breath. Wang Zhe did not stop. He took out several golden jewelry boxes, opened them one by one, and placed them down. Bracelets, necklaces, earrings, wedding rings. The light shone on them. The golden luster intertwined with the red bills. That impact. It hit her directly. Lin Wanxing stood there, her mind feeling like something exploded. She remembered her dad saying behind the door, after finishing a year of college, then marry off. 160000. In her father's eyes, her entire worth was 160000. Now the things on the sofa, if counted, already exceeded this amount. As long as you are willing. Wang Zhe turned around, directly looking into Lin Wanxing's eyes with no intention of beating around the bush. In the future, I will give you 5000 per month as living expenses. All this cash and jewelry are, you don't need to be a tour guide anymore, nor do you have to think about how to explain things to your parents. I will help you handle family matters. You just need to do one thing. Look into my eyes and be my girlfriend. I will ensure that you enjoy a life of wealth and prosperity forever. After Wang Zhe finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Lin Wanxing stared at the pile of money and jewelry on the bed, then looked up at Wang Zhe. Her lips moved. She didn't make a sound. Nor did she leave. Seeing this, Wang Zhe took out the matching ring he bought today and placed it on Lin Wanxing's. In the hotel suite, Wang Zhe placed a golden ring onto Lin Wanxing's ring finger. Lin Wanxing looked down at the golden ring, wanting to say something, but she hadn't the chance to voice it. Wang Zhe reached out and pulled her into his embrace, having her sit sideways on his lap. Zhe, brother Zhe. Wang Zhe slowly lowered his head. Brother Zhe, I haven't washed up yet. Lin Wanxing turned her face away, her voice trembling. It's fine, we can do it together later. Wang Zhe's breath swept past her ear. Be good. This was an urgent matter. Why wash up now? One hand wrapped around her waist, tightening. Hiss. With a standard A4 waist, Wang Zhe could grasp most of it with one hand. Meanwhile, the other hand was not idle, personally measuring the length of Lin Wanxing's legs. Full and elastic. When he pressed his fingertips down, they sank into a curve, but when he released them, they bounced back. Wang Zhe took a deep breath. When Lin Wanxing completely let her guard down, Wang Zhe finally understood what it meant for fine branches to bear fruit. The contrast of her A4 waist above and below was far beyond his expectations, especially with her cold, fair skin. The light hit it, making it reflect almost blindingly. Her collarbone, shoulder line, and waist indentation, every curve was clean and sharp, especially when Wang Zhe had her lie back. The impact of the curve's fluctuation was something that could not be conveyed through phone screens or photographs. Only in that moment, when his palm truly pressed against her, could one feel it. Lin Wanxing felt her mind completely muddled, especially when Wang Zhe took off his fitted short sleeve, revealing a set of abdominal muscles under the light. Her entire person began to heat up. Wang Zhe was grateful that he had booked the presidential suite for tonight. The space was large enough, the sofa wide enough, and the bathroom was beyond words. At one moment, Wang Zhe glanced beside him. On the sofa, bundles of bright red cash were stacked, and a golden jewelry box shimmered with a warm glow under the light. Lin Wanxing's cold, fair skin contrasted beautifully with the bright red cash. That sense of conquest surged from the depths of his heart. Over an hour later, Wang Zhe carried Lin Wanxing wrapped in a hotel bathrobe out of the bathroom. Lin Wanxing buried her face in the crook of his neck, her breathing not yet completely steady, carrying a faint nasal tone. Wang Zhe gently placed her on the bed, pulling up the blanket to cover her shoulders. However, just as he straightened it, in his mind the electronic notification sound of the game rang out. Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured a quality woman with a score of 92. Reward 5 million. Has been credited. 5 million. Wang Zhe's previously hazy consciousness instantly cleared. Wow, he just earned 5 million. But the system didn't give him time to digest. Ding. Congratulations, player, you are the first driver of the 92-point quality woman. Extra reward 10 million has been credited. The first driver. An additional reward of 10 million. In just one night. 15 million has been credited. The phone vibrated. A bank notification popped up. China Merchants Bank, your savings card ending in 3332 received RMB 15000 at 2347 on October 2nd. The balance after the transaction is 15976,057.05 yuan. 15,976,000. Wang Zhe looked at the bank card balance. After spending over $1 million during the day on a 718 and gold accessories and withdrawing 14,000, now the game directly gave him a tenfold reward back. Wang Zhe slowly exhaled. He tried hard not to laugh out loud, but the curve at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. Ding! The notification sound rang again. Congratulations, player, you have successfully acquired the core talent perfect body of this quality woman. Effect comprehensive transformation of pectoral and abdominal muscles, adjustment of upper body shape, and optimization of core strength. Perfect pectorals paired with a taper and 8-pack abs, personal charm increased by 30. Would you like to use it? Use. Wang Zhe didn't hesitate for even a second. The moment he spoke, a fierce burning sensation spread across his chest and abdomen, as if something were roaming beneath his skin. Muscle fibers tightened and tore, then rewove and grew at an unbelievable speed. It was as if countless invisible hands were reshaping his entire upper body structure beneath the skin. Watching, I'm going to the bathroom. Wang Zhe tried to keep his voice normal as he gently placed her on the pillow. He got up and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him. In the mirror, the outlines of his pectorals and abdominal muscles were gradually emerging. The two pectorals were full, but not bulky. The center seemed deep and clear, transitioning smoothly to the ribs. Going lower, 8 abdominal muscles arranged tightly. The external oblique muscles converged from both sides, carving deep lines above the hip bones. Broad shoulders, thick chest, narrow waist. The muscle lines slightly undulated with his breathing. Wang Zhe stared at the mirror for several seconds. After more than 10 minutes, the burning sensation completely faded. Wang Zhe moved his shoulders and stretched his arms. The strength in his entire upper body was completely different from before. It felt light, yet contained a high density of explosive power. He pushed the door open and walked out. The room was lit only by a bedside lamp, and the warm yellow light fell on the bed. Lin Wanqing was curled at the edge of the blanket. Wang Zhe walked over, lifted the blanket, and got onto the bed, naturally wrapping one hand around her waist. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened for a moment, but then softened, pressing her face against his chest. Wang Zhe lowered his head, resting his chin on the top of her head. The scent of body wash lingered in her hair, mixed with the sweet fragrance that she naturally possessed. Wanqing, moi. A muffled voice came from his embrace. Don't do the tour guide job anymore. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Zhe. Still calling me Brother Zhe? Wang Zhe pinched that warm spot firmly. Then, what should I call you? Lin Wanqing asked, a little stammering. Wang Zhe did not answer directly. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the transfer. Amount 100000. Note, 3 words, wife's pocket money. Then in front of her, he clicked send. Lin Wanqing's phone buzzed in the blanket. Wang Zhe placed the phone back on the bedside table, turned to her, and gently brushed his thumb across her lips. What should it be called? Lin Wanqing's lips trembled. Husband. The voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible. I didn't catch that. Husband. This time it was slightly louder. Wang Zhe didn't make it difficult for her, pulling her up to sit. Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her hands flailing against his abdominal muscles. Her fingertips touched Wang Zhe's defined abdominal and pectoral muscles, instinctively wanting to pull back. But she was firmly held in place by Wang Zhe. This scene. Wang Zhe looked up at her hair, cascading down, obscuring half of her face. The exposed half was flushed. The way she looked down at him carried shyness and anxiety. After some more playful entanglement, Lin Wanqing was completely out of energy. Wang Zhe pulled the blanket up, covering both of them. Lin Wanqing's hand lay on his waist, her fingertips instinctively curling as her breathing gradually slowed, becoming long and even. The room was quiet, with only the sound of their breathing as Wang Zhe held her and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Wang Zhe opened his eyes, Lin Wanqing was wrapped around him like an octopus. One leg draped over his waist, her arms encircled his chest, and her face was nestled in his shoulder, completely defenseless in her sleep. Wang Zhe glanced at Lin Wanqing. Her fair skin glowed softly in the morning light, with clear collarbone lines and narrow, rounded shoulders. The more Wang Zhe looked, the more satisfied he became. But while he was admiring, he noticed a detail. Her breathing became short, and her exhalations quickened. Pretending to be asleep, a smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth. Silently, he reached out with his hand, fingers splayed, and precisely poked into her armpit. Off. Lin Wanqing let out a shriek, her body jolting up, as if electrocuted, sitting up straight in reflex. But Lin Wanqing forgot one thing. She was wearing nothing. In the instant she sat up, the blanket slipped down her shoulders, exposing 2 white mounds directly to the morning light. Hiss. Wang Zhe inhaled sharply. Early in the morning, was she planning a surprise attack? Was this a test of a young man's composure? Zay, brother Zay. Lin Wanqing sensed something was off in Wang Ze's gaze. Her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly reached for the blanket. But Wang Ze wouldn't give her the chance. He firmly held her wrist. Having driven for the first time last night, Wang Ze had restrained himself, being quite gentle. But this morning gentleness was no longer needed. After an unknown amount of time, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating Lin Wanqing. As she tilted her head back, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears, her fair skin tinted with a faint blush. Wang Ze and Lin Wanqing remained entangled in the hotel room until noon before leaving. Wang Ze took Lin Wanqing to the bank to deposit the 140 cash from last night, and he personally adorned her with jewelry. The gold necklace rested against her collarbone, perfectly complementing her fair skin. Lin Wanqing initially intended to return to school to fetch a change of clothes, but Wang Ze thought it unnecessary to go through such trouble and simply took her to a nearby mall, where he picked out several new outfits for her. Of course, while buying clothes, Wang Ze conveniently bought Lin Wanqing a few pairs of black stockings. To be honest, that evening when Lin Wanqing tried them on, it was an entirely different feeling. For the next 2 days, Wang Ze lived like a king in the hotel. Especially the night before returning to school, Wang Ze specifically bought a bottle of red wine. Lin Wanqing thought it was just a small drink for the two of them, but then Wang Ze whispered a few words into her ear. Lin Wanqing's complexion went from a slight blush to a deep crimson, nearly steaming. In the end, she still turned her back and obediently complied. The red wine flowed slowly down her collarbone. The deep red liquid resembled a winding stream rolling across her fair skin. That scene Wang Ze felt he would never forget in this lifetime. Some experiences can indeed be bought with money, but the precondition is you must have money. On the last day of the holiday, Wang Ze dropped Lin Wanqing off at the school gate. "Husband, when will you come find me again?" Lin Wanqing quietly asked as she stood at the school gate. Wang Ze looked at her and felt quite satisfied, reaching out to pinch her chin and pecking her lips. "Stay in school and wait for me. I'll come over when I'm not busy anymore." After Lin Wanqing's figure completely vanished behind the school gate, Wang Ze returned to the driver's seat and closed the car door. He didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and checked his bank balance. 15,970,000. Just a week ago, he was an ordinary college student. A week later, 8 figures. Is there anything more exhilarating than this? Vroom. Wang Ze pressed the ignition button, and the 4-cylinder boxer engine roared. Shift gears. In the rearview mirror, Lin Wanqing's school grew more distant. But Wang Ze's gaze was fixed ahead. Enjoying life's game had more than just one reward. Lin Wanqing scored 92 points and received a 10 million reward. What if it were 95 points? 98 points? With that thought, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ze's mouth. Accelerating to the max, the 718 sped toward Ishur. On the last day of the holiday, the school gate was crowded with students dragging luggage back to school. Boom. A deep exhaust sound came from the end of the road. Before the car was seen, the sound wave had already arrived. A dozen students at the dorm entrance turned to look. A white Porsche 718 convertible slowly drove over the speed bump. The car's body was lowered with the front lip nearly touching the ground. The top was down, revealing all black interior and a well-built young man in the driver's seat. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a simple white t-shirt clung to his muscular chest. Wow, a 718. So damn cool. That must be around 700,000 to 800,000, right? Wait, look at the bottom right corner. It's a campus parking permit. From our school. Wow, which major is that? Several boys pulled out their phones to take pictures. A few girls were even more direct, whispering among themselves while staring at Wang Ze in the driver's seat. Wang Ze remained unfazed, steadily parking the car in the East District parking lot and turning off the engine. He took out the key, grabbed his backpack, and headed upstairs. Pushing the door into the dormitory, he found all 3 roommates were finally present. "Old Wang, back from your getaway, how are you feeling now?" Zhang Liang was lounging on the bed playing a game. Seeing Wang Ze return, he quickly asked. "Nothing much happened." Wang Ze replied with a smile, tossing his backpack onto his bed. Hichong, rarely not with his girlfriend, leaned down from the upper bunk upon hearing Wang Ze had come back, casually saying, "You're back." Then his gaze fixed on the car key in Wang Ze's hand. Wait a moment. The next second, Hichong jumped down, snatching the key and examining it from all angles. The thought alone made him feel comfortable. Wang Ze rolled over, set an alarm for 7 in the morning, and closed his eyes to sleep. As soon as the word Porsche left his lips, Zhang Liang hastily paused his game and sprang up from the bed. "What did you say?" "Porsche." Zhang Liang rushed over his head, nearly bumping into the key in Hichong's hand. Shin Yu also set down what he was holding and stood up, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Wang Ze. The shield logo was unmistakable. "Old Wang, did you rent this?" Shin Yu asked tentatively. "I bought it." Wang Ze pulled out a chair and sat down, speaking calmly. Zhang Liang exploded first. "Bought it. A 700,000 to 800,000 Porsche." Hichong's eyes were filled with disbelief. For the past 3 years, Wang Zhe had worn, used, and eaten things that didn't seem like they belonged to a rich family. Now he came back saying he bought a car worth 7 to 800,000. The expressions of the three of them conveyed the same question. Did you rob a bank? Wang Zhe was already prepared for his roommate's reactions. He sighed, putting on a face that suggested he didn't want to. The family business has always been managed by my dad. Initially, I wanted to spend my 4 university years without touching the family money too much. So for the first 3 years, I was indeed experiencing life. He paused. But after breaking up with Li Yutong, I realized something. What's the point of pretending to be poor? When you're trampled on, who knows you're experiencing life? Others will just think you're easy to bully. So I told my family directly to bring the car over. For the remaining year, I don't want to suffer anymore. This statement was half true and half false, but the logic was sound. Moreover, it hit the emotional point perfectly. Hurt by an ex-girlfriend, so no longer hiding. This motivation was understandable to everyone. Old Wang. Awesome. He-Chong cheered along. That's genuinely awesome. Chen Yu gave a thumbs up. Alright, don't just stay cooped up in the dorm. Wang Zhe stood up. With the new car in hand, I have to treat my brothers to a meal. Let's go to the street stalls outside. I'll treat tonight. Order whatever you want. Let's go. Tonight, I want 10 plates of oysters. Zhang Liang, you have no girlfriend. What do you want oysters for? Don't you fear burning with desire at midnight? Shut up. The four of them laughed and joked as they left the dormitory building, walking towards the parking lot. Wang Zhe took out the key and pressed it from a distance. Beep. The iconic 4-point daytime running lights of the Porsche lit up instantly. Staring at the 718, He-Chong was left speechless. He walked around the car, squatted down to look at the wheels, then stood up to touch the hood. Wang Zhe opened the door and got in, pressing the ignition button. The 4-cylinder boxer engine let out a low roar, vibrations traveling up from beneath the seat. Do you want to take it for a spin, oi? Wang Zhe looked at He-Chong. He-Chong's eyes lit up. Old Wang, rest assured, even if I risk my life, I won't scratch the paint. He-Chong excitedly climbed into the driver's seat, while Zhang Liang darted to the passenger seat, making Chen Yu stomp his feet in frustration from behind. By the time everyone had taken turns experiencing it, the sky had already darkened. The four of them headed straight to the largest street stall in the university town. That night at 9 o'clock, the street stall was at its busiest. More than 30 outdoor tables were filled to about 70 to 80% capacity, with warm yellow string lights overhead, and the air was filled with the mixed aromas of charcoal fire, cumin, and beer. The four ordered a table filled with grilled skewers and beer, eating and chatting, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed. Just then a commotion came from the entrance of the street stall. Wang Zhe instinctively glanced over. 7 or 8 people entered in a line, mixed genders, each pushing a road bicycle beside them. All dressed in tight cycling outfits. The men Wang Zhe simply skipped over, nothing to see. The author won't describe this. But when those girls appeared, they immediately captured the attention of many. The fabric of their cycling outfits clung tightly to their bodies. Every inch of their curves was on full display. Their waistlines were astonishingly narrow, tapering to the thinnest point before gradually flaring into a full curve. Their hips were firm and rounded, thigh muscles well-defined and strong with long, straight calves. The level of fit made yoga pants seem loose in comparison. At least half of the diners at the street stall, then the various gazes never ceased. Damn, what a divine combination. Chen Yu swallowed hard. Zhang Liang was so stunned he could hardly speak. They must be cyclists, right? This figure is just too absurd. Wang Zhe raised his beer glass, his gaze calmly sweeping over that group. He didn't look at the men. He was focused on that group of exceptionally fit female cyclists. Thoughts raced through his mind. The cycling community. He had seen posts from this circle while scrolling through short videos. On the surface, they appeared to be a group of young people passionate about sports, meeting up on weekends for rides, taking photos for social media, embodying health, sunshine, and positive energy. But the comments section. Night rides, meetups, carpool training, private invites, even draws. The relationship dynamics were 10 times more complex than they appeared. Others might hesitate upon hearing all this. But Wang Zhe was different. He had a gaming system. He had a safety rating. He would engage where he should and refrain where he shouldn't. Precise filtering, zero risk. Moreover, the girls in the cycling circle had a natural advantage. Long-term high-intensity cardio and strength training, sculpted leg lines and core muscles that ordinary girls couldn't match. With high body ratings came high rewards. Wang Zhe took a sip of beer, suddenly having an idea. Old Wang, those girls have stunning figures, right? Zhang Liang leaned in sneakily. Definitely not bad. He-Chong, having just finished a grilled kidney, suddenly lowered his voice, casting a meaningful glance at that group of cyclists. Do you guys know just how chaotic the cycling community is, eh? The street food stall. He-Chong took a swig of beer and lowered his voice. Many cycling groups appear to be about riding, but in reality, they are just social circles. He slammed his cup on the table. During the day, they ride and post pictures on social media, putting on a facade of health and sunshine. At night, they disperse, pairing off with each other. You know what I mean. Zhang Liang, and Chun Ye's eyes widened in shock. Damn, that's intense. Even more intense than you think. Hee-chong leaned back against his chair. The cycling community has a lot of fluidity. Today it's this group, tomorrow it's that group. The relationships are as tangled as a ball of yarn, with many people straddling multiple boats without changing their expressions. Disorder is good. Zhang Liang smacked his lips, feeling a bit tempted. I'm getting interested. Hee-chong looked at him speechlessly. Wanna go? Fine, I'll ask you 3 questions. First, can you afford a bike? If you ride in with a few thousand yuan mountain bike, no one will pay you any mind, and you'll practically die socially. Second, can you keep up with others? There are guys in this circle earning 20 to 30,000 a month. Those driving a Tiguan or Mazda are considered poor. Third, Hee-chong paused, lowering his voice further. Even if you succeed, do you know how many people the woman you sleep with has been with before? Syphilis, AIDS, and such are just common occurrences. Syphilis and AIDS. Zhang Liang immediately had second thoughts. Forget it, it'll just save money honestly, and find a frugal girl to settle down with. Wang Zhe held his beer without saying a word. He watched the hesitant expression on Zhang Liang's face, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. What Hee-chong said was indeed the truth. For ordinary people, the cycling community is a high-threshold, high-risk, and highly uncertain place. Money needs to be in place, image needs to be up to par, and luck must be on your side. Even if you get lucky, safety isn't guaranteed. But this is just the logic of ordinary people. It is not his logic. The game is in hand. Only targets with a full safety coefficient can enter Wang Zhe's sight. As for the rest, the game doesn't even bother to give hints. The 3 obstacles Hee-chong listed, the first one he could solve in a minute, the second one he didn't need to chase, and the third one simply did not exist. Thinking of this, Wang Zhe raised his cup and lightly clinked it against Hee-chong's. Makes sense. Hee-chong nodded in satisfaction. He didn't realize that Wang Zhe's interpretation of this statement was entirely different from his own. Wang Zhe had definitely entered this circle. They drank until midnight, and the 4 of them settled the bill, swaying back to school. The 3 roommates were drunk and fell into bed, and within 2 minutes there was no sound. The dormitory was filled with the sound of even breathing. Wang Zhe was not sleepy for the time being. He leaned against the head of the bed, his phone lit up, and he typed 3 words into the search bar. Cycling group. The location was set to the local area of Esher, and several videos popped up, all road cycling vlogs. With dynamic background music, the camera followed the spinning wheels, and then panned to the roadside. Rows of female cyclists in tight cycling clothes were seen from behind. The level of fit in cycling clothes made even yoga pants look inferior. Any normal man seeing this scene would not need any textual explanation. However, Wang Zhe liked it. After searching for a while, Wang Zhe finally found a recruitment post. Account name: Esher Night Eagle Cycling Club. The cover photo showed a group of people holding bikes, posing for a photo by the lakeside with bright smiles, exuding vitality and health. Tags included green cycling, social cycling. Wang Zhe glanced at the recruitment information: established for 2 years with 300 core members and a male-to-female ratio of 1:2. Joining fee is $599, which includes a customized cycling scarf and priority registration for annual activities. He scrolled to the comments section. The first comment read, "Don't ask, just know that the average annual salary is $1 million and the average bike price starts at $30,000. The second comment said, "You will only know when you come, riding is fake, socializing is real." The third comment was even more direct. After the last lakeside ride, 3 couples formed in the group. The efficiency is much higher than that of a dating corner. Sure enough, it was exactly as Hee-chong said. Wang Zhe took a screenshot of the group owner's QR code and was just about to scan it. Ding. The game's notification sound rang out. Wang Zhe paused his fingers. Detected that the player is browsing information related to the Esher Night Eagle Cycling Club. The system has automatically scanned the publicly available member data of this group. Scan complete. Potential target detected 1. Estimated rating 95 points. Would you like to view detailed information? 95. Wang Zhe's heart raced at the sight of this number. Lin Wonking's game rating was 92 points, which translates to 15 million. What about that 95 points? The base reward starts at 10 million, and there's room for additional bonuses. Wang Zhe took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the excitement in his chest, and clicked on the detailed information. Name: Zhang Shanshan. Occupation: yoga instructor. Safety coefficient: full score. Note: this game aims to enhance player happiness. More information is to be explored by players themselves. Yoga instructor. Wang Zhe pondered. What being a yoga instructor entails doesn't need too much explanation. Any man seeing these 2 words would automatically fill in the picture in his mind. Core strength, flexibility, posture lines. So, the next target became quite clear. Wang Zhe went back, scanned the group owner's QR code, and added him on WeChat. The other side approved quickly. Bro, a newbie. How long have you been cycling? Just started, haven't even ridden on the road once. Wang Zhe answered honestly. No worries, we have plenty of newbies in our group. The veterans will guide you. Joining fee is $599 of fixed rides on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Come a few times, and you'll get familiar. There are plenty of beautiful women in the group, many opportunities. Deal. Wang Zhe directly transferred $599 to the group owner. The group owner was quick. After receiving the money, he immediately added Wang Zhe to the group. In less than a minute, the group chat page for the Esher Night Eagle Cycling Club appeared on Wang Zhe's phone screen. Over 300 people in the large group. Wang Zhe didn't rush to speak. He first browsed through the member list. There were no real names, with nicknames ranging from Flying Wheel Warrior, Sister of Lakeside, to No Balding while cycling. He didn't find Zhang Shanshan. Wang Zhe wasn't anxious. In 2 days, it would be Wednesday, the fixed riding day. When people gathered, he would surely have a chance to meet Zhang Shanshan. After all, a beauty with a score of 95 couldn't possibly be unknown once she showed up. However, before that, he could first get familiar in the group. Wang Zhe sent a message in the group. Just bought a bike, a complete newbie, know nothing, which big shot can guide me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhe directly sent out 6 red envelopes, each worth 100. The group chat exploded instantly. Welcome. Welcome. Where are you from, handsome? Are you coming to the event on Saturday? Don't be afraid, I'll personally take you around, newbie. What bike did you buy, What bike did you buy? Hurry and tell us. Wang Zhe glanced at the bustling group messages, a slight smile on his lips, replied briefly, and exited the group chat. He opened the shopping app. In the cycling community, equipment is like a business card. In 3 seconds of meeting, after seeing the bike, people would be categorized. Riding a few thousand yuan entry-level bike means either being ignored or being treated as a newbie. Neither outcome was suitable for him. Wang Zhe directly entered the search bar road bike. Sorted from high to low prices. The first item, top-tier carbon fiber frame electronic shifting, total price of 92,000. Add to cart. Top-tier cycling helmet, over 3,000. Add. Rafa flagship cycling outfit, 2008 for 1 set. He directly selected 3 sets in different colors. Gotta have some changes. Add. Cycling shoes, speedometers, heart rate monitors, water bottle holders, tail lights. After scrolling for 20 minutes, the total price jumped to just over 100,000. Wang Zhe glanced at the number without any hesitation and directly clicked to check out. What does spending 100,000 on equipment get you? It's a ticket to enter the community. It's a bargaining chip that distinguishes him from ordinary men riding cheap bikes at first glance. It's an initial investment for potential rewards in the millions. This calculation was one he didn't even bother to do. He was simply not on the same level. With the equipment sorted out, Wang Zhe thought of another issue. Where would these items be delivered to in the school? If a nearly 100,000 yuan road bike is left in the dormitory hallway, not to mention the risk of theft, the whole dormitory would know Wang Zhe's name within 2 days. Moreover, in the future, the number of women around him would only increase, and living in a dormitory would be quite inconvenient. Wang Zhe opened the rental app, set the location to within 3 kilometers of the school, and filtered 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, or more, well-decorated, movie and ready. After scrolling through over 10 listings, he paused at one. 15-minute walk from school, fully furnished 3-bedroom apartment, with excellent lighting, all furniture and appliances included, gated community, monthly rent of 3,005. He directly contacted the landlord and scheduled a viewing for the next morning. Done. Wang Zhe replied to a few messages from Tian and Lin Wanxing, then placed his phone on the bedside and closed his eyes. The last thought in his mind was, yoga instructor, 95 points. TSK. What Wang Zhe didn't know was that at the same time he was preparing to sleep, the school forum was already in an uproar. The photo of him driving into the campus in his 718 had been uploaded to the school forum. The comments section had been rolling from the afternoon to late at night, with hundreds of comments piling up and the heat not subsiding. Those who knew him and those who didn't were all discussing that car. Among them was Li Yutong. Tong, Xiao Dong messaged her with a very firm tone. Wang Zhe must have rented it. He used to do part-time jobs often, and his family isn't wealthy. How could he afford to buy a car worth 7 or 80,000? The intention is too clear. He just wants to catch your attention. Men after a breakup are often unwilling to let go and pull such stunts. Li Yutong looked at this message and slowly nodded. It made sense. But Tong, how much do you think it costs to rent the car for a day? At least 2 or 3,000, right? Xiao Dong continued. Having a bit of money but not saving it is pointless. You should really advise him to save it. That would be better than anything else. I'll go talk to him tomorrow. If he really has money, I'll get him to transfer some to me first, otherwise he'll end up spending it all recklessly. She put down her phone, staring at the ceiling, feeling even less satisfied with Wang Zhe's recent behavior. This Wang Zhe just couldn't be a bit more considerate. Renting a luxury car after a breakup to seek attention, it seemed she had been too lenient with him. From now on she had to keep a closer watch. The next morning, Wang Zhe hurried to the house he had viewed the night before. The landlord was a woman in her 40s who showed him around the place. It had 3 bedrooms and a living room elegantly decorated with good lighting, situated on a low but quiet floor. Young man, this place is $3,500 a month with 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent in advance. Does this suit you? Wang Zhe didn't even negotiate the price. He took out his phone and directly transferred a year's rent. The landlord smiled and immediately handed over 2 keys. Wang Zhe tucked the keys into his pocket and wandered around the mall. 2 large beds 2 meters wide, one in the master bedroom and the other in the second bedroom, new curtains, a refrigerator plugged in, and the balcony cleaned. He tidied up the room. Locking the door, Wang Zhe drove his 718 towards the school. After parking in the school lot, he took out the keys and strolled towards the dormitory. However, just as he reached the corner of the dormitory building, Wang Zhe's footsteps paused. 2 people were standing by the flowerbed below, a man and a woman. The woman was linking arms with the man, looking up and laughing animatedly. The man wore a pink polo shirt with the collar deliberately popped up, and his hair was styled with gel. Li Yutong, Xiao Dong. These 2 had actually blocked him at the bottom of the dormitory. Wang Zhe did not stop and continued walking forward. Li Yutong caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of her eye, and her smile instantly vanished, replaced by an impatient expression. Wang Zhe, how long are you going to sulk? She pulled her arm away from Xiao Dong, crossing her arms. Wang Zhe said nothing, his hands in his pockets. He wanted to see what these 2 were up to. Li Yutong was momentarily taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor and paused before continuing to speak. Let me make this clear. Xiao Dong and I are just close friends, and don't overthink it. This time when we went to Shania, we stayed in 2 separate rooms, and he paid for it. She paused, her tone surprisingly carrying a hint of condescension. You should actually thank him for saving you some travel. When we get married in the future, you can save that money for the bride price. Bride price? Wang Zhe almost lost his composure, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards before he forced it back down. At this moment, Xiao Dong stepped forward at just the right time, wearing a gentle expression. Wang Zhe, don't blame Yutong. This trip was indeed my oversight, leading to your misunderstanding. I will pay more attention to boundaries in the future, don't worry. He then turned to Li Yutong, full of concern. Yutong, don't be too anxious. Wang Zhe just needs some time to come around. Actually, Yutong has always had you in her heart, Wang Zhe. What she said was only because she cares about you so much. It was a flawless combination. Many classmates were coming and going from the dormitory building, and some had already started to look over secretly. Seeing that Wang Zhe still hadn't spoken, Li Yutong's frown deepened. Wang Zhe, can't you be as understanding as Xiao Dong? She leaned slightly towards Xiao Dong, her voice barely containing her anger. Look at how much he endures without ever saying a harsh word in front of you. We came here today to help you out, so apologize to Xiao Dong now, and take us both out to eat. This matter will be settled then. She lifted her chin slightly. Xiao Dong beside her waved his hands repeatedly, looking troubled. Yutong, it's not necessary. Apologizing feels too formal. We're all friends. Li Yutong shot him a glare. You're too indulgent of him. Done with the performance. Wang Zhe was about to speak, but he didn't get the chance. Li Yutong executed a move that left him in awe. She opened her phone, pulled up the payment code, and thrust the screen right in front of Wang Zhe. Transfer it over. Starting today, all your money each month should be transferred to my account. Ooh, I'll manage it for you. Every week I'll transfer you 300 for pocket money, just enough for your meals. So you don't waste it like you have been these past few days. And you need to return that rented 718. The rental fee is several thousand a day. Do you have so much money to waste? That bit of money you've saved up over half a year, do you really want to lose it all in just a few days? Several classmates passing by slowed their steps upon hearing this. Xiao Dong timely added, Yutong is doing this for your own good, Wang Zhe. She's worried you might act impulsively and make foolish decisions. She's genuinely thinking of you. The scene fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Wang Zhe's reaction. Wang Zhe lowered his head and glanced at the payment code. Then he raised his hand. Clap, clap. He applauded. Seeing Wang Zhe's gesture, Li Yutong's expression froze. Li Yutong, are you out of your mind? Wang Zhe retracted his hand and stepped forward. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone around heard him. Li Yutong's face changed instantly, as she clearly hadn't expected Wang Zhe to respond like that. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find her words. Since the day you went out to play with this dog, we ended things. Didn't I make that clear last time? Or is your here? Wang Zhe didn't give her a chance to interrupt. You think you're worthy of me transferring my money to you? 300 pocket money. Transferring me 300 every week. He scoffed. Are you my mother? What right do you have to manage my spending? Li Yutong's face fluctuated between red and white, her mouth opening and closing, her finger trembling as she pointed at Wang Zhe. You weren't like this before. Before? What have you ever had that wasn't paid for by me? When I was wholeheartedly devoted to you, what were you doing? Going to Shania with your good friend, huh? And you want me to apologize? I'll apologize to your mother. The moment those words left his mouth, Xiao Dong's face turned a deep shade of purple. He stepped forward, blocking Li Yutong, trying to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, but his voice trembled. Wang Zhe, how can you say that about Yutong? You can come at me, but you can't insult her like this. His voice rose a few pitches, desperately trying to appear imposing. Apologize to Yutong right now. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as this sentence fell slap, a resounding slap hit Chao Dong's right cheek. It was quick and clean without hesitation. Chao Dong's body swayed to the left. He covered his face, his eyes wide open, staring at Wang Zhe, his lips quivering but unable to make a sound. Slap. The second slap followed closely. This one was heavier than the first, sending Chao Dong stumbling back 2 steps, almost sitting on the edge of the flower bed. I suggest you get lost. Wang Zhe stood still looking down at Chao Dong, who was crouched on the ground covering his face. By the way, Wang Zhe glanced at Chao Dong, pulled out the key to the 718 from his bag, then opened his phone gallery to show the vehicle registration certificate. The 718 is mine, not rented. You want her to save me money for the bride price. Save my ass. After saying this, Wang Zhe put the key back in his pocket. What are you so proud of? No matter how much you stir things up, aren't you just playing with the leftovers I left behind, eh? Hearing this, Li Yutong's face turned as pale as a sheet. She pointed at Wang Zhe, her mouth opening and closing several times, her chest heaving violently. Wang Zhe, you've gone too far. Her voice was sharp enough to crack. Chao Dong stood up from the ground, wanting to say something to regain face, but meeting Wang Zhe's gaze made him swallow the words back, especially seeing the onlookers pointing and whispering. He didn't dare linger any longer. Yutong, let's go. Chao Dong tugged at Li Yutong's arm, his voice barely a whisper. Li Yutong glared at Wang Zhe, but her body obediently followed Chao Dong's lead as they retreated. Wang Zhe, you'll regret this. She threw down the words and turned to leave in a hurry. Chao Dong followed closely behind, covering his face, not daring to stay even a moment longer. Regret. Wang Zhe shook his head. Leaving aside everything else, just the fact that Li Yutong appeared and the game didn't even prompt a hint means what? Li Yutong didn't even reach a basic score of 85. She's not even as good as Tian and Lin Wanqing, and she wants Wang Zhe to regret it. Regret what? Watching Chao Dong and Li Yutong depart, Wang Zhe simply turned and went upstairs, not giving them a second thought. In the dormitory, his 3 roommates were shouting excitedly at the computer screen. Lao Wang, you're back. Want to join us? Zhang Liang caught a glimpse of Wang Zhe entering and quickly called out. Yi Chang also shouted, come on, we need one more player just in time for you to step in. You guys play, or I just got back from outside and am a bit tired. Wang Zhe waved his hand, casually draping his coat over the back of a chair. All right. Zhang Liang didn't press the issue, his attention instantly drawn back to the team battle on the screen. Wang Zhe lay on his bed, silently calculating in his mind. Currently, he had 15 million in his account. It sounded like a lot, but to establish a foothold in the e-market, the first step was to buy a house. In a better location in the city center, a bare shell would cost at least 4 to 5 million. With full customization and appliances, it could easily add another million. Conservatively, a single apartment would set him back 5 to 6 million. Then there were cars. The 718 was indeed a Porsche, and when driven out, ordinary folks would give a thumbs up. But what did people in the circle say? The owner of a 718 was a rich person among the poor and a poor person among the rich. Looking higher, there were Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Maybachs. Any of those cars would start at 3 to 4 million. As someone who had never even touched a supercar, what difference did it make whether he drove one or not? Calculating this way, with a house costing 5 to 6 million and a car 3 to 4 million plus ongoing daily expenses and various investments piling up, 8 digits simply wouldn't be enough. TSK. Originally, he thought he was a small tycoon, but after this calculation, having 8 digits in savings meant nothing. He was just a broke loser. Wang Zhe turned over and pulled out his phone from under his pillow. He needed to find a way to make more money. He had already figured out the reward mechanism of the game system. The higher the rating of the target, the more substantial the rewards. Lin Wanqing had a score of 92, which would net him 15 million. As for Zhang Shanshan in the cycling circle, the system estimated her score at 95, which would be even better if he could successfully pursue her. However, that was a distant goal, as he had to wait for the equipment to be ready and to build rapport before there would be any chance. In this interim period, could he find other opportunities? Wang Zhe opened Dodo and specifically browsed live streaming rooms. There were dancers, singers, chatters, sellers, and outdoor streamers. He scrolled through more than 20 in a row, his fingers nearly going numb. The game's notification sound had not rung even once. He switched categories and clicked into the beauty section. This time it was even more intense. The screen was filled with carefully dressed female streamers, each one more lively than the last, while the comments flew by like a swarm of gnats. Still, the game showed no response. Wang Zhe set his phone down with a furrowed brow. This was not right. With thousands of streamers, was there not one he could pursue? With a thought, he opened the game panel, carefully inspecting the right corner icon he had never clicked before. It read rating rules. Wang Zhe clicked on it casually. In the next moment, a long list popped up with the title boldly displayed, Criteria for Evaluating Targets. Wang Zhe scrolled down. Good heavens. It was a full 100 pages. 100 pages? Was this a beauty contest or a civil service exam? His curiosity piqued Wang as they quickly clicked through it, reading one line after another. The overall framework was simple, comprising 4 dimensions: appearance, body, temperament, and rarity. However, breaking it down further, each dimension had dozens of rigid criteria, each followed by the same 2 words: pass. The more he read, the more astonished Wang Zhe became. In the appearance section, the first line read: the system can directly detect the barefaced state. If the barefaced score is below 80, it is an automatic pass. The second line: unfavorable facial features for husbands, automatic pass. The body section was even harsher. Below a C cup, automatic pass. Industrial aesthetics, automatic pass. Height below 150 centimeters, automatic pass. What is meant by industrial aesthetics? Wang Zhe pondered for 2 seconds and understood the system wanted original, genuine bodies, not artificially enhanced ones through silicone or hyaluronic acid. The temperament section had the most entries and was the most absurd. If the target had more than one partner, automatic pass. If they had resentful spirits inside them, automatic pass. If they were over 30 or under 18, automatic pass. If they had bioweapons, automatic pass. If they had tattoos, automatic pass. If their education was too low, automatic pass. If they were involved in familial support schemes, automatic pass. If they were unhealthy and could affect future children, automatic pass. Wow. The game's screening standards were 3 times stricter than those for national civil service physical exams. 1 word: strict. 2 words: really strict. 3 words: way too strict. However, on the flip side, precisely because the standards were high, the targets that passed the screening would be valuable. After all, rarity makes something precious. Of course, the game wasn't only about elimination. Following the pass standards was a long list of bonus criteria. Physique: unique types like sweet contribute to talent bonuses. Fertility enhancing physique bonus. Ultramoist physique bonus. Temperament: high education bonus. No domestic violence tendencies bonus. No driving experience bonus. Age category between 18 and 22 bonus. Wang Zhe flipped through the rules roughly for 30 to 40 minutes, skimming through the 100 pages. Reaching the very bottom, he suddenly paused. At the end of the rating rules, the system had automatically generated a series of scanning reports for the streamers he had just browsed. Wang Zhe casually opened a few. The first report reads: streamer Wang X has a few resentful spirits inside. The second, streamer Zhang XX looks like a beauty when dressed up, but maybe larger than you when undressed. The third, streamer Lu X at 40 years old looks like she's 20. The fourth, streamer Chen XX carries bioweapons, loyal to what's infected. The fifth, streamer Zhang, the love from a black man is true love. During my study abroad, I experienced the charm of many foreign men and am now looking for someone to take over. Loyal to what's infected. Game, are you serious? But Wang Zhe suddenly understood why none of the dozens of streamers had any lights on. It wasn't that the game was broken, it was that none of these people were qualified. He closed the game panel and abandoned the thought of finding targets in the live streaming rooms. This path was unfeasible, at least not in the short term. Wang Zhe picked up his phone again, lazily starting to browse regular videos. Fishing, cooking, comedy. Just as he was about to exit, a video popped up automatically. The thumbnail featured a girl in a white t-shirt with text reading, "Shy and bashful Lili battle robe uniform professional outfit costume change." The account name was Chang Xiaojiu with a profile picture of a silhouette obscuring her appearance. Wang Zhe initially stopped just to take a look. The video began. The camera started below the collarbone with the loose white t-shirt draping over her body, hiding any contours. Then her wrist flipped. The scene changed. The white t-shirt disappeared, replaced by a blue Lili apron robe, fitted tailoring, cinched waist with the fabric flowing down from the waist, the hem barely covering halfway up her thighs. The camera slowly panned down. Below the hem, her 2 legs were fully exposed. White. Long. Not the kind of leg shape and color modified with stockings, but rather a uniform white from the ankles to the knees and up to the thighs. Her calves were long and slender, her ankles delicate enough to be gripped by a single hand, and her knee bones aesthetically shaped leading up to smoothly contoured thighs. The key point was the proportion. Just from this shooting angle, the length of her legs clearly exceeded that of her upper body. A classic case of legs being longer than the torso. The blue skirt swayed slightly as she turned, her 2 pale legs flashing by the camera. The video ended. In total, it lasted less than 10 seconds. Wang Zhe's thumb remained frozen on the screen, unmoving. In the dormitory, He Chang was still cursing at his teammates, Chun Yu was chiming in, and Zhang Lian's keyboard was clicking away. But Wang Zhe heard none of it. Ding. The game's notification sound rang in his ear. Detected potential target for pursuit. Comprehensive estimated score, 91 points. Would you like to view detailed information? 91 points. Wang Zhe's eyes instantly lit up. A delightful surprise. He had been casually scrolling through videos to pass the time, and a 10-second costume change video unexpectedly triggered the game's detection mechanism. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe clicked to view the details. Name: Sonia. Occupation: waitress. Safety rating: full marks. Note: this game aims to enhance players' sense of happiness, More information can be explored by the players themselves. A waitress. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Not a model, not an internet celebrity, nor a product promotion influencer. A waitress with a comprehensive score of 91 points can only mean one thing. Her hardware conditions are so excellent that her professional shortcomings become irrelevant. After all, he had just finished reading the game's scoring rules, which stated that the occupation itself does not contribute to the score. It relies solely on beauty, figure temperament, and rarity. 91 points. Lin Wanqing had 92 points, earning 15 million. In the same tier, successfully strategizing guarantees a minimum of 10 million. Moreover, she is right in Esher. Close proximity. Wang Zhe exited the game panel and opened her Douyin profile. The account named Chang Xiaojiu had 7 videos, all focused on costume changes. Wang Zhe curiously scrolled through the comment section, and under the third video someone asked where she worked. Sonya replied, I previously worked at Li Lai in the neighboring province, but am back in Esher, now working at Tycoon Bakery. Tycoon Bakery. Wang Zhe did a quick search. It's a well-established local bakery chain in Esher with 4 branches, and a main store located in the old town, a 20-minute drive from the school. This will work. Wang Zhe planned to check it out in the afternoon. After casually having a bite for lunch, he returned to his dorm to change his clothes. He wore a fitted black t-shirt and loose retro jeans, looking neat and clean. Particularly the noticeable contours of his chest muscles and the faint outline of his abdominal muscles elevated his overall appearance. Wow. Old Wang, how do I feel like you've come back from vacation looking more handsome? Zhang Liang carefully scrutinized Wang Zhe, his gaze lingering on his chest for a couple of seconds. I feel the same way, He Chang joined in teasingly. Look at those chest muscles. Old Wang, confess honestly, did you go on a date? Just joking. Wang Zhe pretended to brush off non-existent dust from his t-shirt, his tone both pretentious and amusing. I was already handsome, I just didn't want to put too much pressure on you guys before. TCH. Damn, how shameless. Zhang Liang and the others simultaneously raised their middle fingers. You guys keep playing him stepping out for a bit, and we'll bring you food later. Alright. Take care, stepfather. Wang Zhe grabbed the car keys and headed out. The 718 merged into the main road from the west gate of the school, navigation set to Tycoon Bakery. He checked all 3 branches, but did not see anyone. Without hesitation, he switched to the main store in the old town. He parked in a temporary spot across the street. This time he didn't rush in, but first peered inside through the glass doors. The main store of Tycoon Bakery was more than twice the size of the branches, with counters divided into the bread section, cake section, and beverage section, where 5 or 6 employees in apricot-colored uniforms were busy at their tasks. When Wang Zhe spotted the cake section on the far right, he suddenly stopped. A girl with a ponytail was focused on sealing a box of egg tarts with plastic wrap. In an apricot-colored uniform, with an apron tied around her waist, her hair was neatly tied back. She looked up to say something to a nearby colleague, and then turned her face. Wang Zhe clearly saw her. The videos only captured below her collarbone, so Wang Zhe actually didn't know what Sonya looked like. But at that moment she stood right there, and only 2 words echoed in his mind: clean. Nothing was applied, nothing was smeared, she was barefaced. Her features were not particularly stunning, but every part fit perfectly together. Her eyes were round, her lips shaped like an M, and when she smiled the corners of her eyes curved down, giving her an exceptionally gentle appearance. Of course, there's a precise term to describe this kind of face: a white moonlight face. Also known as a first love face. For example, Zhang Xiaohua in the entertainment industry has a similar face shape. But what truly made Wang Zhe's gaze linger for 2 extra seconds was the moment she walked out from the side of the counter to grab a packaging bag. The hem of her work uniform reached her knees, revealing a section of her calf. Just like in the video. White and straight. Wang Zhe pushed open the glass door. A warm aroma of freshly baked bread wafted over, carrying a sweet scent that made one feel relaxed. He walked straight to the far right counter. Sonya immediately noticed the person approaching. She looked up and revealed a standard professional smile. Hello, what can I get for you? Wang Zhe didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely scanned the counter. Egg tarts, European bread, meat floss rolls, toast baguettes, purple rice bread. Dozens of varieties, all neatly displayed. Then he looked up at Sonya. They'll take everything on the counter. Huh. Sonya, who was bending down to grab a pair of tongs, abruptly paused her movements. She straightened up, unable to react. Handsome guy, what did you say? They'll take all the bread. Wang Zhe paused for a moment and pointed towards the cake section. And pack up those ready-made cakes over there for me too. Sonya, hearing Wang Zhe's confirmation, quickly scanned the inventory at the counter and then looked at Wang Zhe. Handsome guy, we have a lot of items in the counter. Are you sure you want all of them? Absolutely. It's not just for me. I'm bringing food for my buddies, so just pack it up without worry. Oh, okay, please wait a moment. Sonya immediately turned to call her colleagues in the cake section. Xiaomei, Wang Jia. This handsome guy is taking all the bread and cakes. Hurry and help pack them. The round-faced girl Xiaomei almost dropped the packaging bag in her hand. All of it. Yes, everything. The round-faced girl and the tall girl Wang Jia exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. First, today's commission is secure. Second, who is this guy? The two quickly set aside their tasks and came over to help with the packing. While Xiaomei stuffed European bread into the bag, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Wang Zhe. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up. Handsome guy. The fitted black t-shirt outlined his upper body clearly. The two bulging curves on his chest could hardly be concealed, and the muscle lines on his arms became apparent as he scrolled through his phone. The key was his face. Angular, yet not fierce, he exuded a relaxed air of indifference towards the opinions of those around him. That relaxed demeanor didn't seem to be put on. The three girls deftly worked for 20 minutes, and 4 large bags of bread and cakes were neatly stacked. Wang Jia, with her hair in a bun, took the food tongs from Songya and began to pack the last few items. All right, Xiaoya, I got the rest. You go handle the checkout. Okay, thank you, sister. Songya quickly walked to the checkout counter and began entering the items into the system one by one. Wang Zhe leaned against the counter waiting patiently. After finishing, Songya looked up. A total of 3,520. Wang Zhe handed over the payment code. Songya pointed the scanning gun at the screen. Beep. All right, handsome guy. Songya finished speaking, paused for a moment as if remembering something, and added, it's best to finish the bread and cakes today, especially the egg tarts and meat floss rolls. They won't taste as good by tomorrow. The purple rice bread is finer. It can last 2 days in the fridge. Wang Zhe put away his phone and smiled. You're quite considerate. Most people would want me to buy more, yet you're worried I won't finish it and waste it. Wang Zhe's tone carried a hint of teasing. Songya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled back a little shyly, lowering her head. Well, I can't just let it go to waste. Wang Zhe didn't say anything more. He picked up 2 bags and turned to walk out. The 4 large bags of bread and cakes were quite heavy. Songya and the other 2 girls hurried to catch up and help. As they walked to the side of the car, Wang Zhe pressed the key. The 718's tail lights flashed twice, and the trunk slowly opened. The 3 girls helped to load the 4 bags inside. Take care, handsome guy. Songya stood by the roadside, slightly bending at the waist. Wang Zhe nodded at her, opened the car door, sat inside, and started the engine, smoothly driving the 718 out of the temporary parking spot, until the white Porsche turned the corner and vanished completely. The round-faced girl Xiaomei grabbed Songya's arm, her voice rising by 8 notes. Xiaoya, did you see that? A Porsche. He was driving a Porsche? I saw it. Songya chuckled and turned to walk back into the store. Is that your reaction? Xiaomei hung on to Songya's arm, her face incredulous. He came in for the first time and cleared out your counter. Don't you think that's strange? Even if it's for his friends who can eat 3,500 worth of bread in one sitting. He's clearly here for you. He's just buying bread. Oh, what's so strange about that? Songya reached out and tapped her forehead. I think you just want to date and see something interesting in everything. I'm just worried about you. Xiaomei was about to say more when Wang Jia, with her hair in a bun, casually walked over, her expression meaningful. Xiaoya, do you know what brand that watch on his wrist is? I don't know. Patek Philippe. Wang Jia turned her phone screen towards her. On it was a blurry, candid shot, and the watch face on his wrist was marked with a red circle alongside a comparison screenshot from Zaihongshu. This series starts at least 3 to 400,000. Xiaomei's face instantly froze. 3 to 400,000. Her voice trembled. I only make 3,000 a month. That watch is worth 10 years of my salary, sister. 3 to 400,000 for the watch, 70 to 80,000 for the Porsche. Wang Jia counted one by one. He casually spent 3,005 to clear out the bakery without batting an eye. She looked at Songya, her smile meaningful. Xiaoya, wearing a watch worth 3 to 400,000, driving a car worth 70 to 80,000, and buying 3,005 worth of bread without blinking. What if he really is interested in you? What will you do? Xiaoya, are you really not tempted? With that figure, that appearance, that car, if they were interested in me, I would have already gone for it. Can you be quiet for a moment? Songya stretched out her hand to pry Xiaomei's claws off her arm, shaking her head with a smile. They're just here to buy bread. Your imagination is too strong. Besides, I have a boyfriend. As soon as these words left her mouth, Xiaomei's momentum instantly deflated. Xiaomei let out a slight sigh of regret. But what's so good about your Xiechong? Every time I see him, I just feel it. Last time he came to pick you up at the shop, he spent the whole time playing on his phone at the counter, urging you to get off work, several times, his face looking as if someone owed him money. He was in a hurry that time. Songya explained for her boyfriend. Xiaomei pouted, still wanting to say something. Sister Wang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xiaoya knows in her heart. After saying this, Sister Wang glanced at Songya. After hesitating for a moment, she finally just smiled and said nothing. Xiaomei didn't notice Sister Wang's expression. Songya noticed, but didn't take it to heart. If you keep talking, I won't. Songya tapped Xiaomei on the forehead and began to wipe down the shelves. At 6 in the evening, the supergroup bakery closed on time. Songya and a few sisters cleaned the floor, organized the shelves, and changed out of their work clothes to hang them in the changing room. See you tomorrow, Xiaoya. Xiaomei hopped on her pink electric scooter and waved to Songya. See you tomorrow. Songya smiled back, mounted her gray-white electric vehicle, and merged into the traffic of the old city. Beep. Just as she was nearing home, Songya's phone vibrated in her pocket. Stopping her vehicle by the roadside, she took out her phone to see that it was her boyfriend Xiechong calling. Hey Xiaoyu, are you coming over tonight? I made some delicious food. The voice on the other end was gentle and eager, just like usual. I'm almost home. My mom just texted me saying dinner is ready. I won't be coming over today, you eat first don't, Songya said in a gentle tone. Alright then. Xiechong's tone immediately dropped. Songya noticed he was unhappy and quickly added. I'll come over after work tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. But she didn't finish her sentence. Xiechong directly hung up the phone. Is he angry? Songya stared at her phone for 2 seconds, then sighed helplessly. Here we go again. Every time she couldn't go over he would react this way. No explanation, no argument, just a direct hang-up. Forget it. She would go over early after work tomorrow, cook him some ribs, and buy some snacks he liked to properly appease him. Xiechong was just a bit temperamental, but he was quite ambitious. As a gym instructor, Songya had seen Xiechong help students work out at the gym many times. Moreover, Xiechong actively provided her with a sense of security, frequently checking in on her through his phone, and controlled his relationships with female students very well. As Songya pondered, she continued to ride her bike. At the same time, in Xiechong's rental apartment, his phone was tossed onto the sofa with a thud. The sullen expression on Xiechong's face disappeared completely. In its place was a nearly jubilant lightness. If she doesn't come, that's just fine. Xiechong rummaged under the sofa for another phone and quickly navigated to a contact labeled Fitness Coach Lu Lin. Come over tonight for dinner. What's wrong? Your girlfriend isn't coming over today. The phone was quickly answered and a woman's voice teased. Don't mention it. I've never seen anything so absurd in my life. They've been together for over a year, and even holding hands is a chore. Oh, a kiss feels like a life or death situation, always saying they need to wait until after marriage. Xiechong scoffed. If it weren't for her decent looks, I would have kicked her to the curb long ago. The woman on the other end laughed out loud. You're really something. Doesn't that girl truly care for you? Care? Xiechong laughed. What's caring worth? What I want is a person. With her personality, she'll be worn down by me sooner or later. By then, haha, you'll see. Alright, stop grossing me out. I'll be there in half an hour. The call ended. Xiechong tossed his phone to the other end of the sofa. He cheerfully entered the bedroom and pulled out a large box, taking out various new toys from inside. Since Songya wasn't coming, he could see how to play with these new toys. Once he had her in hand, he would find a way to get her to play with these toys. Thinking of Songya's face coming to play with these toys, Xiechong felt a different kind of thrill. The 718 was smoothly cruising down the main road. Wang Zhe had one hand on the steering wheel with 4 large bags of bread and cake piled in the passenger and back seats. 3,500 yuan worth of bread, at least 30 to 40 pounds. It wasn't realistic to carry it all back to the dorm. The cake would spoil overnight. He pulled out his phone to search. Esher Sunshine Welfare Institute, 10 minutes drive from here, accepting donations of unexpired food. Wang Zhe made a call to confirm and directly turned the car around. 10 minutes later, the 718 stopped in front of a 3-story building with light yellow walls. The head of the Welfare Institute was already waiting at the door with 2 little boys. The younger one, about 4 or 5 years old, was staring wide-eyed at the egg tart box. Uncle, is this an egg tart? The younger one looked up at him, his voice sweet and innocent. Wang Zhe squatted down and handed him a box of egg tarts. There are egg tarts. Come quickly to eat egg tarts. The older one didn't leave. After hesitating for a moment, he bowed seriously. There are egg tarts. Come quickly to eat egg tarts. The older one didn't leave. After hesitating for a moment, he bowed seriously to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe reached out and rubbed his head. Go on. The director caught up, saying he wanted to keep in touch, write a thank you letter, and hang it on the love wall in the courtyard. Wang Zhe waved his hand. No need, it's not a big deal. After saying that, he got into the car, closed the door, and started the engine to leave. He packed 4 small stir-fried meats, sour fish, spicy chicken, garlic stalks stir-fried with meat, and dry-fried green beans at the stir-fry restaurant at the school gate. Zhang Liang and his buddies were always complaining about being hungry. The 718 parked well. Wang Zhe carried the takeout bag upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, thanks for the food, foster father. Zhang Liang and the others sprang up from the bed. Wang Zhe casually placed the takeout bag on the table. Eat, stop shouting. The 3 of them fought over the food happily, and Wang Zhe didn't join in. He sat back on his bed and opened his phone. He opened the chat group of the Esher Night Hawk Cycling Club. There were already hundreds of messages. Wang Zhe directly scrolled to the latest one. The group leader posted an activity notice: tomorrow night, Wednesday, fixed night ride Lake Loop Greenway route, gather at 7 o'clock below for a roll call. More than 20 people had already signed up. Wang Zhe glanced at the roll call list. Zhang Shanshan had just signed up 5 minutes ago. Interestingly, after Zhang Shanshan signed up, within just 5 minutes, 7 or 8 more people followed suit. Moreover, these 7 or 8 IDs were all male. Names like Lake's Cycle Bro Titanium Alloy Legs No Baldness, while riding fitness coach Xie Chong. Each one signed up faster than grabbing a red envelope. It seems that Zhang Shanshan with a score of 95 has an extraordinary appeal in the group, which also means there are quite a few people keeping an eye on her. But that's fine. While others chase women relying on time, luck, and shamelessness, he chases women through precise gameplay and resource dominance. Not even in the same dimension. He didn't say anything in the group and directly private messaged the group leader Li Go. Li Go, I'm signing up for the night ride tomorrow. I'm just a complete novice, I don't understand anything, so I'll have to rely on you all to take care of me. Also, here's a little something from my brother. Please arrange a skilled sister to guide me. Wang Zhe sent the message and directly transferred 5,000 yuan. Less than a minute after sending the information, Li Gu received the money. Brother, you're too polite. Don't worry, I promise to arrange everything clearly for you. There are plenty of skilled female riders in the group. Ooh, do you have any preferences? Preference? Wang Zhe stared at the message sent by the group leader Li Gu, momentarily taken aback. A slight smile curved his lips. Good figure. Li Gu replied with a cheeky emoji. Got it. Soon after, another message came in. Speaking of good figures, there's someone in the group, a yoga instructor named Shan, who just joined less than a month ago. Her figure is indeed remarkable, but to be honest, she's not easy to approach. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, his fingers hesitating to move. As expected, Li Gu sent another message. There are at least 7 or 8 brothers in the group eyeing her. After the last event, a guy driving an Audi A6 invited her to dinner, but she didn't even look back and rode off on her bike. With someone like that, are you sure you want? Wang Zhe chuckled. If this were said to someone else, it would probably scare half of them, but for him, the harder to get, the more valuable. If someone just came running at the first attempt at flirting, he wouldn't even bother to play the game. Alright, it's her then, thanks bro. No need to be polite, we're all brothers here. Li Gu sent a fist-bumping emoji. Tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. at the entrance of the East Lake Greenway, just find me when you arrive. Got it. Wang Zhe exited the chat with Li Gu and placed his phone beside his pillow. Yoga instructor. 95 points. There were plenty of men in the group circling around her, and if he approached her like a fly buzzing around, he would only be categorized as just another one. The biggest taboo when pursuing women is to make the other party feel that you are the same as everyone else. He wouldn't actively approach or deliberately get close. Let his gear do the talking first. As he pondered the strategy for tomorrow night, his phone screen lit up again. A message from Tian. Brother, are you coming to find me this weekend? Wang Zhe glanced at the calendar. It was Wednesday. The cycling event was already scheduled for Saturday, and Sunday would be just right for a visit, allowing him to stay for 2 days. As for the roll call at school, he could just have Zhang Liang and the others answer it for him. Such trivial matters weren't worth a second thought. I have plans on Saturday, I'll come to find you on Sunday. Alright. Tian replied immediately. So what is brother busy with on Saturday? I have an event. Okay, brother, you're busy. I won't disturb you. After sending that message, Tian paused for a few seconds and sent another one. Brother, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. I don't want to be a tour guide anymore. I want to find a proper job. This way, when you're not around, I still have something to do. Otherwise, I feel like a waste just staying at home. What do you think about me going back to being a dance teacher? I've taught Latin before and have experience leading classes, so finding a training institution shouldn't be too hard. Dance teacher. Wang Zhe frowned at those 4 words. Being a teacher at a training institution, earning a few thousand after exhausting work for a month, being treated like a donkey by the institution's owner, endlessly preparing and adding classes, working so hard that his back couldn't straighten up. That's not even the worst part. The position of a dance teacher involves frequent contact with parents, especially those male parents who pick up and drop off their kids when they see a young and beautiful female teacher. Their little thoughts are impossible to hide, inviting her for dinner, adding WeChat to keep in touch, giving little gifts, every trick in the book. Wang Zhe wasn't worried about Tian being unfaithful. He provided her with pocket money and managed her daily expenses. This girl was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She wouldn't even know how to initiate an affair. But just the thought of those greasy male parents circling around her made Wang Zhe feel disgusted. He didn't rush to reply, pondering his thoughts. A scene suddenly flashed through his mind, the one from the Super Biscuit Shop in the afternoon song. You said she had worked at a place called Li Lai in the neighboring province. What made that bakery so successful? The recipe. The raw materials. Nonsense. The cakes and breads on the market are fairly similar. How much difference can there be in the flour, eggs, and cream you use compared to others? What Li Lai really sold was a lineup of high-profile female staff uniform outfits, exquisite makeup, and sweet smiles. Customers weren't just buying bread, they were purchasing a pleasing consumer experience. And currently there was no Li Lai in the provincial capital. Once this thought emerged, Wang Zhe's mind opened up instantly. He could completely follow this route. If this route were successful with a batch of high-profile female employees under his name, wouldn't subsequent games pop up high-scoring targets, directly expanding his contact list? Moreover, speaking of beautiful women, where could one find them? The entertainment industry, undoubtedly. Wang Zhe could wait until his capital was a bit stronger to set up an MCN company connecting with models, influencers, and celebrities. At that time, he could just casually walk into his own company and find a bunch of targets for strategies. He tapped into Tian's chat box. Baby, don't go become a dance teacher anymore. Huh, why not? You are my woman. Oh, I don't want you to be someone else's workhorse, and I certainly don't want you to expose yourself. Wang Zhe paused for a moment before typing again. I have a business plan to come on Sunday, and I'll explain it to you in detail. At that time, you will be the boss lady. The message was sent. There was a long silence on the other end. Then Tian bombarded him with a flurry of messages. Huh. Business plan. Boss lady. Brother, is this for real? We'll talk about the details when we meet on Sunday, so don't rush. Okay. Brother, I'll listen to you. Tian replied rapidly. In fact, she had no real concept of how much money could be made. What excited her was another matter: being able to participate in his life. Having common ground and things to do together. No longer being in a relationship where he would only remember her when he thought of her and leave her aside otherwise. Alright, it's getting late, sleep early. Wang Zhe yawned. Brother, you should rest early too. Tian sent another message. This time it wasn't text. It was a photo. In the picture, her dress was pulled up a bit, revealing a good portion of her leg. The angle of the shot was from above. The leg shone pale under the warm lighting. Wearing lace ankle socks, even the tiny blue veins above her thigh were visible. This little enchantress. They had been chatting nicely, and then she suddenly did this. Testing him with this. Thinking of Tian's special physique, Wang Zhe felt a bit dry in his throat. Be good and wash up. Or wait for me to come over this weekend. Okay, brother. Hiss. Wang Zhe's anger was almost stirred by this little enchantress. Wednesday morning. After Wang Zhe got up, he received a logistics message. The cycling gear and road bike had. Wang Zhe quickly got up from bed, washed up, threw on a t-shirt, and headed out. First, he went to the station to pick up 3 large boxes. 3 sets of Rafa flagship cycling clothes in different colors, cycling lock, shoes, a speedometer, a heart rate monitor, and various small bits and pieces scattered all over the place. Then came the large item window. The staff pushed out a nearly 2-meter-long cardboard box from the back of the warehouse. Wang Zhe directly carried it to the rental apartment he had just signed for 2 days ago. He placed the box in the middle of the living room, and the moment he opened the outer packaging, he couldn't help but take a closer. The carbon fiber frame gleamed with a low-key matte texture under the sunlight. The electronic shifting cables were neatly arranged, and the spokes of the wheel set were dense and uniform. Wang Zhe didn't hire anyone to assemble it. He had spent an hour watching video tutorials last night, and the process was already ingrained in his mind. He easily finished it in 40 minutes. Wang Zhe stepped back 2 paces, surveying the bike. The black carbon fiber frame under the sunlight exuded a rich texture. Placing this in a cycling team, he wouldn't even need to speak. The class would already be set. When Wang Zhe took the bike for a test ride, the most noticeable feeling was its lightness, making it easy to ride. However, what truly satisfied him wasn't the bike itself. It was those 3 sets of Rafa cycling clothes. The black cycling outfit was even more intense than a fitted t-shirt. The contours of his chest muscles were clearly outlined by the fabric. With a tightened waist and abdomen, the entire upper body presented a standard inverted triangle. The sexual tension was directly at its peak. Wang Zhe couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming night ride. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. The 718 stopped at its usual spot in front of the Chaochuan bakery. The moment Wang Zhe pushed open the glass door, Xiao Mei behind the counter instantly brightened up. They're here. She tugged at Song Ya's apron strap, her voice lowered. Your VIP customer has... What VIP customer? Sonya was busy labeling cake boxes and didn't look up. Yet despite her words, her hand slowed down slightly in the labeling process. By the time she lifted her head, Wang Zhe had already reached the counter. Hello, what would you like today? Sonya was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly smiled and asked Wang Zhe. Today she had changed her hairstyle. Her hair was not tied in a ponytail, but was instead styled into a bun at the back, fully exposing her slender neck. The curve above her collarbone was neat and clean, illuminated by the warm yellow lights of the shop, giving off a refreshing and comfortable vibe. Wang Zhe approached the counter. Hello. Wang Zhe glanced at the cakes and breads in the display, gestured around. He'll take everything in the cabinet, the cakes and the breads. This time, Song, you did not freeze like yesterday. Instead, she directly took out a packing bag. But she couldn't help but ask a question. Handsome, you bought out the entire cabinet yesterday, and now you're taking everything again. What on earth? It's for the kids at the welfare home. Wang Zhe leaned against the edge of the counter. I delivered some to the Sunshine Welfare Home yesterday, and the kids really liked it. For the kids at the welfare home. Sonya paused slightly while packing the cakes. She said nothing and lowered her head to continue packing, her movements more careful than before. Xiao Mei watched intently from the side, her eyes darting around before she suddenly spoke up. Handsome, if you come regularly to buy, every time running back and forth and waiting for us to pack, it's quite a waste of time. Xiaomei cleared her throat, putting on an expression that showed she was considering the customer's convenience. Why don't you add Sonia as a friend? Just send her a message before you come, and we can prepare everything in advance. You can just pick it up when you arrive. It will save a lot of time. Hearing this, Sonia paused her movements. She looked at Xiaomei, her expression carrying a hint of warning. Xiaomei responded with an innocent smile. With the assist right there, Wang Zhe didn't hesitate and took out his phone. Sure, lad her. That would indeed be Sonia shot a glare at Xiaomei. Seeing that Wang Zhe had already revealed the QR code, she helplessly took out her phone. Just let me know when you come next time. You add too. In case she gets busy and can't be contacted, it would be convenient for you to help pass a message. Xiaomei never expected it would include her and hurriedly, you add too. In case she gets busy and can't be contacted, it would be convenient for you to help pass a message. Xiaomei never expected it would include her and hurriedly took out her phone. Okay, add. The scan was successful. While packing the bread, Xiaomei nudged Sonia with her shoulder, lowering her voice to a level only they could hear. Did you see? He took the initiative to add you on WeChat. You were the one who suggested it. Sonia pushed her away, but he didn't refuse. Moreover, he even added me as well. Xiaomei squinted her eyes, her tone firm. What do you mean he might not be reachable if you're busy? He clearly just didn't want to make it too obvious by adding only you, so he brought me along as a cover. Can't you see through that thought? Can you not assume everything is like that? Sonia continued packing the bread, her head down. He is buying bread for the kids at the welfare home, a normal customer. All right, he is buying for the welfare home. Xiaomei agreed verbally, the speed of her packing not slowing down at all, but the slight curve of her lips betrayed her tangled thoughts. After packing 4 large bags of bread and cakes, Wang Zhe paid and picked up the bags to leave. Sonia and Xiaomei followed out to help carry. Handsome, what's your name? Xiaomei asked while putting the bags into the trunk. Wang Zhe. Xiaomei repeated the name, glancing at Sonia with a meaningful smile. Nice name. Sonia did not respond and placed the last bag inside. Be careful on the road. Wang Zhe nodded at her, opened the car door, and got in. The 718 started and smoothly merged into the traffic. Sonia stood by the roadside watching the white sports car blend into the flow for a couple of seconds before turning back inside. Xiaomei approached, just about to speak. If you say another word, I won't talk to you today. Xiaomei swallowed the second half of her sentence, pouting. But the thought in her mind grew stronger. Last time, when Xie Chong came to pick up Sonia after work, she stood to the side and just happened to see his phone screen light up. A message popped up, saved under a girl's name with a heart symbol at the end. She didn't catch the full content of the message, but saw the first 2 words, hubby. At that time, she didn't dare to speak up. Without solid proof, what if it was a misunderstanding? It would only hurt theirs. But now this Wang Zhe. He clearly looked like a rich kid driving a Porsche, buying bread for the welfare home without batting an eye. The key point was that Song Ye's gaze towards him was very pure. Unlike Xie Chong, who spoke sweetly, but hid who knows how many hubbies in his phone. What if he was genuinely good to Xiaoya? That would mean the heavens had opened a window for Xiaoya. She needed to find a way to push that window open a bit wider. Just thinking that if Xiaoya ended up with Wang Zhe, this rich second generation would surely give her a big red envelope. With that thought, Xiaomei couldn't help but smile. As usual, she delivered the baked goods to the welfare home. This time the director came out personally to receive them, smiling broadly and thanking Wang Zhe several times. Wang Zhe didn't linger. He dropped off the items and left. He returned to his rental apartment. It was now past 6 o'clock, and it was almost time for the night ride gathering. Wang Zhe quickly took a shower and changed into a black Rafa cycling outfit. Standing in front of the mirror, he took a look. His chest muscles were clearly outlined by the fabric, and with a tightened waist, his upper body formed a standard inverted triangle. Everything was in place. He stepped out, hopped on his SL8 road bike, and headed towards the gathering point. At 7:15, the entrance to the East Lake Greenway. The gathering point already had about 20 people, various road bikes leaning against streetlights and railings, chatting in groups. There were lean guys in tight cycling shorts, as well as female riders in sports tank tops. Wang Zhe stopped at the edge of the crowd. Bro, is the Night Eagle Cycling Club gathering here tonight? He confirmed with a young guy with dyed yellow hair. Yes. The yellow-haired guy nodded. Are you new here? Oh, this is my first time participating. Damn. Bro, your bike is amazing. Hearing that he was new, the yellow-haired guy instinctively glanced at Wang Zhe's bike and was startled. Li Qian, come quickly check out this bro's bike. S-Works SL8. Damn. It really is an SL8. This whole setup costs at least 100,000. 100,000 road bike. The moment the tall and skinny guy spoke, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The originally chatting riders all gathered around. Is it really an SL8? I've browsed online countless times. This is the first time seeing the real thing. Touch this bike frame. The feel of carbon fiber is completely on another level compared to my aluminum alloy. Some touched the bike while others gripped the handlebars. You must be Wang Zhe, right? Just then a somewhat balding middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd, smiling as he extended his hand. You are Li Gu. Wang Zhe responded quickly. That's right, that's right. Li Gu shook his hand vigorously. After chatting online for so long, finally meeting the real person, you look even more spirited than I imagined. They chatted briefly. Seeing that most people had arrived, Li Gu clapped his hands to gather everyone. Brothers and sisters, let me say a few words. Everyone quieted down. Tonight 2 newcomers are joining us at Night Eagle. We will shorten the riding distance to 40 kilometers to accommodate the pace of our new friends. Additionally, let me introduce them. Li Gu stepped aside, allowing the 2 newcomers to stand beside him. Wang Zhe took a step forward. At the same time, another person also walked out from the crowd. A muscular man. Wearing a tight black tank top, his skin was very fair and his arms were covered in muscles. This is Brother Xie Chong, a gym instructor. Look at this brother's muscular physique, very manly. Li Gu pointed to the muscular man on his right. Xie Chong. Wang Zhe had no particular reaction upon hearing. However, Xie Chong glanced at Wang Zhe. His gaze swept over Wang Zhe's face and stopped on the SL8 beneath him. His lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing. This is Brother Wang Zhe. Li Gu patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder, his tone noticeably warmer than before. Without saying much, you can see his strength just by looking at his bike. Riding an SL8, those who understand will understand. Just earlier there were only small discussions. The moment Li Gu said this sentence caused those who had already gathered to start discussing again. Those who hadn't seen it before hearing the words SL8, also stretched their necks to look over. 100,000 bike, this is too awesome. Young and already this whole setup combined is worth more than my half a year's salary. Did you see that Rafa cycling outfit he's wearing? It's also top-notch. Especially many female riders, upon hearing Wang Zhe ride an SL8, their eyes widened. Looking at Wang Zhe's hidden chest and abdominal muscles beneath his black cycling outfit, their expressions were even more different. Wealthy, young, with a good figure. Isn't he the perfect partner choice? Even if not for a partner, just for a casual fling, the effort he puts in could easily afford several handbags. Wang Zhe stood there with a neutral expression, neither humble nor proud, but the more he was like this, the more whispers surrounded him. Xie Chong stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But his right thumb unconsciously rubbed against his arm twice. SL8, huh? Just as everyone was discussing, a sarcastic voice came from the crowd. The voice wasn't too loud or too soft, just enough for those around to hear. The bike is good, but I wonder how well he rides. Some people spend 200,000 on gear, yet still can't ride better than my 3 Thessandu Yuan 1. Moreover, we don't even know if this bike was bought or rented. A piercing sound emanated from the right side of the crowd. The gaze of around 20 people turned in unison. The speaker was a man in his 30s with his hairline significantly receding, revealing a shiny forehead. He wore a customized cycling suit and rode a Cervelo R5, costing just over 40,000. In this club, it was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. But today was different. With the SL8 on display, his R5 became mere background. Wang Zhe glanced at him. He didn't recognize this person, but the sarcastic tone was downright nauseating. What I ride and how much I spend is none of your business, is it? Are you my father? Can you control me? Wang Zhe replied bluntly. Or are you just jealous seeing others ride good bikes? As soon as Wang Zhe's words left his mouth, the bald man's expression instantly froze. His name was Zhou Bin, a businessman in building materials driving an Audi A6, and he had always been a top spender in the group. Generous with his money and effort during activities, he secretly won over several female cyclists. He had thought he was the big brother of this club, until Wang Zhe appeared riding the SL8. You bastard. Zhou Bin was about to explode when Brother Li's voice cut in. Zhou Bin, that's enough. The smile on Brother Li's face faded, and his tone carried a hint of warning. Brother Wang is my guest, and your words are unnecessary. I was just joking, Brother Li, don't be so nervous. Young people should have a sense of humor. Zhou Bin's lips moved, and after a while he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Joking or not, his gaze lingered on Wang Zhe for a few extra seconds before he turned back to chat with the person beside him. Brother Li let out a slight sigh of relief and lowered his voice to add a word to Wang Zhe. This guy is in the building materials business, drives an A6, and is among the wealthier ones in the group. Recently, he has been focused on one person, the yoga instructor I mentioned, Zhang Shanshan. Wang Zhe nodded subtly. All right, the introductions are done. Let's arrange for the newbies to be guided by the veterans. Brother Li clapped his hands, scanning the crowd. Brother Xie Chong, you've ridden before, but not for long. Lu may take him out for a couple of rides. No problem, a petite yet exceptionally attractive female cyclist nodded decisively. Xie Chong smiled and nodded after glancing at Lu Mei's alluring figure. As for Brother Wang Zhe, Brother Li elongated the last word, a smile playing at his lips. As a pure newbie, our club has a rule: newbies are guided by veteran riders on their first day to avoid falling behind. Shanshan, Brother Li called out to the back of the crowd. You take the newbie tonight. The crowd parted slightly. A female cyclist rode her bike slowly from the railing position. Wang Zhe shifted his gaze. Just from that glance a few words emerged in his mind. Truly deserving of the name. The white cycling suit clung to her body, her waist exceedingly slim, but the curves extending from her waist up and down were an entirely different concept. Especially the curve accentuated by the zipper at her chest, which the fabric couldn't contain, swayed slightly with each pedal stroke. At least in a cup. But even more captivating than her figure was her aura. With a high ponytail, her features were not stunning, but were easy on the eyes, exuding a unique calmness typical of yoga practitioners. 95 points. Zhang Shanshan was worth it. Zhang Shanshan stopped her bike in front of Brother Li, her gaze sweeping over Wang Zhe, then glancing at the SL8 beneath him. Her expression remained unchanged. No problem. Have you ridden a road bike before? Yes, but this is my first long-distance ride. Stay 3 to 5 meters behind me, slow down before corners, and shout if anything happens. Alright, just stay behind me at a distance of 3 to 5 meters, slow down before corners, and shout if something happens. After finishing, Zhang Shanshan turned her bike back. No unnecessary pleasantries, no small talk, and not even a second glance for riding a $100,000 bike. This reaction made Wang Zhe's lips twitch slightly. But someone else's reaction was far from calm. Brotherly. Zhobin stepped forward, lowering his voice, forcing a smile on his face. Is it really appropriate for Shanshan to take a newbie? She just joined a month ago, and I've taken her out the last few times. How about I take her this time, and you can assign someone else to this, brother? He leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice even more. I have a good impression of Shanshan, Brotherly. Please help me out, and I'll make sure you get a big red envelope afterward. Brotherly smirked inwardly. A big red envelope. He had arranged several times for you to take Shanshan out, and you'd only given a couple of hundred as a token. Wang Zhe sent a single red envelope of 5,000 last night. Who's stingy? Don't you know in your heart? Newbies being guided by veterans is a club tradition. Brotherly smiled and patted his shoulder. Shanshan has been in the club for almost a month and has ridden 6 or 7 times, as she's not a newbie anymore. If you want to ride with her, you can talk to her when there's freedom to form groups later. The words were polite, but the meaning was clear. The arrangement is set, and you can't change it. Zhou Bin's face fell, and he turned to glance at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe was focused on adjusting his bike computer, not even lifting his eyelids. This complete disregard felt worse to Zhou Bin than being retorted. He didn't walk away. Instead, he raised his voice to ensure everyone around could hear. I hope no one minds me saying a word. After all, we're a cycling club, not a competition about who has the more expensive gear. A newbie's first day comes with such a grand display. Riding a $100,000 bike, wearing a 1,000 yuan cycling suit, even the bike computer is top of the line. Let's be honest, are you here to ride, or to show off? Or are you specifically here to attract our female cyclists? As those words fell, the previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly shifted. The male cyclists exchanged glances, but didn't respond. However, 2 female cyclists in the back whispered something, their tone clearly disapproving. Zhang Shanshan sat on her bike, one foot on the pedal while the other touched the ground. She turned her head and glanced at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin. Her voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. Whether I take someone or not is my own business. Keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. With that statement, the surrounding area fell silent. Zhou Bin's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. I was talking about the club's rules. Why are you bringing that up? Oh, club rules. Is that rule set by Brother Li, or you? Zhou Bin's mouth moved, but he couldn't find a response. He realized he had fallen into an awkward deadlock. It was a rule, but he didn't set it. He said it was for Shanshan's good, yet she had just made it clear she didn't need him to worry. No matter how he answered, it was a loss. Brother Li hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, clapping his hands twice. All right. Time's almost up. At 7:30, let's go. The front team follows me, the rear team follows a Hui, and newbies, make sure to follow your lead and stay safe. The crowd began to move, each mounting their bikes and taking their places. Wang Zhe pedaled up on the SL8, smoothly sliding into a position 3 meters behind Zhang Shanshan. Zhang Shanshan didn't look back. Stay close. Okay, just one word. Zhang Shanshan slightly tilted her head. She was already accustomed to the various flattering responses from the men behind her, such as, no problem, leave it to me, sis, or don't worry, I'm here, and at the very least a long string of promises. But just one, okay. No flattery, no explanations, nothing extra. It was as if whatever she said he could handle, yet he was not in a hurry to show it. Zhang Shanshan turned her head back to the front, placed both feet on the pedals, and began to accelerate. The team flowed onto the Lake East Greenway. Wang Zhe controlled his speed, following closely behind Zhang Shanshan's figure. In cycling posture, her waist formed a smooth curve, suddenly bulging at the hips. Each pedal stroke altered the shape of her gluteal muscles, making the fabric of her cycling pants taut and smooth. Wang Zhe took a deep breath and shifted his gaze back to the road. Focus. Let's finish this 40-kilometer. Zhou Bin stared intently at the figures of Zhang Shanshan and Wang Zhe ahead of him. A guy next to him in a gray cycling suit leaned over. Dude, stop looking. The more you look, the more frustrated you get. Who's frustrated? Zhou Bin gritted his teeth, gripping the handlebars tightly. The only thought repeating in his mind was Zhang Shanshan's earlier words, keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. Since joining the cycling club, no one had ever made him feel this humiliated. Zhou Bin licked his dry lips, watching Wang Zhe's figure ahead, his gaze dark and stormy. The team quickly stretched into a fine line. The streetlights cast patches of dim yellow light on the ground, and the sound of wheels rolling over the pavement was synchronized. Zhang Shanshan rode at the front, maintaining a steady pace. Wang Zhe followed, 3 meters behind her. After roughly 5 kilometers, Zhang Shanshan suddenly accelerated. The numbers on the speedometer jumped from 25 to 30 and then slowly climbed to 33. Wang Zhe's brow didn't twitch and his cadence increased by 1 notch. Zhang Shanshan glanced back at him through the side mirror. He didn't even stand up to rock the bike. His sitting posture was so stable, it was as if his upper body were nailed to the bike with his arms slightly bent and shoulders completely relaxed. This was not the performance one would expect from a pure novice. Zhang Shanshan did not speak, but added 2 more gears. 35. The gap behind remained 3 meters. What have you practiced before? Zhang Shanshan suddenly asked. I've worked out before. Zhang Shanshan didn't pursue the question further, but she formed a judgment in her mind. This person's core strength was very strong. Although his riding posture was not standard enough, his upper body was so stable that his power output efficiency was actually higher than that of most veteran riders in the club. While riding, a speed bump suddenly appeared ahead. The night riding lights were limited, and by the time they could see it clearly, there was less than 10 meters of reaction distance left. Zhang Shanshan instinctively shouted, speed bump. She herself applied the brakes, shifting her weight back. But before her voice fell, she saw in the mirror that Wang Zhe hadn't braked at all. He gently tapped the rear brake with his right hand, almost simultaneously lifting his butt off the saddle, bending his legs slightly, absorbing the bumps with his knees. The bike didn't even wobble. The entire motion was fluid, as if he had anticipated it in advance. Zhang Shanshan's expression subtly changed. Not bad. Wang Zhe didn't respond. Zhang Shanshan waited for a while, realizing he really had no intention of replying. If it were any other male rider, upon hearing her compliment, he would have eagerly shared all his training experiences and added her on WeChat. This person, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. There's a long downhill ahead, about 1 kilometer long. The slope isn't steep, but there are many turns. Control your brakes well. All right. Just 1 word. Zhang Shanshan ceased speaking, but her evaluation of Wang Zhe quietly rose a notch. She began to appreciate his sense of measure. From that earlier speed bump, she assessed that he at least had a background in off-road or mountain biking, yet he only said the 3 words, I've worked out before. No boasting, no explanations, no seizing the opportunity to chat. Such a person is either truly indifferent or too high-level to bother with performance. Regardless of which, he was 100 times better than those who open with, don't worry, I'm here for you. In the middle of the team, Zhou Bin stared ahead, his expression increasingly grim. He had pursued Zhang Shanshan for a full month. Spending money and time, he had tried every means to stay beside her during every activity. And what was the result? Zhang Shanshan barely acknowledged him. They didn't even manage to have a meal together. Today, he was even publicly humiliated. And now a newcomer on his first ride, Li Gu, had arranged for Zhang Shanshan to be with him. Zhou Bin tightened his grip on the handlebars. After so many years in business, he had long understood one principle: impulsiveness solves nothing. His gaze darkened as he watched Wang Zhe's back ahead. That kid rode quite steadily. He had kept up with Zhang Shanshan's 3 accelerations on the previous stretch. But no matter how steady someone is when going downhill at high speed, getting nudged from the side can lead to a fall. Zhou Bin knew all too well the consequences of crashing at speeds over 50. Last year, a fellow rider in the club had a blowout while going downhill, breaking 2 bones and lying in bed for 4 months. Zhou Bin licked his lips. He didn't need to kill anyone or cause permanent injury. Just a fall would be perfect. If that 100,000 UNSL8 were to be wrecked and he lay in bed for a month or so, he wouldn't return to the club. As for Zhang Shanshan, she would eventually realize that in this circle, the only one who could ride with her long-term and provide her resources was Zhou Bin. A newcomer, no matter how rich, was merely a transient. DeLong. Zhou Bin darkly called out to the rider on his left rear. DeLong quickly sped up to catch up. Bro, what's up? There's a long downhill ahead. Take 2 people and go ahead, overtake that kid in front. Why should I overtake him? DeLong hesitated while glancing at Wang Zhe's position ahead. Just do as you're told. When you get to the front, spread out and block the road. Did you hear me? DeLong opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask further. All right. He gestured to 2 riders who often hung out with Zhou Bin, and the 3 gradually sped up. After the team passed a gentle curve, the road ahead began to slope downward. The long downhill had arrived. Zhang Shanshan shouted, slow down, control your bike. Wang Zhe nodded, applying the brakes to reduce his speed, shifting his weight slightly back. The streetlights were fewer on the downhill stretch, and the light suddenly darkened a lot, limiting the visibility to the small area illuminated by his bike's headlights. At that moment, several figures suddenly darted up on the left side. DeLong, along with two riders, quickly overtook Wang Zhe from the left, clearly accelerating significantly. Overtaking in itself wasn't unusual, it was normal for someone to ride fast. But Wang Zhe noticed a detail out of the corner of his eye. After these three passed, they didn't continue forward, but simultaneously slowed down and spread out, occupying the space in front of him and to his left. On the right was a green belt and the curb. The front was blocked, the left side was sealed off, and the right was the road edge. A standard pocket formation. Wang Zhe's gaze narrowed slightly. He didn't speak or accelerate, but his right hand quietly moved to the brake lever, his index and middle fingers resting on the brake lever, ready to act at any moment. The downhill speed continued to climb. The speedometer jumped to 45, 50, 53. The sound of the wind rushed past his ears. Zhang Shanshan had already been overtaken by DeLong and his group. She glanced back and frowned. A vague sense of unease flashed through her mind. She had originally wanted to warn Wang Zhe to be careful, but just then another figure closed in from the left rear. Zhou Bin. His speed was extremely fast, higher than those around him, as if he was using the momentum of the downhill to surge forward. The distance to Wang Zhe was shrinking. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The two were nearly side by side. Zhou Bin's front wheel began to sway side to side, appearing unstable on the downhill. But Wang Zhe clearly saw. His cadence was completely steady and his arms were not tense. The swaying of the front wheel was entirely artificially induced. Wang Zhe said nothing. His vigilance peaked, and his peripheral vision locked firmly onto Zhou Bin's right foot. Sure enough, at the moment they were side by side, Zhou Bin's right foot suddenly detached from the pedal, and with the strength of his entire leg, he fiercely kicked toward Wang Zhe's front wheel. At a downhill speed of over 50, if the bike were kicked, it could either tip over or crash into the curb. The lightest outcome would be a fracture, the worst could be fatal. But Wang Zhe had long been waiting for this kick. From the moment the three people came up to block his path, he had been watching every move Zhou Bin made. As Zhou Bin's leg kicked out, Wang Zhe forcefully squeezed the rear brake with his right hand and pushed off the pedal with his left foot. The bike tilted slightly to the right, and his speed suddenly dropped. Zhou Bin's foot grazed the front fork of the SL8, missing entirely. Wang Zhe steadily reduced his speed. A kick that missed. Zhou Bin's entire weight instantly tilted to the right. He had put all his strength into that kick. If it had connected, he could have used the force to regain his balance. But he missed. One leg hung in midair. At over 50 miles per hour, the bike violently swayed twice, and he desperately gripped the handlebars to stabilize, but it was of no use. The out-of-control bike veered right, the tire scraping against the curb, producing a harsh screech. Then, along with the rider, it crashed headfirst into the roadside greenery. The bushes were violently pushed aside, metal scraping against the ground, followed by a muffled groan. The riders behind were startled and slammed their brakes, leaving black tire marks on the ground. Someone has fallen. Stop! Stop! The crowd became chaotic. Wang Zhe steadily brought his bike to a stop by the roadside, 1 foot on the ground, turning to glance in the direction of the greenery. His expression remained quite calm. Ouch! Zhou Bin was stuck in the bushes, his cycling suit torn by branches, his face smeared with blood and dirt, and his right leg looked off. Any slight movement sent sharp pain shooting through him, beads of sweat dripping down. His Servalo R5, which he flaunted, was flung 2 meters away. The front wheel deformed, and the frame bore a shocking scratch. 40,000 yuan directly totaled on the spot. DeLong and the others turned back, their faces ashen, standing still in place, afraid to move. The riders who had followed behind also stopped, exchanging glances, but none spoke. Those riding behind knew exactly what had just happened. Zhang Shanshan also halted. She threw her bike to the ground and ran toward Wang Zhe. When DeLong and his group overtook, she sensed something was off and kept an eye on it. Then she saw Zhou Bin's kick with her own eyes. At over 50 miles per hour, if that kick had connected. She broke out in a cold sweat. Her cycling suit was still clinging to her skin. Seeing Wang Zhe standing next to his bike, both he and the bike were unharmed, she finally felt a weight lift from her heart. As for Zhou Bin lying in the bushes and groaning, she didn't even spare him a glance. I'm fine. Wang Zhe noticed her worry and smiled. Li Gu arrived from behind, panting. Upon seeing Zhou Bin's state, his expression changed. What happened? He hurriedly called for DeLong and the others to help Zhou Bin out of the bushes. Be gentle, it hurts so much. DeLong quickly called for an ambulance, saying, I think my leg is broken. Zhou Bin's face was covered in dirt and blood, directing DeLong and the others to call for help, while casting a fierce glare at Wang Zhe. You little brat, was that deliberate? Deliberate? You little brat. Hearing these words, Wang Zhe's expression remained unchanged, but his steps had already moved forward. He walked up to Zhou Bin, looking down at the man covered in blood. Say it again, who did it on purpose? Zhou Bin shrank back a little, but his mouth remained obstinate. Don't slander me. I slipped down the slope too quickly. Who the hell kicked you on purpose? Slap. A sudden and unannounced slap. Wang Ze's palm landed precisely on Zhou Bin's left cheek, the force so strong that it scattered the blood on half of his face. All surrounding voices disappeared at once. Zhou Bin was stunned. He had been in the building materials business for many years, had been forced to drink at banquets, and had been scolded on construction sites, but no one had ever dared to slap him in front of so many people. He never expected Wang Ze would actually dare to make a move. You dare hit me. Wang Ze ignored him. He turned around, sweeping a glance at the riders behind him, speaking softly. Brothers riding behind, what did you see during that downhill section? No one spoke, but at least 5 or 6 people had already cast their gazes towards Zhou Bin, their intentions clear. Wang Ze turned back to face Zhou Bin. You let the Long and the other 2 go ahead block my front and left. The right side is the curb. He continued. You come up from behind, and when you are side by side, kick over with one leg. More than 50 yards. Wang Ze paused. You really don't know what the consequences of kicking correctly would be. Zhou Bin's lips trembled. He never expected the entire process would be recounted so accurately. Even the details of DeLong's positioning were not missed. 2 didn't. You are talking nonsense. Slap. The second slap. This one was heavier than the last. Zhou Bin's head was directly turned by the slap, his ears buzzing and his vision darkening. Stubborn. Wang Ze squatted down, looking Zhou Bin in the eye, his voice lowered to a level only the 2 could hear. Look at you now. Your leg is broken, your bike is wrecked, and your face has been slapped. Do you think you still have the right to be stubborn? Zhou Bin's pupils contracted. Wang Ze casually slapped him again. The third slap. Zhou Bin's half-face had completely swollen up with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, mixed with dirt and bits of grass, looking utterly disheveled. DeLong stood 2 meters away, his calves trembling. He wanted to step forward and say something, but as he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. At that moment, someone walked up from behind Wang Ze. Zhang Shanshan. She stood in front of Zhou Bin, looking down. Zhou Bin raised his head, and seeing her, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Shanshan, please say something for me. Zhang Shanshan raised her hand. Slap. A slap that turned Zhou Bin's head to the other side. Several female riders around gasped. Don't think that you did it discreetly. Zhang Shanshan's voice was cold. I saw every single one of your actions clearly in the cycling mirror. Wang Ze is the person I'm responsible for tonight. You wanted him to die from crashing at over 50 yards. Zhou Bin was now completely afraid to speak. Also, Zhang Shanshan took a step forward. I ask you to stop looking at me with those disgusting eyes. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. Filthy. Li Gu rushed up from behind. He didn't need to ask too much. Wang Ze's recount, Zhang Shanshan's accusation, and the gazes of the riders in the back had made the situation crystal clear. He glanced back at Lao Ma and Xiao Peng in the rear. Lao Ma took the initiative to speak. Li Gu, I was less than 10 meters behind, and I saw it very clearly. DeLong and the other 2 went ahead to position, then Zhou Bin followed up and kicked with one leg. Li Gu walked up to Zhou Bin, leaning down. Zhou Bin, I've never held against you those little tricks you do in the club. But this matter today is not about rules. He straightened up, raising his voice to ensure everyone could hear. This is a matter of life and death. From now on, you and your few followers are all expelled. I will kick you out of the group tonight. You are not allowed to participate in any of our club's activities in the future. Zhou Bin's face alternated between blue and white. DeLong and the others stood beside him, their heads almost buried in their chests. Li Gu, I've been in this club for 3 years. Every time I participate, do you think the little money you contributed could buy a life? Zhou Bin was choked up. Among the 10 or so riders nearby, not a single person spoke up for him. After Li Gu finished speaking, Wang Ze spoke up. All right, the fair talk is over now, let's settle accounts. First, mental distress compensation. I came here to ride and relax, and you staged a murder scene. Now I'm anxious whenever I see road bike wheels. You have to compensate for this, right? Zhou Bin's mouth twitched. Second, even though your kick didn't hit, it brushed against my front fork, what if there are hidden injuries? This bike costs 100,000 and repairs are not cheap. You say a number yourself. Mental distress fee. Repair fee. Zhou Bin looked at Wang Ze, who was lively and bouncing around then at the intact SL8 parked by the roadside, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. But now with his leg broken, face swollen, and witnesses lined up, how could he have the confidence to say this? Zhou Bin opened his mouth wanting to negotiate, but didn't speak. Slap. Wang Ze slapped him again, accurately, landing on the wound scratched by the bushes on his face. Zhou Bin's whole body shivered in pain, his temples throbbing. 10,000. They'll compensate you 10,000. Wang Ze raised his hand again. 30,000. Is 30,000 all right? Zhou Bin almost shouted, his voice changing pitch. Wang Ze lowered his hand in satisfaction. 30,000. Sister Shan gets 15,000, I get 15,000. He turned to look at Zhang Shanshan, his tone natural. Sister Shan, take out your phone and collect the payment. Zhang Shanshan was taken aback. She didn't expect this money would also involve her share. After hesitating for a second, she took out her phone and opened the payment code. Zhou Bin trembled as he transferred the money line by line. After finishing, he collapsed on the ground, as if he had been drained of all energy. This time not only did he lose money and resources, but he would also have to lie down for a while. Moreover, it might be difficult to join other clubs in the future. How would he find girls later? The group of female riders exchanged glances. He was tough when hitting people and generous when sharing money. The key was that this generosity was given naturally, without flattery, without intention, just a sentence, "Sister Sean 15,000, in a tone that made it seem as if she was entitled to that money. Instantly, several passionate gazes fell on Wang Zhe. In the distance, the sound of an ambulance siren could be heard. Two paramedics rushed over with a stretcher, hurriedly helping Zhou Bin onto it. As the stretcher passed by Wang Zhe, Zhou Bin stared at him intently. Wang Zhe glanced down at him, a slight smirk on it. "Take care of yourself. Pay attention to safety when riding in the future." He paused and added, "Don't slip again." Zhou Bin's face contorted, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The car door closed, and the siren gradually faded away. Li Gu clapped his hands. "Tonight ends here, everyone go home safely." The riders dispersed in small groups. De Long and the others rode away, heads bowed, not daring to look. Xie Chong, who entered the club with Wang Zhe, rode away, chatting animatedly with the hot-bodied female rider, Lu Mei, playfully leaving. Wang Zhe pushed his bike back. Zhang Shanshan pushed hers, following beside him. "How did you dodge it?" I saw his leg move and squeezed the brake. "That's simple. Zhang Shanshan glanced at him. Under the streetlight, his profile was clearly defined with a clean jawline and a relaxed expression, as if nothing had happened just now. She withdrew her gaze, looking at the road ahead. After walking a few steps, Zhang Shanshan suddenly stopped and took out her phone. "Take out your phone, I'll transfer you that 15,000. I can't take it." Wang Zhe looked at her serious expression, and an idea flashed in his mind. He took out his phone and quickly swiped on the screen, changing the payment code to a friend request QR code. Then he handed it over. "Scan it." Zhang Shanshan glanced down and saw that the page wasn't the transfer interface, but a friend request QR code. She raised her head to look at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe smiled. It was not a flattering smile nor a smug one, but a very natural smile with a hint of cunning. "No need to transfer the money, I don't need that little bit. If you truly feel bad, treat me to a meal." Zhang Shanshan stared at Wang Zhe for a few seconds. Then she looked down and clicked confirm ad. "All right." She put her phone back in her pocket, pushed her bike again, and continued walking forward. "Just right, I have fewer classes tomorrow morning, so they'll treat you to lunch." Wang Zhe and Zhang Shanshan pushed the cart, slowly walking along the sidewalk under the streetlights. After chatting briefly, they parted ways at a fork in the road. Zhang Shanshan rode for about 20 minutes and turned into a quiet old street. This area is a standalone residential district in the old town of Yishur, where the houses are not new but are valued for their tranquility. From a distance, she saw a figure standing at her doorstep. A tall, thin man, hunched over with his hands in his pockets, pacing back and forth. Zhang Shanshan's grip on the handlebars tightened suddenly, a chill running up her spine. Zhang Shanshan instinctively stopped her bike, her legs feeling slightly weak. "Shanshan, you're back." The tall man perked up immediately upon seeing her, eagerly rushing to her side. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, and I called you, but you didn't answer. What do you want?" Zhang Shanshan asked coldly. The man in front of her was named Zeng Chao, her ex-husband. "Shanshan, I know you're angry. You can scold me or hit me, I'll take it all," Zeng Chao said, taking a few steps toward Zhang Shanshan. Zhang Shanshan instinctively took a half step back. In her memories, whenever Zeng Chao approached her like this, it usually meant trouble. Slaps, fists, being pinned to the ground, and having her hair pulled. Then came the crying, kneeling apologies and promises that it would never happen again. Such days repeated for 4 or 5 years, until their divorce last year. "I have fully realized my problems. I was wrong, I was not a good person," Zeng Chao said, suddenly kneeling on the ground with a thud, his knees hitting the concrete with a dull sound. "I'm kneeling to admit my mistakes, please give me a chance. As long as you are willing to remarry me, I will do anything." He paused, as if having made a tremendous decision. Even if you want to find other men, I can accept that. As long as you remarry me, you can do whatever you want." Ugh! Zhang Shanshan's stomach twisted violently. She nearly retched. Finding other men. What does he take her for? After 5 years of marriage, Zeng Chao could not consummate their marriage due to his physical shortcomings, turning all his inadequacies and insecurities into control and violence against her. When she wore a short skirt out, he called her indecent and forced her to change. When she returned late from work, he called her colleagues to ask about her. When she attended a class reunion, he followed her to the restaurant entrance, and even if she spoke to other men upon returning, she faced nothing but insults. Now he tells her she can find other men. Disgusting. "Forget it, Zeng Chao, I will never remarry you in this life." Zeng Chaos' expression froze upon hearing this. "Shanshan, get out of my house now," Zhang Shanshan said, not looking at him, as she took out her phone, opened the dialing interface, and entered 110 in front of him. Otherwise I'm calling the police right now. No. Zhang Chaos face turned pale. Don't call the police, leave right now. He got up from the ground. After standing still he looked at Zhang Shanshan one more time, unwilling to give up. Shanshan, I am sincere. I have thought it through. After we remarry we can adopt a child and live well. Get lost. Stop disgusting. Zheng Chao opened his mouth. In the end he dared not say anything more and walked away dejectedly toward the alley. Zhang Shanshan stood in place until everything around her was completely quiet. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Until she could no longer see anyone she finally let out a long breath. She pushed the cart into the yard and locked the door behind her. Upon entering her home Zhang Shanshan did not turn on the lights. She sat on the sofa in the dark, lost in thought for a long time. After a while she finally exhaled deeply, stood up, and walked into the bathroom. On the other side of the old town the lights were on in Xie Chang's rental apartment. Songya came directly over after finishing work at 6 o'clock. Yesterday Xie Chang had a tiff with her, so she thought of making a nice meal to cheer him up. She spent 40 minutes busy in the kitchen. Around 7 o'clock, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. She sent Xie Chang a message: the food is ready, when will you be back? After waiting for a long time Xie Chang did not reply. She called Xie Chang, but no one answered. 7:30. 8:30. 9 o'clock. Songya sighed helplessly and slowly put her phone down. She rummaged through her bag for a pink sticky note, wrote a few words on it while leaning on the table, and then left the rental apartment. 20 minutes later Xie Chang staggered up the stairs. He smelled of barbecue grease and fumbled a bit with his. He pushed the door open to find 3 dishes and a soup on the table. The plastic wrap was neatly sealed. A pink sticky note was stuck on the rib bowl. Xie Chang walked over and casually picked it up to read. Remember to heat the ribs if they are cold, and the soup too. He peeled off the sticky note and threw it directly into the trash can. Why waste time on these trivial things? Instead of doing this, why not communicate well with me to vent your frustrations so that I don't have to cheat outside? Xie Chang grumbled as he sat down on the chair, peeling off the plastic wrap with one hand and shoving a piece of rib into his mouth with the other hand, while chatting hotly with Lu Mei, a girl he met today on his phone. This Lu Mei, she looks quite good, but her figure is even better than Song Ya's. No wonder Xie Chang is so tempted. Moreover, judging by how things are going, after a few more chats, he should be able to get her. Wang Zhe was unaware of the situations of Songya and Zhang Shanshan. The next day at 10 in the morning, he left his rental apartment. Thinking about having lunch with Zhang Shanshan in the afternoon, he decided to take care of things with Songya in the morning. He first sent Songya a message: I went to your shop to pick up the bread this morning, are you there? About 2 minutes later Songya replied him, hear him on the morning shift. Wang Zhe replied with an OK emoji, started his vehicle, and headed straight for a nearby mall. He wandered around the accessories section on the 2nd floor. During his recent encounters with Song Ye, he noticed a detail. She wears earrings every day. Sometimes they are simple silver hoops, and sometimes they are pearl stud earrings. All her styles lean toward simplicity. This indicates that the girl has a clear preference for earrings. However, based on the designs and materials, the price range is not high, likely around 100 or 200. In front of the counter, Wang Zhe glanced at the new arrivals display wall. The recent best-selling item is a pair of zirconia tassel earrings from a niche designer brand, set in silver with a delicate sheen. Priced at 1080. Not too expensive, but for a waitress it would probably be a quarter of her salary for a month without food or drink. This price is just right. It won't be so expensive that she would feel anxious about refusing, nor too cheap to seem dismissive. Please wrap this up for me. The saleswoman deftly took out the earrings, placed them in a velvet box, and tied a silver gray satin ribbon around it. Wang Zhe then walked over to the adjacent cosmetics counter and picked 2 lipsticks. One for the round-faced girl Xiao Mei, and one for the bun-headed Wang Jia. Both were popular shades priced over 300, suitable for everyday use. There would be no mistakes. The 3 items were packed separately. Wang Zhe left the mall carrying the bags, driving towards the main store of Chaochuan Bakery in the old town. Just past 11 o'clock he arrived. Upon pushing the door open, the familiar aroma of baking bread enveloped him. Today Songya was at the bread section, bending down to restock, with Xiao Mei and Wang Jia nearby. Seeing Wang Zhe enter, Xiao Mei was the first to react, smiling as she welcomed him. You're here? Wang Jia also nodded with a smile. Songya set down the bread she was holding, dusted off the flour on her hands, and walked to the counter. I've packed everything for you. She pointed to the 4 large bags neatly stacked on the right side of the counter. This time we didn't pack a cake for you, but added a few more vacuum-sealed breads, so the kids won't eat them all at once and can save some for later. You guys are even more thoughtful than I imagined, Wang Zhe said with a smile, lifting the bags in his hand. That's perfect. Since you've helped me so much, I've prepared a little something for you today. Saying this, he took out 3 wrapped boxes from the bag. He first handed one to the round-faced girl Xiao Mei. We should consider ourselves friends now, right? A small gift, and you must not refuse. Wow. Thank you, Zhe Gut. Xiao Mei's eyes lit up as she took the box with both hands, almost bouncing with joy. She didn't hesitate at all. Not because she was greedy, but because she knew too well. If she didn't accept it first with Song Ya's cautious nature, she would definitely refuse. Then they would all feel awkward. Thank you, handsome. Wang Jie also smiled and reached out to take the second box. Both of them accepted their gifts. Wang Zhe handed the last box to Song Ya. She looked at the gift boxes in Xiao Mei and Wang Jie's hands, then looked back at Wang Zhe. His gaze was very clean with a hint of a smile and no sense of pressure. It felt like it was just a gesture of goodwill between friends. However, having worked in the service industry for so long and interacted with all kinds of people, Song Ya could discern the meaning behind different gazes. Wang Zhe looked at her differently, then he looked at Xiao Mei and Wang Jie. The difference was subtle but clear to Song. Thank you. She accepted the gift box. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know. Of course we are friends. Wang Zhe smiled, lifted the 4 large bags of bread, and turned to leave. After Wang Zhe left, Xiao Mei held back for a while. As soon as she saw Wang Zhe's car disappear from behind the glass door, she dashed to the counter, eagerly opening the gift box. Inside the purpler Dior packaging box lay a limited edition lipstick quietly resting on the velvet lining. Wow! As soon as Xiao Mei saw the gift, she instantly squealed. This shade. I've been eyeing it for half a month on Zaihanshu. It's nearly 400 apiece, and I've been reluctant to buy it. Zhe Gu is so generous. She took out the lipstick, unscrewed the cap, and swatched it on the back of her hand. So beautiful. This color. Absolutely stunning. Wang Jie also opened her box. The same brand, different shade. Mine is also a lipstick, Wang Jie said with a smile. Both of them turned their gazes to Song Ya. Open yours, Xiao Ya. Xiao Mei was practically begging to help her open it. Your box is different from ours. I bet $100 that it's definitely not a lipstick inside. Song Ya glanced at Xiao Mei and then lowered her head to look at the box in her hands. The velvet surface felt more delicate than the boxes held by Xiao Mei and Sister Wang. Song Ya's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. A voice in her head emerged. You have a boyfriend. But after a moment of hesitation, she opened the lid of the box. The silver-gray satin ribbon unraveled. On the velvet lining, a pair of zircon tassel earrings. The silver-plated base was encrusted with small zircon stones that reflected the light like tiny diamonds under the fluorescent lamp, sparkling brightly. Exquisite and beautiful. The brand is Swarovski. The style is also a recent bestseller, and she had seen the price. Over 1,000, which is quite expensive jewelry for her. I knew it. She grabbed Song Ya's arm, her voice reaching a volume that could be heard throughout the store. Lips, earrings for you. It's clearly different. Song Ya, are you still telling me they don't have any intentions? Look for yourself. Open your eyes and see. Song Ya's ears were already flushed. She slammed the lid shut. Stop shouting. There are customers here. So what if there are customers? Customers also need to be fed this dog food. Xiao Mei looked at Song Ya, her eyes ablaze with gossip. After delivering the bread to the welfare home, Wang Zhe sent a message to Zhang Shanshan. Shanshan, send me your location, I'll come pick you up. Okay. Zhang Shanshan quickly replied, immediately sending a location. When you arrive, wait for me. I still have a class to finish. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe parked the 718 in front of a yoga studio called Chunxiao. The store was not large, nestled in a quiet alley of the old town with a wooden sign that had a Japanese minimalist style. Peering through the floor-to-ceiling glass, he could vaguely see several students stretching on their mats. Wang Zhe didn't rush in and sat in the waiting area for a while, scrolling through his phone. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the class inside ended. The students began to emerge from the training room, chatting and laughing as they headed toward the changing rooms. Then Zhang Shanshan came out. Wang Zhe looked up, his attention instantly captured. She wore a short white low-cut bodysuit that generously exposed her belly button, her waistline incredibly slim, and at the neckline the ample contours created an astonishing curve against the fitted fabric. Her lower half was clad in black yoga pants molded from waist to ankle, accentuating her rounded and full hips, each step creating a smooth ebb and flow of lines. Having just finished class, a thin layer of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her bangs were tucked behind her ears, revealing a smooth forehead and a high nose bridge with full rosy lips. As she walked by Wang Zhe, there was no hint of sweat. Instead, a faint fragrance wafted over, subtle, as if mixed with her body warmth. Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhang Shanshan said apologetically. It's fine. Wang Zhe stood up, smiled, and naturally turned his gaze away. Let's go. Outside the yoga studio, Wang Zhe opened the passenger door for Zhang Shanshan. She bent down to sit inside and fastened her seatbelt. Wang Zhe walked around to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove out of the alley. Looks like you're quite the tycoon driving a 718. Feeling the wind passing by her ears, Zhang Shanshan turned her head and chuckled. It's my first time riding in such a car. All thanks to my family's support. Wang Zhe replied seriously. Zhang Shanshan didn't press further, her lips curling slightly. Following Zhang Shanshan's directions, they soon arrived at a pedestrian street. Today I'm treating you to street food, so don't turn your nose up at it. After getting out of the car, Zhang Shanshan pulled out a sun umbrella from her bag and said with a smile, "The flavors you recommend must be good," Wang Zhe said as he naturally reached out to hold the handle of the umbrella. Zhang Shanshan looked at him in surprise. "The umbrella is quite heavy, let me handle it." Wang Zhe's expression was casual, and his tone was nothing special. "Okay." Zhang Shanshan released her grip. The umbrella wasn't large to begin with, so walking under it together left less than a fist distance between their. Wang Zhe could faintly smell the fragrance on her mixed with the slightly elevated body temperature after exercise, not overpowering, but very pleasant. The pedestrian street was bustling with people as they walked side by side. From a distance they looked like a couple out for a stroll. "We've arrived at this place." Zhang Shanshan stopped, pointing ahead. The sign above read Ma Lu Bien Bien. The entire shop was quite busy with more than 10 tables nearly all occupied, and the air was filled with the spicy and fragrant aroma. After waiting for about 10 minutes, they finally got a table by the window. They walked one behind the other to the fresh ingredient refrigerator at the back. "Their spicy beef skewers are really good." As Zhang Shanshan spoke, she skillfully opened the refrigerator door. "Get me some tripe and crispy chicken feet." Wang Zhe followed suit. "You eat cilantro, right? Also, let's grab some bok choy." The two discussed their food choices, and Zhang Shanshan clearly had visited several times before, familiar with the environment inside, quickly filling a plate with ingredients. Returning to their seats, the waiter brought the hot pot base to the table. "I haven't eaten here in a long time. Today is just right to satisfy my cravings with you," Zhang Shanshan said with a smile. The aroma of the hot pot base smells really good. The rich, spicy fragrance wafted up, and Wang Zhe couldn't help but swallow hard. "Let's eat freely. If it's not enough later, we can get more." Zhang Shanshan licked her lips. Her mood had been off for a while, and it had been a long time since she had a proper meal like this. As the soup began to boil, they eagerly started dipping. The beef rolled around in the red broth, changing color from bright red to deep brown, releasing a wonderful aroma. "Shanshan, if you eat like this, how do you maintain such a good figure?" Wang Zhe glanced at Zhang Shanshan's flat belly and slender waist, unable to help, but asked curiously. "Not at all. I run every morning." Zhang Shanshan waved her hand to explain, "And I probably only indulge like this once or twice a month. Usually I'm really strict about it. Quick, try this spicy beef. Oh, it's really tender." She grabbed a handful of just-cooked spicy beef skewers and directly handed them to Wang Zhe. "Thank you, Shanshan." Wang Zhe took a bite, and indeed it was tender. The seasoning was spot on, and the spiciness was just right. "So I didn't deceive you, right?" Zhang Shanshan looked at Wang Zhe with a smile, seemingly waiting for his feedback. "You didn't deceive me. The taste is indeed good." Wang Zhe hadn't had any lavish meals for a while, and having just run a bit, he was indeed hungry, so he felt the taste was really quite nice. As they ate and chatted, they moved from discussing cycling to fitness, and from fitness to daily life. When they were almost done, Zhang Shanshan leaned back in her chair and patted her stomach. "That feels good. I feel bad making you pay. How about this? I'll treat this time, and you can treat next time." Wang Zhe wiped his hands. "That won't work. I said I'm treating, so I'm treating." Zhang Shanshan quickly scanned the code, totaling 132 yuan. After leaving the restaurant, the two walked toward where they parked. After walking for a while, Zhang Shanshan suddenly sighed. "Thank goodness for the 15,000 from last night, otherwise I would have hesitated even for this meal lately." "Hasn't your salary been paid yet?" "Yes, it's been 2 months. The yoga studio's business hasn't been good recently. There used to be 7 or 8 teachers, and now only 2 are left. The boss said it would be paid in a few days, but there's no sign of him." She paused. "If it could be paid, it would be a relief if I could get 10 to 20,000. Wang Zhe was silent for a moment. "Shanshan, what's your boss name?" Zhang Shanshan turned her head to look at him. "Why do you ask this?" "It's nothing." Wang Zhe smiled. "I just thought that a boss who owes salaries usually doesn't pay voluntarily." Zhang Shanshan was taken aback. She had considered this possibility. She just didn't want to think in that direction. "Let's not talk about this for now." Zhang Shanshan took a deep breath, putting on a smile again. "Come on, let's take a look at where I work." As they chatted, they unknowingly returned to the entrance of the yoga studio. Zhang Shanshan invited Wang Zhe to take a look inside. The shop was not large, with a training room and a resting area decorated in warm tones with a few potted plants in the corners. On the wall was a class schedule filled with boxes, but only 2 columns had names. One column read Zhang Shanshan, and the other column had another teacher's name. The rest were all blank. This wall used to be completely full. Zhang Shanshan stood in front of the schedule, smiled, but said no more. After the tour, Zhang Shanshan walked Wang Zhe to the door. Just as they reached the glass door, a black Mercedes E300 smoothly parked right in front of the yoga studio. The car door opened. A middle-aged man with a center part got out of the driver's seat, holding a brown briefcase, his leather shoes polished to a shine, dressed in a dark gray polo shirt, slightly protruding belly, looking to be in his early 40s. He immediately spotted Zhang Shanshan, standing at the door, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Shanshan." Zhang Shanshan's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, though the curve of her lips clearly diminished. "Mr. Wang," Zhang Shanshan called out. "Good afternoon, Shanshan." Boss Wang nodded at Zhang Shanshan, then shifted his gaze to Wang Zhe, sizing him up before speaking. And this is my friend. Zhang Shanshan replied casually, her tone flat. She paused, then deliberately steered the conversation back to business. Boss Wang, your wife's yoga classes are almost over. Since she seems to enjoy my sessions, are you here to renew her membership? Boss Wang's smile faded slightly as he waved a hand. No renewal for now. He glanced at the yoga studio's entrance, a hint of amusement in his voice. To be honest, my wife has mentioned your studio's situation several times. Most of the yoga instructors have already left. UITLL probably closed down in a month or two. Signing up now would just be a waste of time and money. Zhang Shanshan's expression flickered, a flush of embarrassment creeping across her face, as if her veil of pretense had been ripped away. Moreover, Boss Wang's wife had always been a VIP client at the studio, and the monthly tuition fees and renewal commissions formed a significant portion of Zhang Shanshan's income. With the studio's business declining, she already had very few students left. If Boss Wang's wife didn't renew, her monthly commission would take another hit. What made it worse was that Wang Zhe was standing right beside her. Having him witness this filled Zhang Shanshan with an indescribable unease. By the way, Shanshan, let's set aside the renewal for now. Boss Wang shifted the topic, a meaningful smile creeping back onto his face as he locked eyes with her. You remember what I mentioned last time, don't you? Zhang Shanshan remained silent. Unfazed, Boss Wang continued, the yoga industry, the studio included, isn't doing well these days. You're still in your prime, wasting your time in this field isn't worth it. As he spoke, his eyes slowly trailed down from her face, lingering on the curves outlined by her tight yoga attire, pausing at her chest and waist. I'm speaking from genuine concern for you. I hope you'll seriously consider the position I offered. The terms are far better than what you have now. 10 times better at least. Don't wait until you're jobless and older only to regret it. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Wang. Zhang Shanshan replied without a moment's hesitation, her tone crisp and decisive. I'm not suited for that job, so I won't consider it. Boss Wang's smile froze for an instant, but quickly returned. Zhang Shanshan turned away from him, looking at Wang Zhe with an apologetic glint in her eyes. Let's call it a day? We'll catch up another time. Stay in touch. Sure. Wang Zhe noticed her troubled expression and didn't pry, just nodded. She offered him a faint smile, then turned and pushed open the glass door, walking straight into the studio. The glass door slid shut slowly, leaving only Wang Zhe and Boss Wang outside. Boss Wang watched Zhang Shanshan's figure disappear around the corner of the training room, then turned his attention back to Wang Zhe, appraising him. Young, early 20s, simply dressed in a white t-shirt and casual pants. No discernible brand. Boss Wang mentally tagged him a college student, a poor kid probably chasing after Zhang Shanshan. Young man. Boss Wang spoke with a genial smile, his tone carrying the condescension of someone who'd been through it all. I can tell you're close with Shanshan. If you get a chance, put in a good word for me. The job I'm offering her is genuinely great. A yoga instructor makes a few thousand a month, right? Working with me, she could earn several times that. If she keeps dragging her feet, she'll miss this opportunity. Wang Zhe looked at Boss Wang. He said nothing. Married. This old bastard's intentions couldn't be more obvious. Boss Wang, could you be more specific about the position? Wang Zhe asked. Well, it's not convenient to go into details. You're just a student, you might not understand even if I explain. Boss Wang waved dismissively. He pulled a Mercedes key fob from his pocket, twirling it around his finger with a hint of ostentation. Tell you what, if you help me persuade Shanshan, I'll give you a nice fat red envelope. How about that? A Mercedes E300. Wang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Boss Wang, you're over 40 and life's been tough, hasn't it? Driving an E300 makes you think you're somebody. You think Sister Shan can't see through your little scheme. Let me guess. You just want to keep her as your mistress, right? How much are you offering a month? 50,000. 100. 200. Boss Wang's smile stiffened. What, your wife isn't satisfying you? A broke loser driving an E300 and you want to keep Shanshan? You. Boss Wang nearly choked on his anger, but Wang Zhe completely ignored him. He pulled out the key to his 718. Beep. The lights of the Porsche 718 parked next to the Mercedes E300 flashed on. Boss Wang's attention was drawn to the sound. A Porsche. A 718. That could buy 2 of his E300s. Boss Wang's face flushed crimson. You patronizing old fart, stay away from Sister Shan. If you harass her again, just wait until your wife tears you apart. Wang Zhe pulled open the car door and slid inside. Vroom. The horizontally opposed engine roared. The exhaust pipe blasted out a searing wave of. The 718 shot past Boss Wang, the gust of wind harshly whipping his face and messing up his meticulously styled center-parted hair. Boss Wang stood rooted to the spot. After a long moment, he bitterly started his Mercedes E300. Bitched. He muttered curses as he turned the steering wheel. So that's why she kept turning me down. She had already latched onto some rich second-generation brat. Faking innocence, my ass. Damn it. Just wait until I get my chance. They'll make you pay. Little bastard. Inside the yoga studio, Zhang Shanshan changed into indoor slippers and sat down on a bench in the lounge area. Through the glass, she had caught glimpses of what happened outside. She couldn't hear what Wang Zhe and Boss Wang said, but she saw the full spectrum of expressions on Boss Wang's face. A complex feeling welled up inside her. Shanshan, did your friend leave? Another yoga instructor, He Ting, poked her head out from the training room, asking curiously. Zhang Shanshan nodded listlessly. He Ting walked over and sat down beside her. I saw Boss Wang came to see you too. You're really not considering him. Consider what? Zhang Shanshan's tone carried clear irritation. You know my situation. He's married and wants me as his secretary. What do you think he's after? True. He Ting nodded in agreement and dropped the subject. A few seconds of silence passed. He Ting rubbed her hands together as if choosing her words carefully. Shanshan, I need to tell you something. Zhang Shanshan turned to look at her. He Ting's expression was apologetic, but her tone was serious. I'm planning to resign. He'll leave next week. Zhang Shanshan was stunned. You've seen how things are at Chunxiao. He Ting sighed. It's about to go under. The boss hasn't paid us in 2 months and the students are dwindling. If I don't find another job soon, I'm afraid I'll starve. Off. Zhang Shanshan opened her mouth wanting to say something, but no words came out. He Ting was her last partner at Chunxiao. Once she left, the entire yoga studio would be left with only her. How could she manage alone? She had been firm in her divorce from Zheng Chao, getting nothing in the settlement. With no salary for months and credit card bills to pay each month, the financial pressure was sometimes suffocating. Now He Ting was leaving too. Zhang Shanshan leaned back against the bench, a wave of confusion washing over her. Back in his rented room, Wang Zhe thought for a moment and sent Zhang Shanshan a message. Sister Shan, the skewers today were really authentic and delicious. Thank you. He'll treat you another time. He waited. No reply. Just as he was about to scroll through videos on Douyin, his phone buzzed. It wasn't from Zhang Shanshan. It was from his roommate Zhang Liang. Say, take a look. Someone's posted about you on the school forum. Then came a link. A post titled, Girls Beware. A broke loser rents a luxury car to pose as rich, scamming for sex and money. Wang Zhe looked at the message sent by Zhang Liang, his brows slightly furrowed. He clicked on the link. The content was quite explosive. Ladies, today we must expose someone. In his 3rd year at the business school, Wang Zhe had relied on part-time jobs to get by during his 1st and 2nd years. Suddenly, in his 3rd year, he showed up at school driving a Porsche 718. He even claimed he bought it. A person who earns a living through part-time jobs suddenly driving a sports car worth 600,000 to 700,000. Does anyone think that's possible? So his car must definitely be rented with a clear purpose to show off and deceive. Ladies, be sure to keep your eyes peeled and stay away from this car. Attached are 2 photos for your perusal. The post was accompanied by 2 photos. The first one was a side view of Wang Zhe's white 718, taken from a slightly hidden angle with the license plate clearly visible. The second photo was of Wang Zhe during his sophomore year while working part-time at Starbucks. He wore a green apron, bending down to serve coffee to a customer. The 2 photos placed side by side made for a striking comparison. Wang Zhe scrolled down to read the comments. I'm dying of laughter. A Starbucks server, now driving a Porsche? It's definitely a rented car to show off and deceive. The second hot comment read, Ladies, is it possible that some rich woman bought it for him? This type of pretty boy is best at latching onto wealthy women, first deceiving them emotionally, and then financially. The third hot comment said, I suggest the school thoroughly investigate this person. Renting luxury cars to deceive girls. How is that any different from a scam? Such morally corrupt individuals do not deserve to be in school. They truly need to be expelled. Every comment echoed this sentiment. Let's get this trending. Agreed, let's report him. Are there any ladies who have been deceived coming forward to speak? Wang Zhe read through the comments from start to finish. Not only was he not angry, instead he started to laugh. The instigator was too obvious. The part-time photo at Starbucks had been taken by Li Yutong back then as a keepsake. Looking at the wording and tone of the post again, this kind of insidiousness couldn't have been conceived by Li Yutong alone. But her good friend Xiao Dong could definitely pull it off. Sure enough, these 2 disgusting individuals were still unrepentant. Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair for a moment, then sat up straight and rummaged through his phone. Car purchase contract. Unified invoice for motor vehicle sales. Motor vehicle registration certificate, photocopy of the driving license. After organizing the photos he had taken earlier, Wang Zhe logged into the forum and registered an account under his real name. Clicking to post. Title: The real owner of the 718, whom you've been slandering, has arrived. Body: I, Wang Zhe, am in my 3rd year at the business school. I just saw a post from an anonymous hero accusing me of renting a luxury car to deceive. I laughed for quite a while and almost spit out my dinner. Without further ado, let's get to the photos. By the way, the car costs 76800 fully paid, and the purchaser section is filled with my name. I did work part-time at Starbucks during my 1st and 2nd years, and I have no shame in admitting it. Experiencing life and earning pocket money is definitely better than leeching off others. But some people secretly saving my photos from 2 years ago and still unwilling to delete them. This level of affection is something I can't really handle. I suggest you see a psychologist. Finally, for the rumor mongers, there are two options. First, delete the post within 24 hours and publicly apologize. Second, I will report you to the police. Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, online defamation, is enough to get you in trouble. Li Yutong Chao Dong. 4 photos of the documents were attached in order after the main text. Once the post was sent out within 10 minutes, the tide turned instantly. Originally, those who were cursing Wang Zhe under the slandering post swarmed to Wang Zhe's post to observe. I was just cursing him in the last post, and now seeing the original contract, all I can say is my face hurts. Fully paid 768000. Wow. Impressive, bro. Slap in the face. Just now I said he rented the car. Bro, I want to hug your thigh. Comments kept pouring in, and they were getting increasingly absurd with all sorts of jokes emerging. But there was one comment that stood out. Chao Dong replied, "Who knows if your photo is edited? With the current Photoshop technology, anyone can just find a template and stick it on. Who knows what's real or fake?" Wang Zhe scoffed. He directly replied under Chao Dong's comment, "Fine, if you say it's edited, let's verify. Tonight at 8 o'clock in the parking lot under Building 3, the car will be parked there, and I'll bring all the original contract and invoice. You come, and in front of everyone we'll flip through it page by page, stamp by stamp. Do you dare?" After sending that less than a minute later, Chao Dong quickly replied with 4 words, "What's there to be afraid of?" This reply caused the comment section to boil over. Verifying the car in person was definitely more thrilling than a heated online argument. The news spread like wildfire. Within half an hour, nearly everyone in the business school knew that at 8 o'clock tonight in the parking lot under Building 3, there would be a good show to watch. At 7:50 in the evening, the parking lot under Building 3 was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Wang Zhe had already parked the 718 under the streetlight with the roof down, the car body glistening with a cold white sheen in the light. Wang Zhe leaned against the front of the car holding a stack of documents, his expression quite calm. Zhang Liang and a few buddies from the dorm stood beside him holding their phones up to record. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, all eyes switching back and forth between the 718 and Wang Zhe. They're coming, someone shouted. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Chao Dong walked over with Li Yutong half a step behind him, her expression quite grim. Chao Dong approached the 718, he circled the car once, then crouched down to take a look at the license plate. It was exactly the same as the one in the hidden photo from the post. He stood up, maintaining a serious expression. Wang Zhe handed the stack of documents in front of him. Car purchase contract, invoice, registration certificate, driving license, all originals. Didn't you say I edited the photos? Now you can see for yourself, flipping through it page by page. Take your time. Chao Dong took it, flipping to the first page. Original. Second page. Original. All originals. After finishing the last page, the car purchase contract, contract number, dealer stamp, and purchaser signature were all Wang Zhe's. Chao Dong's face froze. He simply couldn't understand how Wang Zhe, a poor guy, could afford to buy a 718. Are you done reading? Wang Zhe coldly looked at Chao Dong and Li Yutong. Chao Dong remained silent. Did I edit the photos? Wang Zhe asked with a cold smile. Chao Dong started to sweat. Speak. Is it real? Wang Zhe suddenly raised his voice. Yes. Chao Dong was startled by Wang Zhe's sudden increase in volume and stammered. Louder. Don't act like a sissy. You think everyone is as poor as you. How dare you slander me? Wang Zhe took the documents back and slapped them against Chao Dong's face. Apologize. Both of you record a video of your apology, posted on the forum for 7 days. Chao Dong almost reflexively shook his head. If this got out, how would he survive in the business school? Li Yutong stood beside Chao Dong, her face pale, lips pressed tightly, showing no sign of agreement. You posted about me renting a car to show off and deceive, personally attacking and insulting me, even inciting online violence. This is online defamation. I'm giving you both 3 minutes. If I don't see an apology video posted on the forum, be prepared for me to call the police. Wang Zhe said with a cold smile. Chao Dong, listening to Wang Zhe and looking at the hundreds of eyes around him, suddenly felt a wave of panic. Li Yutong was even worse. Beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. And one more thing, I want to take this opportunity to make it clear to everyone. Wang Zhe's voice rang out again, his gaze shifting from Chao Dong to Li Yutong's face. Li Yutong stiffened and slowly lifted her head. Li Yutong and I have completely broken up. The reason for the breakup is that she traveled with her male friend Chao Dong behind my back, putting a hat on me, and I took the initiative to propose the breakup. From now on, I have no relationship with her. Anyone who takes our matter and makes a fuss, I will pursue it to the end. After these words, it felt as though a deep water bomb had been dropped in the parking lot. A buzzing murmur surged from all directions. Traveling together with a male friend. Isn't that just? No wonder the anonymous post was to slander him. It turns out it was his ex-girlfriend and her current partner. What a dramatic plot twist. Breaking up and still doing this, his character is really. Li Yutong stood still. Hundreds of eyes focused on her like countless needles piercing into her. Her mind was a chaotic mess. 768000. It really was his own car. When did Wang Zhe have this much money? Could it really be that he was a rich second generation experiencing life? If she hadn't broken up, she should have been the one sitting in the passenger seat of this 718. At this moment, a wave of regret surged in Li Yutong's heart. But there's no medicine for regret. Eventually, Chao Dong, under the public gaze, took out his phone and recorded an apology video with Li Yutong. After recording, the video was uploaded to the forum on the spot. Wang Zhe watched it, once confirmed there were no issues. This time I'll let you both off the hook. If you engage in these dirty tricks again, I'll send you in to stay for a few days. Chao Dong pulled Li Yutong's arm and turned to leave, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. After exiting the crowd, Chao Dong kept turning one question over in his mind. Wang Zhe said he was experiencing life, but he didn't believe it. Even less did he believe that Wang Zhe, this poor guy, had so much money to buy a car. This Wang Zhe definitely had problems. Chao Dong's eyes darkened, a thought began to form in his mind. Returning from the parking lot, Zhang Liang's mouth had not closed since they left. Old Wang, do you know that starting today you have priority in dating rights at the business school? You didn't see the scene just now as those girls rushed over like crazy, almost shoving their phones in your face. I saw it, am not blind. Wang Zhe chuckled as he pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. Chen Yu scoffed at Zhang Liang's words. Zhang Liang, you still dare to call old Wang out? I see you're not being honest. Didn't you just take the chance to add several girls as friends? Zhang Liang immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Cough cough, I was just helping old Wang out. They added me to know. Pull the other one. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. When they asked for Wang Zhe's number, you pushed your own friends instead. Is that helping me? Isn't that just establishing a communication channel? Zhang Liang shrank his neck, his voice getting quieter. In the corner, He Chong heard Chen Yu's words, glanced at his phone, and didn't dare to speak up. He had also taken the chance to add a few girls as friends. Watching his buddies joking and tearing each other down, Wang Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly. The scene at the parking lot was indeed quite satisfying. But that was just it. Chao Dong and Li Yutong were not worth him spending another second thinking about. He opened his phone to check. After being surrounded in the parking lot, he had received over 20 friend requests. He casually scrolled through, glancing at the profile pictures and remarks. The game panel didn't pop up any prompts. None of these people were suitable targets. Wang Zhe placed his phone on the table, leaning back in his chair. There are so many good girls in the world. Can he really lack suitable targets? Besides, if he didn't consider the rewards of conquering, he wouldn't mind having deeper conversations with some girls scoring around 80. So among all the friend requests he received, Wang Zhe finally chose 2 girls scoring over 80 as friends. Clearly these girls had no driving experience. Ding! Wang Zhe's phone vibrated again. He picked it up and saw it wasn't a friend request. It was a private message from the round-faced girl, Xiao Mei from Chaochuan Pancake Shop. Zego, are you there? Wang Zhe's spirits lifted. Yes. To be honest, he had been frequenting Chaochuan Pancake Shop so much these days, saying he was buying bread to do good deeds, but in reality he knew where his thoughts were focused. But relying solely on buying things and chatting a bit was too slow. Sonya's character was polite to everyone, yet there was always a barrier. He needed an insider. Xiao Mei was the best choice. Another message from Xiao Mei popped up. Sego, I want to ask you something, don't be angry. Go ahead, do you have feelings for Yi? Wang Zhe looked at the message without hesitation and directly typed 4 words in response. Yes, love at first sight. There was silence on the other end for about 5 seconds. Then a long string of messages began to flood in. I knew it. I told you. If you didn't have any other intentions, how could you visit our shop so many times in a week buying things worth thousands? This girl's personality really matched her round face. She couldn't keep things hidden. Xiao Mei, if you're willing to help me provide some information about Sonya, I'll definitely give. This girl's personality really matched her round face. She couldn't keep things hidden. Xiao Mei, if you're willing to help me provide some information about Sonya, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope once I win her over. What are you talking about, Zego? I'm not helping you for money. Yiya is my best friend, to be honest, don't be angry. She has a boyfriend named Xie Chong, a gym instructor, but from what I've learned, Yiya hasn't been intimate with him. I feel that Xie Chong is not worthy of Yiya, and I think he's just a scumbag. If you truly like her, I'm willing to help, but you have to treat her well, otherwise I won't agree. First, Xie Chong, a fitness instructor. Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned at the mention of this name. Wasn't Xie Chong the newcomer who joined the cycling club with him that night? Oh my god, this world is so small, and he could run into Song Ya's boyfriend Xie Chong. Xiao Mei didn't seem to be wrong. If he remembered correctly, Xie Chong had been chatting quite lively with the female cyclist who led him. Most likely, as Xiao Mei said, he was a scumbag. Looking at it this way, winning over Song Ya was actually saving her. Such a beautiful girl should not end up with that scoundrel Xie Chong. That's just unacceptable. Don't worry, I'm absolutely serious about her, Wang Zhe quickly replied. Alright then, I have an idea for you. Tomorrow I'll ask you out for dinner saying it's to thank you for the lipstick you sent last time, and I'll treat her to a meal. Then I'll bring Yo along, and you two will have a chance to interact privately. And then halfway through the meal, I'll find an excuse to slip away. The rest of the time will be left for you. Wang Zhe thought highly of Xiao Mei's plan and immediately transferred 1,000 as a red envelope to her. Okay, you can set the time and place, I'll cover the costs. Well, thank you Zhe, I'll take care of it. Seeing the big red envelope sent by Wang Zhe, Xiao Mei was instantly excited. Having a meal would only cost a couple of hundred, the remaining few hundred was just a benefit for Zhe Gu, right? Rich guy. Xiao Mei became even more determined to get Sonya and Wang Zhe together. After chatting for a while, Zhang Liang called Wang Zhe for a team battle. After a brief chat with Xiao Mei, he turned off his phone. While Wang Zhe and Zhang Liang were playing games in the old city, Xiechang's rental apartment. After finishing her late shift, Sonya arrived at Xiechang's place. Recently, Xiechang had been frequently quarreling with her, so Sonya planned to come see him more often. On the way, she sent Xiechang 3 messages asking if he had eaten and if he was home at night. 3 messages, but not a single reply. She called him twice, but no one picked up. Entering Xiechang's apartment the moment she turned on the light, her brows furrowed. On the coffee table in the living room, there were 2 empty beer bottles and a half-eaten bag of chips left open. On the dining table, 3 or 4 takeout boxes were piled up with sauce leaking out, making the tabletop a mess. Walking into the kitchen, the dishes in the sink were stacked several layers high, and the bottom one had already started to smell. The trash can was nearly overflowing with crumpled tissues and takeout wrappers haphazardly piled at the opening. The bedroom door was half open. Dirty clothes were strewn everywhere. A t-shirt hung on the back of a chair, and a pair of jeans was crumpled at the foot of the bed. Frowning, Sonya bent down to pick them up one by one and carried them to the washing machine on the balcony. As she placed the clothes in the washing machine, a deep gray t-shirt slipped from her arms. Sonya bent down to pick it up and gave it a shake. A long hair floated down from the clothing. It was longer than her own hair. The color was light brown dyed. Sonya pressed her lips together. Then she tossed the hair into the trash can. Taking a deep breath, she told herself not to overthink. Xiechang was a personal trainer at the gym, and he had female students every day. During personal training sessions, it was normal to have hair stuck to them, due to the close proximity. Stuffing all the clothes into the washing machine, she pressed the start button and turned to walk back into the living room. She rummaged under the cabinet for a trash bag and started cleaning the takeout boxes off the dining table. By the time she finished cleaning the table, she saw that the trash can was already too full. She squatted down, preparing to take the trash can out entirely to change the bag. However, as she grabbed the rim of the can to lift the whole bag of trash out, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a packaging bag inside. A light gold packaging bag. The letters on the bag clearly read Durex. Durex. Sonya's movements suddenly came to a halt. She stared at the packaging, her fingers starting to go numb. She placed the trash bag back on the ground and squatted beside the trash can, slowly peeling back the paper towels and takeout boxes that were covering it. The second one, the third one, the fourth, the fifth. All of them were open Durex aluminum foil packaging bags. Sonya's hands began to tremble. She didn't stop and continued to dig deeper. Near the bottom of the can, pressed under 4 or 5 wads of tissue. She hesitated for a moment, but still used her fingertips to push aside the paper wads. What came into view? It was a used condom. It must have been in the last few days. Who? Sonya's breathing became heavy, her face pale. Ugh. Her stomach churned violently. Sonya turned to the side and dry heaved twice. Her body felt weak. It felt as if her heart was being twisted by a knife, making it hard for her to breathe. Sonya was unaware of how she had exited the rented apartment. She lay on the bed, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling while her mind replayed those scenes over and over. The torn aluminum foil packaging, along with the items beneath a few wads of tissue paper, caused her stomach to churn uncontrollably. Sonya turned over, burying her face in the pillow, her nails digging into her palms. At that moment, the phone rang. She reached out to grab her phone from the bedside and saw Xiechang's name flashing on the screen. Sonya hung up immediately. It rang again. She pressed it off once more. When it rang for the third time, she simply turned the phone off. The room fell silent once again. Sonya did not cry. Her eyes were dry, yet it felt worse than crying. At the rented apartment, when Xiechang returned, it was already close to 11 o'clock. As he opened the door, the first thing he noticed was the garbage bags neatly packed on the living room floor. Then his gaze fell beside the trash can. The trash can had toppled over. Its contents were scattered all over the floor, tissues, takeout boxes, and a few shiny gold Durex wrappers lying starkly on the floor. Xiechang's expression changed instantly. Damn, he exclaimed, plopping down onto the sofa and pounding. If I had known, I would have taken the trash out today. These items were obviously the spoils left from his encounter with that female coach a few days ago. Sonya must have seen this today. How careless of him, damn it. He irritably tugged at his hair and paced back and forth in the living room several times. This afternoon, he had dinner scheduled with Lu Mei, went to a bar for a while after, and returned late. Who would have thought Sonia would come over today? In order to pursue Sonia, he had spent over half a year sending her flowers, gifts, and showing concern using every ploy, yet now he hadn't even had a taste of her. If they were to break up like this, it would be a huge loss. However, Xie Chong quickly calmed down. He picked up his phone and began typing furiously in the chat box. Xiaoyu, although I am reluctant to speak, I fear you may misunderstand me, and that our year-long relationship could end like this, so I need to come clean. About that condom issue. Firstly, I am a normal man, I have physiological needs. But the truth is not what you think, I did not cheat. I have always kept myself clean. Because you said you wanted to save the best moment for when we get married. I have always remembered, so even when I was very angry, I generally relied on myself to solve it without bothering you. But I also did not want to make a mess everywhere. That would be too disgusting. So I usually wear one, dispose of it immediately after use, keeping it clean and hygienic. I swear I did not cheat. If I did, let the heavens strike me, or let me be hit by a car when I go out. I was wrong, babe. I'll try to control myself better in the future. After sending a flurry of messages, Xie Chong added 7 or 8 crying emojis at the end. Having sent the message, Xie Chong leaned back on the sofa, resting his hands behind his head, and let out a long sigh. Done. I really am a genius. This reasoning seemed increasingly reasonable the more he thought about it. Xie Chong crossed his legs, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. How beautifully he had articulated his thoughts. Why did I have to handle it myself? Because you wouldn't let me touch you. Other men have girlfriends to take care of them, but what about me? I endured, I held on, I did not seek other women. The fault does not lie with me. It lies with you. You did not fulfill your responsibilities as a girlfriend. Tomorrow morning, I'll buy a bouquet of flowers and wait for Sonia outside the shop after work to apologize and coax her. Who knows, maybe I can make her feel guilty and think she misunderstood me. At that moment, the phone buzzed. The message was from Lu Mei. Xie Chong opened it. A photo of a leg clad in black stockings taken from the knee down with soft lighting that sparked desire. Xie Chong's eyes widened immediately. Without hesitation, he sent a red envelope of 200 yuan. Good sister, I love watching. Send me more pictures. If I could see what you're wearing today, I would even send you several big red envelopes this month without eating. Lu Mei quickly accepted the red envelope. Then she sent a photo back to Xie Chong, this time of her upper body, basically wearing just a lace bodysuit. Let's see how you perform, but if you do well, I might let you have a peek. Damn, this is really heating up. If I could get my hands on this, how satisfying would that be? Xie Chong looked at the photo, feeling restless, and sent her a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. The next day, after waking up, Wang Zhe checked the time. It was Saturday. The cycling group was already buzzing with excitement with a routine night ride scheduled for that evening. The group leader Li Gu had already started a sign-up list. Wang Zhe scrolled through the chat history and called Zhang Shanshan. The phone rang 3 times before she answered. Sister Shan, are you joining the ride tonight? Are you going? Came Zhang Shanshan's voice, laced with sleepiness and hoarseness on the other end. If you go, I'll go, Wang Zhe chuckled. All right then, her tone lightened a bit. See you tonight, Sister Shan. See you tonight. After hanging up, Zhang Shanshan lingered in bed for a few more seconds before finally getting up from under the covers. The blanket slipped off instantly, flooding the bedroom with a bright white light. Zhang Shanshan had never worn clothes while sleeping, a habit she had developed since her divorce. Barefoot, she stepped onto the floor and walked into the bathroom. The mirror reflected her entire figure. Her figure was upright, full in all the right places, yet firm, showing no signs of sagging. Her waist was tight, and her skin glowed softly in the morning light. At 29, Zhang Shanshan raised her hand to touch her face, her fingertips gliding from her brow bone down to her jawline. The contours remained tight, and her nasolabial folds were barely visible. How many can be 29 in life? Yet she had not experienced a single moment of intimacy that belonged in her 5-year marriage with Zheng Chao. Due to his physical issues, nothing had ever happened between them. On paper she was married, but she had never even broken her virginity. Zhang Shanshan sighed, turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded down from above, flowing down her shoulders. The steam spread, fogging up the mirror. With her eyes closed, she let her palms slide slowly along her waist. Suddenly an image flashed through her mind. Wang Zhe standing under the bike lights that night in his tight cycling outfit. The cycling suit accentuated the contours of his upper body, the curves of his chest, the segmented lines of his abs, and the taut muscles on his arms. Her breathing suddenly quickened. Her fingers paused on her lower abdomen. Zhang Shanshan tightly closed her eyes, shaking off that image. The sound of water rushed on. She took a deep breath and lowered the temperature of the shower by 2 notches. Wang Zhe had no idea what was happening several kilometers away. After hanging up with Zhang Shanshan, he reopened the cycling group and scrolled back to the continuously updating sign-up message. Over 20 people had signed up already. Wang Zhe's gaze swept from the top down. When he reached the names of the 17th and 18th participants, his brow involuntarily raised. The 17th was Xie Chong. The 18th was Lu Mei. The two names were right next to each other. Xiechong, a fitness coach, was Song Ya's boyfriend and a newcomer at the last cycling event. Lu Mei was the sizzling hot female cyclist who had been responsible for guiding Xiechong that night. The time they signed up was just 3 minutes apart. Wang Zhe stared at these two names for quite a while. He remembered the scenes after the last ride quite clearly. Xiechong and Lu Mei were chatting and laughing as they pushed their bikes ahead shoulder to shoulder, so close they looked like a couple. Combined with what Xiao Mei had said to him, Wang Zhe felt that Xiechong was simply not worthy of Songya. This scumbag was dating Songya while fooling around with Lu Mei. Who knows? There might be more than one. No way. This cannot continue. What if that dog Xiechong took advantage of his relationship with Songya, or simply took her out for drinks? Wouldn't he have her completely in his grasp then? He had to find a way to do something. Wang Zhe's thoughts raced, his gaze darting back and forth between the names Xiechong and Lu Mei, and at a certain moment a light bulb went off in his head. He suddenly had an idea. At present, Xiechong and Lu Mei were embroiled in a heated flirtation. Lu Mei, she was the perfect point of entry. Wang Zhe tapped open her profile picture. He sent a friend request. Less than a minute later, his phone vibrated. Lu Mei had accepted. A message appeared in the chat almost immediately. "Hello, are you the handsome man Wang Zhe who rode the SL8 that night?" She wrote with an effusive tone. Wang Zhe replied with 2 words, crisp and economical. When Lu Mei saw, "It's me," she sat bolt upright on the sofa. Wang Zhe, the most talked about name in the cycling group lately. The women in the private cycling chat had dissected him thoroughly in SL8 road bike gear, totaling over 100,000 impeccable looks and figure. Clearly a wealthy second generation. The key was that Wang Zhe had locked his friend requests tight. You couldn't add him from the group. Several sisters had tried and were rebuffed. And now he had taken the initiative to add her. Lu Mei's heart skipped a beat. Had this rich young man noticed her back on the ride that night? She bit her lip and typed quickly, "Handsome, why did you suddenly decide to add me? Did that night leave a deep..." Wang Zhe glanced at the message and did not take the bait. He disliked beating around the bush. "Miss, I want to ask you about someone. If it's convenient, there's a generous red envelope." After sending those words, Wang Zhe immediately sent a red packet of 888. The chat fell quiet for a moment. The packet was snapped up instantly. "Thanks, handsome. Ask away." Lu Mei replied quickly, her flirtatious tone snapping into a brisk, businesslike cadence. A faint curl tugged at the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth. "Xiechong, what is your relationship with him? How far has it gone?" Lu Mei's fingers hesitated. "Xiechong." She hadn't expected Wang Zhe to mean that man. After a 3-second hesitation, Lu Mei rattled off the details. "To be honest, handsome, Xiechong added me after the ride ended. At first it was dinner or movie invitations, till later it escalated. He asked me out every day. Sometimes after dinner they'd head to a bar, and the conversations grew increasingly explicit. Last night, he even asked me to send intimate photos. After I sent them, he transferred a red packet. I know he has a girlfriend, but he didn't bother to hide it." Wang Zhe read the messages one by one, his temple throbbing. That damned Xiechong. Having a girlfriend like Songya and showing no appreciation. Asking for intimate photos. Damn him. Wang Zhe tamped down his anger and sent Lu Mei a 5000 red packet. "Brother Zhe," Lu Mei exclaimed. "You're so generous. Xiechong has been chatting with me for over half a month and his red packets don't add up to a third of yours." Wang Zhe ignored the pleasantries and pressed on. "Is there more? Besides you, is he in contact with other women?" "Yes," she answered. "That scumbag Xiechong isn't only in contact with me. Last night when he took me to dinner, I saw him messaging another woman under the table. When I came back from the restroom, he even called someone else baby." He deliberately angled his phone screen down, as if afraid I'd see. Wang Zhe narrowed his eyes. He was juggling at least 3 women at once. "All right," Wang Zhe typed. "Brother Zhe, do you need me to do anything else?" Lu Mei asked. "From today on, when he asks you out, whether for dinner, drinks, or to book a room, you go? Before you go, send me the time and place." Wang Zhe thought for a moment and laid out the plan. "If later I need your cooperation, I'll tell you in advance what to do. 10,000 for each verified piece of information. 10,000 per instance." Lu Mei stared at the figure, her palms growing warm. 10 times would be 100,000. That could buy several designer bags. "Don't worry, Brother Zhe'll handle it. Xiechong and I are already close. When he invites me, I usually go, so getting information won't be a problem." After sending that, Lu Mei paused, then added another message. "By the way, Brother Zhe, since you care so much about Xiechong, may I ask why?" Wang Zhe considered briefly and offered the simplest, most persuasive reason. "That man stole my girlfriend. I don't want him to live comfortably." "Got it," Lu Mei replied instantly. A few seconds later, another message appeared. "Brother Zhe, besides information, if you have other needs, you can tell me too." She followed immediately. "There are parts of me that haven't been tended to yet." A photo accompanied the message. A close-up of her hips, an intimate angle, ambiguous lighting. Clearly not a first-time shot. Wang Zhe glanced then swiped it away. He wasn't interested in buying companionship as a pastime. In paying for results, not extras. Focus on the task and don't play games. After sending that, he exited the chat and tossed his phone onto the table. He rubbed his brow. Xiechong was more repulsive than had imagined. Flirting with Lu Mei, sending red packets for intimate photos, taking women out to eat and drink, and trying to bring them home. These were the visible offenses. Behind the scenes, he was in contact with at least one other woman as well. And Sonia. She knew nothing guarding a pure relationship alone, having given not even her body, waiting only for the wedding day. What would she find when she finally learned the truth? Wang Ze's fist clenched without his realizing it. With Xiechong's tongue, any lie could be spun. He would be adept at the slap and sweeten routine. If Sonia softened and was coaxed back by a few honeyed words, that would be the real catastrophe. Words alone would not suffice. He needed solid, incontrovertible evidence, something Sonia could see and hear with her own eyes and ears, to pierce Xiechong's hypocritical mask and seal off that escape route. As Wang Ze pondered, his phone vibrated again. This time it was Xiaomei. Brother Ze Song, you doesn't seem well today, or I think the dinner will have to wait until tomorrow. What's wrong? Wang Ze replied. She hardly spoke all day. Even with customers, she was forcing a smile, barely able to laugh. I asked her a couple of times and she just said it's nothing, but I feel there's a good chance it's a quarrel with Xiechong. Xiaomei added, if she could just break up with Xiechong, that would be best. It would spare her from being kept in the dark by that scumbag. Tell me once you find out the specifics, Xiaomei said. All right, let me know when it's confirmed, Wang Ze replied, then set his phone aside. Song Ya's poor state indicated trouble on Xiechong's side. But what kind of trouble? An ordinary quarrel, or had Sonia discovered a clue? He had to wait for Xiaomei's precise information. Wang Ze leaned back and thought it over. His plan to go to the provincial capital tomorrow would have to be pushed back 2 days, and matters here needed monitoring. It was not wasted time. In the interim, he could push forward preparations to open the shop in the provincial capital. His plan was clear: open a bakery in the provincial capital following the same model as Li Lai, copying the product line and operating methods, but hiring new staff. Without hesitation, he found an agency online. They quoted 3800 and promised to deliver the business license and food operation permit within 2 days. He paid promptly, then opened the Lianji recruitment and Boss Jipin apps and began posting job listings. Technical positions like bakers, cake decorators, and quality inspectors were posted as usual, but he put particular thought into the hiring of servers. He set the base salary at 6000 with room and board included and commission calculated separately. This package ranked among the top in the provincial capital service industry. Of course, Wang Ze's requirements were not high. Applicants should be between 18 and 30 years old. Those in their 30s need not apply for now. Height between 160 and 175 centimeters. Good looks and figure preferred. Dancers, art students, and those from flight attendant-related programs given priority, and so forth. After Wang Ze sent out the recruitment information, Xiaomei sent a message to him. Zeej, that dog thinks. In the afternoon, holding a large bouquet of roses, he ran to the store to pick up Yiya, but she said nothing in front of the customers and directly turned to walk into the kitchen. Xiechong looked pale, standing at the door for over 10 minutes before leaving. What was the reason? I couldn't find out. Yiya is very tight-lipped and said there was nothing wrong. But I've never seen her like this in my life. Her eyes have turned red several times, yet she held it back. Keep an eye on her and let me know if anything happens. Got it, Zeej. Wang Ze felt that Songya had likely discovered something. It seemed he had to take action too. At 7 in the evening, the cycling team gathered at the usual spot. This time there were no newcomers, and Li Gu briefly explained some safety precautions before the team set off. Wang Ze specifically glanced back. That dog Xiechong was indeed sticking close to Lu Mei. He was leaning close to her, ear mumbling something with a hand resting on the back of Lu Mei's bike seat, taking advantage of no one noticing to rub against her waist. Wang Ze withdrew his gaze and focused back on Zhang Shanshan beside him. Then he paused slightly. Sister Shan had really put in effort today. She wore a simple cream-colored spaghetti strap tank top. The straps were thin, resting on her fair and smooth shoulders, slightly digging into her skin, creating 2 shallow indentations. She was bending over to insert a water bottle into the bike frame, and the tank top hung forward, the fabric forming a stunning curve, exposing a segment of her creamy skin and a valley that made one's gaze heat up. Her lower half was clad in dark, tight yoga pants, the matte fabric hugging her curvy legs all the way to her ankles, perfectly outlining her welted figure. She exuded an indescribably vibrant and alluring aura. Healthy, confident, also shining. Just looking at this scene, Wang Ze thought that even a monk who had practiced for 30 years would have to silently chant Amitabha 3 times upon seeing her. Zhang Shanshan tightened the bottle cap and looked up, coincidentally meeting Wang Ze's gaze. She did not shy away from Wang Ze's gaze. Instead, she smiled slightly, inserted the water bottle into the bike frame, turned to face him, and slightly raised her chin. Beautiful, isn't it? Her tone carried a hint of teasing as well as an unconscious expectation. Wang Zhe did not look away but instead openly scanned her from top to bottom, then returned his gaze to her face. It's beautiful, but there's a problem. What problem? Zhang Shanshan was taken aback. Sister Shan, with you dressed like this today, where should I look while riding behind you? Wang Zhe spoke naturally with a hint of playfulness, but his eyes were quite serious. Zhang Shanshan paused. She felt her ears getting a bit hot. She brushed a stray hair behind her ear and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, although she retorted. Then you can ride in front of me, and don't peek from behind. That won't do, Wang Zhe said as he mounted his bike, balancing himself with both feet on the ground. The scenery in front is never as exciting as what's behind. You cheeky. Zhang Shanshan shot Wang Zhe a glare, her ears turning even redder, and quickly hopped on her bike to start pedaling. After about 10 minutes of riding, the two naturally ended up cycling together. By the way, Sister Shan, how has your yoga studio been lately? Upon hearing this topic, Zhang Shanshan's smile faded slightly, revealing a hint of worry. Don't even mention it, she sighed. The number of students is decreasing and the boss refuses to spend money on promotion. Last month's salary still hasn't been paid. If this continues, the yoga studio might close down and I would be unemployed. I'm almost 30. If I lose my job now. She didn't finish her sentence, but Wang Zhe understood the unspoken words. A nearly 30-year-old single woman, without savings, unable to keep her job, would panic in anyone's shoes. It's okay, Sister Shan. Wang Zhe pedaled twice, speaking earnestly. If that yoga studio really goes under, come find me, I will take care of you. Wait, do you know how expensive it is to support me? She shook her head with a laugh. I eat a lot, and spend a lot. You, a college student, can't afford it. When she said expensive, Wang Zhe only found it adorable. Sister Shan, the weather has been quite nice lately. Wang Zhe smoothly changed the topic. It's perfect for camping nearby. If you have time, how about we go for a road trip together? Just to unwind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shanshan paused slightly, gripping the handlebars. A road trip? Camping? Just the two of them? She did not answer immediately, but carefully scrutinized Wang, his high nose bridge and clean jawline. The cycling attire clung to his body in the evening breeze, clearly outlining the two prominent muscles on his chest, and subtle contours were visible around his waist. He emitted an aura that was sunny, clean, and carried an indescribable sense of aggression. This feeling was something she had never experienced with Xing Chao. Those years with Xing Chao, he only gave her cold violence and fists. Yet this man in front of her, who was several years younger and whom she had only known for a few days, made her feel incredibly comfortable. Serious when needed, flirtatious when appropriate, and never overstepping boundaries. I do want to go. Zhang Shanshan withdrew her gaze, contemplating seriously. But recently it's just me at the studio. I have back-to-back classes on weekends. There are some free slots on weekdays, but I'm afraid our schedules won't match. Wang Zhe chuckled and waved his hand. Going to the scenic area on weekends is just torturing yourself, crowded with people, and all you see are the backs of heads and photos. If we go on a weekday, the roads are less congested, and there are fewer people, making it much more enjoyable. Zhang Shanshan blinked. It did seem to make sense. All right, let's go next Tuesday, she nodded. Good. Wang Zhe felt a surge of joy inside, yet maintained an unshakable facade. I'll drive over to pick you up next Tuesday morning. We'll set off early to have more time to play. Last time you treated me to a meal. This time for the outing I'll cover all the expenses. Don't try to rob me. Zhang Shanshan laughed lightly, but said nothing, merely nodding. The two rode side by side, chatting casually, and their relationship had grown significantly closer compared to a few days ago. When they stopped at a rest point halfway, Wang Zhe got off to hydrate. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Lu Mei. Zij Xiechong invited me to have late-night snacks tonight, and said he wanted to watch a movie at his place. A voice message followed, and Wang Zhe opened it, turning the volume down to the lowest setting. Lu Mei's voice carried a hint of disdain. He just mentioned while cycling that his girlfriend is too dull and lacks romance, saying being with her is like going to a grave. Push it to tomorrow, Wang Zhe quickly replied. Then he opened his wallet and transferred her 10,000. The other side almost instantaneously received it. On the other side of the supply point, Lu Mei was hiding behind her bike, looking at her phone, while Xie Chong went to the restroom. When the 10,000 yuan arrived in her balance, her eyes lit up. In just 2 days, the money Wang Zhe had sent her was almost equivalent to her salary for several months. Zij, I'll cooperate with you throughout. She quickly replied, and turned off her phone screen, stuffing it back into her pocket. Just as she tucked it away, Xie Chong returned, holding 2 bottles of drinks from the restroom. He glanced around, and seeing no one paying attention, reached out his arm to wrap around Lu Mei's shoulder, his fingers brushing against her bare arm. Baby, Xie Chong lowered his voice, leaning in closely. What I mentioned earlier, have you thought about it? Lu Mei sneered inwardly, but she still wore a sweet smile. She naturally leaned slightly into Xie Chong's embrace, stopping just at the right moment. Oh, I'm not completely clean from earlier today, and I'm not feeling well. Tomorrow I have plenty of time. Let's go to the mall, catch a movie, and have a nice meal together. How about that? Xie Chong's eyes brightened immediately upon hearing this. Sure, let's do it tomorrow. He was already planning where to take Lu Mei tomorrow night. After refueling, Wang Zhe and Zhang Shanshan continued riding for over half an hour before wrapping up. Sister Shan, where do you live? I'll drop you off, and I can recognize the place to pick you up next Tuesday. Oh, Zhang Shanshan smiled at Wang Zhe, her eyes twinkling. Little brother, are you trying to flirt with your sister? Sister Shan is so beautiful, I'm just a normal man. It would be hypocritical to say I have no thoughts at all, Wang Zhe said without denying his intentions, smiling openly. Little brother, this idea of yours is quite dangerous. Zhang Shanshan raised a finger and pointed at him. I'm almost 30, are you sure you can handle it? Older women are worth their weight in gold. Zhang Shanshan was momentarily speechless by this line, struggling to respond before finally giving in and turning her bike to ride ahead. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe dropped Zhang Shanshan off at the entrance of her community. See you next week, Sister Shan. This time Wang Zhe did not suggest going up, but decisively turned to leave. Zhang Shanshan watched his back, a clear glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Understanding, having a sense of boundaries, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Stay safe, see you next week. She waved at Wang Ze's back, her voice much softer than usual. However, just as Wang Zhe rode a few meters away, an angry shout suddenly erupted at the entrance of the community. You bastard, stop right there. An angry roar exploded at the entrance of the community. Immediately after, a tall, thin figure darted out from the side of the community wall. The man was wearing a wrinkled gray t-shirt, his hair a mess, and his bloodshot eyes clearly indicated he had been lurking there for an unknown length of time. Well, Zhang Shanshan, you filthy whore. The man was blazing with anger, his finger nearly poking Zhang Shanshan's face. I wondered why you wouldn't agree to remarry me. It turns out you found a little white face behind my back. Zhang Shanshan's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. Zheng Chao, don't say such things. And you little bastard. After cursing Zhang Shanshan, Zheng Chao turned to Wang Zhe, his hands clenched into fists. You dare to seduce my wife? I'll ruin you today. As he spoke, Zheng Chao lunged straight at Wang Zhe. Don't say that. We're already divorced. Zhang Shanshan, seeing Zheng Chao rushing toward Wang Zhe, was so anxious her voice changed as she tried to intervene. But Zheng Chao threw her aside. Zhang Shanshan staggered 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Zhe dodged. This beast won't recognize anyone when he gets violent. Zhang Shanshan shouted with a choked voice. Wife. Little white face. Ruin me. Wang Zhe looked at the bloodshot-eyed Zheng Chao rushing over. He couldn't help but sneer. They were already divorced, so why care so much? Ex-husband. You must be out of your mind. Wang Zhe didn't take a step back. He grabbed the SL8S bike frame and lifted the entire bike. When Zheng Chao reached him, Wang Zhe swung his arm and smashed the bike down hard. Bang! The bike frame solidly hit Zheng Chao's chest and arm. He was sent flying like he had been hit by a truck, tumbling over a meter and crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Zheng Chao curled up on the ground, holding his chest, his mouth wide open like a dead dog struggling to catch his breath. Wang Zhe threw the bike aside and stepped forward. Zheng Chao was still on the ground, struggling to get up, but Wang Zhe stepped on his shoulder, forcing him back down. Aren't you going to ruin me? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Try ruining another one. Zheng Chao's face was pressed to the ground, whimpering as he tried to claw at Wang Ze's foot. Wang Zhe kicked again. Sister Shan is already divorced from you. What right do you have to harass her? Wang Zhe bent down and grabbed Zheng Chao by the collar, lifting him off the ground like a wild dog. Slap. A slap struck Zheng Chao's face. You still come to lurk after the divorce? Zheng Chao, do you have a misunderstanding about yourself? Still dare to lay hands on her? You bastard, how dare you call her your wife? With every question, there was a slap. By the final slap, half of Zheng Chao's face was swollen. Pow! Wang Zhe threw him back to the ground. Zheng Chao lay there like a pile of rotten mud, half his face swollen, his eyes vacant, unable to even grunt properly. Wang Zhe looked down at him from above. Remember, from today on, if I see you in front of Sister Shan again, I won't call 110. I'll call 120. After saying this, Wang Zhe kicked out. Zheng Chao trembled violently, his eyes filled with fear and terror as he looked at Wang Zhe. Sister Shan, call the police. This kind of person needs to spend a few days inside to learn their lesson. Zhang Shanshan stood there looking at Wang Zhe, then at Zheng Chao, who was curled up on the ground and didn't dare to look at her. For a moment she felt dazed. How many times in the past had she been on the receiving end of Zheng Chao's brutal beatings in such a scene? He would pin her to the ground and kick her. He would grab her hair and smash her head against the wall, slapping her until both sides of her face were swollen. She cried, begged, and kneeled. All she received was fiercer fists. But today everything was turned around. The man who had beaten her for 5 years was now lying on the ground like a dog, trembling. Even the sounds of begging were shaking. Zhang Shanshan felt a pang in her nose, her eyes reddening instantly. Shanshan, don't call the police. I beg you. Upon hearing the words call the police, Zheng Chao seemed to be electrocuted, rolling over and directly kneeling down. I was wrong. I won't come again. Please give me another chance. He knocked his head against the ground 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, making loud thuds, blood and dirt mixing together on his face. Wang Zhe glanced at him without saying a word. Zhang Shanshan also looked at Zheng Chao on the ground. Her eyes shifted from dazed to clear, then to resolute. She took out her phone from her pocket. "Hello, I want to report a crime. The location is at the south entrance of Tsuhu Garden Community. Someone is intentionally stalking and assaulting me. The assailant is my ex-husband who has been harassing me since the divorce. Yes, I have witnesses and records of previous domestic violence." Zheng Chao, kneeling on the ground, completely collapsed upon hearing this phone call. The police arrived quickly. After briefly understanding the situation, they immediately took Zheng Chao into custody. Wang Zhe and Zhang Shanshan then went to the police station to make a statement. Zhang Shanshan submitted medical records of domestic violence during the marriage, screenshots of harassment messages after the divorce, and the current situation. After verification, the police imposed administrative detention on Zheng Chao. By the time the entire process was completed, it was already 1 a.m. Wang Zhe escorted Zhang Shanshan to the entrance of the community. Zhang Shanshan stopped, turned around. She looked at Wang Zhe earnestly, her eyes slightly red, but the heavy stone in her heart had been lifted, and her gaze was brighter than any other time since Wang Zhe had known her. "Thank you, Wang Zhe. For so many years, it's the first time someone has stood up for me." Listening to this, Wang Zhe felt as though something had gently touched his heart. "Sister Shan, moi. If he dares to show up again, you don't need to call the police. Oh, just call me." Zhang Shanshan took a deep breath. She said nothing, took a step forward, and wrapped her arms around Wang Zhe's waist. A few seconds later, she voluntarily released him, taking a step back and smiling up at him. "All right, little brother, it's late. You should hurry back. Be careful on the road, and send me a message when you get home." Wang Zhe nodded, riding away from the community on his bike. After riding a dozen meters, he looked back. Zhang Shanshan was still standing under the street lamp, waving at him. The next afternoon, good news from Xiaomei arrived. "Zhe Gu, it's done. Yaya agreed to come out for dinner after work at 6 p.m. I told her it was just a sisters gathering, and it took me quite a while to persuade her." Wang Zhe immediately transferred 3000 yuan to Xiaomei. "Book a private room and send me the address." Xiaomei quickly replied, "Don't worry, Zhe Gu, I'll take care of it." In less than 5 minutes, the address was sent. 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza, Coconut Chicken Hot Pot. Wang Zhe looked at the address, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then forwarded the address to Lu Mei. "We'll arrive at this place around 6:30 p.m. for dinner. At around 7 p.m., I'll find a way to bring Xie Chong over to eat. You guys just go about your business, be natural, the rest is none of your concern. Once it's done, I'll transfer you 300 in one go." After sending the last message, a smile curved at the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth. Xie Chong, you've been out there hugging other women, saying being with Songya feels like going to a grave, right? A grave, I'll dig it for you tonight. No matter how wild you've been outside today, I'll let Songya see with her own eyes just how wild you are. 6:10 in the afternoon. On the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza at the Coconut Chicken Hot Pot restaurant. After reporting the private room number, Wang Zhe followed the waiter into the room. He chose a seat towards the inside, leaning against the wall with a view of the entrance. Casually flipping through the menu, he swiftly marked a few dishes: coconut chicken broth, wenchong chicken platter, bamboo fungus with conch slices, and a few servings of vegetables. As for snacks and drinks, he could wait until Songya and the others arrived to order. After placing the order, there was still no news from Lu Mei. But there was no rush. Everything was going according to plan. It wasn't long before the door of the private room was pushed open. Xiaomei peeked in first, and upon seeing Wang Zhe already seated inside, she immediately made a playful expression, revealing a knowing smile. "Zhe Gu, you're here so early," she said, stepping aside to let Songya enter behind her. The moment she stepped in, Songya's gaze swept across the room, landing on Wang Zhe, and her footsteps noticeably paused for a moment. Then she turned to look at Xiaomei. That look clearly said, 3 words: "You lied to me." Xiaomei shrank her neck under her glare, but her mouth showed no sign of weakness as she smiled and leaned closer to Songya, linking arms with her. You don't look at me like that. Zhe Gu is also my friend. What's wrong with us having a meal together? What about the sisters gathering you mentioned?" Songya's voice was not loud, tinged with a hint of helplessness. This Xiaomei was up to no good again. "Zhe Gu is not a stranger. He comes to our store every day to buy things. He counts as one of us, okay? Sit down, I'm about to starve." Songya pulled her down to the seat opposite Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe couldn't help but smile at the scene. "Yijie, don't blame Xiaomei, or I asked her to help set this up. You've both been helping me lately, and I have something I want to discuss with you, so I arranged this meal. We should be thanking you instead for taking care of our business," Songya replied with a smile. "And we haven't properly returned the favor for the gifts you sent before." "Oh, come on, you two, don't push it back and forth. We're all family." Xiaomei didn't finish her sentence before she saw Songya glare at her, and quickly changed her wording. "Ahem, we're all friends." Wang Zhe looked at Songya across the table, and 3 words popped into his mind. A white sleeveless waist-hugging dress, clean and simple with no extra accessories. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, glimmering softly under the warm light, accentuating her exquisite face. White moonlight. These 3 words emerged in Wang Ze's mind. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind, that dog Xie Chong guarding a woman like this, yet still fooling around outside. You guys see if you want to add anything else. Wang Ze quickly returned his gaze with a smile and handed over the menu. Sonya flipped through a couple of pages and shook her head. That's enough, we can't eat that much. The broth was quickly served and the fragrance of coconut filled the room, easing the atmosphere. After a few bites, Wang Ze spoke up. I'm planning to open a bakery soon, focusing on premium bread and desserts. You've worked in this field. Do you have any suggestions? Song Ya's eyes flickered with surprise. You're opening a bakery? Yes, the business license is in progress. Sonya put down her chopsticks and looked at him earnestly. Don't skimp on raw materials, especially butter and cream. Pricing depends on location, customer spending in commercial areas, and repeat purchases in communities. Also, keeping staff is crucial. Good bakers are hard to find and even harder to retain. Her simple words were clear and to the point. Wang Ze noticed that as Sonya spoke about her familiar territory, the subtle layer of fatigue in her expression faded and she appeared more vibrant. Professional. Wang Ze gave a thumbs up. Once I open, both you and Xiaomei should come help me out, otherwise I'm afraid I might lose everything. Sure thing, Ze go. I'm in. Xiaomei immediately raised her hand, and then with a glint in her eye added, and you should come too, to be your boss. Sonya shot her a glare. Just as a person in charge. Xiaomei quickly corrected herself. You've worked at Lily before, so you're much better than I am. Don't worry, Ze go with you here, you definitely won't suffer losses, otherwise you might not even have a bride price left. Song Ya's face turned red and she pinched Xiaomei hard at her waist. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Wang Ze silently praised Xiaomei in his heart. This assist was truly life-risking. The atmosphere grew better as they chatted and laughed, and the dishes on the table gradually emptied. While Wang Ze chatted with them, he subtly controlled the pace. Around 7 o'clock, his phone in his pocket, he casually glanced down. It was a message from Lu Mei. Ze go, we have arrived at the Coconut Chicken Hot Pot restaurant. They're here. Wang Ze maintained his expression, typing a reply under the table with one hand. Choose a seat close to the aisle or near the snack area. After sending the message, he immediately turned off the screen and tucked the phone back into his pocket. I'm stuffed. After eating a bit longer, Xiaomei contentedly set down her chopsticks and leaned back against the chair. I saw that there are free fruits and snacks in the self-service area outside when I came in. I'm going to grab some, and do you? Wait, I'll go with you. Sonya also stood up and then looked at Wang Ze. Do you want anything? You guys just go and find. Wang Ze replied, casually smiling. Xiaomei immediately linked arms with Sonya, and they both exited the private room. Watching them leave, a hint of amusement flashed in Wang Ze's eyes. Meanwhile, outside the private room, at a table next to the self-service area, Lu Mei and Xie Chong were cozily sharing a chair, eating together. Lu Mei leaned half her body against Xie Chong's embrace, one leg almost draped over his thigh. The distance between them was beyond what could be described as ambiguous. Chong, go have a piece of chicken. Lu Mei picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Xie Chong's mouth, her fingers intentionally brushing against his lips. All right, I love eating your meat the most. Xie Chong smiled and opened his mouth to take it, but his gaze didn't even glance at the piece of meat. His eyes were fixed on the alluring scenery peeking from Lu Mei's neckline. For most of the day today, to win over Lu Mei, Xie Chong spent quite a bit. He took her shopping and bought 2 outfits and a bag. Over 10,000 yuan went down the drain. But Xie Chong didn't mind. He looked at Lu Mei's enchanting face and her dangerously attractive figure with only one thought in his mind. Tonight he must seal the deal with her, otherwise he would suffer a huge loss. As for Sonya, a sneer almost surfaced at the corner of Xie Chong's mouth. So traditional it was irritating, he couldn't even touch her. Being with her felt like attending a funeral, not like this exciting moment in front of him. Chong-gu, Lu Mei's voice suddenly turned sweet and clingy as she leaned closer to Xie Chong's ear, her warm breath fanning his neck. You should feed me too. I want to eat your chicken. As she said this, one hand pressed against Xie Chong's chest, her fingers deliberately tracing circles on his pectoral. Hiss. Upon hearing Lu Mei's words, Xie Chong felt as if he had been ignited. Looking at her eyes glistening like they were filled with water and her deliberately lowered voice, it was absolutely lethal. Xie Chong's palm slowly glided a few inches up Lu Mei's thigh, his fingertips lingering at the edge of her skirt. Brother Chong, you're so bad. Lu Mei's voice was both charming and soft. The fullness of her chest pressed tightly against Xie Chong's arm. Through the thin layer of fabric, the temperature was enough to ignite one's heart. When we go back later, it'll feed you to your heart's content. Xie Chong's throat rolled as he spoke in a low voice, his heavy breathing almost brushing against Lu Mei's earlobe. Lu Mei giggled, snuggling closer into his embrace. The two were oblivious to their surroundings as they hugged each other intimately. They completely failed to notice two figures approaching from the corner of the corridor, several meters away. Yeah, don't you think Zego actually has pretty good conditions? Xiao Mei held on to Song Ya's arm, her tone like she was gossiping, but her eyes were secretly observing Song Ya's expression. He's handsome, efficient in his work, and most importantly, he's good to people. Unlike some people who say they love you, but do who knows what behind your back. Alright, that's enough. Songya lightly tapped her. Don't always make fun of my situation. I'm just worried about you. Xiao Mei pouted. Songya did not reply. A faint shadow flickered in her eyes. The things she saw that day in his rented room were still impossible to erase from her mind. Those torn aluminum foil wrappers. Those used condoms. Disgusting. Songya took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress those images. Hey. Xiao Mei's voice suddenly rose, tightening her grip on Song Ya's arm. Yeah, look, isn't that... Songya followed Xiao Mei's gaze. Nearby the food pickup area at a table, a man was half reclining against the back of a chair, holding a curvaceous woman in his arms. The woman was almost hanging on him as they fed each other bites. That face. Who else could it be if not... Song Ya's footsteps came to a halt. The color drained from her face, her lips slightly parted, but no sound. Her fingers began to tremble unconsciously. It wasn't anger. It was a cold, suffocating feeling surging from deep within her chest. It's him. Xiao Mei's voice turned angry. That scumbag. She immediately let go of Song Ya's hand and strode towards Xie Chong. Xie Chong, you scum. A furious shout shattered the atmosphere at the food pickup area. Xie Chong stood up as if struck by lightning. He hurriedly withdrew his hand from Lu Mei's thigh and turned to the direction of the voice. Xiao Mei's round face flushed red. Behind her, Songya stood there, her face pale as paper. Xie Chong's expression changed drastically, his heart sinking. Sweat beads suddenly erupted on his forehead. Damn it. How could Songya be here? How was he going to explain this? A breakup? No way. Absolutely not. He had coveted Song Ya's body for so long. Though he had been with many women, none were as pure as Songya. Moreover, last month's rent and the month before's credit card debt were all filled by her. He absolutely could not break up. Breaking up would mean his doom. Xiaoya, let me explain. Xie Chong forced a stiff smile on his face. Songya walked step by step toward him. She stopped gazing at Xie Chong with calm eyes. Then her gaze shifted to Lu Mei beside her. Lu Mei had been a bit dazed, but recalling what Wang Zhe had said about cooperating and the plan for today, she quickly reacted. She sat there with her legs crossed, looking Songya up and down, a playful smile on her lips. Songya withdrew her gaze and looked back at Xie Chong. What did you say to me that night? Her voice was very calm. Wasn't it with your hands? Xie Chong's face turned beet red. Xiaoya, that was really... Say it. Songya looked at him. Wasn't it with your hands? Didn't you say I wasn't... Say it. Song Ya's voice grew louder with each utterance. Then what is this woman you're holding now? Xie Chong's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Xie Chong. Xiao Mei rushed in front of him, her finger almost poking his nose. You don't even cherish such a good woman as Yaya. You want her to spin when your salary isn't much. She can't even afford the earrings she likes. You're such a scumbag. No. Xie Chong's forehead was slick with sweat trickling down his cheeks when he suddenly came up with an idea. You misunderstood. This is my client. A high-end client. I'm negotiating personal training sessions with her. Negotiating personal training. Xiao Mei let out a cold laugh. Does negotiating personal training require your hand on her thigh? Does negotiating personal training require hugging and cuddling? Xie Chong, do you think we are blind? I really was negotiating. Xie Chong was anxious, turning to Lu Mei. Sister Mei, say something. Tell them we are discussing the course. Lu Mei slowly stood up, glancing at Xie Chong, then at Songya. Brother Chong, is this your girlfriend? Quite pretty. Her tone was teasing. Then I guess we can't get a room tonight. Xie Chong's face turned pale at her words. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Song Ya's last shred of hesitation completely vanished. That night she was utterly heartbroken. Let's break up, Xie Chong. As soon as the words fell, slap. A resounding slap landed on Xie Chong's face. Everyone around turned their heads. After delivering the slap, Songya turned and walked away. Scumbag. Xiao Mei spat and followed suit. 1 second. 2 seconds. Xie Chong snapped back to reality, his expression shifting from dazed to ferocious. He suddenly dashed out, chasing after Songya, grabbing her wrist. Xiaoya, listen to me. He was incredibly strong, making Songya stumble and nearly fall. Let go of me. You need to hear my explanation first. Xie Chong tightly gripped her wrist. That woman came onto me. I kept rejecting her. What you saw wasn't the truth. Xie Chong, let go. Xiao Mei rushed over to pry his fingers apart. You're hurting Yaya. Get the hell away. This is between me and Xiaoya. Get lost. Xie Chong shoved Xiao Mei aside. The force was so great that he crashed her into the nearby dining table, causing cups to clatter and fall. Xie Chong, are you crazy? Xiao Mei steadied herself, trembling with anger. Song Ya's wrist was painfully gripped by Xie Chong. She gritted her teeth, trying to break free. But Xie Chong's hand was like a vice, unyielding. Let go. I won't let go. Unless you promise not to break up. Xie Chong's eyes were red. Sonya stopped speaking. She pursed her lips, the pain in her wrist making her frown, her eyes glistening with tears. There were diners around watching some filming, but no one dared to step forward. At that moment a figure approached from the side. Without any warning. Bang! A kick accurately landed on the back of Xie Chong's knee. Xie Chong was caught off guard, his knees buckling. He fell to the ground. Immediately after, a hand seized his fingers that were gripping Song Ya's wrist. With a forceful twist. Oh! Xie Chong cried out in agony as his fingers were nearly dislocated, finally releasing his grip. Song Ya stumbled back a step, a shocking red mark around her wrist. She looked up. Wang Zhe stood in front of her, positioning himself between her and Xie Chong. He looked down at Xie Chong kneeling on the ground. She asked you to let go. Can't you understand human language? Who the hell are you? What does it have to do with you? It's you. Xie Chong lifted his head. The moment he recognized Wang Zhe's face, he was momentarily stunned, and then blood rushed to his head, his veins bulging. You son of a bitch. How dare you flirt with my girlfriend? Before he could finish his words, Wang Zhe raised his hand and slapped Xie Chong solidly across the face. Slap. Xie Chong's head was knocked to the side, and one side of his face instantly swelled up. The entire dining area fell silent for a moment. I can't be bothered to dig up the past about how you mistreated her. But from today on, Song Ya has nothing to do with you. You bastard. Oh. Xie Chong was about to struggle. Wang Zhe's hand tightened in his hair, signaling Xiao Mei to take Song Ya to the private room, and he directly dragged Xie Chong toward the restaurant entrance. His scalp was painfully pulled by Wang Zhe. Xie Chong grabbed Wang Zhe's wrist with both hands, his knees thumping against the ground as he was dragged out like a dead dog. Let go of me. Let go of me. Wang Zhe turned a deaf ear. The surrounding diners hurriedly made way, some recording with their phones, others whispering among themselves. They were dragged to the restaurant entrance. Wang Zhe released his grip. Xie Chong lay on the ground, his hair disheveled, looking utterly disgraceful. Wang Zhe bent down, leaned close to Xie Chong's ear, and lowered his voice. Remember this: if you dare to have any ideas about Song Ya again, be careful that I might just kill you. After saying this, Wang Zhe straightened up and stomped his foot on Xie Chong's back. Xie Chong was kicked and rolled twice. He propped himself up on the ground, trying to get up, and looked up at Wang Zhe. His lips trembled, wanting to curse vehemently. However, he suddenly remembered. The road bike Wang Zhe rode was worth tens of thousands just for the frame. A rich second generation. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Xie Chong gritted his teeth and forcefully swallowed the profanities that surged to his throat. He got up from the ground and fled out of the mall in a disheveled manner. As soon as Xie Chong left, Lu Mei also stood up. She held her newly bought bag and exchanged a glance with Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe slightly nodded and immediately transferred 3000 to her. Lu Mei glanced at the notification of the transfer, a slight smile appearing on her lips as she swayed her sexy waist and left. As for Xie Chong, in Lu Mei's eyes he was nothing. A gym coach could only earn 1 or 2,000 at most. At anything more would be difficult. Wang Zhe turned and walked toward the private room. When he opened the door, Xiao Mei was holding Song Ya's hand, looking worried and saying something. Song Ya sat in the chair, her face pale and her expression haggard. Did you hurt your bones? Wang Zhe walked over, noticing the red marks where Xie Chong had pulled on Song Ya's hand. Fine, it doesn't hurt anymore, Song Ya said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Zergo, I really owe you today, or if it weren't for you, that scumbag Xie Chong would have held us back. Who knows how he would have clung to ya. Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled as she said, that kick you just delivered was so cool. Stop flattering me, it doesn't require any skill to hit that kind of trash. Wang Zhe waved his hand. Oh Xiao Ya, that scumbag Xie Chong isn't worth your sadness. Xiao Mei hugged Song Ya's shoulder and said angrily, and it's a good thing we discovered it today. Otherwise, what if you find out after marrying him later? What would you do? By the way, Zergo, Xiao Mei suddenly remembered something. Do you know Xie Chong? He used to be in a cycling club. Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair, smiling as he said, he was already together with that girl, just now in the club. After cycling last night, I saw them leave together. He paused and glanced at Song Ya. Had I known he was Yajia's boyfriend, I wouldn't have waited until today to say anything. That dog thing. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth. Ya helped him pay off his credit card. Helped him pay his rent. Is this how he repays her? Song Ya said nothing, only lowered her head. The three of them had basically finished eating, and Wang Zhe went to the front desk to settle the bill. They exited the restaurant. The night breeze swept in. The hustle and bustle of the commercial street instantly hit them. After walking for a few minutes, Xiao Mei suddenly stopped. Zerguya, I have something urgent at home, so I'll leave first. She winked at Wang Zhe, making it clear, please take Ya home. What urgent matter? Song Ya frowned and asked. Well, today is my mom's 90th birthday, and I need to rush back to celebrate for her. After Xiao Mei finished speaking, without waiting for Song Ya to react, she directly hailed a taxi, opened the door, and turned back to shout, Zergu, take good care of Ya. Bang. The car door slammed shut, and she walked away. Song Ya. 90th birthday. Xiao Mei's mom is only in her 50s. Where did the 90th birthday come from? This girl doesn't even think before lying. Let's go, Wang Zhe said as he took a step forward. I'll take you. They walked together for more than 10 meters. Don't think about that trash anymore, Wang Zhe finally spoke. You treated a pile of shit like a treasure for a year, and now you finally smell it. You should be happy. Sonya. She opened her lips, slightly wanting to say something. But her throat felt like it was blocked by something. Just then her phone in her pocket vibrated continuously. One message after another. Sonya took out her phone. She opened the messages. After seeing the messages on her phone, the words on the screen felt like knives stabbing instantly into her eyes. Sonya, you little bitch. Damn it, like a white lotus, you won't let me touch this, you won't let me touch that. You're just a cheap whore looking for a pretty boy behind my back. And you still say I'm cheating. If you hadn't denied me, would I have cheated? You said you would only give it to me after marriage. I'm afraid you were already a rotten wood ear by then. You think that if you leave I won't find another woman. Let me tell you, I'm currently holding one right now. Immediately after a photo was sent, Xie Chong was embracing a woman in an ambiguous pose. She recognized the woman. A female colleague from Xie Chong's gym. She had seen her once when they had dinner together, and at the time Xie Chong had sworn that they were just ordinary colleagues. The last message followed. You're just a shriveled thing, small chest small, but now you're lying in front of me begging, and I wouldn't even touch you. Song Ya's fingers froze on the screen. She suddenly felt something shatter violently in her chest. Following that, a fire ignited fiercely in her heart. She remembered this past year. Saving every penny to help him pay off debts, even not buying the earrings she liked. The most expensive earrings were still given by Wang Zhe. Every time he made excessive demands, she patiently explained, saying she wanted to wait until after marriage. She thought she was guarding a serious relationship. But what was the result? The person she was guarding had turned it into a weapon, stabbing it deeply into her heart. Sonya turned off the phone screen. She raised her head. Her gaze fell on Wang Zhe's back ahead. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, walking with calm steps. At that moment, a thought broke forth from the deepest part of Song Ya's heart. With determination. With madness. Xie Chong, haven't you always begged me? Didn't you say I didn't give you anything, so you went out to find others? I won't let you have it. I want to give to others what you have begged me for a year without obtaining. Let you understand that it is not that I cannot do it. It is that you do not deserve it. As soon as this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, unstoppable. Wang Zhe. Sonya stood in place looking at Wang Zhe. Tonight. I don't want to go home tonight. Do you not want to go home tonight? Wang Zhe was taken aback. He wasn't naive, so he quickly understood the implication behind Song Ya's words. He could roughly guess the reasons behind her decision. Was it out of spite? Revenge? But none of that mattered. Wang Zhe was not pretending to be a saint. He raised his hand to hail a taxi and opened the back door. Get in. Sonya bent down and climbed in with Wang Zhe following suit. Driver to Hilton Hotel. The taxi merged into the flow of traffic under the night sky. Sonya sat beside Wang Zhe with a fist distance between them. Wang Zhe remained silent and did not deliberately touch her. 15 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel. The lobby was brightly lit with warm yellow crystal chandeliers illuminating the space in grandeur. Wang Zhe approached the front desk. Presidential suite, one night. The girl at the front desk looked up, her gaze lingering on Wang Zhe's face for a moment before she smiled professionally. All right, sir, the presidential suite is 2380 yuan per night. Wang Zhe hesitated not at all and directly scanned the QR code to pay. Sonya stood by watching him pay more than 20,000 without even blinking, gaining a clearer understanding of his financial strength. The elevator doors closed and the numbers jumped straight to the top floor. At the end of the hallway was the entrance to the presidential suite. Wang Zhe swiped his card and pushed the door open, stepping aside to let Sonya in first. The room was spacious with a view of the city's nightscape. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of thousands of homes spread out, dazzling yet serene. Sonya stood at the entrance, her steps halted. Her heart was racing. Since getting out of the taxi, she had been telling herself that this was her own decision, and she did. But standing in this room, her bodest tension honestly betrayed her. Wang Zhe noticed it. Why don't you go take a... Wang Zhe spoke gently with no urgency. Take a hot shower and relax. Sonya glanced at him and nodded lightly before turning to walk into the bathroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, Wang Zhe turned and picked up the landline in the room, dialing the front desk. Please send a few things up. Roses, candles, and prepare a proposal ring as well. Charge it to the room account. The front desk quickly responded affirmatively. Wang Zhe hung up the phone and walked to the wine cabinet, opening the door. Inside was a bottle of the hotel's special Lafite, second label, a good vintage. He took it out along with 2 red wine glasses and placed them on the coffee table. Wang Zhe understood that tonight's event could not be treated merely as a transaction. Sonya was not the same as Lu Mei. She had been deeply hurt and had come this far with a brave heart. If he were to treat tonight as a crude task, how was he any different from that scum Xie Chong? What Wang Zhe desired was not just a conquest. He wanted Sonya to become wholly his from this night on. In less than 20 minutes, the doorbell rang. Two waiters entered with a flower cart piled high with red roses, and the boxes for the candles and ring were brought in as well. Wang Zhe took the items and gestured for them to leave. Then he began the setup. Candles were lit along the edge of the living room, their warm orange flames flickering. Roses were spread across the carpet, extending from the entrance to the floor-to-ceiling windows. All the ceiling lights and wall lamps were turned off. The entire living room was left only with candlelight and the night view of the city outside. Wang Zhe stepped back 2 paces to admire the overall effect, nodding in satisfaction. The sound of running water in the bathroom continued for a long time. After about 30 minutes, the water stopped. A few minutes later, the bathroom door was finally pushed open. Songya emerged wearing a white silk nightgown provided by the hotel. Her hair was wrapped in a shower cap, revealing her long and slender neck with delicate collarbone lines. The neckline of the nightgown slightly dipped, her fair skin glowed warmly under the candlelight, and the soft curve of her chest subtly rose and fell with her breath. Her face was slightly flushed from the hot water, as if dusted with a thin layer of blush combined with her eyes glistening with moisture, making her look unrealistically beautiful. Then she saw the living room. Roses strewn everywhere, flickering candlelight, and Wang Zhe standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows watching her. Songya was stunned. She had initially thought that tonight would simply begin with them disrobing, but she didn't expect that Wang Zhe would take the time while she was showering to arrange the room like this. For some reason, Songya's eyes suddenly felt a bit sour. During her year with Xie Chang, he had hardly ever given her flowers. Yet this man, whom she had known for less than a month, had given her a sense of ceremony that she had never experienced before at her most vulnerable moment. Wang Zhe walked over, reached out his hand, and took hold of her fingers. "Come here." He led Songya to the sofa, making her sit close beside him. He then picked up the bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses. "Have a drink to warm yourself up." Songya took the wine glass and took a sip. The cool liquid slid down her throat, bringing with it a fruity aroma and a hint of spiciness. 1 glass. 2 glasses. The effects of the wine gradually crept in, and the flush on Songya's face deepened the tension in her body, slowly easing. She leaned back on the sofa, tilting her head to look at Wang Zhe, her gaze much softer than before. Suddenly Wang Zhe reached out and pulled her waist, applying a slight force. "Oh!" Songya let out a soft gasp as she found herself in Wang Zhe's lap. Her hands instinctively rested on his shoulders, her face turning crimson. "Sister, you let me feed you." Wang Zhe took a mouthful of red wine, lowered his head, and kissed her slightly parted. Songya's eyes widened. The warm wine flowed from Wang Zhe's lips, carrying his scent, sliding over her tongue and down her throat. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. The wine diminished, and the temperature between the two of them rose. Songya's hands slid from Wang Zhe's shoulders to the back of his neck, her fingertips tightening unconsciously. As the silk slipped down her shoulders, Songya finally reacted and hastily crossed her arms over her chest. Wang Zhe leaned close to her ear, his voice low and gentle. As the silk slipped down her shoulders, Songya finally reacted and hastily crossed her arms over her chest. Wang Zhe leaned close to her ear, his voice low and gentle. "Be good, don't be afraid, let me see." Songya bit her lip and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then her hands slowly lowered. In an instant, in Wang Zhe's eyes it was pure white. "Huh." With Wang Zhe's gaze sweeping over her, her breathing became increasingly rapid. Wang Zhe lowered his head. As Songya looked at him in front of her, she couldn't help but recall how her mother used to feed her when she was young, a trace of tenderness gradually surfacing in her eyes. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Wang Zhe's neck. "You go take a shower first." Just as Wang Zhe was about to continue, Songya's voice gently rang out, slightly breathless. Wang Zhe lifted his head, looking at her flushed face and watery eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Together, he swept Songya into his arms and strode toward the bathroom. Songya gasped, tightly hugging his neck, burying her face in his chest, too shy to look up. The bathroom door closed behind them. The hot water started running again. Mist filled the air. Under the dual influence of the wine and hot water, Song, you could no longer tell when she had come out of the bathroom. Nor could she remember when she had been placed on that soft big bed. However, when that moment came, the pain from deep within her body instantly awakened all her senses. Songya furrowed her brows tightly, tears slowly sliding down the corners of her eyes. She lifted her head to look at Wang Zhe's face. This man would be her husband from now on. She tightened her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. Wang Zhe slightly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the sheets beneath them. A few bright red plum blossoms quietly bloomed on the white fabric. He felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, that useless Xie Chang, who had begged for a year without getting it, was given to him tonight. Wang Zhe looked at the woman in front of him, her brows slightly furrowed, her fair skin glowing softly in the candlelight. He leaned down and kissed away the tears at the corner of Songya's eyes. "If it hurts, tell me." Songya shook her head, tightening her arms. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. An hour. until Song Ya's voice became completely hoarse until she no longer had the strength to lift her hands. Only then did Wang Zhe pull her into his embrace and slowly lay down. Song Ya curled up in his arms, her breathing gradually stabilizing, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. Wang Zhe looked at her peaceful face, reaching out to tuck the loose strands of hair behind her ear. At that moment, a crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, player, you have successfully conquered a quality woman with a score of 91. Reward 5 million has been credited. Immediately, a second notification followed. Congratulations, player, you are the first driver of the quality woman with a score of 91. Additional reward of 10 million has been credited. Beep. The phone vibrated. A text alert from the bank popped up. China Merchants Bank, your savings card ending in 3332 received 150 RMB at 0012 on October 20th. 00 yuan balance after the transaction is 30467852. 50 yuan. 15 million. Adding to the previous balance, his account had already exceeded 30 million. Wang Zhe looked at that string of numbers, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. That fool Xie Chong was guarding a gold mine, without realizing it, running to pick up stones by the roadside instead. He deserved to be poor. Before he could put down his phone, another notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the core talent of this quality woman business acumen talent. Talent description: with this talent, the player will receive strong intuitive guidance when making business investment decisions. High-value projects will trigger clear positive perceptions, while high-risk traps will trigger strong alertness and rejection. Success rates for investments will be significantly improved, and the probability of losses will be notably reduced, with the talent level enhancing as the rating of the conquered woman increases. Business acumen talent. Wang Zhe silently repeated the name in his heart. This talent was tailor-made for the baking shop he was about to. Location selection, product selection, supplier screening, every step involved commercial judgment. With this talent, it was equivalent to having a half-god's perspective. While others relied on luck to open a shop, he would rely on the talent given by the game. How could he lose? However, just as Wang Zhe was about to turn off his phone, the voice in his mind did not stop. Congratulations, player, you have successfully conquered 3 quality women, achieving a newcomer milestone. Newcomer gift pack unlocked. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. What is there to hesitate about? With a thought, Wang Zhe directly accepted the reward. In the next second, the game's notification sound chimed one after another. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have received newbie gift pack 1, a 150 square meter shop on the first floor of Wanda Plaza in the provincial capital. The property rights will permanently belong to the player. Please proceed to the Wanda Plaza Property Management Company to complete the collection procedures. Wanda Plaza, a 150 square meter shop on the first floor. Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. He was well aware of the Wanda Plaza in the provincial capital, located on the most prosperous commercial street in the city center. Right next to the subway entrance and several large residential complexes, within a 5-kilometer radius, there are 3 universities and 2 office building clusters. Each day, the natural foot traffic alone is a terrifying number. A shop on the first floor in that location, even for renting, the starting price is 2,000 to 3,000 per month. And now the game has directly given him the property rights. This means that even if he does nothing, simply renting out this shop would yield a stable income every month. Those fresh graduates struggle to earn 5,000 or 6,000 a month, while he could easily collect 20,000 or 30,000 in rent without lifting a finger. Damn, this is simply too exhilarating. However, before he could calm his excited heart, the second notification sound followed closely behind. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have received newbie gift pack 2, a piece of super comic hand cream. After application, the player will acquire a legendary level hand transformation with the following specific effects: optimizing hand lines, making them long and symmetrical distinct joints, and greatly enhancing aesthetic appeal. At the same time, it will optimize the flexibility of hand muscles, enabling various delicate operations. When communicating deeply with women, this feature will make them feel extremely comfortable. Super Comic Hand Cream. Deep communication. Flexibility. Wang Zhe felt another wave of joy. Previously, when he strategized with Lin, watching the game's reward for body transformation had already given his upper body a complete makeover. Now adding this hand transformation means he has filled the last gap. Moreover, a man's hands are considered a second face in a woman's eyes. Not to mention, the game description stated plainly that this feature would make women feel extremely comfortable during deep communication. Why hesitate? Wang Zhe directly chose to use it. In the next second, a milky white liquid appeared out of nowhere on the surface of his skin, wrapping his 10 fingers, an entire palm, tightly, like a thin glove. Immediately, warmth spread from his palms. First warm, then hot, accompanied by a series of fine prickling sensations like countless tiny needles moving beneath the skin, rearranging muscle fibers and skeletal lines. Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard motionless, enduring the unusual sensations brought by the transformation. 10 minutes passed. The prickling sensation gradually faded and the milky white liquid became increasingly translucent, eventually evaporating like mist from his hands, disappearing without a trace. Wang Zhe raised his hands, spreading his palms open. He was taken aback, a glimmer of amazement rising in his eye. His previous hands were not exactly ugly, but they were just ordinary men's hands with slightly thick knuckles, waxy yellow skin, and even the cleanest nails couldn't hide the rough feeling. But now all 10 fingers are long and symmetrical with distinct, but not protruding joints, and the skin is several shades fairer with a touch that is both resilient and elastic. Wang Zhe tried to move his fingers. He attempted to move quickly. His fingers alternated between flexing and fully opening, then suddenly clenching into a fist. Every movement flowed seamlessly with flexibility beyond the limits of a normal human body. This flexibility is astonishing. As for deep communication, Wang Zhe lowered his gaze to the sleeping Songya in his arms. Her breathing was light, her eyelashes casting a small shadow on her face. Her lips were slightly parted, revealing a hint of her pearly teeth. The collar of her white nightgown slipped below her collarbone, half of her shoulder exposed outside the blanket. Wang Zhe looked for 2 seconds, then reached out to pull the blanket up, covering her shoulder. A dreamless night passed. The next morning Songya woke up very early. The first thing she felt was a warm body pressed against her back with an arm draped over her shoulder, encircling her entirely. Everything that happened last night flashed through her mind like a fast-forwarded movie. Songya's face instantly flushed. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the body behind her, her heart racing as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Calm down. Calm down. She took a deep breath and a thought emerged: leave. While Wang Zhe was still asleep, she needed to leave quickly. What happened last night was a decision made in a moment of impulse, as she didn't regret it, but she also didn't know how to face Wang Zhe. Songya carefully lifted Wang Zhe's arm that was draped over her shoulder. But just as she lifted it slightly, Wang Zhe's arm suddenly tightened, pulling her back into his embrace. Before Songya could react, she was shifted onto him. You woke up. Songya met Wang Zhe's gaze, her face instantly flushed. She hurriedly averted her eyes and spoke rapidly. Don't worry, last night was my choice. I don't need you to take responsibility. Wang Zhe lay beneath her, watching her flushed ears and dodging eyes, unable to hold back a laugh. You are already my woman now. Oh, if you don't want me to take responsibility, then who should? Want to find someone else? You don't say that. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I just... Songya's words trailed off. Wang Zhe lifted his head and kissed her directly. Songya's voice was caught in her throat, her hands instinctively pushing against Wang Zhe's chest, trying to push him away. But Wang Zhe's hand was already gripping the back of her head. The force of Songya's hands against his chest gradually weakened. A long kiss finally ended. Wang Zhe released her, a smile in his eyes as he looked at her. Not acknowledging you are my woman. That's okay, I'll help you remember. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhe flipped over in one swift motion, pinning Songya beneath him. One hand held Songya's hands above her head, pressing them onto the pillow. With the other hand starting from Songya's neck, his fingertips gently glided over her skin, slowly sliding down. Lightly grasping, slowly twisting, rubbing and teasing. Large pearls and small pearls, falling onto the jade plate. Songya's breathing visibly quickened. Her fair skin turned red starting from her neck. She tried to break free from Wang Zhe's grip on her hands, but the more she struggled, the tighter Wang Zhe's grip became, leaving her with no escape. That incredibly flexible hand seemed to possess mind-reading abilities, always able to find her most vulnerable spot. Songya bit her lower lip, burying her face into the pillow, her nails digging into Wang Zhe's skin. At one moment Songya's waist arched. Then it fell back onto the bed. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, her chest heaving violently, her fair face so red it seemed like it could bleed. Wang Zhe looked at her like this, leaning down and whispering into her ear, Yijia, look at me. Songya bit her lips, slowly opened her eyes, and met Wang Zhe's gaze. At this moment Wang Zhe pressed down. Last night was Songya's first time driving. Afraid of damaging the parts, Wang Zhe hadn't fully enjoyed himself. And now, looking at Songya's skin, which was almost translucent beneath him, the fire in Wang Zhe's heart completely ignited. After a long time, the spacious presidential suite finally fell silent. Songya lay sideways in Wang Zhe's arms, her long hair spread out on the pillow, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her breathing had yet to fully calm, her chest gently rising and falling, and she felt as though all her strength had been drained, leaving her too lazy to even move a finger. Wang Zhe wrapped one arm around her waist while the other leisurely kneaded the soft spot just below her collarbone with his fingertips. Songya let out a soft hum, but did not pull away. Sister Wang Zhe looked down at her. From now on I will transfer you 80,000 as pocket money every month. Upon hearing this, Songya's eyelashes fluttered slightly. You should get familiar with Chaochuan Bakery and see if the master there is willing to come with you. Later when the bakery opens in Yishur, you can be the owner. Wang Zhe spoke these words in a very calm tone, as if arranging something completely normal. But Song Ya's heart was suddenly gripped tight. Last night, it was she who took the initiative. She had even prepared for the worst. Wang Zhe might turn his back on her today, leave without a word, and she would accept that. But he did not. Not only did he stay, but he was also planning their future. Song Ya grasped the hand that was still playfully stirring at her chest, turning to look at Wang Zhe earnestly. All right, I will listen to you. Song Ya paused for a moment, then spoke seriously. You will be my man from now on. Last night, I was just dizzy from being angered by Xie Chang'ai. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Zhe reached out and pinched her cheek. I know no need to explain. Wang Zhe smiled slightly, saying, speaking of which, I should thank Xie Chang. If it weren't for him, how would I have found such a wonderful woman like you, Sister Ya? Upon hearing this, Song Ya's ears instantly flushed. She turned her face away, choosing not to speak any further. The two stayed close for a while before finally getting up to tidy up and check out. As for the white sheet with a plum blossom mark, Wang Zhe simply asked the front desk for a price and bought it, neatly folding it and putting it into a bag. Seeing him swiftly stuff the sheet into the paper bag, Song Ya's face flushed once more. Why are you? Just to keep as a memento. Wang Zhe replied matter-of-factly, prompting Song Ya to give him several annoyed glares. Sweetheart, I need to go to the provincial capital for a couple of days. You should quit your job at Chaochuan Bakery and take a good rest waiting for my return. After dropping Song Ya off at the community entrance, Wang Zhe thought for a moment and said, Okay. Song Ya nodded, hesitating for a moment before bending down to quickly kiss the corner of his mouth, then turned and ran into the community. Wang Zhe watched her figure disappear behind the unit door before retracting his gaze. Back at the rental apartment, he quickly took a shower and then got into the 718. With a loud roar from the exhaust pipe, the 718 drove onto the highway. Over 2 hours later, he arrived at the provincial capital, parking the 718 steadily beneath the Sweet Sweets rental building. Wang Zhe carried the fruits and snacks he bought along the way upstairs, and just as he inserted the key into the lock, the door was suddenly flung open from the inside. Brother. Sweet Sweet immediately hung onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. I've missed you so much. Where did you miss me? Wang Zhe supported her with one hand while closing the door with the other. I missed you everywhere. As she spoke, Sweet Sweet slid down from him, grabbing his hand and pressing it against her chest. If you don't believe me, you can feel for yourself. Hiss. This little vixen. Wang Zhe had released his pent-up frustration earlier with Song Ya, but now with Sweet Sweet's teasing, a fire ignited within him. Is that so? Then I must check thoroughly. He lifted Sweet Sweet in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. Sweet Sweet hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck, her face flushed as she pressed his hand down. You should go shower first. Together. No, I just took a shower. Sweet Sweet, blushing, struggled, her voice soft. And Sweet, you go wash first, there's a surprise after. Already showered. And a surprise. Wang Zhe took a deep breath and set her down. Alright, it'll be quick. Make sure to wash well. No slacking. After Sweet Sweet finished speaking, she jogged into the bedroom and closed the door. But before closing the door, she turned back to glance at Wang Zhe. In her gaze, besides shyness and anticipation, there was also a hint of barely perceptible caution. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhe emerged from the bathroom towel, drying his hair as he walked to the bedroom door. The door was closed. He gently pushed it open. The curtains were tightly drawn, leaving only a warm-toned bedside lamp, casting a soft orange glow that filled the room with an intimate warmth. He saw Sweet Sweet kneeling in the middle of the bed, wearing a sheer black gauze. The fabric was so thin it was almost transparent, cascading from her collarbone down to mid-thigh, her fair skin faintly visible within. The shoulder straps were extremely thin, threatening to slide off at any moment. The waistline tightened, accentuating her already slender figure, the skirt slightly flaring down to cover her curled-up knees. The neckline was plunged to an impossibly low position. Sweet Sweet lifted her head and saw Wang Zhe standing at the door, her face flushed from her cheeks to her ears. Yet she still mustered the courage to extend her hand. Brother, come here. Wang Zhe walked over. Sweet Sweet grasped his hand, pressing it against her chest and gently pushing. Wang Zhe fell back onto the bed. Sweet Sweet straddled him, looking down at him. Then, with a slight movement of her delicate hand, the ribbon at the front of her gauze dress was untied. In an instant, a scene of pure white unfolded. Wang Zhe gasped, not wasting any more words, directly igniting the battle. Crack. The black gauze was declared defeated within the first minute of the battle. After a long while, the room fell silent. Sweet Sweet curled up in Wang Zhe's arms, her cheeks still flushed, her fingers lightly tracing circles on his chest. Sweetheart. I plan to open a bakery in the provincial capital. You don't need to look for work anymore, you can be the owner then. Sweet Sweet's fingers froze. She abruptly looked up at Wang Zhe. Really? The profits will be your dowry, Wang Zhe said with a smile. I don't want a dowry. Sweet Sweet sat up suddenly. Brother, I don't want your money, just being with you is enough for me. Aren't I with you now? Wang Zhe stretched out his hand to pull the blanket up to cover her shoulders. There's a shop in the provincial capital. Ooh, I will come often. Only then did Sweet Sweet feel reassured. She snuggled back into Wang Ze's arms, burying her face in his neck. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Brother. I need to tell you something. Someone has been bothering me lately. Upon hearing this, Wang Ze's brow furrowed immediately. It's a man who lives in the same unit as me. In the bedroom, Tian, nestled in Wang Ze's arms, her voice soft, as she recounted the events that had transpired. The man who frequently came to curry favor was named Yang Hai. He was a student at the Provincial City University Music Academy, living in the same apartment building as Tian. Recently, he had been finding various excuses to visit almost every other day, bringing either fruits or snacks. Tian had clearly told him that she had a boyfriend. Yet Yang Hai did not believe her at all. The reason was simple. Every time he came, the rental unit only had Tian inside, and he had never seen any boyfriend. Thus, he was quite certain that this was just an excuse Tian used to reject him. What else did he say? He said he doesn't believe I have a boyfriend, and asked why he has never seen him. Tian pouted. He also said he could wait, that I should give him a chance when I come to my senses. Don't be angry, brother. I haven't touched any of the things he brought, or I've thrown them all in the trash. Wang Ze looked down at her nervously flushed face and smiled. If my woman has someone pursuing her, it only means my taste is good. Upon hearing this, Tian felt her inner tension ease a bit. However, just as she was about to say something, a series of knocks echoed from the direction of the living room. Tian, open the door for me. I brought you milk tea on my way. A male voice called out from behind the door. Tian's expression changed slightly as she looked helplessly at Wang Ze. Just in time. Wang Ze threw off the covers and got out of bed casually, putting on the pants draped over the chair. In the living room, the knocking continued. Tian, open the door. Crack. The door was pulled open from the inside. Yang Hai stood at the entrance holding 2 cups of milk tea in his left hand, his right hand just retracting. Upon hearing the door open, he instinctively adjusted his expression, revealing a smile he considered bright and warm. However, in the next moment, what came into view was a man without a shirt. Yang Hai's self-assured sunny smile. You? Who are you? What do you want with my wife? Wang Ze leaned against the door frame, his gaze sweeping over Yang Hai from head to toe. Yang Hai's eyes glanced over Wang Ze's shoulder, catching sight of a man's jacket and car keys scattered on the coffee table. The bedroom door was half open and faint rustling sounds could be heard from inside. The implications of those images pieced together were self-evident. Yang Hai's face gradually turned red, struggling to form a complete sentence. If there's nothing else, you should just leave, Wang Ze said with a displeased expression. If you dare to knock on this door again, I'll make sure you regret it. He finished speaking without giving Yang Hai another glance and directly shut the door. Yang Hai stood in the corridor, his mouth opening and closing, ultimately turning away in a daze. That night, whether it was because Yang Hai's appearance had instilled a sense of crisis in Tian, or because she wanted to bind Wang Ze to her side in her own way, Tian pulled Wang Ze into bed multiple times. Even when Wang Ze reached for the protective measures on the nightstand, she grabbed his wrist. Don't use that, brother, Tian said, her face flushed. Looking at the alluringly rosy Tian, Wang Ze could no longer keep his composure. After toiling until the early morning, Tian finally exhausted all her energy. She lay on Wang Ze, panting heavily as she leaned closer to his ear. Brother, tomorrow I have a good girlfriend from before who wants to go shopping with me. She wants to meet you. Do you have time? I need to go see some shops at Wanda tomorrow morning. You and your girlfriend can go shopping first, and we can meet for lunch or dinner later, Wang Ze said, ruffling her damp hair. Okay. Buy whatever you like directly, and if it's not enough, just tell me, he added as he transferred 50,000 yuan to Tian from his phone. Love you, brother, Tian said as she leaned in and gave him a hard kiss on the lips. The next day at 10 in the morning, Wang Ze drove to Wanda Plaza. From a distance, this commercial landmark stood prominently along the city's central axis, its massive LED screens scrolling advertisements for various brands. Surrounded by several large residential complexes, this area formed a natural consumer circle with the office buildings of the financial city facing several campuses of the Provincial City University across the street. Regardless of weekdays or weekends, the pedestrian traffic here was the most concentrated in the entire Guangshan district. After parking the car, Wang Ze took the prepared ID and related documents and headed towards the mall. It was the weekend, and even though it was just past 10, a large crowd had already surged into the mall entrance. As he entered the first floor of the mall, Wang Ze walked while observing the distribution of the stores on both sides. Soon he noticed something. About 100 meters to the left of the main entrance, there was a fairly large shop entirely obscured by green construction barriers with a notice in red letters on a white background stating it was under renovation. The location of this shop was quite good. On the left, it was right next to the flagship store of Jumawang, and on the right was Chow Tai Fook Jewelry with a row of trendy clothing and sports brands across the street. Located on the busiest Golden Route for foot traffic, it could be said to be one of the most central shops on the entire first floor. Such an excellent location, coupled with the operations of a franchise. Tisk Wangzhe couldn't help but imagine how prosperous the business would be once the bakery opened. The property management office was on the 5th floor of the mall. When the elevator doors opened, stepping outside revealed a spacious reception hall with the Wanda Property logo printed on the backdrop of the front desk alongside a row of green plants. Hello sir, this is the Wanda Plaza Property Management Center. How may I assist you? A female receptionist in a black pencil skirt approached, her professional smile displayed as she maintained a polite attitude. Hello, I have a shop here, and I'm here to handle the acceptance procedures, Wangzhe replied. Okay sir, could you please provide your name? Wangzhe. The receptionist looked down at the system registration form after hearing the name, then picked up the internal phone on the desk and dialed a number. Manager Huang. Mr. Wang is here to handle the shop acceptance, and the registration shows it's shop A107 on the 1st floor. Alright, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist's smile was noticeably wider than before. Mr. Huang, please wait a moment. Manager Huang will be here shortly. This is the VIP lounge, let me take you there, so you can sit for a bit. Alright. He had barely sat down for 10 minutes when he heard the sound of high heels approaching slowly down the corridor. Wangzhe looked up. A woman emerged from around the corner of the corridor. She wore a white shirt on top, paired with black wide-leg trousers. The shirt was tucked neatly into her waist, accentuating her slender waistline. Her high ponytail was neatly tied, revealing a smooth forehead and a long neck. Her skin was a delicate white that reflected light, not the kind of sickly pallor, but rather the refined fairness of someone who had been well cared for and rarely seen the sun. On her chest hung a name tag that read Property Management Department Huang Ying. Behind her followed 5 or 6 staff members, some holding folders and others carrying a stack of documents. However, at the moment this woman appeared in his line of sight, a clear alert sounded in Wangzhe's mind. Ding! Detected potential target for conquest. Comprehensive estimated score, 89 points. Would you like to view detailed information? Good morning, President Wang. I am Huang Ying, the manager of Wanda Property Management Company. Huang Ying walked up to Wangzhe, smiling as she extended her right hand. Hello, Manager Huang. Wangzhe smiled and reached out to shake her hand. The moment their palms touched, Huang Ying's gaze fell upon his hand. Her breath caught slightly. The hand before her was slender and well-proportioned, with distinct knuckles, fair skin that glowed with a healthy luster, and plump, resilient fingertips. This was no ordinary man's hand. It was unmistakably a comic hand, as if it had stepped right out of a manga. As a devoted anime enthusiast, she usually loved watching videos of various comic hands. Whenever she stumbled upon a beautiful one, she would replay it dozens of times, screenshot it, and save it into her album as a wallpaper. But those were all online videos. Now seeing such a comic hand in person, Huang Ying felt her heartbeat quicken. Feeling the warmth from Wangzhe's palm, Huang Ying swallowed, her legs unconsciously pressing together. President Wang, let me take you to inspect your shop now. Huang Ying cast a few more glances at Wangzhe's hand before reluctantly letting go. She turned to introduce the several managers following behind. They were mostly men. Wangzhe had no interest in learning more. President Wang will add you as a friend later. If you have any issues, you can call me anytime and I'll handle them promptly. Thank you. Wangzhe nodded with a smile. Under Huang Ying's guidance, the group headed toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Wangzhe secretly checked Huang Ying's detailed information in his mind. Name Huang Ying. Occupation Property Company Manager. Safety rating full marks. Note J.K. Saint Physique. Other explore by player. J.K. Saint Physique. Wangzhe glanced at the stern-faced Huang Ying in the elevator, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This outwardly cold and capable woman actually had such a hidden attribute. The contrast was overwhelming. He hadn't expected that coming to handle some procedures today would present him with a suitable target for pursuit. The elevator reached the 1st floor. Huang Ying led Wangzhe to the shopfront, enclosed by green barriers, pushed open the construction door, and stepped inside. The original decorations had been removed, leaving only bare walls and floors. The space was spacious and well-lit. President Wang, this shop of yours is 150 square meters in total. After your purchase, we removed all the original decorations. Huang Ying stood beside him, speaking in a gentle tone. If you plan to run a business here later, you can directly contact a decoration company to proceed with the renovation. Of course, we also have partner decoration companies. If you need, we can help you connect and communicate. Then please help me get in touch with one. Wangzhe surveyed the shop and nodded in satisfaction. All right. Huang Ying responded, a hint of joy rising in her heart. On one hand, the renovation work could be passed on to another company under her father's name. On the other hand, since it involved coordinating the renovation, it would give her a reason to stay in touch with Wangzhe more often. More contact meant more chances to see those hands. Just thinking about it made Huang Ying's heart itch within. Seeing that Wang Zhe had no other complaints, Huang Ying immediately had her staff hand over the purchase contract, property management agreement, and property certificate for the shop. Wang Zhe took them and flipped through the documents. As he read, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The purchase contract surprisingly included a parking space as well. Seeing that Wang Zhe had no other complaints, Huang Ying immediately had her staff hand over the purchase contract, property management agreement. As he signed, his grip on the pen was naturally graceful, the nib gliding smoothly across the paper, each stroke clean and decisive. At that very moment, Huang Ying, standing beside him, quietly took out her phone. She aimed the lens at Wang Zhe's signing hand, adjusting the angle. Click, click, click. She snapped over a dozen photos in succession. After signing, Wang Zhe looked at the property deed in his hand, feeling immensely pleased. A prime 150 square meter shop on the first floor, permanent ownership, a complimentary parking space, and property fees paid for a decade. This shop was now his. His phone vibrated. A message from Tian saying she and her best friend had already left and asking if he could have lunch together. Wang Zhe replied and put away the documents. Then, please, manager Huang, help me contact the decoration company so they can coordinate with me. We can discuss the details later. Of course, President Wang. Rest assured, he'll arrange it as soon as possible. Huang Ying nodded, maintaining a professional smile. Wang Zhe turned and left. Huang Ying stood still, watching his figure disappear into the mall crowd before withdrawing her gaze. She quickly walked back to the elevator, rode up to the 5th floor, returned straight to her office, and closed the door. Sitting in her chair, Huang Ying opened her phone's photo album and scrolled through the pictures she had just taken. She looked at each one carefully. Then she opened a group chat named Anime Girl's Secret Garden, which consisted of all her college best friends. Huang Ying selected 3 of the clearest photos and sent them in. The caption read in Japanese, "Kampekasu." The group instantly exploded. Shouting, "Which hand model is this? Share the account, it'll follow right away. I just shook hands with this one. It felt amazing, absolutely authentic." Huang Ying replied, "Ying-chan, please introduce this person to me. I can already imagine the feeling of these hands gripping my thighs. My mental state is really bad right now. Oh, I need the owner of these hands to comfort me personally. I want it. You guys are so perverted. Am I the only one who wants it to do other things? The one above is even more perverted, okay?" Messages popped up one after another, the topic growing increasingly indecent. Watching these comments in the group, Huang Ying's ears burned bright red. After a while, she took 2 deep breaths and pulled open the drawer of her desk. Huang Ying picked up a spare pair of safety shorts inside, stood up, and quickly walked toward the restroom at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza outside the LV store, Tian handed the newly purchased on-the-go bag to her best friend Hu Jing. "Xiao Jing, hold this for me. I need to go to the restroom." Hu Jing took the bag and nodded. Only when Tianxian's figure disappeared into the restroom entrance did Hu Jing turn her full attention to the bag in her hands. The LV on-the-go, this year's hottest new release, priced at 30,000 yuan. She cradled the bottom of the bag with one hand while the fingertips of her other hand lightly traced the leather grain, the texture delicate and warm. The more she looked, the more she loved it. The more she touched it, the harder it was to let go. Hu Jing glanced toward the restroom, and seeing Tian hadn't come out, yet she couldn't resist slinging the bag over her shoulder. Turning sideways to face the floor-to-ceiling glass door of a neighboring shop, she struck several poses, twisting left and right. Click, click. Hu Jing pulled out her phone and snapped 7 or 8 photos. Then she focused the camera on the bag alone, capturing every detail from the interior label to the hardware. After taking the photos, Hu Jing opened her moments. She carefully selected 4 pictures and wrote a caption, "Weekend routine, treating myself." Before posting, she cautiously entered the privacy settings, found Tianxian's avatar, and checked the option to hide it from her. Only after confirming everything was correct did she hit send. Seeing that her moments were posted and Tian still hadn't come out, Hu Jing opened Doudu. She selected a few close-ups of the bag and a well-edited selfie, crafting the caption, "Just bought this bag today. Love it. Learn to love yourself even when you're alone." Within 2 minutes of posting, the comments section buzzed with activity. "Goddess, one of your bags costs several months of my salary. Who on earth is chasing a goddess like this?" Hu Jing watched the stream of compliments, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and admired the bag on her shoulder once more. Only when she caught a glimpse of Tian approaching from the restroom did she quickly take the bag off her shoulder, turn off her phone screen, and let her face resume a calm expression. "Tianxian, you really need to take care of this bag regularly." Hu Jing handed the bag back, her tone carrying the casual air of an experienced owner. "LV's vegetable tanned leather has no coating, so it easily absorbs oil and water. Once it gets a mark, it's basically impossible to remove. Never wipe it with alcohol wipes. It'll corrode the leather. You also need to be careful with the hardware. It's best to store it separately, wrapped in a flannel cloth daily, or the oxidation will drag down the whole bag's quality by a notch." Tian nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration. Wow, Xiao Jing, you're amazing. You know so much. No wonder you got into a financial company. It's nothing special. You just learned from using them. Hu Jing waved her hand and smiled. When I first started buying LV, I didn't know how to care for them. I'd basically have to replace them every 3 or 4 months. It took a while to figure things out through experience. That's incredible. Tian praised sincerely, then asked curiously, what exactly do you do there? I'm mainly in charge of the investment division, dealing mostly with large corporate clients. Hu Jing lifted her chin slightly. I can't go into specifics. It involves client privacy and trade secrets. We have confidentiality agreements. She paused, then shifted the topic. By the way, is your boyfriend coming? What does he do? He's still a college student, Tian said with a smile. A college student? Hu Jing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Tian, I hate to say this. She lowered her voice and leaned in closer. What kind of financial foundation can a college student have? Are you even subsidizing his living expenses? Tian shook her head about to explain, but Hu Jing continued. Look at you. You're so beautiful and have such great prospects. There's no reason to tie yourself down to a student. At my bank. I mean, at our company, every client we deal with, pick any one of them, drives a car starting at 1,000,000 yuan and wears a watch worth an average person's annual salary. Last week, I had a client in private equity, just over 30 with over 10 million yuan in managed assets at our bank alone. He even added me on WeChat to ask if I was free this weekend. Hu Jing's eyes glittered with a hint of pride as she spoke. However, before Hu Jing could finish, Tian's phone rang. Tian glanced at the caller ID, her eyes lighting up as she answered. Brother, are you here? Yeah, in the lobby on the first floor. He'll be right down. Tian hung up, told Hu Jing to wait where she was, and clutching the bag dashed toward the nearest elevator. Hu Jing watched Tian scurry away and couldn't help shaking her head. Just a college student. Why get... She followed slowly, already scheming in her mind about how to subtly make Tian see reality when they... A few minutes later, Hu Jing saw Tian walking toward her arm in arm with a man beaming. Hu Jing's gaze swept over him. The man was over 1.8 meters tall with a slender, upright build, sharply defined features, fair skin, and a clean, crisp aura. Handsome indeed. But what use was handsome? Could he eat it? Hu Jing thought to herself, but her face wore a polite smile. Xiao Jing, this is my boyfriend Wang Zhe. Tian holding Wang Zhe's arm said in a soft voice, Brother, this is my old bestie Hu Jing. She works at a financial company mainly in investments. She's amazing. Hello. Wang Zhe nodded at Hu Jing. Hello. Hu Jing smiled back. Just then a prompt sounded in Wang Zhe's mind. Ding. Potential target detected. Comprehensive estimated score, 85. Wang Zhe gave Hu Jing a discreet once-over. Big eyes, a high nose bridge, and beautifully arched willow leaf eyebrows. She appeared to be about 1.75 meters tall, quite striking for a woman. She wore a black camisole underneath with a thin white sun protection jacket over it. The fabric was semi-transparent, and the outline of the black camisole was faintly visible through the jacket, contrasting sharply with her fair arms, exuding an undercurrent of allure. Her bottom was a pair of ultra-short shorts revealing a set of long, straight legs. She was indeed a beauty. Meanwhile, after greeting him, Hu Jing's gaze inadvertently fell on the watch on his left wrist. A deep blue dial with a sunburst pattern and an alligator leather strap. The craftsmanship of the case, the curve of the lugs, and the iconic crown shaped like an official's hat. Having worked at a bank counter for 2 years, Hu Jing had seen plenty of wealthy people and developed a basic ability to recognize luxury watches. Patek Philippe. And it wasn't an entry-level model. Her pupils contracted slightly. This watch cost at least 300,000 yuan. A college student wearing a 300,000 yuan Patek Philippe. Trust fund kid. Wang Zhe was definitely a trust fund kid. That also meant Tian's bag was probably bought with Wang Zhe's money. No wonder. She had been wondering how her best friend, who came from a modest family, could afford such an expensive bag. Case closed. Thinking this, Hu Jing's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claw. Why? What did Tian have that she didn't? Tian used to work as a local tour guide, while Hu Jing was a bank employee with a far brighter future. Hu Jing felt indignant. But she kept her composure, her smile even warmer than before. After a brief introduction, Hu Jing took the initiative to suggest a Korean-style steakhouse on the 3rd floor. The atmosphere there is fantastic. I went with a client last time, about 500 or 600 per person. What do you think? Hu Jing asked with a smile, her gaze toward Wang Zhe carrying a hint of testing. Wang Zhe nodded indifferently. All right, let's go. And Wang Zhe took this opportunity to check Hu Jing's info. As the three walked toward the restaurant with Hu Jing leading the way, Wang Zhe took the chance to view her details. Name: Hu Jing. Occupation: bank counter staff. Safety rating: full marks. Notes: an ordinary person posing as a financial elite. Other information to be discovered by the player. Bank counter staff. A financial elite. Wang Zhe nearly laughed out loud. Didn't she just say she worked at a financial company handling investments and dealing with major corporate clients? Wang Zhe watched Hu Jing walking ahead, noting the sway of her hips, and a playful smile spread across his. On the third floor of a Korean steak restaurant, warm-toned lights cast a glow on the dark wooden tables, each separated by half-height green plant partitions, ensuring excellent privacy. After the three of them took their seats, Hu Jing proactively picked up the menu and skillfully flipped through a few pages. The M9 Wagyu here is quite good. I ordered it last time I accompanied a client, and I recommend you try it. As she spoke, her back was straight, her speech measured, accompanied by perfectly timed gestures embodying the essence of a business elite. Wang Ze's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing, merely nodding. All right, you choose for us. Hu Jing responded with a smile and turned to fluently list several dishes to the waiter, such as medium rare with black truffle sauce and a bottle of sparkling water, her words flowing effortlessly. After the waiter left, Hu Jing raised her glass and took a sip of water, her demeanor remarkably elegant. Wang Ze noticed an interesting phenomenon. Throughout the whole process, Hu Jing sat upright, as if attending a business banquet, each movement exuding an intentional sense of sophistication. Wang Ze found it amusing internally, but maintained a composed exterior. Whenever his gaze swept over her, she would respond with an appropriate smile, neither overly enthusiastic nor cold, perfectly balancing her demeanor. When the steak was served, Tian took the knife and fork, but seemed somewhat unaccustomed to them, struggling to cut through her small face, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Hu Jing immediately reached over. Tian, let me help you cut it. She took Tian's plate, and with a few swift movements of the knife and fork, she cut the steak into evenly sized pieces and pushed it back in front of Tian. Take your time, be careful, it's hot. Thank you, Xiao Jing. Tian smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Wang Ze watched this scene mentally, giving Hu Jing an 8 for her performance. The best friend persona was well established. Halfway through the meal, Wang Ze casually asked, Hu Jing, you mentioned you work in investment. What strategies are you focusing on now? Is it CTA or market neutral? At these words, Hu Jing's hand paused while cutting the steak. CTA? What the heck? Recently the market has been quite volatile, so we primarily focus on conservative strategies. Hu Jing quickly regained her composed expression, smiling as she added, the specific strategies involve client privacy, so I'm not at liberty to discuss them in detail. Well done. Wang Ze silently applauded her in his mind. She truly mastered the confidentiality. No matter what professional question was posed, a simple confidential could deflect it all. Wang Ze chose not to press further, nodding with a smile. Indeed, confidentiality is crucial in this industry. Hu Jing sighed with relief, taking another sip of water to mask the slight unease at the corner of her mouth. She had completely failed to understand that question. What was CTA? What was market neutral? She didn't even know what those two terms meant. Fortunately, her quick reflexes kicked in. For the rest of the time, Hu Jing talked about various so-called industry insights, sharing gossip from the private equity circle and clients' investment preferences, sounding quite knowledgeable. Wang Ze listened with a smile the entire time, occasionally nodding in response. He noticed that every time Hu Jing mentioned key information, she would deliberately pause to observe his reaction, fearful he might throw another professional question her way. This woman certainly had a lot on her mind. They spent nearly an hour eating. Wang Ze paid the bill. As the three exited the restaurant, both Tian and Hu Jing had lost their enthusiasm for further shopping after a morning of browsing. Brother, I'll wait for you here. You can take Xiao Jing back first, Tian quietly said, tugging at Wang. The Porsche 718 only had 2 seats, and Tian thought it would be inconvenient for Hu Jing to take a taxi back alone, so she proactively suggested it. Upon hearing this, Hu Jing quickly waved her hand. No, I can just take a taxi, don't trouble yourselves. Although she said this, her feet did not move an inch towards the taxi stand. Wang Ze smiled and took out his car keys. It's on the way, let's go. Hu Jing hesitated for a moment, but then smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble you. Wang Ze went to the underground parking lot to bring out the car. When the white Porsche 718 slowly emerged from the garage and stopped at the mall entrance, Hu Jing's expression clearly showed surprise. Porsche, definitely a rich second generation. Why isn't someone like him the one I meet? She took a deep breath, striving to keep her expression calm. Bye Tian, let's continue our hangout next time. Hu Jing waved at Tian with a cheerful tone. Then she opened the car door and slightly turned her body to sit inside. The translucent white sun protection jacket fluttered with her movement, the outline of her black tank top subtly visible in the sunlight, combined with her elegant height of 1.75 meters, creating a truly pleasing sight. Vroom. The horizontally opposed engine of the 718 let out a low growl as the car smoothly merged into the traffic. With the top down, the wind rushed in from both sides, causing Hu Jing's long hair to flutter slightly. Pedestrians waiting at the red light turned their heads, their gazes filled with envy and curiosity. Hu Jing felt those gazes, her cheeks slightly flushing. How exhilarating. How happy. This feeling of being watched made Hu Jing feel thrilled, her face flushed. She secretly glanced at Wang Ze, who held the steering wheel with one hand. His profile was clean-cut, with the wind tousling his bangs, making him look both handsome and wealthy. Hu Jing bit her lip, took out her lipstick from her bag, and touched up her makeup in the car mirror. Then, feeling a bit hot, she grabbed the collar of her sun protection jacket and slid it down. The white sheer jacket was neatly folded on her lap, leaving her upper body in just a black tank top. Her collarbone was delicate, her shoulder line smooth, and her arms were fair and slender. The seatbelt crossed diagonally over her left shoulder, accentuating the curves of her chest, creating a striking visual impact. Wang Zhe glanced over. Hu Jing crossed her hands on her snow-white thighs, sitting up straight, her chin slightly raised, emanating a mature and seductive aura. Wang Zhe, how long have you and Tian been together? Hu Jing noticed Wang Zhe's gaze, feeling a hint of joy in her heart, yet maintaining a composed expression, her tone carrying a trace of curiosity. A few weeks, Wang Zhe smiled. I really envy Tian for having such a good boyfriend like you. Hu Jing turned slightly towards Wang Zhe, a faint smile on her face. Unlike me, who is still single. As she turned her body, her waistline tightened, and the contours of her chest became even more pronounced, her curves clearly visible under the sunlight. You're so beautiful, you must have no shortage of suitors, right? Wang Zhe asked casually. There are some, but none are quite suitable. Hu Jing sighed, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Either they're too greasy or too immature, so I've been single since birth. After she finished speaking, as if suddenly remembering something, her tone became light and casual. By the way, how about we add each other as friends later? Tian is my good friend, and you're her boyfriend, so we might as well consider ourselves friends and hang out for meals or movies together. No problem. Wang Zhe readily agreed. Upon hearing those two words, Hu Jing sighed in relief. Was it a bit inappropriate to add her friend's boyfriend as a friend? This thought flashed through her mind, but was quickly suppressed. Adding a friend was fine, and she could also keep an eye on Wang Zhe, ensuring he wouldn't do anything to betray Tian. Yes, that's it. Alright, I've arrived, thank you. The car stopped at the entrance of the community, and Hu Jing opened the car door, offering Wang Zhe a gentle smile. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she walked around to the driver's side. Oh dear, I almost forgot to add you as a friend. She bent slightly, presenting the QR code on her phone screen to Wang Zhe. As she bent down, a faint scent of perfume wafted over her exquisite collarbone, just inches away the neckline of her tank top, slightly falling, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Goodbye. Hu Jing stood at the entrance of the community. Watching the 718 merge into the traffic, she finally averted her gaze and glanced at the new profile picture in her phone's contacts. Wang Zhe. Hu Jing felt an involuntary flutter in her heart. Beep. Just then her phone vibrated. Jingjing, didn't you say a new grilled fish restaurant opened nearby a few days ago? Are you free tonight? The message was from Xiao Xiang, the lobby manager of the branch, who had been pursuing her ever since he was transferred to this outlet. Hu Jing glanced at the message, her brow furrowing slightly. Xiao Xiang's image unconsciously floated in her mind, standing at 172 meters with a beer belly, and every time he treated her to a meal he would emphasize, "It's my treat, fearing she wouldn't realize he was interested in her. Then she thought of Wang Zhe, who had just been holding the steering wheel with one hand. Sorry, manager, Xiao, I haven't been feeling well these past few days, and don't want to eat fish, let's do it another day. After sending that message, Hu Jing closed the chat with him directly. Returning to her home, she kicked off her shoes and threw herself onto the bed. The first thing she did was open Wang Zhe's Moments. Soon she was disappointed, it was completely empty. Hu Jing flipped over, lying on her back. Images of the women who had cast surprised, envious, and jealous glances at her while she was in the passenger seat of the 718 filled her head. That feeling was as if she had been coated in a layer of golden light. It felt exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Why wasn't I the one to meet him first? Hu Jing bit her lip. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. She opened her Moments, chose a photo that showcased her figure while wearing light clothing, and then carefully set the visibility range. Who can see it? Hu Jing bit her lip, and after a moment checked Wang Zhe. Caption: whoever sees this post has to treat me to coffee. After posting, Hu Jing didn't know why, but her heart suddenly began to race, filled with a mix of anticipation and fear. Wang Zhe had no idea about these little moves of Hu Jing. After seeing Hu Jing off, he picked up Tian, and they returned home to briefly discuss the progress of the shop had already been secured, but there were a ton of things to do before opening, renovations, hiring custom uniforms, and employee accommodations. None of it could be taken lightly. The division of labor was very clear. Tian was responsible for running to the clothing factory and finding dormitories, while Wang Zhe personally oversaw the recruitment. After all, he had a knack for games and business instincts. Where others relied on experience and intuition, he relied on data. At 3 in the afternoon, in the Starbucks at the bottom of Wanda Plaza, Wang Zhe sat in the corner with a cup of Americano. In less than 10 minutes, a girl walked in from outside, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans with light makeup, around 168 meters tall, holding a resume. Her demeanor was confident and brisk. She attracted several gazes as soon as she entered. The girl scanned the cafe and soon locked eyes with Wang Zhe in the corner. Hello, are you Mr. Wang. The girl walked briskly to Wang Zhe and politely asked, please have a seat." Wang Zhe gestured for her to sit down, while quietly opening the game panel in his mind. Name Lu Jie, age 28, occupation bakery shop manager, unemployed, overall score 80, note no bad habits, no physical defects, no driving history. 80 points. Wang Zhe took a glance at her. Her looks were not top-notch, but her figure was, well, no wonder it was 80. A bit low. However, between a boss and an employee, a pure working relationship must be maintained for the sake of convenience. Wang Zhe shifted his gaze back to the topic. "I've looked over your resume in advance, and it's good in all aspects. But there's one question. Your last shop performed quite well. Why did you resign?" Lu Jie hesitated a moment. "The owner of my last shop always invited me to watch midnight movies." Wang Zhe understood immediately. "Got it, there won't be such things at our shop." Wang Zhe said decisively, "What's your salary expectation?" 15,000 for the first 3 months, and after that, once things are up and running, no less than 20,000. Deal. Let's not talk about anything else, just work hard, and after we open branches, 50,000 is possible." Wang Zhe said with a smile, extending his hand. Lu Jie was taken aback. "Oh, was it really that straightforward?" She shook Wang Zhe's hand and cautiously asked, "So Mr. Wang, when do I start working? How many people are there in the shop now?" "You can start working right now. As for employees," Wang Zhe smiled, "currently, it's just you." Lu Jie. Her smile froze on her face. "Not a single employee. And he's talking about a future salary of 50,000. Could this be a scam?" Wang Zhe noticed her hesitation, didn't explain much, and stood up directly. "Come with me." He took Lu Jie out of the cafe and walked to the green-walled shop at the first floor of Wanda Plaza. "This is the shop. You can see for yourself, right next to the main entrance of Wanda. I don't need to mention the foot traffic. Renovations will start soon, and it will be operational in a month or two." Lu Jie looked at the prime location before her, her eyes brightening, but she still hesitated. Wang Zhe was too lazy to dwell on it, saying, "Get out your payment code." "Huh. I'll transfer 1 month's salary to you, 15,000, as a reassurance." When the notification of the successful transfer chimed, Lu Jie looked down at the number on her phone screen, and all her remaining doubts vanished. "Mr. Wang, I'm in." Wang Zhe had no objections and directly handed the recruitment tasks to Lu Jie, while he leaned back on the sofa in Starbucks, casually scrolling through Dodo. In the City Channel, Wang Zhe swiped through a few videos and suddenly saw a familiar face pop up. Hu Jing. His finger stopped. In the video thumbnail, there was the LV on the go that Tian had just bought today, a 30,000 yuan bag, which Hu Jing had meticulously photographed from various angles, accompanied by a polished selfie. The caption read, "Just bought this bag today, love it, even when alone, one must learn to love oneself." Wang Zhe glanced at the comment section. "Goddess, this bag is so beautiful, please share the link. The goddess bag is worth my several months' salary. Who is pursuing such a goddess after all?" Wang Zhe couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Hu Jing's video. This Hu Jing was more interesting than he had thought. Wang Zhe clicked into her profile and casually scrolled through a few videos. Each one was meticulously packaged professional outfits, high-end afternoon teas, gym selfies. The persona was firmly established, a refined and independent financial elite woman. If he didn't know that this so-called financial elite was actually a bank teller, he might have been convinced. Wang Zhe exited Dodo and casually opened WeChat. Clicking on Hu Jing's avatar, he was surprised to find a photo she had posted 2 hours ago. In the photo, Hu Jing wore a light green camisole paired with blue jeans, the thin straps hugging her rounded shoulders, highlighting the delicate lines of her collarbone and neck. The hem of the camisole barely covered the curves of her chest. Further down, the outline of her flat abdomen and the beautiful navel added a touch of extraordinary sensuality and allure. Wang Zhe noticed one detail. This post had no likes and no comments whatsoever. If it were public, given Hu Jing's looks and figure, the comment section couldn't possibly be this silent, and Tian, being her best friend, would have likely liked or commented as well. But there was no activity at all. Combined with the caption, there was only one possibility: this post was likely only visible to him. TSK. This Hu Jing. Wang Zhe revealed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and liked her. On the other side, Hu Jing had no idea how many times she had refreshed her moments. Finally, after another refresh, she suddenly saw one more like. Bang bang bang. Seeing Wang Zhe's like, Hu Jing felt her heartbeat involuntarily slowed down a beat. This meant Wang Zhe had seen the photo she had specifically posted on her moments. Wang Zhe, you are the first to like my moments, you must treat me to coffee. Hu Jing opened the chat box with Wang Zhe, sent the message, and added a proud emoji below. Less than 2 minutes after sending the message, Wang Zhe immediately sent her a red envelope. Good figure, a reward. Looking at the message Wang Zhe sent, Hu Jing felt her ears heating up again. She quickly clicked on the red envelope, 199. She didn't reply with a thank you. She picked up her phone, took a picture of her straight legs, and sent it directly to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe looked at the photo sent by Hu Jing. One must admit, this girl, though vain, has put effort into maintaining her figure. These legs have no acne scars or dark marks from mosquito bites. The skin is fair, and one can even see the fine veins underneath. Ding. Just as he was having a casual chat with Hu Jing, Huang sent him a message. Mr. Wang, I contacted the renovation company we are collaborating with, and I'll send you their contact information so you can connect with them. A personal business card followed the message. Wang Zhe opened it and saw it was a renovation design company called Ding Shang Space with a contact person surnamed Zhou. Thank you, beautiful. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Wang Zhe replied. Within 10 seconds of sending the message, Huang Ying replied. There's no day like today, though I happen to be free tomorrow, so I'll make an appointment with you then. Okay. Wang Zhe smiled and exited the chat box with Huang Ying. He then forwarded the business card directly to Lu Jia. This is the contact person from the renovation company. Please get in touch with them to schedule a time to go to the store and take measurements for the plan. Okay, mister. Wang, do you have any ideas regarding the design style? Lu Jia had just finished attending to a job applicant, and hearing Wang Zhe's words thought for a moment and asked. The overall theme is pink with a large area of dreamy style. The main color scheme is pink. Glass doors and the store should have cloud-shaped decorative elements, all in shades of pink. Our store actually follows the development route of Hail Lilai, mainly focusing on emotional service in the later stage, so store decoration, personnel recruitment, and product design must all be carefully considered. Wang Zhe said with a smile. Understood, mister. Wang, I will contact them as soon as possible. Seeing that it was already past 5 o'clock, Wang Zhe let Lu Jia leave first. Tian went to the clothing factory to oversee the customization today and wouldn't be back in the evening. Wang Zhe thought for a moment and did not return directly to Tianxin's rental apartment. Instead, he sent a message to Lin Wanqing, then turned the car around and headed towards Lin Wanqing's school. Ding. In the dormitory, Lin Wanqing was chatting with her roommates. However, upon seeing the message on her phone, a hint of joy couldn't help but appear on her face. Is Zhe Ge coming to find me? What should I wear to meet Zhe Ge? Lin Wanqing stared blankly at her wardrobe for a long time without any ideas. Wanqing, what are you daydreaming about? Her roommate Zhang Yan asked curiously when she saw Lin Wanqing standing in front of the wardrobe for a while. Yan Jimai, my boyfriend is coming over. What do you think I should wear to look good? Lin Wanqing asked a bit shyly. Meeting your boyfriend, huh? Zhang Yan looked at Lin Wanqing, her eyes rolling as she took out an outfit from the wardrobe and leaned into Lin Wanqing's ear saying, I'm very good at this, I'll teach you. Wear this, and you can pay me back with a new one another day. Lin Wanqing's face turned red when she saw what Zhang Yan had taken out. Yan Jia, how can I wear this outside? Silly girl, who said you wear it out directly? This is something you wear underneath. Zhang Yan laughed and said, let me tell you, this is the utmost etiquette for meeting a boyfriend. Oh, I'll help you match it, and I guarantee he will go crazy when he sees you. After hearing Zhang Yan say this, Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment, blushing as she borrowed it from her. Wanqing, get in the car. When Wang Zhe arrived, Lin Wanqing was already waiting downstairs. Seeing Lin Wanqing's appearance, a hint of amazement rose in Wang Zhe's eyes. White shirt, black bodycon skirt, paired with thin black stockings. Incredible. Especially those black stockings accentuating Lin Wanqing's straight and smooth legs, making her look both innocent and alluring. Zhe Ge. Feeling Wang Zhe's somewhat fiery gaze, Lin Wanqing's face began to feel a bit hot. This reminded her of what Zhang Yan had said when matching her earlier. To keep a man, innocence doesn't last long. Pure allure is what men truly desire. Wang Zhe started the 718. He drove out of the school, then found a secluded road to park the car. The 781 tent was set up, isolating them from the noise outside. The atmosphere inside the car gradually quieted down. Wang Zhe turned to carefully observe Lin Wanqing. The fitted white shirt was accentuated by Lin Wanqing's curves, while the thin stockings wrapped around her legs, making them look full and incredibly voluptuous, brimming with vitality. Wang Zhe suddenly felt a surge of desire. He leaned over, unbuckled Lin Wanqing's seatbelt, and then asked her to extend her legs. Wang Zhe's large hand landed on her thigh, applying slight pressure, and he felt the fullness of her flesh. Looking at Lin Wanqing's face, which was blushing profusely, his hand couldn't help but start to wander. Hiss. As Wang Zhe explored slightly, he discovered that the stockings were not separate. Zhe Ge, these stockings belong to my roommate. Lin Wanqing looked at the smile on Wang Zhe's face and couldn't help but explain. It's fine if they get ruined, I can pay for them. Wang Zhe applied a bit more pressure. With a rip, the stockings were torn open with a large hole. Zhe Ge, don't, it's not safe here. Lin Wanqing looked at Wang Zhe's increasingly reckless actions, unable to help but say. Brothers, regarding the photos of Sonya, Hu Jing, Huang Ying, and Zhang Shanshan, I have uploaded them to the reader circle behind the work. Everyone can click on the discussion at the end of the chapter to see there are surprises. Hansing Hotel. Bang. The door was slammed shut, instantly cutting off all the light from the corridor. Wang Zhe wrapped his left arm around Lin Wanqing's neck, while his right hand supported her leg, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Oh, Coming face to face with Wang Ze's burning gaze made her breath quicken involuntarily. The collar of her white shirt gaped slightly due to the position, revealing a slender fair neck. The hem of her black bodycon skirt slid up a bit under Wang Ze's arm, her legs wrapped in thin black stockings dangling in midair, while Lin Wanqing's toes curled nervously. Sister Yin was right, this outfit really seems to work, Lin Wanqing thought to herself. Thud. Lin Wanqing was suddenly thrown onto the bed by Wang Ze. The soft mattress caught her body, bouncing twice before stabilizing. Her long hair spread out, resting on the white sheets like a spilled ink painting. Her cheeks were flushed like they could drip water. She stared with her bright, sparkling eyes as Wang Ze walked over to the window. Whoosh. The curtains were drawn shut, and the last trace of twilight outside disappeared completely. The room was left with only the warm yellow wall lamp by the bed casting an ambiguous amber hue over everything. Wang Ze turned around. He lifted his hand to grasp the hem of his t-shirt and pulled it up from beneath, casually tossing it onto the back of a chair. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Collarbones, chest muscles, abdominal muscles. The defined eight-pack abs were cast in a delicate shadow by the wall lamp, exuding an unabashed sense of a rugged strength. Lin Wanqing's breath began to quicken involuntarily. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings intertwined instinctively. Wang Ze leaned down. His hands landed on her thighs. Feeling the delicate texture beneath the sheer fabric of the stockings, he slowly moved his hands upward. Chain. Wang Ze raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. He had suspected this back in the car, and now it was confirmed. Rip. He applied a slight force with his hand, and the fibers of the stockings emitted a crisp sound. A tear appeared, revealing a patch of skin that glowed white. Zhe go the clothes. Lin Wanqing's remaining rationality snapped her back to reality for a moment. She looked at her intact white shirt and bodycon skirt, quickly reaching out to protect her clothes, reminding him, "These belong to my roommate." But her words were left unfinished. The two buttons at the collar of her white shirt had already been unfastened, revealing a hint of color that was far from everyday aesthetics. Black, lace trim. The thin shoulder straps rested on her smooth, fair shoulders, creating a striking contrast against the modest white shirt. "Is this also your roommate's?" Lin Wanqing turned her head slightly, her ears turning red. She said, "This is the highest etiquette for meeting a boyfriend." Wang Ze chuckled, his thumb hooking the delicate shoulder strap and giving it a gentle tug. "Thank your roommate for me." Outside the curtains, the sky had completely darkened without her noticing. The neon lights of the city gradually lit up. Wang Ze leaned back against the headboard, one hand propping up his head, while the other wrapped around Lin Wanqing's shoulders. She curled up in his embrace. Her long hair spilled messily across his chest, the white shirt barely held together by two buttons. The black stockings sponsored by her roommate had completely sacrificed themselves, now hanging at the foot of the bed in an indescribable state. "Zhe go. The stockings from Sister, you need to be compensated for along with the clothes," Lin Wanqing said with some annoyance. "How much?" 200 or so for that brand. "They'll transfer you 2,000 later and buy your roommate 10 pairs. Wang Ze glanced at her and smiled. "Consider it an advertising fee." "Zhe go, you're so bad." Lin Wanqing's face flushed again at his words. Wang Ze helped her tuck her scattered hair behind her ear, his fingers gently brushing her cheek. "Are you hungry? Want to go down for something to eat?" "I'm a bit hungry, but I don't want to move." "Then I'll order you takeout." Wang Ze chuckled, picking up the phone from the bedside table. The screen lit up with several unread messages quietly resting in the notification bar. The first message was from Lu Jia. "President Wang, I've scheduled a meeting with the renovation company, and he'll be on site tomorrow morning to take measurements. Additionally, 2 candidates came in for interviews today, one for pastry. They seem decent, and I've kept their contact information. Have the renovation company hurry up with the plans and designs. The time is money. Screen the interview candidates first. Make sure to note that the waitstaff must be high in appearance, and I'll take a second look at the suitable ones." Wang Ze replied. For the renovation company that Huang Ying recommended, his business instincts gave no warning signals. Not resistant, not averse, indicating no major issues, it's usable. The second message was from Tian Tian. "Brother, the garment factory said the custom designs will take at least 7 working days. They'll follow up tomorrow and send you the style photos. Take a look and see if they're suitable." Wang Ze glanced at the photos Tian Tian had sent. There are mainly 3 styles. The first 2 styles are imitations of Heilai's work uniforms in pink and sky blue, bright, fresh, and sweet, perfectly matching the shop's pink, dreamy decor theme. The third style features a white shirt paired with a black bodycon skirt. Wang Ze glanced at the remaining white shirt on Lin Wanqing. It would be even better paired with stockings later. When male customers enter the store and see this service lineup, wouldn't they feel obligated to buy something to justify the emotional value provided? As for female customers, upon seeing the employees dressed so beautifully, wouldn't they want to buy something while learning about styling? It's a win-win. Let's confirm these 3 styles and have them expedite production. You've worked hard, baby, and I'll make sure to reward you well when you get back, Wang Zhe replied to Tian Tian. After replying to the messages and ordering takeout, Wang Zhe casually scrolled through his social media. A new update caught his eye. Hu Jing. Another update. Wang Zhe couldn't help but smile. Caption: accept yourself. Accompanied by a photo. In the picture, Hu Jing was lying on a patch of grass wearing a thin white gauze dress. The entire back was only connected by thin fabric ties, exposing a large area of smooth skin with beautiful flowing lines on her back. The light sheer skirt spread out on the grass, completely revealing her thighs, complemented by beige high heels elongating her legs to appear long and straight, without the slightest hint of the slight bull-leggedness seen in other women, creating a pleasing sight. The composition was exquisite, the filter just right, clearly taken with effort. However, the comments section was empty, lacking even a single like. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be visible only to Wang Zhe. Hu Jing was even more interesting than he expected. First, it was a cool tank top photo visible only to him, and now it was a gauze dress. Each photo bolder and more thoughtfully taken than the last. Is she trying to bait me? Wang Zhe chuckled, moving his hand to give her a like. Zhe go. What are you laughing at? Lin Wanqing sleepily looked up at him. Nothing, just looking at someone quite interesting. Wang Zhe locked the screen and leaned down to kiss her forehead. The takeout will be here soon, you should wash up first. Oh. Lin Wanqing reluctantly climbed out of his embrace, wrapping herself in the nearly ruined white shirt, and walked barefoot toward the bathroom. At the same time, in the upscale neighborhood of Yueshan Lake, in the provincial capital, after finishing dinner, Huang Ying went straight to her room. She opened the group chat secret garden of two-dimensional girls. Sisters, major news. Tomorrow I will have dinner with this guy who has manga hands. Keep your eyes peeled for the photos I'll update for you. Huang Ying left a message. Less than 2 minutes after sending, the group chat became lively. Nai Ying Chan. Take clearer pictures. The kind that's high definition. I want to use them. Xiao Chunria. Dinner together. Don't you think you should take the chance to touch him? Gu Li'll teach you. Use the excuse of reading palms to take his hand for a closer look. You can at least touch for 3 minutes. Nai, or pretend to spill water on his hand while pouring, then help him wipe it. He. Xiao Chunri, I think you can just directly ask him what hand cream he uses, then say, let me feel it, I've personally tried it, it really works. Huang Ying looked at these suggestions, her face growing redder. You guys are so perverted. After typing those 5 words, she silently deleted them. Because these ideas seemed to hit her heart hard, Huang Ying began to think carefully about how to operate tomorrow to successfully and smoothly touch that manga hand. As she pondered, Huang Ying's face began to flush. Axie ba. Huang Ying bit her lip, holding her phone, and entered the independent bathroom in her bedroom. She squatted down, turned off the bathroom light, and then opened the photo of Wang Zhe's hands. I'm sorry, Wang Zikin. Huang Ying looked at the photo of Wang Zhe's hands, gently biting her pink lips, her eyes beginning to glaze over. Wang Zhe and Lin Wanqing finished their takeout and went to bed early. Lin Wanqing curled up in Wang Zhe's arms and quickly fell asleep. However, Hu Jing felt no drowsiness at all. Dressed in a beige silk nightgown, she lay sideways on the bed, the light from her phone illuminating her fair face. The moments on her social media page had paused on the post she made 2 hours ago. Below, Wang Zhe's little red heart of approval quietly lay. Wang Zhe. Hu Jing stared at this name, her mind racing. The post she shared was set to be visible only to Wang Zhe, featuring a photo of her in a sheer dress that revealed her back and legs, not modest by any means. The key point is she is Tian Tian's sweet best friend. Wang Zhe could not possibly be unaware of this relationship. Knowing or not, he still liked the post. What does this indicate? Hu Jing turned over the hem of her nightgown, sliding up as she moved, revealing a section of her fair thigh. If Wang Zhe and Tian Tian were truly inseparable, his first reaction upon seeing a photo like this from his best friend should be to ignore it or even feel it inappropriate. Hu Jing bit her nails as she analyzed. But he didn't. Not only did he view it, but he also liked it. Last time he even sent a red envelope. This suggests that his relationship with Tian Tian isn't strictly binding. Thinking of this, Hu Jing's heart raced even faster. She sat up, picked up her phone, opened her album, and began searching for suitable new content to post on social media. I need to keep posting, can't let it stop, must maintain his interest in me, Hu Jing thought to herself. Just as she was meticulously selecting photos, her phone buzzed. Hu Jing reflexively opened the message, thinking it was a reply from Wang Zhe. But it wasn't. The sender was her father, Hu Daong. Jing, I'm out of money again, please transfer me some. The moment she saw these words, Hu Jing's previously joyful expression vanished without a trace. Didn't I just transfer you 2,000 last week? After a moment she replied, well, my luck hasn't been great these past few days. Hu Daong replied almost immediately, send me another 2,000. Jing, you have to believe me, I feel lucky today, I'll definitely get my money back. You're gambling again, eh? Hu Jing's chest heaved violently. She gritted her teeth, her fingers trembling. Do you remember what you promised? My mother left because of you and you're still gambling. Can't you survive without it? I promise after this time I won't gamble anymore. I'll focus on farming, just trust me one more time. Hu Jing let out a cold laugh. She had heard these words countless times. Since she was 16 and now she was 25. Every time it was the last time. I have no money, I want transfer. After sending the message, Hu Jing directly tossed her phone onto the pillow, taking deep breaths to calm herself. But her phone vibrated almost immediately again. I'm begging you, good daughter. Please trust me one more time. Dad is pleading with you. Hu Jing didn't reply. However, in the next second her phone vibrated repeatedly. You ungrateful brat. I asked you for 2,000 and you won't give it to me. I raised you with my own hands. How could I have given birth to such an ingrate? No money. Then go sell something. What good is your pretty face? You can't even bring out 2,000 for your dad. 1 message. 2 messages. 5 messages. Hu Daong's insults kept coming. Each message felt like a knife stabbing into Hu Jing's heart. By the time she finished reading the last message, tears were uncontrollably streaming down her face. Her monthly salary is over 4,000. To maintain the persona of a delicate and independent financial elite, on social media, she had to use quality skincare products, buy impressive clothes, and occasionally dine at trendy restaurants to take photos and post. The amount she could save each month was pitifully small. Just this month, she had already transferred over 4,000 to Hu Daong, more than her entire monthly salary. Where would she find money? Ironically, the Hu Jing on social media had just bought a 30,000 yuan LV bag today. Yet the real Hu Jing couldn't even produce 2,000. She turned off her phone screen, buried her face into the pillow, and her shoulders shook violently. The next day, due to shop matters, Wang Zhe woke up very early. After doing morning exercises with Lin Wanqing, he sent her back to school. When Wang Zhe arrived at the agreed meeting point, Lu Jia was already waiting there. President Wang, the coordination with Dingshang Space is complete. The total quote is 400,000, including hard decoration, soft decoration, and fire safety. I've gone through the details, there's no fluff in it. Lu Jia handed over the organized materials, very clearly laid out. Wang Zhe glanced over, his commercial instinct failing to give any warning signal. Not conflicting, not detesting indicates a fair price. It can be pushed forward. Have them expedite the design draft and start construction within a week. Wang Zhe closed the materials, his tone decisive. Furthermore, continue advancing personnel recruitment. The appearance of the wait staff is a hard indicator, and the raw material suppliers should be queried in advance. After the decoration is complete, they should come in directly. There must be no gaps in between. Understood. I have 3 interviews scheduled for this afternoon. Lu Jia nodded, turned, and quickly left. Wang Zhe glanced at the golden storefront. Once the pink dreamy theme is in place and the high appearance service team is ready, this shop should definitely thrive. After finishing up with the shop's matters, Wang Zhe checked the time. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. He had dinner scheduled with Huang Ying tonight. The game panel gave Huang Ying a score of 89, so Wang Zhe wouldn't arrive empty-handed. After some thought, he visited the Dior counter at Wanda Mall to prepare a small gift for Huang Ying. Meanwhile, after work, Huang Ying rushed home. The moment she closed her room door, she seemed to transform completely. The capable and calm manager she had been at the office vanished, replaced by a high-strung girl from the two-dimensional world excited about their dinner. She opened her wardrobe and rummaged for a full 20 minutes. Finally, she pulled out a white lace strapless dress from the very back. She had bought this dress almost half a year ago and had never worn it outside. Huang Ying laid the dress on the bed and selected a pair of pearl earrings from her jewelry box. Thinking about the opportunity to see Wang Zhe's hands, which had made the entire two-dimensional group go wild up close tonight, made her heart race. She kicked off her high heels and unbuttoned the jacket of her professional outfit. The black suit slid off. Next was the white shirt underneath. As the shirt fell to the ground, her reflection in the mirror showed a body so fair it glowed. Her collarbone was delicately shaped, her waist slender, and the curves from her chest to her hips formed a smooth and full arc. Moreover, from childhood to now, she had some features that were a bit different from others. This was her little secret. Huang Ying held up the white lace strapless dress, comparing it before her. In the mirror, her fair skin intertwined with the white lace, making her appear both pure and enchanting. Huang Ying nodded in satisfaction. Then she walked naked into the bathroom. Returning to the island of Xingshan, a newly opened Western restaurant in the provincial capital doubles as a bookstore. The wooden bookshelves partitioned the dining area into several semi-private booth spaces with warm yellow wall lamps complementing the cascading ivy, creating a fully immersive atmosphere. When Wang Zhe arrived, he was seated in a semi-enclosed booth by the window. He sat down and sent a message. I've arrived. I just parked the car, I'll be there soon. Huang Ying quickly replied. Wang Zhe put down his phone, leaned back against the booth, and glanced around. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a meticulously trimmed Japanese garden with several red maple leaves tinged with orange. A small bouquet of white daisies was placed in a transparent slender vase on the table beside, which a candle flickered gently. The environment was indeed pleasant. No wonder the restaurant gained a quick reputation. On Dubon and Xiaohongshu, many bloggers were highly recommending this place. In less than 10 minutes, a striking figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. The moment she stepped in, many guests' gazes were instantly drawn. Wearing a white lace strapless dress, the hem of the skirt was above her knees, revealing half of her round fair thighs. The warm light from above cast a soft golden hue on her collarbone and neckline. With an oval face and large round eyes paired with slightly drooping eyelids, she exuded an innocent yet alluring fawn-like charm. Her half-up chestnut curls cascaded over her right shoulder, swaying gently as she walked, radiating a gentle and serene allure. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this girl walked through the dining area, heading straight for the booth by the window. When she reached Wang Zhe, she slightly squinted her eyes. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Wang Zhou." With that, Huang Ying gracefully sat down across from Wang Zhe. The moment she settled in, a refreshing floral and fruity fragrance wafted over, clean and pleasant. Wang Zhe looked up at her. Today, Huang Ying seemed like a completely different person compared to when they met during the property handover. Back then, she wore formal attire, her hair neatly tied back, her gaze sharp and articulate, clearly someone experienced in the business world. Now in her private life, Huang Ying wore a delicate pearl necklace that naturally fell along the curve of her collarbone, and her earlobes were adorned with pearl studs of just the right size, making her appear elegant and refined. The exposed shoulder and the rosy lips when seen up close were even more enticing. "Manager Huang, you look really beautiful today," Wang Zhe said sincerely, "especially in that dress that suits your temperament perfectly." "Thank you for the compliment." Huang Ying smiled at this. "I bought this dress half a year ago, but couldn't find the right occasion to wear it. Today is its debut, isn't it beautiful?" "It's beautiful. The debut is a success." "Thank you. By the way, since we're having dinner privately, please don't call me Manager Huang. It feels too formal. Oh, just call me Xiao Ying from now on." "All right." Wang Zhe had no objections to this. "Let's order first. Take a look and see if there's anything you like." Wang Zhe picked up the menu on the table and handed it to Huang Ying. Huang Ying did not take it directly. Her gaze fell on the hand Wang Zhe was holding the menu with. "How about we look at it together? You can just check what you like." Huang Ying discreetly glanced at Wang Zhe's long fingers and smiled. "No problem." Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, Huang Ying felt a surge of joy. She quickly stood up, walked to the seat next to Wang Zhe, and sat down. The distance between them had suddenly narrowed considerably. The fresh and sweet fragrance radiating from Huang Ying became even more pronounced, carrying hints of citrus and white peach sweetness invading Wang Zhe's nostrils. Wang Zhe flipped to the first page of the menu, pointing to a dish. "How about the foie gras and black truffle Wellington?" "Sure," Huang Ying nodded. "What about the spicy chicken feet pot?" "Let's get one." Huang Ying answered Wang Zhe's question with her mouth. However, her eyes had already started to wander uncontrollably. They involuntarily fell upon Wang Zhe's hand. Fair and long, with distinct knuckles, the veins beneath Wang Zhe's skin would bulge slightly every time he wrote with force. That vigorous male hormonal tension left Huang Ying, a deep fan of comic book hands, utterly mesmerized. "If those hands were on my thigh or somewhere else, what would it feel like?" The more Huang Ying looked, the redder her face became. Under the table, her two fair and round legs had unknowingly closed together. Slowly, a bold idea burst forth from Huang Ying's mind. "Wait a minute." Huang Ying took a deep breath and stopped Wang Zhe from turning the page. As she spoke, her pert rear slightly lifted off the seat, her upper body leaning towards Wang Zhe. "What's wrong?" Wang Zhe turned to look at her. At that moment, he took a gentle breath. Huang Ying was wearing a strapless dress, and the lace trim at the neckline barely covered her chest. Normally, there would be no issue when sitting straight. But now, as she leaned towards Wang Zhe, a gap appeared between the strapless neckline and her skin. A small portion of her fair bosom unexpectedly fell into Wang Zhe's line of sight, full and smooth, glistening under the warm yellow light. Such a beautiful shape, such a smooth curve. It made Wang Zhe's Adam's apple involuntarily move. "I really like that shrimp salad from earlier." Huang Ying said, her face flushed. She certainly felt Wang Zhe's gaze lingering there. If it were someone else, she would have slapped them already. But the person in front of her was Wang Zhe, the man with the comic book hands. Being seen by him in a way that revealed her hidden privacy made Huang Ying's heart race uncontrollably. After speaking, Huang Ying did not withdraw. She watched Wang Zhe turn the page to find the salad. She quickly reached out her right hand and directly held Wang Zhe's writing hand. "You don't need to turn any further." The moment her fingertips touched the back of Wang Zhe's hand, her breath immediately became slightly hurried. Holding Wang Zhe's hand, she flipped 2 more pages forward, then moved the pen tip to the option box corresponding to the shrimp salad on the menu, and slowly drew a tick. After finishing, she did not immediately let go. Instead, she lingered on the back of his hand for a full 2 seconds. Only then did she slowly release Wang Zhe's hand. "Sorry, I haven't had salad in a while, and I got a little too excited when I saw it." After saying this, Huang Ying nonchalantly returned to her position. Her slender waist sat straight as if nothing had happened. Wang Ze, was I just taken advantage of? Looking at Huang Ying's flushed cheeks, and then at his hand that had been touched by her, Wang Ze suddenly had certain suspicions. This is our first private dinner, and you also did me a big favor by recommending such a great decoration company, so I prepared a small gift for you. Let's see if you like it. Wang Ze calmly withdrew his gaze and pushed a small Dior gift box in front of Huang Ying. A gift? Huang Ying was taken aback. She didn't expect that Wang Ze had prepared a gift. Thank you. Huang Ying accepted the delicate little gift box with a beaming smile. Let's open it and see, Wang Ze said with a smile. Huang Ying nodded, her slender fingers lifted the lid. A Dior hand cream lay quietly in the velvet lining. Huang Ying was stunned for a moment. It wasn't lipstick or perfume. It was hand cream. For the hands. As her thoughts whirled around, her eyes suddenly lit up. Hand cream. This could mean. Huang Ying's heart raced, yet she tried hard to maintain her elegance. She opened the cap, squeezed a little onto her fingertips, and slowly rubbed it in, bringing it to her nose to smell. The sweet fragrance of rose essential oil filled her nostrils, its texture delicate and absorbed quickly. The quality is really good, and it's moisturizing enough, not greasy at all. She sincerely praised it. After speaking, Huang Ying glanced at Wang Ze's hand resting on the table. She wanted to touch it. She really wanted to touch it. Huang Ying took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice within a normal pitch. Mr. Wang, your hands are so beautiful. Do you take care of them regularly? I haven't taken special care of them, Wang Ze replied with a smile. That won't do. Huang Ying's tone became serious in an instant, her slender waist straightening. Actually, men's hands age more easily than women's, especially the back of the hands and the joints where dryness is particularly noticeable. It's really a pity if you don't take good care of these hands. As she spoke, she had already twisted open the cap of the hand cream. Squeezing out a little, she directly applied it onto Wang Ze's hand. Wang Ze looked down at the hand cream on his hand and didn't refuse, casually starting to rub it in. Wait, you're applying it wrong. Wang Ze had only rubbed it twice when Huang Ying stopped him. What's wrong? Wang Ze looked up at her. If you apply it like that, it won't be even at all. Huang Ying wore a professional expression. The thickness of the skin on the back of the hand and the fingers is different, and the absorption rate is also different. If you rub it so roughly, the gaps between your fingers and joints won't get any nourishment, and over time, they'll crack and age first. After a whole spiel, it all sounded convincing. But only Huang Ying knew that no matter how Wang Ze applied it, she would call for a stop. Because if she called for a stop, it would give her a chance to touch his hand openly. Cough, cough, to hold his hand. So how should I apply it correctly? Wang Ze raised an eyebrow and asked cooperatively. Huang Ying's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. They'll teach you. She squeezed out a bit more hand cream from the bottle, rubbing it in her palm. Extend your hand. Seeing her like this, Wang Ze immediately understood. From just ordering food to now applying hand cream. Huang Ying wanted to hold his hand. She was like a true hand-loving character from an anime. However, looking at the slightly flushed cheeks of the girl opposite him and her delicate white hands, Wang Ze not only didn't feel disgusted, but thought it was rather cute. He obediently extended his hand. Huang Ying grasped it tightly. Look, the back of your hand is already a bit dry in these areas. Her palm pressed against Wang Ze's hand, slowly rubbing. The movement was extremely light and slow. Rather than applying hand cream, it felt more like she was caressing every inch of the skin on his hand. Next, she pried open his fingers. Her fingertips slid along the side of his index finger to the tip, then from the base of his middle finger, she rubbed all the way up. With each joint, her fingertip would linger for an extra second. You need to rub this joint a little more, Huang Ying said softly, her legs under the table unknowingly pressing together. All done. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Ying finally released his hand. She nonchalantly picked up her cup of water, trying to disguise her flushed ears with the action of drinking. Just as the rim of the cup touched her lips, wait showing. Huang Ying's movements froze. She turned her head to look at Wang Ze, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes. What is it? When you helped me apply the hand cream, just now I noticed something. Wang Ze's tone suddenly became serious. Huang Ying blinked. Before she could react, Wang Ze had already held her hands from behind. His warm palms enveloped her delicate fair hands all at once. It was completely unexpected. She was caught off guard. Huang Ying felt as though she had been electrocuted, her body stiffening slightly. The direction of this line is quite rare. Let me examine it closely. Wang Ze pulled her hand closer to his face. Lowering his head, he began to examine her palm earnestly. His thumb pressed against her palm slowly, bit by bit, caressing every inch of her skin. Huang Ying's breathing visibly became heavier. Then his fingertips moved to her fingers. Starting from the pinky, he pinched each one, gently stroking the sides of her joints. The skin is very fine, Wang Ze murmured softly, almost to himself. Huang Ying sat there feeling as if her brain had completely crashed. Her fingers were being pinched one by Wang Ze's hands that she had dreamt of touching. One by one they were kneaded and played with. Huang Ying could feel the warmth of his palm. She could feel the control in each gentle squeeze, the pressure felt between her knuckles. Gradually, Huang Ying felt a tingling sensation starting from her tailbone spreading up her spine. Her legs, which hung under the table, had involuntarily pressed tightly together. Her toes curled tightly inside her black high heels. Fortunately, she had the foresight today to wear the thicker pair of leggings. Just at the moment when Wang Zhe and Huang Ying were exchanging touches in the Western restaurant. In the Donghu community of the provincial capital, Hu Jing had just taken 3 selfies, carefully edited the photos, and posted a new moment, set to be visible only to Wang Zhe. Leaning against the headboard, she checked it twice to confirm there were no issues before placing the phone on her chest and letting out a long breath. However, the phone was quiet for less than 10 seconds. Beep. Hu Jing quickly opened her phone. A message from Hu Daong. Transfer me 5,000 yuan. Otherwise I'll go to your bank tomorrow and let your colleagues know you're a heartless ingrate. Are you dead? Transfer the money to me right now. It was Hu Daong's message. Like a death warrant, they came in rapid succession. Hu Jing sat dazed on the bed, her face pale as snow, her body trembling uncontrollably. She knew, if she didn't transfer the money to him, he would truly do it. What if he caused a scene at the bank? Then everything she had painstakingly built would be utterly destroyed. At that moment, her colleagues would learn that the Hu Jing who dressed elegantly and wore exquisite makeup every day had a gambling addict for a father. What if he caused a scene at the bank? Then everything she had painstakingly built would be utterly destroyed. At that moment, her colleagues would learn that the Hu Jing who dressed elegantly. I only have a little over 4,000 yuan on me. They'll transfer 4,000 to you, and I need to keep the remaining few hundred to eat. Don't ask me for money again, otherwise I'll go straight to the police station to report your gambling. After sending that message, Hu Jing stared at the screen for a long while. Only then did she grit her teeth and open the transfer page. 4,000 yuan transferred out. Her balance was left with a mere 580 yuan. You're so damn long-winded. Always nagging when transferring money, just like your mother. Needs a good lesson. If you keep this up, next time he'll come over and slap you a few times. Hu Daong received the transfer instantly. After sending his message, cursing and grumbling, he walked into a low, small bungalow behind him. The room was about 20 square meters. Inside, only a single electric bulb hung. Under the dim light, smoke swirled, and 7 or 8 men were gathered around a table playing Golden Flower. Yo, old Hu is back. A middle-aged man with burn scars covering the left side of his face grinned as Hu Daong entered, chuckling. Did you get the money from your daughter? No shit. Hu Daong plopped down, pulled a crumpled pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one. I ask and she dares not give. Old Hu, I recall your daughter isn't married yet, right? A yellow-haired man picking his feet interjected. Once she's married, her money will be under her husband's control. Then you won't be able to get any. She wouldn't dare. If she doesn't give me money, I have plenty of ways to deal with her. Hu Daong frowned at this, cursing. Besides, with my daughter's qualities, the bride price alone will be at least 400,000 or 500,000. Don't talk shit. You look like a wreck yourself. How could your daughter be that pretty? She's probably big and burly with no one wanting her. The yellow-haired man scoffed. Fuck. Your mother. Hu Daong's face turned red with rage. He immediately whipped out his phone, scrolled through his gallery for a while, found a photo of Hu Jing, and shoved it right in the yellow-haired man's face. Open your dog eyes and take a look. In the photo, Hu Jing wore a white baseball cap, a short t-shirt, and ultra-short shorts. Her slender waist, 2 long fair legs, and a bright youthful smile. This was a photo from Hu Jing's college days that she posted on her Moments, and Hu Daong secretly screenshotted it to show off. Damn. Not bad, old Hu. The scar-faced man rubbed his hands together, grinning. Old Hu, are you sure this isn't your wife's child with another man? She's so gorgeous. When the yellow-haired man saw Hu Jing's photo, clearly a flash of greed flickered in his eyes. His gaze traveled from her full chest down to her plump, fair long legs. Don't talk shit or I'll beat you down. Hu Daong proudly put away the photo and walked toward the poker table. Come on, let's continue. My luck's good tonight and going to win it all back. The clamor at the poker table resumed. No one noticed that the yellow-haired man and the scar-faced man exchanged a glance before silently slipping out. What do you think of old Hu's daughter, brother? Hu, the yellow-haired man asked with a sly grin. Damn. One word, fresh, the scar-faced man spat. I'm over 40 now, and I've never seen a woman this fine. Same here, the yellow-haired man agreed. So, the scar-faced man looked at the yellow-haired man. They locked eyes. Then they both chuckled slyly. Hu Jing was unaware of what was happening with Hu Daong. After transferring the money to him, she sat on the bed for a long time until her legs went numb. Only then did she slowly stand, take off her nightgown, and walk into the bathroom. She turned on the shower. The water was a bit cold, but Hu Jing didn't adjust the temperature. She just stood under the shower head, letting the icy water pour down from the top of her head. Hu Jing couldn't help but shiver. Hu Daong had been gambling since she was 16. When he won, it was fine. Oh, when he lost, her mother always got beaten. Then after her college entrance exam, her mother quietly left. From a home with a refrigerator, washing machine, and big TV, they had gambled everything away until the house was bare. Gambling addicts truly deserve to die. Now she had almost no money left. What should she do next? Wang Ze's name inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Patek Philippe. Portia. Wealth and good looks. He had liked her posts on Moments and even sent her red envelopes. What did that mean? It meant he wasn't averse to her. And she was best friends with Tian Tian. With that connection, it was like having a natural key to approach Wang Ze. If she played her cards right, she could completely use Tian Tian as a link to naturally appear before Wang Ze. As for whether Tian Tian would find out, no, absolutely not. As long as she was discreet, Tian Tian wouldn't know, and they would remain best friends, good sisters. With that thought, Hu Jing turned off the shower. Without caring that the body wash hadn't been rinsed off, she ran naked back to the bedroom, grabbed her phone, and opened the chat with Tian Tian. Tian Tian, are you free tomorrow? Let's grab a meal together. I'm so bored and lonely. After sending the message, Hu Jing stared at the screen, her heart pounding violently. Sure, Jing Jing. Morning or evening? Tian Tian replied quickly. Hu Jing looked at Tian Tian's message. She breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly replied, evening ill treat. Oh, by the way, didn't you say your boyfriend plans to open a bakery? How can you take me to see it sometime? Still in preparation. Come tomorrow, and he'll show you the shop's location. Great. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Ze and Huang Ying walked out of the Western restaurant. It was already past 8 in the evening. I had a great time today. Huang Ying stood by her car smiling at Wang Ze. Next time it's my treat. No problem. Next time we can continue studying palmistry. Wang Ze said with a double entendre. Huang Ying's face instantly flushed red again. After Wang Ze left, she quickly slipped into her car. She opened the group chat, Secret Garden of Anime Girls. Girls, look at the picture. Huang Ying directly sent a photo of herself holding Wang Ze's right hand into the group. I didn't just see the hand of my crush who I touched it. Spring Breeze, oh my god. You actually pulled it off. Yuri, now tell me honestly, after those hands touched it, did you do anything else with them? Some Mason, luckily, I brought a spare safety shorts today. Huang Ying replied. Nana Ing Bao Yuri too. Spring Breeze agreed, too perverted. I feel like I don't belong in this group. Yuri Nine Chan, I have an even more perverted idea. Want to hear it? Nana, tell us. Spring Breeze, tell us on our knees. Yuri Na, next time find an excuse to ask him out for a meal, and then find a way to make him touch your feet. Hiss. Huang Ying saw this message and felt a sudden jolt. She buried her face in the pillow and kicked her legs on the bed a few times. Was this perverted? Too perverted. But she really wanted to try it. Wang Ze was unaware of Huang Ying's thoughts. As he sat in the driver's seat of the 718 and turned on his phone, he noticed 2 unread messages. The first message was from Sonia. Xiaomei and I have already resigned from Supergroup Bakery. Initially, 2 master bakers were interested in following us. However, while we were communicating with these masters, someone must have leaked the information to the boss of Supergroup Bakery. Now the boss has directly raised their salaries, and those masters who were wavering have all turned me down. Wang Ze frowned after reading Song Ya's message. With a salary increase, it would be much harder to recruit them. Nevertheless, he could always find a way. As long as he was willing to spend money, why would he have trouble finding good bakers? You've done great. You and Xiaomei should take a few days to rest, wander around the mall to relax, and just wait for me to come back. You don't need to worry about anything else. Wang Ze replied. The second message was from Zhang Shanshan. I will be free the day after tomorrow. If your schedule allows, let's go camping together. She also sent a picture along with the message. Wang Ze opened the picture, which showed a beige camping tent, some folding chairs, and a rug. It was clear that Shanshan had made serious preparations. Then it's settled for the day after tomorrow, Shanshan. After sending the message, Wang Ze leaned back in his seat, and an image of Shanshan in tight yoga pants flashed through his mind. A yoga instructor. TSK. The flexibility of such a person. Wang Ze couldn't help but feel a bit excited about their upcoming time alone together. 10 minutes later, Wang Ze returned to Tiante's rental apartment. Brother, you're back. As soon as the door opened, Tyant rushed over and jumped into Wang Ze's arms. Have you been busy these past couple of days? Wang Ze asked as he held her. Not too bad, Tyant replied seriously. I've taken care of everything regarding the clothes, and tomorrow I will finalize the employees' housing arrangements. Well done. Wang Ze kissed her cheek and thought for a moment before saying, next I might have to go back to Yishur for a few days. There are some matters to attend to there. Tomorrow I will introduce you to the new store manager Lu Jia, and you will coordinate with her for the upcoming work. Oh, you're leaving. The joy on Tiante's face instantly faded. You're leaving again. Just for a few days? Wang Ze pinched her face and smiled. Just pay a bit more attention. The main tasks are divided into a few key. First, the recruitment of bakers and decorators is the most urgent. Push Lu Jia to expedite this. Second, the renovation progress and equipment procurement. Third, the raw material supply chain. For the rest, communicate with me anytime by phone. Tyant listened earnestly, quietly reciting what Wang Ze had just said in her heart. Only after confirming she hadn't missed anything did she look up at Wang Zhe. Brother, since you're leaving, you have to spend some quality time with me tonight. Tyant wrapped her arms around Wang Zhe's neck, her face flushed as she looked at him. How should we spend time together? Wang Zhe gently pinched her chin and smiled. You're so naughty, brother. Tyant twisted her body. How would I know if you didn't say anything? I just want you to. You know. Tyant whispered into Wang Zhe's ear. After saying that, she glanced at a certain part of him. Brother, can you hiss? This little enchantress. How dare she provoke him like that? He couldn't even distinguish between the big and small Wang anymore. As Wang Zhe moved his hand preparing to take action, she suddenly jumped out of his embrace. Brother, just wait for me, no peeking, Tyant said as she quickly ran to the bedroom, grabbed something, and went in. The bathroom door slammed shut with a bang. Water sound started. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Upon seeing Tiante's outfit, Wang Zhe's gaze froze. A white strapless top, a tulle skirt, and over-thinny stockings. The hem of the skirt barely covered her thighs, revealing a large expanse of fair skin below with a shallow indentation created by the stockings. Her hair was down, slightly wet at the ends, resting on her collarbone. Tyant stood at the bathroom door silent. She slowly walked in front of Wang Zhe. She crouched down. The temperature in the room instantly rose. After a long while looking at Tyant, who had already slumped to the ground, Wang Zhe lifted her into the corner of the sofa, allowing her body to lean against it. Watch, Wang Zhe said in a deep voice. Tyant opened her eyes. From her perspective, all the movements were captured in her sight. The next day, Wang Zhe took Tyant to meet Lu Jia. Upon learning that Tyant would be the future boss, Lu Jia immediately understood Wang Zhe's intentions. Mr. Wang, don't worry. I will report the routine work directly to the boss. For major matters, I will confirm with you, Mr. Wang, Lu Jia said clearly. Wang Zhe nodded. After some thought, he added, Manager Lu, please check around for suitable office spaces and rent one. It will facilitate communication for work. Otherwise, it's inconvenient to meet at a cafe every time. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will finalize it this afternoon. The handover took about 40 minutes. After it was over, Lu Jia left with great discretion. After having lunch with Tyant, Wang Zhe drove the 718 towards Yishur. 2 hours later, Wang Zhe had returned to his rental apartment in Yishur. He lay on the bed, quickly reviewing and contemplating the upcoming plans in his mind. Although he hadn't successfully pursued any women during this trip to the provincial city, he had identified 2 potential targets. On Hu Jing's side, her persona as a financial lady, including the exclusive friend circle she set up for him, was completely within reach. As for Huang Ying, it was just the beginning of their relationship, so he would take it slow. Moreover, with the store in the provincial city, renovations, recruitment, and supply chains were all progressing simultaneously. Wang Zhe let out a slow breath. Feeling a bit sore in his back, he suddenly thought of something. The 718 was great for long trips, but it had limited space. Over time, his body would feel uncomfortable. Besides, what was it that people said about the 718? It was a low-end car for the rich, but a luxury car in the eyes of the poor. It's time to get another car, Wang Zhe thought. Buying a car. He shifted his thoughts and sat up from the bed. The last time he bought the 718, he had gone to the dealership with Lin Wanqing, so there hadn't been much room to express himself. But this time, he could definitely go to an auto show to buy one. He opened his phone and searched for information on upcoming auto shows. Sure enough, next weekend there would be a large auto show at the Provincial City International Convention Center. Major brands would be present, including Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Land Rover. All luxury cars would be on display. Moreover, what is most abundant at a large auto show? Definitely car models. When he was a broke student, he had watched many videos of car models on Douyin. Now that he was in a position to do so, wouldn't he want to experience the so-called allure of car models? After confirming his visit to the car exhibition, Wang Zhe could not suppress the smile on his lips. Sitting on the bed, he began to ponder. The 718 is a great car, stylish and eye-catching, guaranteed to turn heads. But ultimately, it is just a sports car with 2 seats, barely enough space for a suitcase in the trunk, and a long journey would leave one sore and aching, not to mention other uses for space. Moreover, it is merely an entry-level sports car. Therefore, Wang Zhe's requirements for the second car were very clear. First, it must exude respectability. It should carry an aura of its own when driven out. Second, the space must be ample. Especially the rear space, those in the know would understand. With these 2 conditions in mind, a name popped into Wang Zhe's head. Mercedes Maybach. Within the Mercedes-Benz family, Maybach completely outshines the ordinary Benz models. Even the S-Class pales in comparison, making it the cornerstone of the entire Mercedes family. And within the entire Maybach system, the Maybach S680 stands out like a celebrity. Wang Zhe immediately opened the official Maybach webpage. S680. With a body length of 5 meters and 40 centimeters, the rear space rivals that of first-class cabins, and the executive seats can recline almost flat. This is great. One can lie down. The more Wang Zhe looked, the more satisfied he became. The The price range is approximately 4 to 6 million depending on the selected configurations. With over 30 million in his account withdrawing 5 million to buy a car, it couldn't be easier. Wang Zhe saved several pictures of the Maybach to his album, then flipped through the list of participating brands at the car exhibition. Confirming that Maybach was included, he nodded in satisfaction. Beep. At that moment Wang Zhe's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Zhang Shanshan. What time do we set off tomorrow? 9 o'clock, I will pick you up downstairs in your neighborhood. Okay, Zhang Shanshan replied instantly. Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard looking at Zhang Shanshan's message, his fingers tracing the edge of the screen. Tomorrow is the first time he will go out alone with Zhang Shanshan. The camping scenario inherently carries a hint of ambiguity, far from the city with no one else around, just the two of them in solitude. If he doesn't take this opportunity to get closer, it would be a waste of ammunition. Yet Zhang Shanshan is not the type of woman who could be easily won over. Having experienced a failed relationship with Zheng Chao, her guard against men would not be low. To get her to lower her defenses, he cannot rush. He must make her feel comfortable, safe, and respected, while also adding a sense of ritual, then gently crossing that line at the right moment. With that thought in mind, Wang Zhe began to formulate a plan. He rolled out of bed, grabbed the car keys, and headed straight to the nearby shopping mall. Meanwhile, as Wang Zhe prepared for the camping trip tomorrow, in the provincial capital, a taxi slowly pulled over to the side. Hu Jing sat in the back seat, checking her makeup one last time in front of the phone's front camera. Her eyeliner was intact, the lip gloss not smeared on her teeth, and the blush was perfect. She took a deep breath and opened the door to get out. Today she specifically chose a light beige spaghetti strap dress, paired with sky blue ultra-short shorts, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exposing a slender fair neck. The overall style appeared casual, but in reality, every detail was meticulously calculated. For instance, the spaghetti strap dress short and slightly tight, making her bust appear larger. The sky blue ultra-short shorts elongate her legs, and with the whitening products she applied, she looked both long and fair. Jing. A sweet voice called out from the entrance of the mall. Hu Jing's heart tightened, her gaze quickly scanning the area around Tian. However, after checking a few times, she couldn't find Wang Zhe's figure. Wang Zhe didn't come. That anticipation she had been brewing in the taxi instantly evaporated. Wasn't her makeup wasted today? A wave of disappointment surged in Hu Jing's heart. But Hu Jing was still Hu Jing. In just a few seconds, she suppressed the disappointment on her face, replaced it with a warm smile, and quickly walked over, naturally linking her arm with Tianshan's. So did your Wang Zhe finally let you come out alone today? He had something to do and went back to school. Tian replied with a smile, then looked Hu Jing up and down, her eyes lighting up. Wow, Jing, you look so beautiful today. So sexy. What use is being sexy? Haha, I'm still just a single dog. Hu Jing laughed and waved her hand. Even though Wang Zhe didn't come, but building a good relationship with her good friend Tian could lead to more insights about Wang Zhe. Hu Jing quickly adjusted her mindset. Come on, take me to see the shop your big boss set up for you. Hu Jing took the initiative to change the subject, pulling Tian into the mall. Sure, it's on the first floor. Tian eagerly pulled Hu Jing's hand and walked into the mall. First floor. Prime location. When the enormous shop under renovation came into view, Hu Jing was momentarily stunned. It wasn't even listed yet, but the size, location, and the incredibly high foot traffic facing the main passage of the mall were astonishing. Having worked in a bank for several years, Hu Jing's judgment on the value of commercial real estate was far more accurate than that of an average person. This shop could easily yield over $1 million a year just from the transfer fees and rent. Thinking that Tian said it was bought by Wang Zhe, Hu Jing felt as if her heart had been tightly gripped. She struggled to maintain her expression, but her voice still came out a bit hoarse. Your boyfriend is really generous. For a location like this, you can't get it without a few million, right? My brother is indeed wealthy. Tian nodded emphatically, her face brimming with uncontainable happiness. However, a hint of worry quickly surfaced on her face. But Jing, to be honest, because my brother is so rich, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. My brother is handsome and wealthy, and there must be a throng of women trying to get close to him. Tian suddenly glanced at Hu Jing as she spoke. Then, as if recalling something amusing, she chuckled softly. Hey Jing, you're so beautiful. Why don't you join me in being my brother's woman? If we team up, we can drain him dry, and other women won't have a chance to get close. Being Wang's as woman together. Upon hearing Tianshan's words, Hu Jing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. But before she could respond, Tian immediately denied her earlier statement. I was just joking, Jing, don't be mad. You're so outstanding, so beautiful, and you're in finance. You must have many big bosses around you. How could you possibly want to be one of my brother's women? Hu Jing looked at Tian, her head suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. She wanted to grab Tianshan's arm and loudly declare that she was willing to be one of Wang Zhe's women alongside Tian. Even if being a mistress would be fine. Hey Tian, I think you're right to worry. Your Wang Zhe is so handsome and wealthy he will definitely have women around him in the future. You must keep a close eye on him. If you ever find yourself uncertain about something, just let me know, and I'll help you analyze it. Thank you, Jingjing. I knew you were the best. Tian said, touched by Hu Jing's words. What else would we be? We're best friends. If I don't help you, who will? Hu Jing smiled as she patted Tianxin's hand. She wore a smile on her face, but in her mind, she had a different plan. Tianxin's anxiety was a door slowly opening for her. As long as she positioned herself as helping her best friend keep her man, she could legitimately obtain all of Wang Zhe's information, whereabouts, and preferences. Then wouldn't the opportunity arise? During dinner, Hu Jing set aside all her thoughts. She actively pulled out a chair for Tian, poured her water, and always steered the conversation towards topics that interested Tian. When Tian spoke about the bakery's renovation plan, she listened attentively and offered 2 small suggestions from a customer's perspective. When Tian spoke about Wang Zhe, she quietly played the role of a listener, occasionally chiming in with remarks like, your brother is really good to you, and you can't find such a man even with a lantern. After the meal, Tianxin's fondness for Hu Jing had skyrocketed to a new height. At 9 in the evening, after parting ways with Tian, Hu Jing returned alone to her rented room. Sitting on the bed, everything she had seen today began to replay in her mind. The enormous shop, the happy expression on Tianxin's face. Why? How could Tian be better than her? Her education was inferior, her looks at most equal to hers, and she certainly couldn't match her figure. Yet she encountered Wang Zhe while her bank account balance was 580, and she had a gambling-addicted father. Life was truly unfair. Hu Jing walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. When the hot water poured over her, she did not stand there in a daze like last night. Instead, she rinsed while quickly organizing all the information she had gathered today in her mind. After a while, Hu Jing turned off the shower and walked naked to the mirror. The steam fogged up the surface, and she wiped away a patch with her hand. The woman in the mirror had skin so fair, it was almost reflective, with a finely defined collarbone. Standing at 1.75 meters with a D cup and a golden waist-to-hip ratio. This figure, it may not be perfect, but it was more than enough to make a man's heart race. This is her greatest trump card. The only question is how to make Wang Zhe see her outstanding qualities. Looking at herself in the mirror, Hu Jing suddenly had an idea. She deliberately did not wipe off the water droplets from her body, quickly returned to her room, lay down on the bed, and picked up her phone. After leaving the rental apartment, Wang Zhe took his 718 to have a thorough car wash. Once the car was cleaned, he headed straight to the largest mall nearby. Fresh fruits, a portion each of blueberries, fragrant pears, grapes, pomelos, and strawberries. For snacks, Wang Zhe picked some favorites among girls, such as potato chips, cookies, popcorn, and Durex. As for drinks, he grabbed 2 or 3 each of Sprite, Coke, orange juice, and yogurt. Passing by the alcohol section, Wang Zhe thought for a moment and picked up 2 bottles of red wine. Before leaving the supermarket, he also grabbed an extra thick outdoor blanket. Camping, after all, it's crucial whether the ground is hard or not, especially during certain key moments. By the time Wang Zhe returned fully loaded, it was already a little past 10 in the evening. He stuffed everything into the narrow trunk and front compartment of the 718, locked the car, and collapsed onto the bed in his rental apartment. He was indeed tired. Yet there was an indescribable sense of anticipation in his heart. He opened WeChat and habitually scrolled through his moments. There was a red dot. Hu Jing. A smile instantly appeared on the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth. Curiosity piqued about what Hu Jing had prepared for him in her moments today. The next second, hiss. Wang Zhe took a breath. This Hu Jing. The caption: recently, so poor I've starved my waist down to a tiny size. There was only one photo. The curves gradually narrowed from the top down, expanding gently after the navel, forming an A4-sized waist that could be grasped with a hand. A few droplets of water still clung to her skin, shimmering under the warm yellow light. This photo, the angle, lighting, and the revealed measure were all perfectly balanced on the line of making you think wildly, but not finding any flaws. A master indeed. Wang Zhe nodded to himself. Hu Jing was no amateur. He opened Hu Jing's chat window and directly sent her a red envelope of 1,000. Note: nice waist. Don't starve yourself thin. The other side almost instantly accepted it. Hu Jing quickly replied, when you return to the provincial city, I'll invite you for coffee, so you can see for yourself if I've really starved thin. Wang Zhe glanced at her message. He immediately burst into laughter. The words she used on the surface seemed like an invitation, but in reality, they were giving him a way out. Meeting in person, up close, to assess her figure. If it were an ordinary guy, he would probably be clueless about how to flirt. This is interesting. Sure, Wang Zhe replied in text. I'll have to personally check it then. After sending that, he deliberately paused for a moment, not continuing the conversation. Sure enough, the other side didn't reply again. But the status of the chat box the other party is typing remained for quite a while. In the end, there was no reply. Wang Zhe chuckled. This Hu Jing was perfect for fishing. Her mentality was steady. Wang Zhe no longer focused on Hu Jing, turned off his phone, and drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, when Zhang Shanshan woke from her dreams, it was already 8 o'clock. She lazily stretched. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, perfectly casting on her bare shoulders. Ever since Xing Chao was sent away, she hadn't suffered from insomnia for a long time. With better sleep, her complexion had also improved, and even the dullness on her face from years of sleepless nights had faded considerably. Thinking about going camping with Wang Zhe today, a sense of anticipation couldn't help but rise in Zhang Shanshan's heart. She quickly suppressed it again. She stared at the ceiling, engaging in a round of ideological struggle with herself. He was a college student. She was almost 30, having gone through a failed marriage. When it came to age, experience, and identity, none of these matched up. However, another voice quickly emerged who said that if it doesn't match up, one shouldn't give it a try. She was almost 30, and if she didn't even have the courage to give it a try, what about the fact that she had never enjoyed a normal woman's pleasures? If she didn't try now, would she wait until she was old to try? Zhang Shanshan took a deep breath. She threw off the quilt and walked naked into the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror. Zhang Shanshan looked at her figure. No sagging, her lower abdomen still devoid of any excess flesh, and her buttocks were sufficiently large and aesthetically pleasing. Everything was just right. At 8:55, when Wang Zhe drove his 718 to Zhang Shanshan's neighborhood, he found her already waiting at the entrance. The moment Wang Zhe got out of the car, his gaze fell on Zhang Shanshan. A flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Today Zhang Shanshan wore a light, gray-fitted short-sleeve shirt made of thin material, exaggerating her curves. Her lower half was clad in dark yoga pants, hugging her waist down to her ankles. She wore a pair of ordinary white canvas shoes, yet it did nothing to diminish her presence. Standing at a height of around 1.7 meters, her slim waist and long legs, ample bust, and buttocks radiated a harmonious figure that only someone who had trained could possess. "Good morning, little brother." Zhang Shanshan smiled at Wang Zhe. "Morning, Shanshan." Wang Zhe stepped forward, feigning to look her up and down, then spoke with a troubled expression. "Shanshan, I need to discuss something with you." "Go ahead. Can you drive later?" Zhang Shanshan raised an eyebrow. "The way you're dressed today, if I drive, I wouldn't know where to put my eyes. If I get distracted and crash the car, it would be bad enough, but I'd be heartbroken if I scratched you." Zhang Shanshan paused for a moment, then playfully slapped his arm. "You little rascal." Hearing Wang Zhe's words, her face turned slightly red as she glared at him. "Dare to tease your sister." Wang Zhe laughed without responding, turning to the trunk to move things. Zhang Shanshan watched him busying himself, suddenly pulling out a tube of sunscreen from her bag. "Wait a moment." Wang Zhe turned his head. Zhang Shanshan walked up to him, shaking the sunscreen in front of him. "Put some of this on, the sun is strong today, and I don't want you to get sunburned into a little black charcoal, little brother." Wang Zhe looked down at his hands. They were a bit dirty after just moving things. He spread his hands out for Zhang Shanshan, the sea sounding quite innocent. "Shanshan, my hands are dirty. How about you help me?" Zhang Shanshan's motion paused. She glanced at Wang Zhe, her expression clearly saying, "You little rascal, are you doing this on purpose?" But she didn't refuse. Squeezing some sunscreen into her palm and rubbing it together, she placed both hands on Wang Zhe's face. The distance between them shrank to less than a step. Zhang Shanshan's fingertips glided from his forehead, over his temples, down along his cheekbones, passing beside his nose, finally stopping at his jawline. Her fingers were long and strong, moving very gently. Yet Wang Zhe found it impossible to concentrate on. From his angle, he could see the neckline of Zhang Shanshan's light gray thin t-shirt dipping slightly as she raised her hand. A deep ravine appeared boldly in his line of sight. Two full curves were tightly constrained by the fabric, swaying gently with her movements. Wang Zhe almost wanted to say, "Foul play, Shanshan," but he held back. This was not the time for such jokes. It was too close. The atmosphere was too ambiguous. At this moment, if he said something foolish, it would only break the delicate tension between them. Zhang Shanshan clearly sensed something. She finished the last application, quickly withdrew her hand, and took 2 steps back. "All done. Let's go, Shanshan." He smiled and opened the driver's door. Zhang Shanshan opened the passenger door. The next second, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Brothers, the photo has been posted in the moments. Go check it out." In the passenger seat, as the door opened, a bouquet of roses came into Zhang Shanshan's view. It wasn't the cheap kind you might find wrapped up haphazardly in a flower shop. The rose petals were still covered with a layer of fine droplets of water, simply tied with craft paper and twine alongside a handwritten note. Zhang Shanshan picked it up to have a look. It only had a few words written on it. "Shanshan, Jia, forget the past, embrace the new life." The handwriting wasn't particularly beautiful, yet it was this sense of ritual that subtly touched Zhang Shanshan's heart. Cheng Chao had forgotten her birthday 3 times, and their wedding anniversary had completely vanished from the 2nd year onward. But this man, several years younger than her, had earnestly prepared this sense of ritual for her. "Little brother, you really know how to impress, don't you? Come clean, how many little girls have you charmed?" Zhang Shanshan hugged the flowers and looked at Wang Zhe with a smile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Zhe shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, his face full of righteous indignation. Someone like me is always the one being pursued, okay? Can't tell at all, Zhang Shanshan observed him with a teasing smile. You can charm someone so much that they buy flowers and write cards. Shanshan Jia, there's a saying, I don't know if you've heard it. Wang Zhe seemed oblivious to Zhang Shanshan's changing expression and continued. What? Being pursued by someone means you have charm. After saying that, he turned to Zhang Shanshan. But ever since I met you, I haven't thought about anything else, only how to pursue you. Just focus on driving. Silly little brother. Hearing Wang Ze's words, Zhang Shanshan's lips curled up as she gave a light snort. Wang Ze did not press further. Knowing when to stop was his greatest strength. He pointed to the storage box. There are snacks and fruits inside, and there's drinks in the door compartment, help yourself. Zhang Shanshan opened the storage box, and her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, so much. Chips, popcorn, blueberries, strawberries, cookies, all crammed tightly inside. Her finger paused on the box of blueberries. She remembered casually mentioning, I've been loving blueberries lately, during her cycling day. Did he remember that? You are so meticulous. Zhang Shanshan exclaimed. Sister, please don't call me meticulous, Wang Ze replied, without missing a beat. Zhang Shanshan was taken aback, and upon realizing it, she reached out to hit him. Silly little brother, you dare to make a lewd joke. They'll hit you. No, Wang Ze held the steering wheel with one hand, blocking with the other. Shanshan, Jia, spare me. I meant being meticulous in work. Where were you thinking? Zhang Shanshan was amused by Wang Ze's words, opened a bag of chips, and ignored him. The car stereo randomly switched to the next song. Slowly falling for you, slowly getting closer, slowly sharing myself, slowly walking together with you, slowly wanting to match with you, slowly giving myself to you. The melodious lyrics echoed from the stereo. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a golden hue over the two of them. Zhang Shanshan leaned back in her seat, tilting her head to watch the trees rapidly retreating outside, her mood easing. At just the right moment, Wang Ze spoke with a smile. Shanshan, Jia, I want to eat too. Get it yourself. Zhang Shanshan glanced at him. Wang Ze kept his eyes straight ahead, his hands properly gripping the steering wheel, his mouth slightly open. That posture resembled a hungry husky waiting to be fed. Fine then. She picked up a chip, leaned over, and brought it to Wang Ze's mouth. Crunch. As Wang Ze bit into the chip, his lips brushed against her fingertips. Zhang Shanshan's hand quickly recoiled. You did that on purpose. What purpose? Wang Ze chewed the chip, looking quite innocent. Nothing. Zhang Shanshan watched his innocent expression, tucked her hand back onto her lap, her ears feeling slightly warm. This little rascal. He was definitely doing it on purpose. Zhang Shanshan's eyes moved slightly. She picked up another chip and deliberately brought it close to Wang Ze's mouth. Wang Ze opened his mouth. But in the next second, just as the chip was about to reach his mouth, Zhang Shanshan suddenly pulled it back. Do you want to eat it? I won't give it to you. Zhang Shanshan said triumphantly. Immature. Who are you calling immature? Zhang Shanshan grabbed Wang Ze's ear. Aye. Wang Ze immediately caved. Under the sunlight, the 718 passed through the bustling city and headed towards the camping site in the suburbs. Wang Ze slowed down. He talked with Zhang Shanshan about life at school and her job. Zhang Shanshan's smiles increased in number. In the past few years, aside from work, she had hardly gone to the market or really traveled for fun. On her days off, she mostly stayed home watching movies or went out shopping with friends. Coming out to relax like this, wholeheartedly enjoying, was a first. Zhang Shanshan rolled down the car window, letting the wind rush in as it blew her long hair back. She took a deep breath, visibly relaxing. We've arrived. The 718 turned into a small gravel road, and at the end of the road, it opened a vast expanse of grass surrounded by trees and a small creek with scattered tents in the distance, the air filled with the mingled scent of grass and earth. Yinxiang Camping Base, the largest camping base in the market. Zhang Shanshan jumped out of the car, stretching a big lazy stretch towards the sun. Her fitted short sleeves pulled up slightly with the motion, revealing a small section of her fair tight waist, flat and smooth with faint hints of two shallow abdominal lines. Wang Ze glanced over. Goodness, Shanshan, Jia's waistline was impressive. He quickly averted his gaze and began hauling things out of the car. Tents, folding chairs, outdoor blankets, food. Zhang Shanshan moved closer to help, casually pulling out two sun hats from her bag. Matching. She placed one hat on Wang Ze's head. For sun protection. Wang Ze looked down at the brim of the hat, then at the identical one on her head. Shanshan, Jia, isn't this a couple style? It's called sun protection style. Without looking back, Zhang Shanshan walked ahead with the folding chair. Wang Ze chuckled and followed suit, carrying the things. On a weekday, they went camping. The most delightful aspect was simply one word: tranquility. The two chose a flat area near the creek, shaded by large trees, as their camping spot. Wang Ze skillfully set up the tent and rented a hexagonal canopy from the base management office, arranging folding tables and chairs along with a picnic mat. Zhang Shanshan stood aside, watching him busy, arms crossed, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect it, little brother, you're quite capable. Of course, Wang Zhe replied without looking up, his hands moving deftly. Sister Shan, you're in charge of being beautiful, while I'm responsible for earning money and setting up the tent. Zhang Shanshan was taken aback. Who said we have a home together? At noon, the grill was set up, the charcoal blazing, and the ingredients were gradually being arranged. The pork belly sizzled and oozed fat, while the beef cubes curled slightly on the skewers, the air filled with the fragrant aroma of grilling. Sister Shan, the first skewer, give it a try. Wang Zhe handed her a perfectly grilled skewer of pork belly. Zhang Shanshan took a bite, and her eyes instantly crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and the seasoning is just right. She gave a thumbs up. Little brother, your future girlfriend will be very lucky. Wang Zhe flipped the skewers on the grill, still not looking up, and smiled. Then Sister Shan, why don't you submit a resume? There's only one spot, first come first served. I have high interview standards. Zhang Shanshan didn't respond directly, tilting her head and smiling. If the benefits and treatment can't be agreed upon, I won't sign a contract. You can set any conditions. Wang Zhe finally looked up at her, their eyes meeting. Zhang Shanshan was the first to break the gaze and looked away. She turned her face, picked up a bottle of water, twisted it open, and took a sip. This little brother. She found it a bit hard to handle. A few minutes later, Wang Zhe was drenched in sweat from the heat of the charcoal, his t-shirt soaked in the back. Zhang Shanshan couldn't bear to watch anymore. She got up, walked over, took out a bottle of ice-cold mineral water from the cooler, opened it, and held it to his lips. Here, drink some water, don't get heat stroke. Wang Zhe was busy flipping the skewers with greasy hands and couldn't free a hand. He slightly lowered his head and leaned in to sip from her hand. It was fine when there was a bit of distance earlier. Now with this close contact. Wang Zhe's shirt, damp with sweat, clung to his chest, perfectly outlining his muscular physique. Even the contours of his abs were subtly visible. The scent of male hormones of virility she had never experienced was presented raw and unfiltered before Zhang Shanshan. After a moment of daze, she awkwardly shifted her gaze elsewhere. All right, Zhang Shanshan set down the water bottle. Your hands are so dirty, I'll hold the skewers for you. Go wash your hands first. No rush. Wang Zhe didn't go wash his hands. He set down the skewer, turned to Zhang Shanshan, and his tone suddenly became serious. Sister Shan, I wasn't joking just now. If you can't make it at the yoga studio, I'll support you. Zhang Shanshan's smile paused slightly. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Then Wang Zhe chuckled again, as if nothing had been said, turning back to fiddle with the grill. The pork belly is about to burn. Sister Shan, pass me the plate. Zhang Shanshan stood still, watching his back, her heart racing uncontrollably. This little man. He pushed the conversation to a certain boundary and then casually backed off. It made you feel like he was just teasing you. Yet that moment of seriousness made it hard to dismiss as a joke. After eating and drinking to their fill, the two nestled in their folding chairs under the canopy. A gentle breeze blew from the creek, mingling with the scent of grass and earth, the lazy afternoon atmosphere, making one feel drowsy. Zhang Shanshan leaned back in her chair, her long legs crossed, half closed her eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Wang Zhe glanced at her. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting dappled light on her face, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, breathing steady and long. He didn't disturb her. Carefully, he took out a thick outdoor blanket, shook it open, and covered her with it. Then he got up, walked a few steps away, and pulled out his phone, intending to take this time to handle some work messages from the provincial city. Mr. Wang, I've pre-screened 3 suppliers for raw materials, and the information is organized. Which one do you prefer? Wang Zhe opened the attachment and quickly browsed through it. The 3 suppliers were Kongjia Foods, Lichuan Foods, and Jinshan Flour. The first 2 were local companies with obvious price advantages. Jinshan was a national brand, stable quality, but expensive. However, as his gaze passed over the materials for Kongjia and Lichuan, a strong sense of rejection suddenly surged in his mind. The instinct for business. Wang Zhe didn't hesitate. He directly dialed Lu Jie's number. For the 2 local companies, dig deeper, check their qualifications, past supply records, and see if there are any food safety complaints. I'm inclined towards Jinshan, but let's wait for the investigation results before making a final decision. Also, I checked the renovation progress. It's ahead of schedule, which is good, but don't relax during the material acceptance phase. Understood, Mr. Wang. In less than 10 minutes, the call ended. It was straightforward, decisive, not a word wasted. At this moment, under the canopy, Zhang Shanshan had actually already woken up. She had been awakened by Wang Zhe's phone call, but hadn't opened her eyes or moved. With her eyes half closed, she listened to every command Wang Zhe issued on the phone. His tone was steady logic, clear, exuding a decisiveness and control beyond his age. He didn't seem like a college student at all. Zhang Shanshan's heartbeat quickened slightly. She had always thought Wang Zhe was just a wealthy second generation with money, driving a luxury car and being extravagant, nothing more. But now it seemed he wasn't spending his family's money. He was earning his own, and quite a bit, it seemed. That remark, If the yoga studio closes down, I'll support you, Zhang Shanshan had just taken as a sweet talk from a young man and let it pass. Now thinking back on it, it suddenly carried a completely different weight. Zhang Shanshan took a deep breath. She lifted the blanket and, looking at Wang Zhe's figure in the distance who was replying to messages by the creek's sunlight, fell on his broad shoulders, giving his silhouette an air of stability and reliability. No, I can't think about it anymore. She got up and quickly walked towards the creek, squatting down, cupping her hands to scoop up some clear creek water, splashing it on her face. The icy sensation washed over her, and her rapid heartbeat slowly calmed down. She wiped her face dry and looked up only to collide with Wang Zhe's gaze. Wang Zhe had unknowingly put away his phone and was leisurely watching her. Awake. Wang Zhe smiled as he walked up to her. Is the water cold? Don't catch a chill. What chill could I catch on a hot day? Zhang Shanshan stood up, shaking the water from her hands. Then what about you? Wang Zhe pointed at her still slightly flushed face. Zhang Shanshan looked at the knowing expression on his face and shot him a glare. It's hot. Oh, Wang Zhe nodded, a smile spreading in his eyes. So it's hot. That tone clearly implied, I don't believe you. Zhang Shanshan raised her hand to twist his ear, but Wang Zhe laughed and dodged. The two chased each other around the creek for a few steps, and finally Zhang Shanshan laughed and scolded, you little brat, before calling it a day. However, while Wang Zhe and Zhang Shanshan enjoyed their camping time, Hu Jing received a phone call from the provincial caller ID Hu Daong. Hu Jing stared at the phone, her brows tightly knitted. The first time Hu Jing didn't answer, nor did she answer the second. After 4 or 5 rings, Hu Jing took a deep breath and pressed the answer key. Hu Daong, what's wrong with you this time? Did you lose money again? On the other end of the line came Hu Daong's suppressed groan. Jing, don't hang up, I'm not asking you for money. I got hit by a car today. My leg is broken, and the person who caused the accident ran away. I'm all alone in the hospital. Can you come back to see me? Hit by a car. A broken leg. Hu Jing's heart sank. In the past, she probably would have rushed back. However, thinking of Hu Daong's gambling addiction, she felt some doubt in her heart. Last year, Hu Daong said he was beaten up by debt collectors and had broken ribs. She rushed back from the provincial city in tears, only to find him perfectly fine, holding her hand and asking for 50,000 to settle the last debt. Hu Daong, you're not lying to me, are you? I'll send you a picture. Soon Hu Daong sent her a photo over WeChat. In the photo, Hu Daong's left calf was swollen like a steamed bun, a large bruise near the knee, and the angle of his calf was clearly wrong. It didn't look fake. Hu Jing closed her eyes. No matter how much she hated this gambling father, he was still her biological father. He was her only blood relative in this world. You let the doctor handle it first. I'll figure out the money situation. I'll get back as soon as possible. Her voice was very low. I'll hurry back. Okay. Hurry up. After hanging up, Hu Jing stood in her rented room, staring at her pitiful 580 yuan. And the surgery for a broken bone costs at least several thousand. What to do? Hu Jing's mind slowly floated to Wang Zhe's name. At 6 in the evening, the sun slowly descended, and the temperature visibly dropped. Wang Zhe added a few more pieces of charcoal to the fire pit, and the sparks danced for a moment, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the two. He turned around and took out 2 bottles of red wine and 2 wine glasses from his bag, placing them on the folding table. Sister Shan, care for a drink? Zhang Shanshan raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting from the wine bottles to the wine glasses and then to Wang Zhe's face. A little brother, Zhang Shanshan said leisurely. Red wine glasses, camping night, just the 2 of us. Are you trying to get your sister drunk and do something? For most people, such words would cause a bit of panic, but not for Wang Zhe. Instead, he took a step closer to Zhang. Isn't it normal to have some thoughts about such a beautiful sister? What do you think, sister? Wang Zhe said this while maintaining eye contact with Zhang Shanshan, not averting his gaze. Looking at Wang Zhe's figure so close, Zhang Shanshan's breath slightly hitched. But she was not one to back down easily. Faced with Wang Zhe's direct approach, she stepped forward instead. Leaning slightly forward, she was almost pressed against Wang Zhe's chest. A faint scent of shower gel wrapped in warmth wafted over. That soft, elastic sense of pressure was clear to Wang Zhe even through the 2 layers of thin fabric. You naughty little brother. Zhang Shanshan exhaled, lightly smiling. After finishing, she raised her right hand, extending her index finger to gently poke Wang Zhe's chest. But if you want to win over your sister, you need to work a bit harder. Instantly after her words, Zhang Shanshan took a step back, decisively creating distance. Hiss. Wang Zhe looked at her slightly reddened ears and her calm expression, with only one thought in his mind: Sister Shan is quite skilled. Just now she had deftly navigated the space between them, letting him taste the sweetness while not allowing him to advance further. Wang Zhe's lips curled slightly. The more this type of woman, the more interesting she became. He didn't chase after her or continue the conversation. Instead, he calmly twisted open the wine bottle and slowly poured wine into the 2 glasses. Sister Shan. Wang Zhe handed 1 glass of red wine to Zhang Shanshan. Let's toast, little brother. Zhang Shanshan lifted her glass, clinked it lightly with his, and slowly sipped the red wine while leaning back against the folding chair. Her long legs stretched out and crossed in front, the dark yoga pants glimmering with a faint flesh-colored sheen in the firelight. Wangzhe couldn't help but glance over. However, his gaze lingered for less than 2 seconds before naturally shifting away. A proper gaze is appreciation, staring too long diminishes value. The sky darkened quickly. Warm yellow light emanated from several tents in the distance. Wangzhe hung a string of battery-powered lights he had bought earlier on the canopy's support, turned on the switch, and a row of warm orange bulbs lit up. Zhang Shanshan sat in the folding chair watching him busy himself occasionally, sipping her red wine. "You're quite the romantic little brother." Zhang Shanshan smiled. Of course, Wangzhe adjusted the angle of the last light bulb, clapped his hands. "This is called ambience, the basics of a date." "Who did you learn that from?" "Your ex-girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend?" Wangzhe replied with a faint smirk. "My ex-girlfriend is busy vacationing with her male best friend in the mountains and has no time to teach me this." "Male best friend?" Zhang Shanshan was taken aback, then quickly understood what Wangzhe meant. "Let's not talk about this, Sister Shan." Wangzhe smiled. "My ex-girlfriend is history, and now I'm just a single dog." "What a coincidence, I'm also a single dog," Zhang Shanshan said cheerfully. "Come, let's drink together as 2 single dogs." As Wangzhe spoke, he clinked glasses with Zhang Shanshan. Zhang Shanshan took small sips of red wine, her face gradually flushing. "Little brother, since we rarely get out, let's take a photo together." Thinking that such an opportunity was rare, Zhang Shanshan held up her phone and excitedly shook it at Wangzhe. "The lighting is so nice, it would be a waste not to take a picture." Quick, quick, quick. Coming. Wangzhe smiled, stood behind Zhang Shanshan's chair, and slightly crouched to match her height. Click. After taking a couple of shots, Zhang Shanshan wasn't satisfied. She thought for a moment. She suddenly realized where the problem lay. Although Wangzhe was half squatting behind her to cooperate for the photo, the distance was a bit too far, making it look rather awkward. "No, you are too far away. It looks like we're roommates," Zhang Shanshan said. "Understood, let me get a bit closer." Wangzhe half squatted and leaned his head towards Zhang Shanshan's side. Then he didn't stop at a normal photo distance. Instead, he leaned in even closer. The warmth of his breath brushed against Zhang Shanshan's neck. "Sister Shan, is this distance close enough?" Feeling Wangze's breath near her ear, Zhang Shanshan's body initially stiffened slightly. Then she subtly shifted her body to the side, turning her head to look at Wangzhe. "Little brother, are you playing with—" "What are you talking about, Sister Shan?" "I don't understand," Wangzhe replied, innocently refusing to retreat despite Zhang Shanshan's gaze. Zhang Shanshan stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. "Really? Since my little brother doesn't know how to take photos, let me teach you." As Zhang Shanshan spoke, she raised her right hand and directly hooked Wangze's neck. At the same time, she leaned over, actively moving closer to Wangzhe. The distance between them suddenly shrank dramatically. In the quiet night, their breaths were clearly audible. Wangzhe felt the coolness on the back of his neck and the strength of her fingertips, his nostrils filled with Zhang Shanshan's fragrance. His throat involuntarily moved. On the phone screen, their faces were close together. The warm orange light illuminated their profile with the stream and starry sky in the background. Zhang Shanshan quickly pressed the shutter. But the hand that hooked his neck did not immediately let go. "Little brother, you did well today. This is a reward from sister to you, keep it up." After saying this, Zhang Shanshan gently kissed Wangze's. Then she began to pull away. However, Wangzhe had long anticipated this move. As her head moved back, he quickly supported the back of her head with both hands. Their eyes met. Looking at Zhang Shanshan's slightly evasive gaze, Wangzhe showed no hesitation. He lowered his head directly. The warm sensation mixed with a distinctly male hormone came from their lips. Zhang Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise. But soon, with a hint of hesitation, she slightly parted her lips. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Their breaths intertwined, gradually becoming more rapid. However, at a certain moment, Wangzhe paused. In Zhang Shanshan's seductive gaze, he picked up the wine glass, took a sip, then lowered his head again. "Who?" The wine that Wangzhe drank did not enter his stomach, but instead, during the entangled breaths of the two, it slowly flowed into Zhang Shanshan's mouth. The astringent taste of the red wine mixed with the unique scent of masculinity surged into her mouth, causing Zhang Shanshan's mind to buzz. She did not know when her hands had wrapped around Wangze's neck. Unknowingly, she had tilted her head back, transitioning from passive acceptance to active retaliation. Wangzhe was not in a hurry. He had just quickly turned off all the lights. The campsite was temporarily safe. Wangzhe kissed her slowly, one hand supporting the back of Zhang Shan. The other hand slid down her collar, moving into her back. Beneath his fingers, there was not an ounce of excess flesh, only taut muscles and a thin layer of smooth skin. This sensation, absolutely incredible. Wangzhe silently praised it in his heart. Zhang Shanshan's mind was in chaos at this moment. Logic told her that she had only known this younger brother for a short time and could not give herself so easily. But her body was honest. The hands that clutched Wang Ze's neck did not loosen, instead they tightened even more. Gradually Wang Ze's kiss began to descend. He did not kiss her neck or other places. Instead he captured her earlobe, gently biting it. A sound barely audible escaped from her throat. Zhang Shanshan felt as if she had been electrocuted, suddenly arching her body. She immediately bit her lower lip. Her smooth long legs unconsciously intertwined tightly, her body slightly trembling. But that sound from earlier in the quiet night was exceptionally clear. Wang Ze naturally sensed her reaction. He did not stop. His hand that was placed on Zhang Shanshan's lower back moved to the front, passing through the hem of her clothes, slowly moving upward. At one moment, Wang Ze took a deep breath. Delicate, warm. One hand could not measure it. It could only be said that Sister Shanshan's assets were impressive. Zhang Shanshan's body involuntarily shivered. At that moment voices came from the campsite, not far away. Wang Ze caught a glimpse of someone using a phone flashlight walking towards the nearby restroom. Zhang Shanshan instantly snapped back to reality, abruptly pushing Wang Ze's shoulder. The two distanced themselves. The beam of light just swept across the sky above them before moving away. Who? That was a false alarm. Zhang Shanshan's chest was heaving violently. Her heartbeat was louder than a drum, and she could hear it herself. She took a deep breath. After several seconds, she regained her composure, an expression of ease. Younger brother. She extended her index finger and poked Wang Ze's forehead. With so many people at the base, do you want me to be live-streamed? Wang Ze looked at her flushed face and the slight tremor in her voice, unable to hold back a laugh. Sister Shanshan, Sister Shanshan. The main act is being tough. But that sound you just made was quite honest. So does Sister Shanshan mean that if we find a deserted place it will be fine? You wish. Zhang Shanshan quickly stood up, creating a safe distance. Then she smiled and said, if you perform well next time I will let you test the waters again. Sister Shanshan, was my performance not good enough just now? Wang Ze's gaze did not flinch, sweeping from Zhang Shanshan's reddened neck down to her ample chest that was barely concealed by her coat. Who knows? Zhang Shanshan showed no signs of shyness and instead raised an eyebrow. After all, since we haven't truly tried, how do we know if you are just putting on a show? Hiss. Wang Ze gritted his teeth, looking at her luscious face and the curvaceous body that had just trembled slightly in his embrace. If it weren't for that bastard who passed by and interrupted their moment of bliss, he would have truly wanted Zhang Shanshan to understand why the flowers were so red. Sister Shanshan, I will remember what you just said. Wang Ze smiled, his tone meaningful. Next time when testing the waters, just don't shout stop. So brazen. Zhang Shanshan scolded playfully, but her ears were flushed with heat. She lifted her wine glass and took a big gulp, using the cold liquid to suppress the warmth on her face. The two sat facing each other at a distance of more than a meter, neither of them moving closer. Yet the ambiguous atmosphere hung in the air, leaving lingering echoes. However, the ambiguous atmosphere did not last long. Zhang Shanshan's phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced at her phone, and the smile on her face faded. It's my mom. She gestured to Wang Ze and pressed the answer button. Mom. Xiaoshan, where are you now? Wen Zufin's urgent voice came from the receiver. In the background there were mixed sounds of sharp scolding and the sound of things being smashed. Zhang Shanshan's face changed drastically. Mom, what happened? What about my brother? Smack. A crisp sound of a slap echoed from the other end of the phone, followed by the dull sound of the phone falling to the ground. Before she could ask what had happened, the call was abruptly ended. Zhang Shanshan stood frozen in place, the color draining from her face. Wang Ze. She suddenly turned around, her voice trembling as she said, something happened at home, I need to go back immediately. Wang Ze was already standing up. There was no time for further discussion. He had heard everything from the earlier call loud and clear. I will go with you. No need, Wang Ze, I can take a taxi myself. Sister Shanshan. Wang Ze interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for debate. There was someone slapping over the phone. Oh, what can you do going back alone? Get beaten. Zhang Shanshan opened her mouth. She wanted to say, it's not that serious. But the sound of that slap just now made it hard for her to speak. All right. Zhang Shanshan nodded. Address. Suehu Garden Building 2, Unit 1, Room 302. Wait for me 2 minutes. After learning the address, Wang Ze quickly operated his phone screen. He ordered a ride to Suehu Garden. Then he directly called the camping base staff. Hello, I am a guest from Campsite 7. I have an urgent matter to leave. Please pack up the tent and equipment, and I will settle the bill when I come to pick up the car tomorrow. After hanging up, Wang Ze did not pause for a moment and immediately dialed 110. Hello, I want to report an incident at Suehu Garden Building 2, Unit 1, Room 302. It seems someone is committing violence. I can hear obvious sounds of beating. Yes, there are family members of the involved parties present. All right, thank you. After hanging up, it took less than 3 minutes. Watching Wang Ze calmly handle everything step by step, Zhang Shanshan's panic gradually subsided. I can't get through to my mom. She had dialed 3 times in a row, all unanswered. What about your brother? Wang Ze reminded her. Right. Zhang Shanshan quickly pulled out her brother Zhang Hao's number and dialed. Beep, 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 until it automatically hung up. No one answered. She called 2 more times. The result was the same. No one was answering. Do you have the neighbor's number? No. Zhang Shanshan shook her head. What if something happened to her mother? What would she do? Thinking of this, Zhang Shanshan's body trembled slightly. Wang Zhe reached out to hold her shoulder. The car will arrive in 3 minutes, and it only takes half an hour from here to Tsuhu Garden. Moreover, I have already called the police. Uncle Mao's speed is faster than ours. It might be that they have already resolved the issue by the time we arrive. Zhang Shanshan took a deep breath and nodded. Soon. The ride arrived. The two quickly. At the moment the car door closed, Zhang Shanshan dialed her mother's number again. Still no answer. Answer the phone. Mom, pick up the phone. The city night view outside the window rapidly receded. Zhang Shanshan dialed her brother Zhang Hao's number once more. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Just when she was about to despair and hit cancel. The call connected. Sister. Zhang Hao's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a cry. Sister. Mom has been beaten. You need to come back. Call the police. A coarse roar directly drowned out Zhang Hao's voice. You brat. Do you dare to call the police? Believe it or not, I will break your legs. Then came a muffled sound. The sound of someone hitting the ground echoed. Zhang Hao's crying instantly turned into a scream. After a chaotic series of crashes, the phone turned into a busy signal. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Shanshan's face was pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She recognized that booming voice. It was the voice of Zheng Dehua's Chaos uncle. After Xing Chao was detained, she thought everything was over. The two families would no longer have any entanglements. Unexpectedly, they found Mom's home. Master, please hurry, we have an urgent matter. Wang Zhe grabbed Zhang Shanshan's cold hand and spoke to the driver. The chauffeur also heard the commotion on the phone. Without saying a word, stepped on the gas, and the car surged forward. Zhang Shanshan's fingers involuntarily redialed. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. Redial. Still no answer. Meanwhile, at Tsuhu Garden Building 2, Unit 1, Room 302. The living room was in disarray. The coffee table was overturned, shards of glass mixed with water scattered all over. When Xiaofan was sitting on the floor, her hair a mess, her face already swollen. A woman in her 50s with curly hair stood in front of her fiercely, pulling her hair down. You shameless woman. The good daughter you raised. You made my son go to jail. The curly-haired woman was Qian Fong, Zheng Chaos' mother. While cursing, her hands never stopped. Slap. A slap landed on Wen Zufan's face. After marrying into our Zheng family for years, you're just a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Now you still dare to call the police to send my son in. Slap. Another slap. What's wrong with my son hitting your daughter? In our Zheng family, it's natural for men to discipline women. If I had known you made my son go to jail, I should have let my son beat that shameless woman to death back then. My daughter can't have children. Oh, it's your son's problem. He's just a cripple, a useless waste. When Xiaofan raised her neck and said with hatred, back then we were blind, letting Shanshan marry into your family. You dare talk back to me. They'll beat you to death. Qian Fong said, and slapped her a few more times. And let me tell you, my son was imprisoned because of you. When he gets out, Zhang Shanshan and your family must kneel to apologize, and that shameless Zhang Shanshan must go through in vitro with my son to have a son, or else your family will never have peace. In your dreams, have a child for your son. Huh? Can your son even get it up? Is he a man? When Xiaofan spat at Qian Fong. However, what awaited her were several slaps from Qian Fong. When Xiaofan was slapped until her ears buzzed, everything before her started to turn dark. Mom. Zhang Hao crouched in the corner watching his mother get beaten, his eyes red, as if about to bleed. He got up and rushed forward. But he hadn't taken 2 steps. Zheng Dehua kicked him in the waist, directly knocking him to the ground. You little brat, stay down. Zheng Dehua kicked Zhang Hao in the stomach again. Zhang Hao curled up on the ground, the pain making him tremble all over, unable to even shout. However, when Xiaofan saw her son getting kicked and completely lost her composure, she suddenly struggled up and, catching Qian Fong off guard, grabbed her curly hair and pulled it down with all her might. Off. Let go. You crazy woman. When Xiaofan. Qian Fong screamed in agony as she felt her scalp tearing apart, struggling. When she entered just now, Zheng Dehua had helped her hit Wen Xiaofan a few times, otherwise she really couldn't handle Wen Xiaofan. Now that Wen Xiaofan had the upper hand, Qian Fong could not win. Zheng Dehua, help me beat her to death. Hurry and beat her to death. Qian Fong screamed. Zheng Dehua kicked Wen Xiaofan in the waist. Wen Xiaofan swayed, but she did not let go. Not only did she not let go, but she also tightened her grip. They'll let you hit my son. I'll fight you to the end. Wen Xiaofan frantically held on to Qian Fang's hair, while her other hand suddenly grabbed Qian Fang's chest. Then she started tearing with all her might. Stop. I beg you, stop. Qian Fong screamed, being pulled and struggling to break free. Zheng Dehua kicked a couple more times, but when Xiaofan gritted her teeth and refused to let go. When Xiaofan, if you don't let go I'll kill your son. Zheng Dehua was anxious. He turned around and walked towards Zhang Hao who was curled up on the ground. Howard, run, run outside. When Xiaofan shouted desperately, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and crawled up from the ground, his left leg in excruciating pain, almost unable to stand. But he still limped past Zheng Dehua and rushed towards the front door. Damn it, stop. Zheng Dehua immediately chased after him. Zhang Hao's speed couldn't pick up at all. The distance between them quickly closed. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Zheng Dehua's hand was almost reaching Zhang Hao's collar. However, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Soon Wang Zhe and Zhang Shanshan's figures appeared at the stairway. The moment Zhang Hao saw Zhang Shanshan, it was like seeing the last straw for salvation. Sister. Zhang Hao rushed into Zhang Shanshan's embrace, crying loudly. Zhang Shanshan hugged her brother tightly, tears streaming down her face. Wang Zhe's gaze bypassed Zhang Hao's shoulder and landed on Zheng Dehua at the door. Zheng Dehua rushed to the door and happened to see Wang Zhe. Who the hell are you? Zheng Dehua instinctively shouted, get lost. This is my family matter, none of your business. Wang Zhe said nothing. He shielded Zhang Shanshan and Zhang Hao behind him. Then he looked up at Zheng Dehua. Family matter. You bully my girlfriend's family and you call that family matter. You're looking for death. Wang Zhe said, grabbing the shoe rack placed at the door of Zhang Shanshan's home and hurled it at Zheng Dehua. With a loud bang, Zheng Defa was unexpectedly struck on the left shoulder by a shoe rack. He stumbled back 2 steps, his left arm instantly dropping, grimacing in pain. Damn it. Zheng Defa's curse was cut short. Wang Zhe had already taken a swift step into the room without any unnecessary movements. He kicked directly into Zheng Defa's abdomen. The softest part of his belly was hit. Zheng Defa felt as if his spine had been pulled out, crashing to the ground, his body curling up like a shrimp. His mouth was wide open, his face flushed, struggling to catch a breath. Wang Zhe looked down at him. Weren't you just talking about family matters? What? Bullying a woman in her 50s and a child in their teens is family matters. After saying this, Wang Zhe lifted his foot and kicked Zheng Defa's rib again. Ouch, stop hitting me, it hurts, stop it. Zheng Defa was kicked over halfway, rolling on the ground while clutching his head in despair. But Wang Zhe's eyes remained fixed on him. Wang Zhe noticed that as Zheng Defa rolled, his right hand was reaching towards the overturned coffee table. And next to the coffee table, there was a broken glass bottle. Looking for this, Wang Zhe stepped on Zheng. He ground his foot down. Zheng Defa let out a miserable scream, his fingers spasming open. He looked up at Wang Zhe, the ferocity in his eyes now replaced by sheer terror. Help, help, I've been murdered. Qian Fong saw Zheng Defa subdued and immediately panicked. She screamed hysterically while clawing at Wen Xiaofan even more frantically. Wang Zhe quickly walked over. He grabbed Qian Fong by the hair, yanking her back. A sharp pain shot through Qian Fang's scalp as she screamed, being pulled away from Wen Xiaofan. Instinctively, she turned her head. Slap. A solid slap landed on her sharp and bitter face. Qian Fang's screams abruptly stopped. She was momentarily stunned, then she began to scream even louder. You little beast. How dare you hit me? I'm going to call the police. They'll have you jailed. As she spoke, she reached out to scratch Wang Zhe's face. But as her hand rose halfway, slap, Wang Zhe struck her again. Qian Fang's head was turned sideways from the slap, half of her face starting to swell. Now she was completely subdued. Wang Zhe kicked her next to Zheng Defa, and they both huddled together like 2 stray dogs in the corner. Zhang Shanshan, you shameless whore. Qian Fang completely forgot about being hit. As soon as she saw Zhang Shanshan walk in, her body, which had been curled up in the corner, suddenly straightened, her trembling finger pointing at Zhang Shanshan, her face twisted. It's all your fault. If you hadn't called the police, would my son have gone in? You star of misfortune. A wretched person. I should have killed you back then. Now that my son has just gone in, you bring a wild man to beat up your mother-in-law. You whore. A shameless woman who sleeps with everyone. Every word felt like a poisoned needle piercing Zhang Shanshan's ears. A cold glint flashed in Wang Zhe's eyes as he was about to step forward. But Zhang Shanshan reached out to stop him. She took 1 step at a time towards Qian Fang. She looked down at the woman who once pinned her down, kicked her, yanked her hair against the wall, and insulted her in front of relatives, saying she couldn't lay eggs. Qian Fang glared at her, looking disdainful. What? Are you still daring to hit me? Slap. Zhang Shanshan used all her strength, delivering a hard slap to Qian Fang's face. Qian Fang felt as if someone had grabbed her throat. Her eyes widened, covering her face, full of disbelief. You dare hit me? Zhang Shanshan did not respond. Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps, each heavier than the last. By the last slap, Qian Fang had curled up completely, hands covering her face, not daring to curse anymore. Zhang Shanshan looked down at her from above. Are you still cursing? That scumbag Xing Chao has gone in, and today you will go in too. You two, mother and son, can finally be reunited inside. Qianfang looked at Zhang Shanshan, her body shivering. She suddenly began to wail, rolling around on the ground. Heavens! That shameless Zhang Shanshan hit an old lady. Everyone come and see. She's killing me. Help! Bang! Wang Zhe stomped down on the floor, next to Qianfang. The sole of his shoe was less than 2 centimeters from her arm. Qianfang's wails instantly stopped. The whole room fell silent. Only the muffled groans of Zheng Defa and Qianfang, along with Wen Zufin's heavy breathing, remained. Zhang Shanshan turned and quickly walked to the side of the sofa. Mom! She squatted down, helping Wen Xiufan onto the sofa, looking at the scratches and swelling on her mother's face, her eyes reddening as tears fell. Mom, it's okay now, I'm back. Wen Xiufan tightly grasped her daughter's hand, her lips trembling, unable to articulate complete words. Zhang Hao limped over, leaning against his sister, his eyes swollen. The three of them huddled together, no one saying a word. The silence lasted less than 5 minutes. Rapid footsteps and static from the intercom echoed in the corridor. Uncle Hat had arrived. 2 police officers rushed into room 302, their expressions immediately turning serious at the sight of the chaotic scene inside. What happened? Who called the police? The elder of the 2 police officers asked. I did. Wang Zhe began to speak. Oh no, police. Qianfang seemed to have come back to her senses as she screamed, scrambling from the ground, rolling and rushing towards the 2 police officers. You finally came. This little beast hit me. Look at my face. She pointed at her swollen half-face, tears and snot smeared all over. And that shameless woman. She hit me too. I'm just an old lady bullied by the 2 of them together. Where's the justice? Qianfang became increasingly agitated, kneeling in front of the police officers, pounding her thighs with her hands. Please help me. Arrest them. Take them to jail. Quiet. The elder police officer frowned sternly. Stand up first. Well, understand the situation. Why are you in such a hurry? His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Qianfang felt as if her throat had been grabbed, and her screams immediately softened. She wanted to say something more, but upon meeting the police officer's indifferent gaze, her mouth opened slightly, not daring to speak. Officer, my name is Wang Zhe, and I called the police on my way here. The situation at the scene is as follows. He pointed to Wen Xiufan on the sofa. This lady is my girlfriend. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Shanshan's hands suddenly froze, and she couldn't help but look up at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe did not turn back. He continued, the man on the ground is named Zheng Defa, my girlfriend's ex-husband's uncle. The woman next to him is named Qianfang, her former mother-in-law. My girlfriend and her ex-husband are legally divorced. The ex-husband Xing Chao has been administratively detained for long-term stalking and harassment. These 2 broke into my girlfriend's mother's home tonight and assaulted a middle-aged woman and a minor. When I arrived, the aunt had already been injured and the child was also hurt, having witnessed him assaulting a minor. There is surveillance at the door that can be reviewed. The injuries on the aunt and child can be assessed, and that is the complete situation. After listening, the 2 police officers exchanged glances, having formed a basic judgment. Uncle Hat, you must not just listen to his one-sided words. I'm the one who was beaten. As Qianfang saw the direction the situation was taking, she immediately began to wail again. You be quiet. The elder police officer raised his hand to stop her, then instructed the younger officer to guard the scene while he stepped out to interview the neighbors. The resident of room 301 had come out to mediate earlier when Zheng Defa and the others were causing trouble, only to be fiercely chased back by Zheng Defa. Now that the police were inquiring, they immediately recounted the events clearly. Along with the surveillance footage at the door, the truth of the matter was already set in stone. The elder police officer returned to the room. His gaze swept over the huddled Zheng Defa and Qianfang. You 2 illegally entered someone else's residence and assaulted the occupants, suspected of illegal entry and intentional injury. You are now being detained according to the law. Detained? Doesn't that mean going to jail? Upon hearing this, Zheng Defa panicked. He and Qianfang were already entangled, with Qianfang's husband dying early, and he had a wife and children back in his hometown. They had been secretly together for several years. This time they came to the city because Qianfang couldn't reach her son. When she found out Xing Chao had been detained, she angrily pulled him along to find trouble. They thought it would be simple. They never expected to kick a metal plate. If they went in, and this matter got back to their hometown, his wife and children, his face, everything would be ruined. Officer, you can't arrest me. Qianfang brought me here. She said to come and teach Zhang Shanshan's family a lesson. I was just tricked into coming along. I didn't do anything. Upon hearing this, Qianfang's voice shot up an octave. Zheng Defa, you're talking nonsense. She pointed at his nose, trembling all over. If it weren't for me sleeping with you so many times, would you have come with me? What did you say when I called you? Sister, don't worry, you'll go take care of it for you. Now you're scared. You coward. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire room fell silent. You are talking nonsense. What's sleeping or not sleeping? You're slandering me. Zheng Defa panicked. Slandering? Qianfang sneered. How many times did you record us doing that on your phone? You hypocrite. pretending to be upright back home behind my back. Before coming here, you even said you wanted to deal with Zhang Shanshan. Shut up. You shut up. Zhang Defa's face turned green as he attempted to rush forward, but was held back by the younger police officer. The rest followed Uncle Hat to the police station to give statements. The evidence was conclusive. Zhang Defa and Qian Fang confessed on the spot. They faced 7 days of administrative detention. When Xiufan and Zhang Hao subsequently rushed to the hospital for injury assessments. Once the results were out, they would file charges against the two who would face at least 3 years of imprisonment. By the time everything was dealt with and they returned to Wen Zufan's residence, it was already past 2 in the morning. When Xiufan had bandages on her face and wrists sitting on the sofa looking exhausted, but with her gaze calmer than before. Wang Zhe helped tidy up the living room a bit, upright the coffee table, sweep away the broken glass, and put the overturned items back in their place. After doing all this, he stood up and dusted off his hands. When Xiufan spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. Thank you for today. If you hadn't come. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone present. When Xiufan spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. Thank you for today. If you hadn't come. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. You're being too polite, Andy. Wang Zhe smiled. Shanshan's matters are my matters, no need to thank me. When Xiufan nodded. Then she reached out and poked Zhang Shanshan gently in the back. Shanshan, see your boyfriend off. It's late at night, don't let him go alone. Zhang Shanshan's face turned slightly red. Let's go, we'll walk you out. Zhang Shanshan said softly, watching the backs of Zhang Shanshan and Wang Zhe as they left. When Xiufan thought about what Wang Zhe had just said, a hint of worry slowly surfacing in her heart. After sending Wang Zhe to the community entrance, Zhang Shanshan looked at Wang Zhe with a somewhat moved expression. Little brother, you did very well tonight. Then sister, how are you going to reward me? Seeing Zhang Shanshan's complexion returning to normal, Wang Zhe said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhe saw Zhang Shanshan leap into his arms. Sister rewards you with herself? Is that enough? As she spoke, Zhang Shanshan leaned in to kiss Wang Zhe passionately. When Zhang Shanshan's rosy lips pressed against his, Wang Zhe did not hesitate at all. While responding to her kiss, he reached out to wrap his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. The kiss lasted for a long time. From the initial gentle peck, it deepened as Zhang Shanshan took her soft, agile tongue tentatively brushed against the seam of Wang Zhe's lips, as if issuing a silent invitation. Wang Zhe accepted. The two tongues immediately began to chase and intertwine. You advance while I retreat. You retreat while I advance. The temperature between them began to rise sharply. Zhang Shanshan's hand slid from Wang Zhe's neck to his back, her fingers tightening as she clutched the fabric of his clothes, seemingly wanting to meld herself into his body. Wang Zhe's hand resting on her waist was equally active. It slowly moved down her waist, his palm fitting perfectly against the curve of her full hips, gently pulling her toward him. Hiss! The two bodies unexpectedly pressed together completely. Zhang Shanshan shivered involuntarily. Her breathing instantly became rapid and erratic. With her neck slightly arched, revealing a long, fair line, she allowed Wang Zhe's lips to slide from the corner of her mouth down to the most sensitive patch of skin on her neck. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until Zhang Shanshan was nearly out of breath. She finally used the last remnants of her sanity to push against Wang Zhe's chest, creating a slight distance between them. Zhang Shanshan's chest heaved violently. She lowered her head, her gaze involuntarily drifting down, and was immediately shocked. Then she quickly lifted her head and casually tidied her disheveled hair. However, Wang Zhe had seen that little movement of hers completely. Little brother, you should go back now, Zhang Shanshan said with a smile. Wang Zhe stared at her flushed face and said with a smile, Sister, please don't call me little brother in the future. He lowered his voice with a double entendre. The little brother is already not so little. Zhang Shanshan was taken aback. Then she realized the meaning of his words, and the blush on her face instantly spread to her ears as she slapped his shoulder. You scoundrel! Who knows if you're good for anything? Sister Shan. Wang Zhe leaned closer to her ear, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Your expression when you glanced down just now didn't suggest that. Zhang Shanshan opened her mouth, unable to respond for a long time. This scoundrel. She thought she had she never expected that he had seen everything. Get lost. Hurry up and go. Zhang Shanshan pushed Wang Zhe away, turning around to hide her flushed face. The two lingered at the entrance of the community for a moment. Wang Zhe got into the waiting car. At the moment the door closed, Zhang Shanshan stood under the streetlight watching the taillights fade away. She reached up to touch her still warm lips. She recalled the words he had whispered in her ear. Her legs felt inexplicably weak. Wang Zhe, you scoundrel. Back at the rental apartment, Wang Zhe took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone. There was a little red dot in the moments. He casually clicked in and scrolled down 2 posts. Then he saw today's exclusive post. The caption read, a floral dress brings good mood. The accompanying picture was a carefully composed selfie. She wore a yellow floral dress with thin straps, the neckline cut very low. But what really caught the eye was the large expanse of snow-white skin extending from the neckline. On her fair skin, the collarbone was clear and delicate. Further down, the full contours were barely covered by the fabric of the dress, creating a deep and alluring curve. It was suggestive without being fully revealing. More enticing than complete exposure. This Hu Jing. She understands what men want to see. Wang Zhe smiled and gave a thumbs up, then turned off his phone and fell into a deep sleep. In the following 2 days, Zhang Shanshan was busy dealing with family matters, and her contact with Wang Zhe decreased significantly. Taking advantage of this gap, thinking of Songya, whom he hadn't seen for a while, Wang Zhe directly booked a presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel. It was still the same room as before. After sending a message to Songya, Wang Zhe waited in the room. Less than half an hour later, Songya appeared at the hotel entrance. She paired a white t-shirt with brown ultra-short shorts, completely showcasing her straight, delicate legs. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, making her look exceptionally fresh and clean. However, her face, as white as the moonlight, appeared somewhat awkward at this moment. "Come here." Wang Zhe sat on the sofa and beckoned her. Songya walked over and stood in front of him. Her gaze fell on Wang Zhe, then quickly averted with a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes at seeing him. "Nervous?" No. Songya shook her head, but her voice betrayed her. Wang Zhe did not expose her. He reached out to grasp her wrist and gently pulled her to sit beside him. Songya sat up straight. Her hands rested on her thighs, her fingertips mindlessly twisting the hem of her t-shirt. Everything that happened in this room last time replayed in her mind like a slideshow. At that time, her mind was filled with hatred for Xie Chang. But now it was different. "What are you thinking?" Wang Zhe's voice rang in her ear. Songya came back to her senses and found Wang Zhe had somehow leaned closer. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Zhe kissed her. Unlike Zhang Shanshan's back-and-forth competition, Songya's response was clumsy and inexperienced. Wang Zhe slowed down, guiding her. One hand cradled the back of her head, while the other clasped her waist. Gradually, Songya's stiff body began to relax little by little. She hesitated for a moment, placing her hand on Wang Zhe's shoulder. Wang Zhe felt this change. He moved his kiss from her lips to her forehead. "Be good, don't be afraid, I love you," Wang Zhe whispered. Songya heard his words. The tension in her heart instantly vanished. Before coming here, she thought Wang Zhe would directly do that kind of thing with her. After all, he gives her pocket money. According to what she read online, this was called maintenance, but unexpectedly Wang Zhe would be so gentle. Thinking of this, Songya took a deep breath. She reached out to grasp the hem of Wang Zhe's t-shirt, preparing to take off his clothes. Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned. Songya did not dare to look at him, her pretty face as red as blood, yet her actions did not stop. She pushed Wang Zhe's t-shirt to his chest, revealing the clear lines of his strong chest and abs. "Last time, I didn't see clearly." Songya's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Wang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. As soon as Songya heard him laugh, her face turned bright red. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at anything." Wang Zhe held her hand, pulling her back into his embrace. "If you want to see, then see." He casually took off his t-shirt. Songya's gaze uncontrollably fell on him. Looking at Wang Zhe's perfect chest and abs, her throat involuntarily moved. Then Wang Zhe pointed at the hem of her t-shirt. "Fair is fair." He lifted his chin. "You take yours off too." Songya bit her lip, but she still grasped the hem decisively, pulling the white t-shirt off her head. As the white fabric left her body, the light in the entire room seemed to brighten considerably. Songya's shoulders trembled slightly, but she did not cover herself with her hands. She raised her eyes, staring directly at Wang Zhe, her gaze filled with shyness. "Better than last time. What about your pants?" Songya bit her lip, stood up, bent over, and pulled down her ultra-short shorts. With the rapid decrease in her clothing, goosebumps involuntarily rose on Songya's skin. Especially when Wang Zhe's gaze swept over her body, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment surged up from the depths of her heart. "Turn around." Songya obediently complied. The next moment, the buttons of her blouse were suddenly undone by Wang Zhe. "Who?" Songya's breathing quickened uncontrollably. Over an hour had passed. The cat-like cries from within the room finally ceased. Songya lay on Wang Zhe's chest, her skin still flushed with a rosy hue. "Darling," Wang Zhe murmured, caressing her smooth back. "I've opened another bakery in the provincial capital. It's under renovation now. They'll be spending less time in each city from now on." Songya's eyes flew open at his words. She lifted her head, a trace of disappointment in her voice. "The provincial capital? Then, you'll be there most of the time from now on." "They'll be shuttling between the provincial capital and East City. Oh, it's not like him never coming back." Wang Zhe patted the back of her head. "Besides, you're my woman. If I stayed away too long, some clueless bastard might try to steal you away." "That won't happen," Songya blurted out without a second thought. "You're the only man he'll ever have." Wang Zhe smiled, satisfied with her earnest expression, and continued, "For the new shop in East City, you and Xiao Mei should scout suitable locations first. and start the recruitment process simultaneously. From now on, you'll be in charge of this shop. You'll be the boss lady. Really? Sonya shot upright at his words, completely forgetting she was naked. Back when I worked at Holloland, I used to dream of opening my own bakery someday. I never thought I'd actually get the chance. Her voice trembled with excitement. Mid-sentence, she suddenly became aware of her state and quickly grabbed a cushion to cover her chest. Wang Zhe snatched the cushion away. What's there to hide? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Sonya, suppressing her shyness, responded to his words. Thank you, honey. I'll work hard. After speaking, the thought that Wang Zhe would frequently be away in the provincial capital made her hesitate. She reached out tentatively to gauge his reaction. Then, under Wang Zhe's astonished gaze, her snow-white form slowly moved toward his feet. The night passed without further words. The next morning, Sonya rose early. Honey, I'm going to check out shop locations with Xiao Mei. You get some more rest. After their morning routine, she slung her small crossbody bag over her shoulder and left the hotel room full of enthusiasm. TSK. This Sonya. Was she a workaholic, or what? Wang Zhe watched her retreating figure, then lay back down to sleep. He didn't stir until noon. After a moment's thought, he picked up his phone and dialed Lu Jie's number. President Wang. Lu Jie's voice on the other end carried a clear note of admiration and lingering fear. I finished the investigation into Kongjia Food and Lichuan Food as you specifically requested. Their prices are indeed competitive, but the volume of customer complaints is extremely high. Both have been involved in food safety scandals, though their PR teams managed to suppress the news. You wouldn't find out without digging deep. I was negligent this time, President Wang. Please punish me as you see fit. Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard, his expression relatively calm. If not for the alertness granted by his business intuition, he would have likely fallen into the trap this time. But then again, who said he didn't have the game? He'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again, Wang Zhe said after a moment's thought. How's the recruitment going? I interviewed 3 bakers the day before yesterday, all poached from other shops with high salaries. For the waitstaff, I've shortlisted 5 suitable candidates. I've sent you their files, or please review them, and I'll send out the offer letters. Wang Zhe hung up and opened the files Lu Jie had sent. He quickly skimmed through the information on the 3 bakers. His business instincts gave no warning, indicating there were no issues. The waitstaff were his main focus. He looked at the 5 photos. All were attractive, especially the first, Zhang Ai, 25 years old, of mixed heritage. In the photo, her skin was as white as snow, her features delicate, and her long straight legs were incredibly eye-catching. Just based on her looks, she was a living advertisement for the bakery. But, strangely, for such a beautiful woman, the game gave no hints for a romantic approach. Curious, Wang Zhe pulled up Zhang Ai's skin report. The next second, the information displayed on the panel made his expression freeze. Name Zhang Ai. Age, 25. Score 50. Remarks chaste on the surface, but harboring countless restless spirits within, a carrier of a biological hazard. Passionate about sports, especially group activities. Black skin is her favorite. White skin is also her treat, but yellow skin is not to her liking. Wang Zhe stared at the screen, silent for a moment. Holy crap. Good grief. The amount of information here was nothing short of nuclear. A score of 50 was the lowest he had ever seen among women. Not to mention the restless spirits. Just the latter part, her adoration for foreign things, was utterly outrageous. Wang Zhe clicked his tongue. He never imagined Zhang Ai had such exotic tastes. If someone like that were to work as a waitress in his shop, forget the possibility of her biohazard contaminating the food through some means. Just her lifestyle alone. If she were recognized in the shop one day, or if some scandal broke out, the shop's reputation would be ruined instantly. A bakery sells cleanliness, refinement, a petit bourgeois ambience, and emotional value, not thrills. Wang Zhe then checked the profiles of the other 4 waitresses. Their scores were 78, 75, 76, and 79 respectively. They were healthy, had clean backgrounds, and no red flags. While their looks couldn't compare to Zhang Ai's stunning beauty, with makeup and a uniform, they would definitely be a reason for young people to walk into the shop. Wang Zhe sent Lu Jie a message. Don't hire Zhang Ai. Recruit the other 4. Got it, President Wang. Lu Jie was puzzled as to why he would eliminate Zhang Ai, whom she valued most. But after a moment's thought, she didn't ask for the reason. After all, through the supplier incident, Lu Jie had learned one thing: if President Wang said no, he had his reasons. Wang Zhe put down his phone and stretched. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, his phone vibrated again. He picked it up to look. It was a message from Zhang Shanshan. Big bro. Got time tonight? Let's grab a meal together. Little brother. Wang Zhe looked at the 3 characters on the screen, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. I must say, Shan Jie really knows how to play with memes. That night, thanks to your help, my mom said she would invite you over for dinner tonight, added Zhang Shanshan. Stop being cheeky. Who's your mother-in-law? Zhang Shanshan replied with a shameless emoji, then said, just come over around 6 this afternoon. I have to go buy groceries first. Okay. Wang Zhe replied to Zhang Shanshan's message, thought for a moment, and went to the supermarket to buy some nutritional supplements. At 6 in the afternoon, Wang Zhe knocked on Zhang Shanshan's door on time. Brother-in-law. Zhang Hao, hearing the knock, hobbled over to, "Does your leg still hurt?" Wang Zhe asked. "It doesn't hurt anymore, brother-in-law, just a bit swollen," Zhang Hao said, sounding quite grown up. Wang Zhe smiled and patted his shoulder. "Once your leg is better, I'll support you in learning Taekwondo, so if anyone bullies you again, you can just beat them up." Zhang Hao's little face immediately brightened with surprise. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Wang Zhe said with a smile, "But you have to heal first." Zhang Hao nodded vigorously. "Thank you, brother-in-law. I will study hard and protect my sister and mom well in the future." At that moment, when Xiaofan peeked her head out from the kitchen, the bandage on her face had not been removed yet, but she looked much better than that night. "Xiao Wang, you're here, sit on the sofa for a while, the last dish is almost ready." "Auntie, you're busy, no rush," Wang Zhe said with a smile. After greeting Wang Zhe, Zhang Shanshan hurried back into the kitchen to help. Wang Zhe surveyed the room. The items damaged that night had been replaced with new ones. The room wasn't very big. It was a standard 3-bedroom apartment. Soon, all the dishes were served. 4 dishes and a soup. Braised pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, garlic shrimp, scrambled eggs, with tomatoes, plus a pot of corn rib soup. It wasn't extravagant, but each dish was made with care. The ribs were tender, and the broth was milky white. It was clear that when Xiaofan had put a lot of effort into this meal. "Xiao Wang, about what happened that night, I haven't had the chance to thank you in person. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't have known how to handle it. Auntie, you are being too polite. Shanshan is my girlfriend. In that situation, if I didn't show up, what kind of man?" Hearing Wang Zhe's words, when Zufan's smile faltered for a moment. After hesitating for a while, she slowly spoke. "Xiao Wang, it's not that I want to stop you and Shanshan from being together, but there are some things I need to clarify with you. Shanshan told me that you are only 22 this year, and still in college, right?" "Yes," Wang Zhe nodded. "Shanshan is several years older than you, and has been married before. Although she has divorced that scoundrel, from an outsider's perspective, she is still a divorcee. You may feel indifferent now, but what about later? When you graduate and face the pressures of life, what will you do then? How will your parents feel if they find out?" When Xiaofan asked with concern. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhang Shanshan's chopstick stopped. She wanted to say something, but when Xiaofan raised her hand to stop her. When Xiaofan looked back at Wang Zhe, "Xiao Wang, Shanshan has suffered too much over the years. I don't want her to jump into another fire pit, so I want to understand your true thoughts. Do you genuinely want to be with my daughter? Or is it just a momentary impulse because you think Shanshan is pretty and once the novelty wears off you'll lose interest?" When Zufan's words were very direct, Zhang Shanshan listened, her expression changing as she looked nervously at Wang Zhe. But Wang Zhe's expression remained unchanged. He put down his chopsticks. "Auntie, I understand your concerns. I know that Shanshan has been married before. I don't care about her past. What I care about is how she will live in the future. As for whether I have the capability to make her have a good life." Wang Zhe took out his phone. "This is a bakery. I invested millions in the provincial capital, currently under renovation, and it's opening next month. The second branch in Yishur is also in the site selection stage. A bakery worth millions." Looking at the property certificate with Wang Zhe's name on it, when Zufan's worries were instantly swept away and a smile blossomed on her face. Even though Wang Zhe performed excellently that night, she still had some concerns. Now her worries were laid to rest. Good. Xiao Wang, with this I can entrust Shanshan to you with peace of mind." When Xiaofan smiled and said, "My Shanshan, although she has been married, that scoundrel Cheng Chao had health issues and never shared a room with her after marriage, nor do they have children. By the way, it seems college students can have children, and Shanshan isn't exactly young anymore." Mom, sitting next to Wang Zhe, Zhang Shanshan flushed and hurriedly interrupted her mother's increasingly outrageous comments. "Oh, I won't say any more," when Xiaofan said, seeing her daughter's flushed face, and then looking at Wang Zhe beside her, feeling very satisfied. She urged Zhang Shanshan to serve Wang Zhe some food. After the meal, Zhang Shanshan collected the bowls, while Wang Zhe voluntarily went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. When Xiaofan heard the sound of water and occasional low laughter from the kitchen, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up. "Shanshan, Hauer and I are going for a walk to digest you and Xiao Wang. Stay a little longer and tidy up the kitchen first." When Xiaofan stood up and pulled Zhang Hao towards the door. "Mom, don't pull me. I haven't finished my game yet. You can play later." Less than 3 minutes after the door closed, Zhang Shanshan's phone vibrated. She opened it to see a message from Xiaofan. "Shanshan, I just happened to make plans to play cards with my old friends, so Hauer and I won't be back tonight. You and Xiao Wang should get along well. Don't stay up too late." Upon seeing her mother's message, Zhang Shanshan was momentarily stunned. "What old friends? My mom only knows a few aunties in the building. What cards could she possibly play? Doesn't this imply something more obvious?" Thinking of this, Zhang Shanshan's face turned red. "Shanjia." At that moment, Wang Zhe's voice came from behind her. "What do you think your mother means by this? Are you looking at my phone?" Zhang Shanshan glared at Wang Zhe. But the next second, Wang Zhe hugged her from behind. Shan Jie, didn't you say you wanted to make it up to me? Wang Zhe leaned over, gently whispering in Zhang Shanshan's ear. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhe kissed her neck. Ugh. Zhang Shanshan shivered all over. After so many years of marriage, she had never truly been a woman. Tonight, with her mother making space for her, the flame within her ignited even more fervently with Wang Zhe's continuous kisses. Wang Zhe's actions did not stop there. He whispered something in Zhang Shanshan's ear, then she blushed and turned around, placing her hands on the sink. Wang Zhe's right hand slipped down. The next second, Zhang Shanshan's tight yoga pants had already been pulled down to her ankles. As the yoga pants were slowly pulled down to her knees, Zhang Shanshan instinctively squeezed her legs together. But it was already too late. The black lace illuminated by the dim light in the kitchen accentuated her long legs, which were almost reflective in their whiteness. Wang Zhe swallowed hard but did not rush. His gaze traveled from the bottom up slowly, inch by inch. Zhang Shanshan could feel Wang Zhe's gaze as if a fire was igniting from her ankles and burning all the way to her waist. She held onto the edge of the sink. The faucet was not tightened and water dripped drop by drop into the stainless steel basin, echoing particularly clearly in the quiet kitchen. Drip, drip. Each sound felt like it was landing on her heart. Don't look. Zhang Shanshan's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, as she wanted to turn around and push him away, but dared not. At this moment, she was acutely aware of her own state. The yoga pants pulled at her knees, leaving only the lace layer for cover. And behind her, Wang Zhe, several years younger, was unabashedly surveying her with a gaze that sent shivers down her spine. He was examining each and every part of her, every inch of her skin. Remembering that just an hour ago she had been cooking for Wang Zhe with her mother, a wave of intense shame surged from the depths of her heart. However, the primal thrill that surged from deep within her body could not be suppressed. Wang Zhe did not give Zhang Shanshan a chance to struggle. He reached out. In the next moment, the close-fitting black was already gone. Wang Zhe's breathing became heavy in an instant. The scene before him, how should he put it, was as white as a freshly peeled lychee, radiating an almost unreal sheen. The curve was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Wang Zhe remained silent. He squatted down. Hiss! Zhang Shanshan gasped. You little brat. This is the kitchen. You can't do this. Zhang Shanshan was anxious and embarrassed, reaching back to try to push his head away. But as soon as her hand touched Wang Zhe's hair, he seized it, deftly twisting it behind her back. Sister Shan, Wang Zhe's voice rang out in the kitchen, carrying a hint of heat. Focus. Zhang Shanshan froze in place. For some reason, Wang Zhe's words were more effective than any sweet talk. Zhang Shanshan knew she should struggle, should say no, should maintain a shred of dignity. But her body seemed to have pressed some switch, completely ignoring her brain's commands. After a long time, Wang Zhe slowly stood up and embraced Zhang Shanshan from behind. Zhang Shanshan melted into his arms, her breath ragged, her eyes shimmering with tears. The white tank top was already drenched in sweat, clinging to her body, outlining an astonishing silhouette. Wang Zhe held her waist with one hand and grabbed the hem of her tank top with the other, lifting it up. Zhang Shanshan did not resist. It was as if all her strength had been drained, and she compliantly raised her arms. The white tank top was tossed aside near the stove, followed closely by her 5-button bra, which fell to the floor. Wang Zhe turned her around. Their eyes met. Zhang Shanshan's face flushed to her ears, her gaze evasive, yet she could not help but sneak a glance at his expression. Sister Shan, just now. Wang Zhe leaned in close to her ear, his voice laced with obvious amusement. You little brat. Zhang Shanshan was on the verge of embarrassment, biting his shoulder. Wang Zhe chuckled softly. Looking at the woman in his arms, pure, yet yearning, her face flushed red. While still trying to act tough, he felt the blood rush throughout his body. Wang Zhe tightened his waist, lifting her effortlessly, placing Zhang Shanshan steadily on the cold marble countertop next to the sink. The dampness on the countertop sent a shiver through Zhang Shanshan, who instinctively wanted to shrink back. But Wang Zhe had already pressed against her. A flurry of kisses started from the corner of her slightly parted lips, trailing down along her jawline. Wang Zhe reached a conclusion. 2 hands. Just barely. Sister Shan's configuration was indeed otherworldly. Zhang Shanshan's mind was completely short-circuited. The kitchen's light blurred in her vision, and the dripping of the faucet became a distant background sound. All perceptions, all consciousness were completely engulfed by the overwhelming sensation created by the man before her. She did not know when she left the kitchen. She only vaguely remembered that when Wang Zhe carried her through the living room, her legs were wrapped around his waist, her head buried in his neck. As they passed the coffee table, her foot accidentally knocked over a cup of water, spilling it all over the table. No one stopped. It wasn't until her back touched the soft sheets that Zhang Shanshan suddenly came to her senses. In this room, family photos hung on the wall, and a picture of her as a child was placed on the bedside table. This was her mother's bedroom. No way. This is my mom's room. Wang Zhe looked at the tender body beneath him, blushing from passion, and suddenly a phrase popped into his mind. Young and ignorant of the charm of a mature woman mistaking a girl for treasure. He had previously thought it was just an online joke, but now he completely understood. The clouds cleared, and the rain ceased. The bedroom fell silent, only the two of them could be heard breathing lightly. An ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the air, permeating after the climax. Zhang Shanshan's cheek rested against her mother's soft pillow, her long hair splayed out the redness on her body, still not fully faded. She felt as if all the bones had been drained from her body, not wanting to move at all. "Sister, how did the little brother perform just now?" Wang Zhe said, one hand playfully running through her hair that had fallen onto the pillow, smiling. Zhang Shanshan kept her eyes closed, taking several seconds before slowly responding. "You little brat. You don't care about your sister at all. You almost broke me just now." Zhang Shanshan's tone carried a hint of reproach, but the glimmer in her eyes and the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her satisfaction. Ding! At that moment, a long-lost notification sound echoed in Wang Zhe's mind. "Congratulations, player, you have successfully conquered a 95-point quality female. Basic reward of 10 million. Already credited." Following that, the second and third notifications chimed in succession. "Congratulations, player, you are the first driver of a 95-point quality female, extra reward of 20 million. Already credited. Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured the first 95-point quality female, receiving a cash critical reward of 50 million. Already credited." Note: when the player successfully conquers 3 quality females rated above 95 points, they will receive an advanced gift package. Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured the first 95-point quality female, receiving a set of 350 square meter Mu Ji Ning 4th generation love nest. Allow your canary to have a private love nest. For consecutive critical hits. Wang Zhe's heartbeat accelerated. Beep. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. He carefully got up from Zhang Shanshan, reaching for the phone. Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured the first 95-point quality female, receiving a set of 350 square meter Mu Ji Ning 4th generation love nest. Allow your canary to have a private love nest. 00. After the transaction, the balance is 11021000005. The game reward of 80 million has been credited. Adding to the previous balance, Wang Zhe's total savings officially broke 100 million. 100 million. Wang Zhe stared at the long string of zeros on his phone screen, unable to suppress a smile. Sister Shan's contribution truly makes her a walking treasure. No, even a treasure god wouldn't be this generous. What do you call this? This is a wealth-giving mature woman. And not just cash. A 350 square meter Mu Ji Ning luxury flat. Mu Ji Ning, the hottest new luxury property in Esher this year, with an average price of over 10,000. A 350 square meter 4th generation love nest, market price at least upwards of 5 million. This house is just right for use as a new home for himself and Sister Shan. While it will be convenient for whatever happens with Sister Shan in the future, no need to go to a hotel every time. Wang Zhe glanced at Zhang Shanshan, who was beside him, with her eyes closed, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. "Sister Shan, you really are my lucky star." However, the notification sound in Wang Zhe's mind had not yet stopped. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the entry green hat deprivation. Entry effect after equipping it. If any woman successfully conquered by the player exhibits any form of infidelity or betrayal, the player will be directly deprived of all investments and contributions made to her, and the unfaithful partner will lose all their worth, all returned at a rate of 100 times. Note: players must not entice quality women into any form of infidelity. 100 times return. Who dares to betray him? That would be seeking death. It's just helping him earn money. Wang Zhe unhesitatingly chose to equip it. Ding. Core talent of the target has been detected. Giant enhancement. Talent is now active. Player function modules are undergoing permanent enhancement modifications. Talent description: when deeply communicating with quality women, the player's capabilities will be enhanced to the max version with the strength of diamond class, no longer a dream, and the effect is permanent. Wang Zhe, his expression suddenly became intriguing. Game, what do you mean? Who do you look down on? This is not a benefit, this is an insult. But after Wang Zhe instinctively felt that his expression suddenly froze. The lingering soreness and fatigue from the previous high-intensity exercise, that feeling of "let's just take a break for now," had completely disappeared. In its place was a surge of fullness and power emanating from his very bones. Eager to try, full of energy. It was as if the battle with Sister Shan had never occurred. Wang Zhe was silent for a few seconds. Then he silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Game, I was wrong. You are not insulting me. You truly understand men. Damn, this is amazing. Sister Shan, who was closely interacting with him, naturally sensed Wang Zhe's change immediately. Sister Shan, how do you like this specification? Wang Zhe smiled as he circled around Zhang Shanshan's arm. Little brother, have you ever heard the saying, only the plowed oxen are broken, not the plowed fields? Before the words fell, Zhang Shanshan's eyes sparkled. She exerted a slight force with her body and sat up. Wang Zhe gasped in surprise. In this state, combined with Zhang Shanshan's figure, one could only say it was stunning. But the truth proved that Zhang Shanshan was only tough-mouthed. By the time Wang Zhe finished the battle, her slick skin was already glistening with fragrant sweat. After an exhilarating duo chicken dinner game, Wang Zhe lay on the big bed with the curvy Zhang Shanshan. Sister Shan, I need to tell you something. I bought a house at Mu Jinning's place. Tomorrow we'll go through the paperwork, put your name on it, and you can choose the style of decoration you like for our new home. Really? Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, Zhang Shanshan was taken aback. She had been renting for years. However, deep down, she had always longed to own a house of her own. Hearing that Wang Zhe had prepared a house for her felt like a dream come true. Of course, Wang Zhe nodded with a smile and continued, Sister Shan, you should quit your job at the yoga studio. The salary isn't much anyway. I'll give you 1,000 as pocket money every month, and you can open a yoga mat studio and be the boss. What? Little brother, are you keeping me as a mistress? You are now my woman. Oh, what's wrong with a husband giving his wife pocket money? Ouch, Sister Shan, why did you bite me? An hour later, Wang Zhe moved to Zhang Shanshan's room, while Zhang Shanshan busied herself throwing the bed sheets affected by the earlier battle into the washing machine. Seeing Wang Zhe staring at her, Zhang Shanshan could not help but glare at him. It's all your fault. How can this be my fault? It was all you. Wang Zhe's words were cut off as Zhang Shanshan, her face flushed, pinched the soft flesh on his body. For the next 2 days, Wang Zhe and Zhang Shanshan went to Mu Jinning to receive the exclusive Love Nest as a game reward. A 350 square meter flat. Entering through the door, it was airy with north-south ventilation, and the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows extended from the ground to the ceiling. The double terrace design was breathtaking. What made Zhang Shanshan unable to move was the 20-plus square meter sky garden. The moment she saw the house, she fell in love with it, pulling Wang Zhe to plan various arrangements for the rooms. That evening in Zhang Shanshan's rented room, she prepared his favorite abalone to nourish his body. After pulling the curtains, Zhang Shanshan warmly kissed him. Wang Zhe's favorite moment was facing the bathroom, which had poor sound insulation. As the car show time approached the next morning, Wang Zhe tidied up his things, and under Zhang Shanshan's reluctant, Wang Zhe felt that this scene was worth 100 flats. As the car show time approached the next morning, Wang Zhe tidied up his things, and under Zhang Shanshan's reluctant gaze drove the 718 straight to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, in a certain branch hall of China Merchants Bank, the air conditioning buzzed. Jingjing, I ordered your favorite milk tea. The lobby manager Xiao Xiang presented a cup of iced milk tea with a pleasing smile to Hu Jing. Hu Jing glanced at the cup of milk tea and then at Xiao Xiang's round face and slightly protruding belly. She forced a polite smile. Thank you, Manager Xiao, but I'm not feeling well these days and can't drink cold drinks. Then he'll get you a cup of hot one. No need, really, I don't want anything. Then he'll buy you one another day. Have you returned to the provincial city? Recently busy person. After typing and deleting repeatedly for nearly 10 minutes, Hu Jing gritted her teeth and finally pressed the send button. After sending it, she felt it was too abrupt and added another message. You've sent me big red envelopes several times. Be sure to tell me when you come back. I'll treat you to a meal. Hu Jing placed her phone screen down on the counter. Her heartbeat raced as if it might leap from her throat. She dared not keep staring at the screen. She hoped Wang Zhe would reply instantly, yet feared he would respond with a simple no need. This message was a touchstone. If Wang Zhe agreed to dine alone, it would mean he didn't reject her and might even harbor some feelings. After all, she was Tian's sweet best friend. If they really wanted to avoid suspicion, they could never meet alone without Tian. If Wang Zhe refused, Hu Jing wouldn't panic. She had already thought of a backup plan, just say to bring Tian along. 3 people dining together was perfectly normal. Then she would find opportunities to gradually get closer. Hu Jing unconsciously tapped the edge of the counter, her mind racing through various possible scenarios. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. After waiting for quite a while, without receiving a reply from Wang Zhe, Hu Jing's heart began to feel increasingly restless. Just then her phone vibrated. Hu Jing suddenly flipped over the phone. Caller ID Hu Daong. Her expression instantly darkened. Without any hesitation, she directly rejected the call. Beep beep. The phone vibrated. Seeing the call was rejected, Hu Daong quickly sent a message. Jingjing, didn't you say you'd come back to see me? Why haven't you shown up today or sent the medical fees? Hu Jing stared at the message, a surge of anger igniting in her chest. Come back to see him. Medical fees. How dare he bring that up? That night, when Hu Daong mentioned his leg was broken in a car accident, Hu Jing had indeed wavered. No matter how much she hated him, he was still her father. She had even thought about borrowing a few thousand yuan from Tian or Wang Zhe to cover the medical fees. But after being deceived once, one would naturally be more cautious. After sending the message, he'll rush back as soon as possible. The more Hu Jing thought, the more something felt off. She forwarded the broken bone photo sent by Hu Daong to a college friend studying clinical medicine. The friend's reply was succinct. Jingjing, this isn't an injury from a car accident. The fracture line from an impact injury doesn't look like this. The angle and the location of the swelling look more like it was broken by something like a stick. Hu Jing stared at this message for quite a while, stunned. Then she did another thing. She called 3 hospitals in her hometown. None had Hu Daong's hospitalization records. He hadn't been hospitalized at all. The so-called car accident, the Hitandran being alone in the hospital, all fabricated by Hu Daong, the gambling addict. The truth was simple. He lost at gambling and got his leg broken. Hu Daong, how dare you mention medical fees to me? You gambling fool, you deserve to be beaten to death. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Jingjing, Dad is begging you. If you don't send me money, they will really beat me to death. If you don't send me money, they will beat me to death. Hu Jing stared expressionlessly at the message from Hu Daong. I have no money, though I've already sent it all to you. How much do you owe? 1000. Jingjing, you have to believe me. After this, I won't gamble again. Can you borrow a little from your friends to help Dad through this tough time? 1000. Upon seeing this number, Hu Jing felt as if she had been hit on the temple with a hammer, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented. 100,000 yuan. As an ordinary bank clerk, even if she didn't eat or drink for a year, she wouldn't. Jingjing, you have to believe me. This is the last time. I won't gamble anymore. Can you help me get a loan of 100,000 from the bank? I'll pay you back later. Hu Jing stared at the words loan and was directly made to laugh in anger. Loan 100 to a gambling addict to fill a hole. After this time, what about next time? Next time, lose 200 and then let her loan 200. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. She didn't reply at all, directly setting Hu Daong's chat to do not disturb. Then she locked the screen and placed the phone on the counter. Jingjing. Reply to the message. Damn you, you filthy bitch. Reply to the message. Otherwise they will beat me to death. On the other end of the message, Hu Daong, kneeling on the ground, stared at the screen that hadn't responded, his expression shifting from anxious to ferocious, then to fearful. Hu Daong. A rough hand reached from the side and directly snatched the phone from his hand. Scar-faced brother, who glanced at the messages from Hu Jing on the screen and immediately sneered. Looks like you as a father have only this much capability. Before he finished speaking, he slapped Hu Daong across. Slap. A fiery pain instantly shot through Hu Daong's face. But he didn't dare to resist, even slightly. Brother Hu, give me a little more time. He forced a smile, his voice trembling. I will definitely make my daughter. How long? The blonde guy didn't wait for him to finish and squatted down with a cold laugh. Half a year. No. 1 month. Give me 1 month. I'll make my daughter get a loan from the bank. Bang. Hu Daong's words were cut off. The blonde guy kicked him right on his broken leg in a cast. Off. Hu Daong screamed in pain. Sweat rolled down his forehead in large beads, and he clutched his broken leg tightly, rolling around on the cement. Hu Daong, the blonde guy crouched next to him. I'm afraid you've forgotten how this leg was broken. Listen carefully, 10 days. I'll only give you 10 days. If you don't pay up, I'll break your other leg. Hu Daong opened his mouth, unable to speak due to the pain. He certainly remembered how this leg was broken. That night he lost his mind while gambling and flipped the table, saying they were cheating together. Then brother Hu picked up a table leg and smashed it down, breaking his bone on the spot. Old Hu. At this moment brother Hu squatted down. In a tone that seemed to consider Hu Daong's perspective. I know 100 isn't a small amount. You really can't come up with it alone. Oh, I understand that. How about this? I'll show you a way so that you don't have to repay this 100. If you succeed in this, the 100 will be wiped clean. Upon hearing this, Hu Daong felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, kneeling in front of the scar-faced man. Brother Hu, tell me. I'll listen. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Brother Hu looked at Hu Daong's expression and glanced at the blonde guy. The blonde guy smiled slyly. Brother Hu leaned close to Hu Daong's ear. Your daughter is quite pretty. Let her come and accompany me and the blonde guy. One time I'll count it as 1,000. Hu Daong's body stiffened abruptly. Women after all have to marry sooner or later. It won't cost a piece of meat. Brother Hu patted his face. We won't spread it around. After it's done, she can still find a decent man to marry. Who would know? Hearing their words, Hu Daong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You guys. He trembled, all over, shakingly pointing at the two. Brother Hu's foot kicked out directly. Damn it, you're asking for it. The blonde guy stood up, punching and kicking Hu Daong on the ground. Until Hu Daong curled up in the corner, he didn't even have the strength to moan. The blonde guy looked down at him, finally throwing down a sentence. Hu Daong, think it over. Let me and brother Hu have our way for 2 or 3 months, and you won't need to repay that money. If you don't say anything, who would know she had been with us? Otherwise, in 10 days. The blonde guy looked down at him, sneering as he left that sentence before striding away. Only Hu Daong remained in the room. He lay on the cold cement floor, trembling continuously. Brother Hu and the blonde guy's words kept swirling in his mind. 1,000 each time. 2 or 3 months. These words slithered around in his mind like venomous snakes. Hu Daong closed his eyes. His expression twisted in pain as if undergoing some fierce struggle. Provincial City. Wang Zhe parked the 718 in the parking space, turned off the engine, leaned back in the seat, and took out his phone. At the top of the message list was the message Hu Jing sent 2 hours ago. Looking at the message from Hu Jing, Wang Zhe clicked his tongue. Hu Jing was quite interesting, asking him to dine alone. The game rated her an 85. If he succeeded in this strategy, the game's reward would be at least several million as a base. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Moreover, images of Hu Jing unconsciously surfaced in Wang Zhe's mind. Those long straight legs that clearly defined waist him if she wore a bank uniform. Ahem. Wang Zhe tapped the steering while trying to shove that image out of his mind. What legs? Is he that kind of person? Wang Zhe slid his fingers and replied, I'm free tomorrow after you decide on a place to eat. Send me the location. Ding. Hu Jing's phone vibrated. She was having lunch with her colleague in a fast food restaurant next to the bank. Upon checking, it was a message from Wang Zhe. After reading Wang Zhe's message, Hu Jing's heart suddenly filled with joy. She opened the chat box and was about to type a reply when she suddenly froze. If it's just lunch, they'd eat and then part ways, and there would be nothing much to do. But if it's dinner, after eating, they could watch a movie, providing plenty of reasons to continue spending time together. Sorry, I just checked our manager's schedule, and tomorrow during the day I have to handle a big client order, so I won't be available. Would you be free to have dinner together? She quickly finished typing this message, revised the wording to ensure it sounded neither too eager nor too aloof, and then hit send. No problem, shall I pick you up then? Wang Zhe replied quickly. Upon seeing this message, Hu Jing's heart began. She initially wanted to refuse since she had crafted an image of a financial elite on social media. If Wang Zhe came to pick her up from the bank, wouldn't that expose her true situation? But then another image flashed in her mind, a 718 sports car parked outside the bank with her sitting in the passenger seat, while her colleagues looked on with envy. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. How could she let Wang Zhe pick her up without revealing her true workplace? Hu Jing's mind raced. Soon she came up with a solution. All right, that would be great. Thank you. She quickly typed this message and added a thank you emoji. She then added, I happen to need to assist a client with a large payment at the Jingshangying Bank on Xingfu Road tomorrow. Can you pick me up at 6? This way she could get Wang Zhe to pick her up while keeping her actual workplace a secret. Perfect. No problem. Yage. Upon seeing Wang Zhe's reply, Hu Jing felt a surge of joy and a big smile spread across her face. Jing, what are you looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? A colleague, Xiong Yin, suddenly leaned over, curiously glancing at Hu Jing's phone screen. Hu Jing quickly locked her screen, but her smile remained. My boyfriend invited me to dinner tomorrow. Huh. Jing, you have a boyfriend? Xiong Yan's expression turned curious as she exclaimed, Jing, you're so beautiful. Manager Wang has pursued you for so long, and you never agreed. Turns out you have a boyfriend. I'm curious about what your boyfriend does for a living. Hu Jing put down her chopsticks and said casually, he recently started a business over at Wanda Plaza. She paused deliberately, letting Xiong Yin fill in the blanks. What's happening over at Wanda Plaza? Xiong Yin eagerly pressed for more. He secured a shop there for several million and is preparing to open a store. Hu Jing took a small sip of her milk tea. He's been really busy lately. Wow. Hearing it's several million, Xiong Yan's eyes instantly changed. She looked at Hu Jing with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Seeing her expression made Hu Jing feel a wave of satisfaction. The feeling of being envied really was intoxicating. Wang Zhe had no idea he had become Hu Jing's nominal. After learning about his return to the provincial city, Tian hurriedly rushed to the rental apartment. They hadn't seen each other for days, and as they embraced, they ended up on the bed. Tian had a particularly unique physique. In previous encounters with Wang Zhe, she often couldn't last until the end of the round and would surrender. This time, as soon as Wang Zhe took the initiative, Tian let out a sharp scream. The forceful and heavy attacks were simply beyond what her level could handle. The waves crashed against the shore. 1,000 piles of snow were stirred up. Each wave of foam continued to rise and fall, transforming into whispers. After a long while, Tian lay on Wang Zhe's chest, her face flushed as she said, Brother, since you came back this time, I feel you're a bit different. Basic operation. Do you like it? Wang Zhe comfortably lay on the bed, smiling as he asked. You're so bad, brother. Tian blushed, and after a moment replied, I like the current brother even more. Hearing Tian's words, Wang Zhe silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. The next day, Wang Zhe had a brief discussion with Lu Jie about the current situation. Hearing Tian's words, Wang Zhe silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. The next day, Wang Zhe had a brief discussion with Lu Jie about the current situation. Wang Zhe reviewed their profiles while also looking at the scan report of the game panel. All 7 girls had scores above 75. The highest scorer, a girl named Zhang Shasha, had an impressive score of 82, majoring in aviation services with a slender waist and long legs, making her the most visually appealing candidate so far. Wang Zhe decided to hire all 7 of the waitstaff. At 6 in the evening, Wang Zhe arrived right on time at the bank's entrance, driving the 718. He called Hu Jing. In less than 5 minutes, he saw Hu Jing gracefully walk out of the business hall heading hiss. When Wang Zhe saw Hu Jing, he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Hu Jing had clearly put a lot of effort into her outfit today. She wore a light apricot strapless bodycon dress that perfectly showcased her shoulder and collarbone with its strapless design. The dress cinched at her waist, accentuating her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, while the lace-trimmed hem boldly revealed a large part of her thigh. She wore a pair of stiletto heels that made her presence even more commanding with each step. Her hair was styled in large waves cascading down her shoulders, and her makeup was exquisitely done. As Hu Jing left the hall, she was captivated by the white 718 parked at the entrance. As she approached Wang Zhe, her heart raced faster. Seeing Hu Jing trying to maintain her financial elite facade, Wang Zhe had to suppress his laughter. He graciously opened the passenger door for Hu Jing. Feeling like her breath was about to stop, she pretended to adjust her hair while glancing back at the hall. She was surprised to see a group of colleagues, including Xiong Yin and manager Wang, discreetly watching her from the hall. Hu Jing took a deep breath, trying to control her racing heart, and got into the passenger seat under the gaze of her colleagues. Bang! The car door closed. Through the window, she could see a mix of shock and envy on the faces of a few. Hu Jing felt her mood elevate in that instant, and the immense satisfaction of her vanity being fulfilled made her feel somewhat comfortable, savoring the moment. Hu Jing sat in the front passenger seat, her fingers unconsciously tracing the stitching of the leather upholstery as her gaze lingered over the dashboard. The moment the 718's engine roared to life, a deep, resonant hum vibrated up through the seat. Her heartbeat quickened in response. She had spent an entire hour and a half on her makeup that noon. The strapless, form-fitting miniskirt she wore had been unearthed from the very back of her closet. A treasured piece she'd long reserved for just the right occasion, and today she had spared nothing. Wang Zhe, there's a new grilled fish restaurant nearby. I hear it's excellent. Shall we go there for dinner? Hu Jing turned her face toward him with a gentle smile. As she spoke, her legs remained tightly pressed together, tilting ever so slightly toward the car door, causing the lace-trimmed hem to ride up just enough to reveal a generous expanse of flawless snow-white skin. Sounds perfect, Wang Zhe replied with a warm smile. I haven't had fish in quite some time. Your recommendation must be exceptional. As he spoke, his peripheral glance flickered briefly toward Hu Jing. She'd clearly gone all out today. The skirt was already daringly short, seated, its hem grazed perilously close to her upper thighs, and beneath the delicate lace trim a soft, subtle shadow lingered. And paired with that seemingly effortless, calculated tilt, she stirred quiet, irresistible longing in the observer's heart. When Wang Zhe agreed without hesitation, the tension Hu Jing had held since morning finally eased. She hadn't taken the choice of restaurant lightly. An overly intimate bistro would have felt abrupt, a casual fast food joint would have betrayed the care she'd poured into her appearance. A hot pot restaurant carried too pungent an aroma. Grilled fish was the ideal compromise, bustling, lively, effortlessly relaxed. And crucially, it offered the natural segue into an evening stroll through the mall. Every detail had been weighed, every possibility considered, all to ensure this dinner flowed smoothly, joyfully, and drew them closer together. 10 minutes later, the 718 pulled into the underground parking garage of Wanxiang Mall. The fish restaurant was thriving. When they arrived, most tables were already occupied. They ordered a 2-gene grilled fish, 1 gene of tiger prawns, and several bottles of beer. While waiting for their order, Hu Jing glanced at the Patek Philippe watch gracing Wang Zhe's wrist, then at his relaxed posture, reclined with quiet composure against the chair back. Her pulse quickened again. Opening her Chanel handbag, she retrieved a floral-patterned hair tie and swiftly twisted her tresses into a neat, elegant chignon. Instantly, the graceful, slender line of her neck was fully exposed. Wang Zhe, it's rare for us to go out like this. I've gone to great lengths with my full makeup today. Would you mind taking a couple of photos of me? She grinned playfully as she handed him her phone. Wang Zhe accepted it and snapped several shots. Afterward, he glanced at the preview screen. Chignon paired with strapless, form-fitting skirt, and Hu Jing sitting upright, chin delicately lowered. The pose, the angle, clearly practiced, radiating effortless elegance and refined poise. Wow. You're truly gifted at photography. Hu Jing feigned wide-eyed delight as she examined the images. The grilled fish arrived shortly thereafter. Crisp, aromatic skin gave way to tender, buttery flesh. The tiger prawns split down the back and perfectly grilled complemented it beautifully. Seeing Wang Zhe savor each bite, Hu Jing repeatedly served him with the communal chopsticks. Wang Zhe, may I ask you something? Hu Jing set down her chopsticks, hesitated a moment, then gathered her courage. Since you've asked, perhaps it's wiser not to. Wang Zhe lifted his beer glass and took a slow, unhurried sip. Hu Jing, Just teasing, he said with a light laugh. Go ahead, what did you want to ask? You're so handsome, and so wealthy. Surely besides Tian many other women must be pursuing. The moment the words left her lips, Hu Jing felt heat flood her cheeks. It was far too direct, but she had no choice. This was her chance to probe gently cautiously. Wang Zhe watched her nervous expression, calmly lifting a piece of fish with his chopsticks, chewing thoughtfully before replying. You're stunning yourself. Surely countless men are vying for your attention. Before she could respond, he continued, I dated a girlfriend during university. We were together for 3 years. We'd even planned our anniversary trip to Sanya for National Day. But the day before departure, she claimed her mother fell ill and couldn't go. Guess where she actually went? Could it be she checked into a hotel with another man? Hu Jing whispered tentatively. Close enough. She flew to Sanya early with her so-called male best friend. His tone remained calm, almost detached. I ended it that same day, and I realized something fundamental: a man shouldn't hang all his hopes on a single branch. Hu Jing's heart leapt. Outwardly, she wore an expression of genuine sympathy. That woman is utterly unworthy. You're extraordinary. You deserve someone infinitely better. Yet deep within, she nearly burst with silent elation. His words translated unmistakably into 3 simple characters: there's a chance. He wasn't opposed to cultivating connections with multiple women. She could rise. She absolutely could. With that thought crystallized, her advances intensified markedly over the remainder of the meal, not only serving him generously, but letting her feet accidentally brush against his calf beneath the table again and again. Wang Zhe pretended not to notice. After dinner, he gazed across the table at Hu Jing, radiant animated, and a sudden impulse stirred. By the way, there's an auto show in 2 days. I need a few sharp outfits. Your taste is impeccable. Would you accompany me to pick some out? Hu Jing's eyes lit up instantly. This was her domain. Bergdorf Goodman has a boutique right here in Wanxiao Mall. Shall we head there first? As she spoke, she lightly brushed his arm, feigning casual contact. Absolutely. I trust your judgment completely, Wang Zhe replied with an easy, affable smile, as if he hadn't noticed her subtle gesture at all. When Wang Zhe made no comment, Hu Jing steeled herself and boldly looped her arm through his, guiding him confidently toward the Bergdorf Goodman boutique. She navigated luxury fashion with effortless fluency, styles, cuts, fabrics flowing naturally from memory. Within 20 minutes, she'd curated 7 or 8 striking ensembles for him. He tried on 2, and the transformation was undeniable. Standing behind him, Hu Jing gazed at their reflections. The tall, striking man in the mirror, and her breath caught. Wealthy, handsome, and receptive to her counsel. This was her ideal rendered in living, breathing reality. In the end, 5 outfits were selected. With so many pieces, the sales staff swarmed around them, hurriedly assembling elegant black shopping bags. Arm in arm with Wang Zhe, surrounded by attentive staff, Hu Jing felt the admiring glances of passing shoppers, and held her spine perfectly straight, shoulders elegantly poised. She leaned in softly to explain fabric compositions and tailoring techniques, her voice measured, unhurried, carefully crafting the impression of a woman who moved effortlessly among such rarefied spaces. At that moment, she felt like the undisputed center of the store. The clothes were purchased. Now the bag could not be overlooked. Though Wang Zhe had initially intended to have the purchases delivered to Tian's apartment, Hu Jing eagerly volunteered to carry them herself. 8 sleek black Bergdorf Goodman bags hung from her arms as she strode through the mall, turning heads with astonishing frequency. Each lingering look sent another surge of dopamine coursing through her veins, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. At the Louis Vuitton boutique, Wang Zhe first selected a men's bag priced at over 50,000 yuan. Then immediately asked Hu Jing to help choose a women's bag worth 30,000 yuan. It was unmistakable this bag was a gift for someone else, and most likely for his girlfriend Tian. Hu Jing's eyes flickered, mingling admiration with sharp, quiet envy. The bag she currently carried had been acquired secondhand through an elite social group, costing her over 10. She cherished it fiercely, each outing followed by meticulous cleaning and conditioning. Yet despite her devotion, signs of wear had inevitably begun to appear. How exquisite it would be if that exquisite bag were meant for her instead. Her lips parted slightly, but she swallowed the question. She knew with cold clarity that her current standing wasn't yet sufficient. So it went, closed bags. Within a single hour, Hu Jing watched spellbound as Wang Zhe spent over 200,000 yuan. Contrast that with her own wallet. Just over 100 yuan spent on dinner, leaving barely 300 remaining. And a father whose gambling debts loomed ever larger at home. Jealousy and longing surged violently within her chest. A stark, searing dissonance that overwhelmed her senses. For the first time, she was utterly, irrevocably intoxicated by the sheer radiant allure of wealth. Shall I carry some myself? Wang Zhe, seeing her burdened with so many bags, spoke with gentle concern. No, women genuinely enjoy the ritual of carrying shopping bags. It feels light as air. Hu Jing beamed, her complexion, glowing, her smile dazzling and precise. Having enjoyed a few beers at dinner, Wang Zhe opted for a private car service. 10 minutes later, the vehicle pulled up at the entrance of Hu Jing's residential complex. Brother Zhe, tonight's dinner was absolutely delightful. I hope we'll meet again soon. Hu Jing remained seated beside him, her gaze drifting from his golden aura to the shopping bags worth over 300,000 yuan, her long shapely legs shifting restlessly, though she fought to contain her emotions. Once you're home, please send me a message. With that, she reached for the door handle, knowing that if she stayed any longer, envy and longing would keep her awake all night. But in the next instant, a weight settled onto her thighs. She looked down and saw the 30,000 yuan women's bag resting squarely across her lap. Here, take it. Wang Zhe gave her smooth-toned thighs a light, playful pat. Off. Hu Jing stared, momentarily stunned, unable to process what lay before her. You helped me tremendously today. This is a small token of appreciation. Wang Zhe smiled warmly. Mine. This was bought for me. His words, coupled with the sight of his handsome face, sent a dizzying wave through her mind. She bit her lip, thoughts racing at lightning speed. Tonight, opportunity knocks and must not be missed. A bold, decisive idea bloomed instantly in her mind. Oh, Wang Zhe, I think I drank too much earlier. The room's spinning. Could you walk me to my building? Helping her into the community. Looking at the rosy-faced Hu Jing, Wang Zhe, a good young man who was willing to help others in the new era, naturally would not refuse. The driver of the special car looked at Wang Zhe, half hugging, half supporting Hu Jing as they entered the community gate through the rearview mirror, his mouth twitching as he slammed the steering wheel. Damn, we're all men, why is there such a big difference? The night breeze was slightly cool. Along the way, Hu Jing's heart raced like thunder. Leaning half against Wang Zhe, she held a new LV handbag worth over 30,000, feeling the powerful heartbeat and solid chest muscles of Wang Zhe through his shirt, her legs inevitably feeling a bit weak. Hu Jing obviously knew what would happen tonight. She also knew that by doing this, she had betrayed her best friend Tian. But, Tian, I'm sorry. I really want to live this life of the wealthy. Soon the two entered Hu Jing's rental apartment. Wang Zhe casually tossed the shopping bags on the floor, several black Balenciaga tote bags scattered at the entrance. The moment Hu Jing turned back, she crashed into his arms. Wang Zhe lifted her delicate chin with one hand, prompting her to slightly raise her head. Their eyes met. In Hu Jing's eyes there was nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of flattery that even she was unaware of. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe leaned down and kissed her. His other hand reached under the lace skirt, gripping her full thigh. At one moment, Wang Zhe's hand paused slightly. He raised an eyebrow. Something was off. Hu Jing seemed different from the women Wang Zhe had encountered before. How to put it? Looking at Hu Jing's flushed face, Wang Zhe felt that this buff instantly stacked. Hu Jing seemed to sense Wang Zhe's pause and understood the reason behind it. She murmured, it's natural. Before Hu Jing could finish her sentence, she was silenced, her strength seemingly vanishing halfway. Wang Zhe said nothing more. He picked up Hu Jing, kissing her as he walked straight into the bathroom. The water from the shower head poured down. Hu Jing's strapless body-hugging dress instantly soaked through, becoming somewhat transparent, faintly revealing the black undergarments beneath. Take off your clothes. Wang Zhe's voice was deep and commanding. Hu Jing was taken aback for a moment. Then, gritting her teeth, she reached behind her back, fingers trembling slightly as she unzipped her body-hugging skirt. The soaked dress fell to the tiled floor with a thud. The shower head continued to wash down water. Water flowed down Hu Jing's face, then along her delicate collarbone, trickling down, and with her currently wearing only 2 pieces of black-fitting clothing, she looked just like a mermaid. Seeing Wang Zhe's gaze sweep over her from head to toe, but remaining silent, Hu Jing hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally closed her eyes and removed her last 2 pieces of clothing. Sure enough, Wang Zhe looked at Hu Jing before him, and his earlier speculation was confirmed. This Hu Jing was indeed different from other women. With Tian's special physique before her, and now Hu Jing's natural. Wang Zhe carefully sensed it. No, it wasn't just the desolation. Hu Jing approached understandingly, helping Wang Zhe take off his soaked shirt. When his strong chest muscles and well-defined abs were revealed, her breathing noticeably quickened. Unlike those fitness bloggers on social media who edited their photos, Wang Zhe's physique was real and powerful. The next moment, Hu Jing was turned around by Wang Zhe and pushed slightly. She hurriedly braced herself against the mirror in front of her. The mirror was foggy. She raised her hand to wipe it randomly and saw her flushed face and Wang Zhe towering behind her. In the bathroom, Hu Jing let out a muffled groan. An hour later, Wang Zhe finally lay down on her bed, holding Hu Jing. Hu Jing was sprawled on Wang Zhe's chest, her face flushed, her damp hair sticking to her cheeks, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. Right now, she really wanted to call Tian and ask if it was always this exhausting. Jing, from now on you should call me husband. Wang Zhe wrapped his arms around Hu Jing's slim waist, smiling. Husband. Hu Jing called out naturally without any hesitation. After calling out, she suddenly thought of something, quickly climbing off Wang Zhe, running naked to the living room to rummage through her bag, finding her phone, and hurriedly opening the delivery platform to buy medicine. Husband, I'm going to buy some medicine first. Wang Zhe looked at her flustered appearance and couldn't help but smile. He thought if the game could develop some black technology for birth control, it would be fantastic to go in without any worries. At that moment, a notification sound from the game rang out. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully conquered a quality woman with a score of 85. Reward 1 million has been credited. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. 1 million was standard and expected. Congratulations, player, you have become the first driver of the 85-point quality woman. Additional reward of 1 million has been credited. First driver. Sure enough, he hadn't sensed wrong. Hu Jing was indeed a blank slate before. Another million, not bad. Congratulations, player, you have successfully conquered a quality woman with a special constitution. Based on rarity assessment, this constitution is innate, triggering an additional hidden reward of 5 million has been credited. Wang Zhe listened to the electronic voice of the game. 5 million. Hidden reward. This Hu Jing. Not bad. Initially, he estimated the conquest reward to be only 2 to 3 million, but unexpectedly, a rare innate physique brought him a whopping 5 million. However, before Wang Zhe had time to digest this surprise. Ding! Congratulations, player, successfully conquered an 85-point quality woman, triggering a random grand prize, a Lamborghini Revuelto Black Knight. The car has been parked in the community. The key has been placed in the player's bag. Please check. Holy crap. A big bull. Lamborghini Revuelto. That's a supercar worth nearly 10 million. Wang Zhe almost sprang up from the bed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Hu Jing was simply an 85-point woman, along with her body constitution and random reward directly netted him nearly 7 million cash and a 10 million supercar. And all he had invested was a handbag worth over 30,000 and a few small red envelopes. This return on investment would make Buffett weep. Wang Zhe turned to look at Hu Jing, pulling her over and kissing her fiercely. Husband, what are you doing? Hu Jing was caught off guard by the kiss. Jing, since you are mine now, there are a few rules you need to understand. After calming down slightly, Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard and said, Husband, you say? First, Tian is also my woman. You are her best friend. You understand this in your heart. I don't need you two to cry and hug each other. What I need is for you to get along well and not cause me trouble. Can you do that? Hu Jing nodded. Husband, you can rest assured Tian is my best friend. I won't have conflicts with her. Even if it's serving you together, I'm willing. I can also slowly persuade Tian and strive to become true sisters with her as soon as possible. Alright, it's good that you have this awareness. Wang Zhe patted her waist in satisfaction and continued, second, starting this month, I will give you a living allowance of 30,000 a month and buy you a car for commuting. If you want to continue working at the bank, you can. If you don't want to, you can quit. Later, when the bakery opens a branch, you can also help out if you want. 30,000. Buying a car. Hu Jing's pupils dilated instantly. She worked as a teller in a bank, earning just over 4,000 a month, and if she didn't meet the quarterly assessment standards, her pay would be deducted. Now at 30,000 a month, it directly multiplied by 7. Those bags, shoes, and skincare products she had repeatedly looked at in the display windows and added to her shopping cart before deleting. She could buy them all. In the future, if she posted on Dodo, wouldn't it be even more convenient? Third, Wang Zhe raised 3 fingers, looking into Hu Jing's eyes. Be available at all times, day or night. If I call you, you must come. If you can do that, then you are Wang Zhe's woman. If you can't, Wang Zhe paused and smiled. Then let's pretend that nothing happened tonight. This statement was made lightly, but Hu Jing sensed the weight behind it. She immediately sat up straight, looking serious. Husband, you can rest assured, I will never betray you, nor will I let you down. Wang Zhe casually nodded. Betrayal. That word in his dictionary was equivalent to giving money. The game had given him the skill to strip away infidelity, specifically for various forms of unfaithfulness. As long as Hu Jing dared to mess around behind his back, everything she obtained from him, the car, the bag, the savings, would all be reset to 0. Husband. Hu Jing looked at Wang Zhe, who was lying down. Although he hadn't done anything, for some reason, Hu Jing felt that Wang Zhe was filled with charm. She slowly sat up, turned around facing away from Wang Zhe, and gradually bent down. The curve extending from her waist down under the warm light of the bedside lamp outlined a shape that excited the blood. Wang Zhe was stirred up, his temper rising. He immediately flipped over. The vacuum mode was activated once again. Hu Jing lay on the pillow, her face buried in the soft fabric, but her mind was unusually clear. With such an excellent husband, the number of women around him would only increase. Tian had an emotional foundation as the original partner. What about herself? The best friend who barged in halfway, inherently one step behind. Relying on her body at most, she could attract Wang Zhe for a year or two. Once the novelty wore off, she could be replaced at any time. Unless she had a card that no one could replace. And what is a woman's greatest bargaining chip? Hu Jing's hand unconsciously pressed against her lower abdomen. If she could give her husband a child, then her position beside Wang Zhe would be unshakable, and perhaps she could directly ascend to the position of Mrs. Wang. What Hu Jing did not know was that while she lay on the soft bed gritting her teeth and enduring the stormy baptism from Wang Zhe, her gambling father was experiencing true hell. In Hu Daong's home. Bang. A muffled sound. Hu Daong was knocked to the ground with a kick. Hu Daong, I've given you enough time. Have you thought it through? Scarred-faced brother, Hu crouched slowly in front of Hu Daong, sneering. Brother Hu, please give me a few more days, just a few days. I will definitely find a way to get Jingjing to borrow money from the bank to pay you back. She has a steady job, so she should be able to get a loan. Hu Daong knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. Get the hell out of here. You think you can buy time with sweet talk? The yellow-haired guy next to him kicked Hu Daong hard in the chest. Hu Daong, do you think brother Hu and I came to find you in the middle of the night just to listen to your empty promises? Let me tell you, we brothers have set our sights on your beautiful daughter. If you know what's good for you, bring her back, and we might even waive some interest for you. The yellow-haired guy crouched down and patted Hu Daong's bruised face. Otherwise, there are plenty of ways to deal with brother Hu. I'll think about it. After all, she is my biological daughter. Hu Daong listened to the yellow-haired guy's words, his face filled with struggle and pain. Think about it, eh? Damn you. Scarred-faced brother, who spat a thick phlegm right onto Hu Daong's face. He suddenly stood up, raised his foot, and began to kick Hu Daong mercilessly. Oh, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Hu Daong clutched his head tightly, the intense pain throughout his body, making him howl like a slaughtered pig. I'll say it straight, if I don't get to your daughter within a day, I'll beat you once a day until you're crippled. The yellow-haired guy kicked Hu Daong hard in the thigh, sneering as he left with brother, who had his arm draped over his shoulder. Hu Daong lay on the ground, the pain radiating through him, causing him to groan. Watching the backs of the two disappear and recalling their words, one beating a day. Gradually the struggle in Hu Daong's eyes faded, replaced by a sinister and painful expression. Due to a lack of nutrition perhaps, Hu Jing's kind of binding akin to an unplowed wasteland was indeed unique. It greatly stimulated Wang Zhe's desire for conquest, allowing him to perform even better. When the rain ceased, Hu Jing collapsed on the messy sheets, drenched in fragrant sweat. She gasped heavily, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Hu Jing now had only one thought in her mind: living is truly wonderful. The medicine delivered was all picked up by Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe returned to the bedside with half a cup of warm water, looking at this financial elite crafted from social media, and thinking of her kneeling and begging a few minutes ago. A strange sense of conquest surged within him. Hu Jing struggled to sit up, taking the medicine with Wang Zhe's hand. Honey, you're amazing. I feel like I'm falling apart. Hu Jing's face was as red as if water would drip from it, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. I can't take it anymore. I must do a good job convincing Tian soon, or else I really will die in bed. Looking at Hu Jing's pretty face, tired, yet trying to please, Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. The buff from her special physique, combined with Hu Jing's inherent admiration for the strong and vanity, indeed, made her an exceptional plaything. Of course, Wang Zhe always believed in clear rewards and punishments. For a girl like Hu Jing, as long as she behaved, he didn't mind sprinkling a bit of dog food. Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard. He casually picked up his phone, opened Hu Jing's WeChat chat window, and tapped a few times on the screen. Beep. Hu Jing's phone placed by her pillow vibrated. She opened her phone and saw. On the screen was a record of Wang Zhe's transfer of 3,000 yuan. Note this month's pocket money. 30,000. Hu Jing felt her heart race suddenly. She worked as a teller at the bank, waking up early and working hard, and after a month of exhausting labor, she barely earned 4,000 to 5,000. And now, just for one night, calling out honey a few times and passively enjoying a few rounds of intimacy, 3,000 yuan was in her hands. So satisfying. Thank you, honey. You're the best. I love you to death. Hu Jing neglected her aching body and suddenly leaped into Wang Zhe's arms, giving him a fierce kiss on the cheek. She then happily clicked to receive the payment. Looking at the long string of numbers added to her balance, she felt her life had completely transcended. Bags, jewelry, she would have it all. The next moment, when Wang Zhe said, "Get up early tomorrow, I'll take you to pick up a car to drive around," Hu Jing felt herself instantly rejuvenated. The pain from before now transformed into a sweet metal. Having fought twice in a row, Wang Zhe was also a bit fatigued. He embraced Hu Jing, who was all slippery, took a shower, changed the sheets, and lay down to sleep soundly. The next, Wang Zhe and Hu Jing woke up early. Thinking about going car shopping today, Hu Jing felt as energized as if she'd been injected with adrenaline, getting up 2 hours early to start getting ready. She knew very well that standing beside a wealthy figure like Wang Zhe, she was his representation and must appear in the best light. After much deliberation, Hu Jing finally chose a set of extremely clever attire. The top was a light khaki long-sleeve shirt with a knot designed the deep neck, perfectly accentuating a deep cleavage, while the front knot cleverly exposed her flat belly and delicate navel. The bottom was paired with tight white high-waisted denim shorts that showcased her signature long round legs without reservation. With a pair of transparent strap high-heeled sandals, she appeared extraordinarily sexy and alluring yet with a hint of innocence. Looking at her radiant reflection in the mirror, Hu Jing nodded in satisfaction. If it weren't for the Lamborghini she had in mind from last night's game reward looking at this carefully dressed beauty, before him Wang Zhe really wanted to pin her against the vanity for another round of morning exercises. He quickly took Hu Jing to the parking lot of the community. Let's go to the parking lot. Wang Zhe put on the casual shirt he had bought yesterday and casually grabbed the men's bag he purchased last night. With Hu Jing they quickly arrived at the parking lot. Wang Zhe scanned the area and soon spotted his new ride in the farthest parking space. It was a pure black beast lurking under the sunlight. The matte black body radiated an extremely cold metallic texture in the morning sun. The car's lines were sharp like a knife filled with an extreme sense of aerodynamic beauty. The gloss black forged wheels paired with massive carbon ceramic brake discs and vibrant calipers seemed ready to tear up the asphalt at any moment. Lamborghini Revuelto Black Knight. The overwhelming presence of a multi-million supercar was fully displayed at this moment. As Wang Zhe and Hu Jing approached and saw the license plate number, even Wang Zhe, this cheat-like character, could not help but gasp. Holy crap! UV88888. 5 consecutive leopards. This piece of metal is worth at least a few million. Moreover, such top-tier leopard numbers cannot simply be acquired with money. One can only say the game is impressive. Hu Jing, following Wang Zhe, was utterly petrified at this moment. She stared blankly at the Lamborghini before her breathing quickening. It was hard to imagine if she sat in this car and drove to the bank casually letting her colleagues see and then posting a few photos on social media. Hiss! That feeling, just thinking about it, made Hu Jing tremble. Beep beep. The black mechanical beast in front suddenly flashed, its hazard lights emitting 2 low and techie sounds of unlocking. Then in Hu Jing's astonished gaze, Wang Zhe calmly walked to the car, lightly pressing the hidden door handle. The electric control system emitted a barely perceptible motor sound, and then that iconic scissor door like a great eagle spreading its wings elegantly and slowly rose. This scene completely stunned Hu Jing. Wang Zhe slid into the combat-ready carbon fiber driver's seat. Get in, why are you just standing there? Oh, I'm coming, honey. Hearing Wang Zhe's voice, Hu Jing snapped back to reality. She carefully picked up her bag and sat in the passenger seat. The moment she got inside, the top-grade leather mixed with the unique new car scent rushed to her face. Hu Jing's face flushed and her heart raced as she turned to look at Wang Zhe in the driver's seat, tightly pressing her snow-white legs together. Honey, this car, is it really yours? Hu Jing swallowed, cautiously asking. Yeah, just bought it for getting around, had it delivered last night. Wang Zhe casually found an excuse, smiling. Oh. Hearing Wang Zhe's utterly nonchalant words, Hu Jing's heart was screaming wildly. She had thought that her husband owning a Porsche 718 and a Patek Philippe was already impressive, but unexpectedly, that was just a toy for him. He was actually driving a multi-million Lamborghini, and even had the license plate 88,888. Thank goodness, she had decisively seized the opportunity last night. As the door closed, the noise from the outside was instantly isolated from the cabin. Wang Zhe held the steering wheel with one hand while with the other he lifted the red cover on the control panel resembling a missile launch button from a fighter jet and firmly pressed the ignition key. Boom! The V12 naturally aspirated engine awakened in an instant, letting out a deafening roar of wild fury. The sound, filled with a sense of insane power, resonated through the carbon fiber chassis, directly transmitting into their bones. Feeling the sound waves rising, Wang Zhe could only think of one word. Awesome. So damn awesome. This is it. The car interior doesn't even need any premium audio. This pure mechanical roar is the world's top symphony. Wang Zhe slightly pressed the accelerator. Boom. The terrifying 1015 horsepower erupted instantly. The black Lamborghini sprang forward violently. The speedometer shot up to over 50. Unprepared, Hu Jing was firmly pressed back into her seat by the intense force. She felt like her insides were about to be squeezed out. The strong sense of weightlessness made her let out a terrified yet thrilling scream. Holy crap! Wang Zhe was also startled. This beast with over 1,000 horsepower was nothing compared to the 718 with just a few hundred horsepower. In a critical moment, Wang Zhe pressed the carbon ceramic brake pedal with his right foot while swiftly turning the steering wheel with both hands. Screech! The piercing brake sound screeched in the parking lot. The Lamborghini executed a stunning drift, barely grazing the edge of the cement curb in the parking lot, smoothly driving out. Inside the cabin there was silence. Only the V12 engine continued to hum deeply. What's wrong, scared? Wang Zhe looked at Hu Jing, whose chest was heaving violently, and smiled. Hu Jing opened her eyes. Looking at Wang Zhe's smiling face, she felt her entire body heating up. She wanted to do everything for Wang Zhe. The black Lamborghini under the control of Wang Zhe slowly merged into the traffic. Its matte black body and exaggerated low-lying design made it the absolute visual focal point on the entire road. Wherever it passed, it was accompanied by following gazes. However, as it went through a slightly congested section, a black Mercedes-Benz E300 suddenly forced its way in from the right, without warning, nearly brushing against the front of the Lamborghini as it squeezed in. "Opt!" Hu Jing exclaimed, instinctively gripping the door handle. "Damn!" Wang Zhe slammed the steering wheel. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, they would have collided just now. Wang Zhe stepped on the brakes. The car momentarily halted. In the next second, Wang Zhe quickly shifted into neutral and floored the accelerator. Roar! The V12 naturally aspirated engine erupted in a roar. The sound tore through the air like an enraged beast exploding with pure violent aesthetics amidst the congested traffic. Holy shit! The driver of the E300 jolted. Reflexively, he looked at the rearview mirror first, seeing the deep abyss-like hood and emblem of the Lamborghini, then lower. UV888888. Hiss. The cold sweat instantly poured down the E300 driver's back. Damn it, he hadn't been paying attention while taking a call, and had inadvertently cut in, nearly scraping against the Lamborghini behind him. If they had actually collided, his E300 would have suffered significant damage. Realizing this, the E300 driver quickly stepped on the gas and sped away from Wang Zhe's front. Wang Zhe snorted coldly. He slowly eased off the accelerator. The Lamborghini resumed its pace, moving forward steadily. The surrounding vehicles seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, automatically maintaining a safe distance, and no one dared to tailgate Wang Zhe's car. Hu Jing pressed her hand against her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. She turned to look at Wang Zhe. She saw him casually steering with one hand, looking incredibly handsome. Thinking of the violent roar of the Lamborghini, just now Hu Jing's breathing quickened involuntarily. Fortunately, the thick material of her shorts today prevented any embarrassing moments. Hu Jing subtly pressed her legs together in the passenger seat. 20 minutes later, the Lamborghini entered the auto city and gradually slowed down in front of a row of 4S dealerships. "Are there any cars you want to buy?" Wang Zhe turned to look at Hu Jing, whose face was flushed. Upon hearing this, Hu Jing pretended to show a contemplative expression. In fact, she had already been planning since last night, when she found out they were coming to buy a car today. Choosing a car like performing in front of her husband required making him feel she was sensible and not greedy, while also not appearing too cheap to lower his status. Too expensive would seem greedy. Too cheap would embarrass her husband. Therefore, it had to be well-known, yet just right. "Honey." Hu Jing tentatively opened her mouth, her eyes filled with just the right amount of expectation. "I want to buy a Mercedes-Benz C260. Is that okay? 30,000 more. A well-known brand, not too excessive." This was Hu Jing's optimal solution after careful calculation. "Sure," Wang Zhe nodded with a smile. After all, Hu Jing had revealed to him 7 million in cash, plus a 10 million supercar. Spending 30,000 to make her happy was still a great return on investment. "Thank you, husband." Hu Jing was overjoyed upon hearing this, unable to resist leaning closer to Wang Zhe and whispering something in his ear. After finishing, she quickly sat back, her ears completely flushed. Hiss. Thinking of what Hu Jing had just said, Wang Zhe took a deep breath. If conditions allowed, he truly wanted to press this little vixen down in the passenger seat, right there. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Inside the showroom, several salespeople were gathered at the front desk chatting idly. That guy who came to see the GLC yesterday ended up leaving, saying he needed to discuss it with his wife. Discuss what? 9 out of 10 who say they need to discuss it will never come back. A male salesperson. Before he could finish, a deep mechanical roar sounded from outside. Almost everyone turned their heads simultaneously. A pure black Lamborghini was slowly driving into the parking area. Its exaggerated low-lying body and sharp lines delivered a dimensional blow among the group of BBA cars. Damn, a Lamborghini! A male salesperson exclaimed. Following this, the iconic scissor doors slowly lifted. What are you looking at? A clear female voice came from behind. Bai Xue had just come out of the restroom and walked to the front desk, following the gaze of the crowd to look outside. Her expression froze slightly. The scissor doors of the Lamborghini were slowly opening at an exaggerated angle. At the moment the doors fully opened, a man got out from the driver's seat. With broad shoulders and a slim waist, he stood tall, wearing Balenciaga, walking with an air of calm and charisma. As he raised his hand to close the door, the Patek Philippe on his wrist gleamed. Beside him, a tall girl exited the passenger side, dressed in an alluring yet innocent manner, holding an LV bag and following the man closely. Xiaoxua clients of this caliber are rare, but unfortunately you're already taken out otherwise with your conditions. A female colleague said with a laugh, but before she could finish, Bai Xue had already stepped forward. Taken. At this moment, she didn't have a boyfriend. Other male salespeople seeing Bai Yingxue approach hurriedly followed suit. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels clicked on the marble floor as Bai Yingxue walked briskly ahead. Her posture exuded an unusual confidence. She was dressed in an outfit that screamed dominance. Ding. Potential target detected. Comprehensive estimated score, 93 points. Just as Bai Yingxue approached, Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. 93 points. That was a full grade higher than Hu Jing's 85 points. Wang Zhe looked at the female salesperson walking briskly toward him. With a standard oval face, lightly made up features, exquisite eyebrows, and full, enticing red lips. Her white shirt tucked into a form-fitting skirt accentuated her hourglass figure. Her beautiful legs were encased in black, and as she walked her voluptuous rear swayed enticingly. The aura unique to a dominant woman enveloped him instantly. Wang Zhe quickly checked her detailed information. Name by Yingxue, occupation female salesperson at Mercedes-Benz 4S store, safety rating full score notes, prefers to cry in a BMW rather than laugh on a bicycle, willing to enjoy luxury together, but not to suffer hardships together, a clear-headed egoist. Damn. To encounter a suitable target for conquest while buying a car. Moreover, a clear-headed egoist. That's great. Wang Zhe looked at the beautiful salesperson in front of him, his lips curling up slightly. As for the other male salespeople, he ignored them. What are you guys crowding around for? Hello, gentlemen. I'm Bai Yingxue. It's a pleasure to assist you, Bai Yingxue said with a smile, her gaze direct. Hello, I brought my girlfriend to buy a car and wanted to learn about your C260. Do you have it in stock? Wang Zhe replied with a smile. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, Bai Yingxue paused slightly, but quickly added, we have it in stock, both white and black. Would you like to arrange a test drive? No need, just tell me the price, bill, buy it directly. Wang Zhe said straightforwardly. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Hu Jing couldn't help but breathed a little faster, spending 30,000 just like that. Husband is so impressive. It seems I need to work hard to stay by his side. Bai Yingxue was taken aback for a moment. Then she quickly regained her composure. After all, a man who could drive a Lamborghini wouldn't be lacking a few tens of thousands. Thinking this, a certain thought flashed through Bai Yingxue's mind. Honey, go swipe the card and handle the paperwork. Wang Zhe handed Hu Jing the card from China Merchants Bank, saying, okay, husband. Hu Jing happily took Wang Zhe's card and left with Bai Yingxue. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe rested on the sofa in the lounge waiting for Hu Jing. However, less than 10 minutes later, the lounge door was pushed open. Bai Yingxue entered holding a cup of tea, swaying her voluptuous figure as she approached Wang Zhe. Mr. Wang, I've poured you a cup of tea, Bai Yingxue said, slightly bending over as she handed the tea to Wang. As Bai Yingxue bent over, for some reason the top 3 buttons of her white shirt were undone. Wang Zhe glanced over and saw the black lace bra and a large expanse of pale skin, and he even noticed a small black mole nestled in that alluring cleavage. Thank you, Wang Zhe said as he took the teacup and sipped. After handing over the tea, Bai Yingxue didn't immediately straighten up, but squatted down beside Wang Zhe. With a beaming smile, she said, Mr. Wang, could we add each other on WeChat? Since your girlfriend is buying a car from our store, you can contact me anytime if you have any questions or need maintenance. Wang Zhe naturally had no objections. With Bai Yingxue scoring 93, a successful conquest would yield rewards in the millions. Even if she didn't come looking for him, he would find a way to add her as a friend. Ding. The phone vibrated. The two successfully added each other as friends. Seeing the target achieved, Bai Yingxue, fearing Hu Jing would find out, didn't linger in the lounge. When Hu Jing finally drove the car out of the 4S store, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. As soon as she entered the room, she pressed herself against Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe yanked her top off and casually tossed her bra onto the floor. The entire room seemed to brighten significantly. Next came her ultra-short shorts. Honey. Hu Jing's sultry gaze locked onto Wang Zhe as she called out. Wang Zhe thought of what she had said in the car, and the fire in his chest immediately blazed up. He pushed Hu Jing down onto the small sofa. Ouch. Painful. At a certain moment, Hu Jing let out a soft moan. Wang Zhe looked at the beautiful scenery before him, listening to the rustling sounds in the room, feeling quite pleased. After all, can anything be more exhilarating than the plum blossom blooming a second time? Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yingxue finished work. Inside the room, the curtains are tightly drawn, and in the dim light, only the bedside ambience lamp emits a warm orange glow. Hu Jing's eyes are hazy with a rosy hue on her delicate face, and her hair is messily stuck to her forehead. Her hands are pressed under Wang Zhe's one hand on her head, her body lightly swaying with the rhythm. At the beginning of her time with Wang Zhe, she felt intimidated by his formidable physical prowess. However, over the past 2 days, she has discovered that her body has completely memorized Wang Zhe's rhythm. Every movement he makes ignites her most primal desires with precision. Husband, there's no need to be gentle with me. As Hu Jing gasps out these words, she feels a sense of strangeness even to herself. Wang Zhe looks down at the woman beneath him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. until a certain moment both of them let out a muffled groan, and the room gradually returned to tranquility. Hu Jing feels the weight from Wang Zhe, her breathing slightly labored, yet it oddly brings her a sense of reassurance. After their breaths evened out, Wang Zhe turned over to lie beside her, reaching for a tissue. Husband, no. Hu Jing, blushing, pressed his hand down, her voice barely audible. He'll do it. Having said that, she mustered all her courage and crawled to Wang Zhe's feet. Hiss. Wang Zhe inhaled sharply. He looked up at the ceiling, admiring Hu Jing's fair and beautiful back. It must be said, Hu Jing's determination is far more satisfying than her looks. A few minutes later, Hu Jing rushed into the bathroom. The sound of the faucet running echoed. Wang Zhe lay on the bed, reaching for the phone on the bedside table. The screen lit up. The first message was from Mr. Wang. Thank you for ordering this car today. It just happens to give me an extra point on my sales commission for this month. Are you free tomorrow evening? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation. Wang Zhe looked at this message, nearly bursting into laughter. An extra point on the commission. For a C260, the commission barely amounts to a few hundred yuan, not even enough for a seafood meal. In simple terms, this is just a ticket. Bai Xue used the words thank you to create a dignified way to enter the waters. However, with a target score of 93, the reward is at least in the millions. Even if she doesn't take the initiative, Wang Zhe will find a way to create opportunities. Now that she is delivering herself to him. Even better. Wang Zhe typed 2 words and sent them. Sure. After sending the message, he opened the chat window with the manager Lu Jia. Mr. Wang, I recently inspected the office buildings near the mall, and there are 2 that meet the requirements. Are you free to come take a look soon? Tomorrow works for me, Wang Zhe replied. By the time Hu Jing finished her shower, Wang Zhe also went to take a shower. Returning to the bed, Hu Jing actively nestled into his embrace, her smooth skin pressed against his chest. Husband, tomorrow I'm driving the new car to work. My colleagues will definitely be envious of me, Hu Jing said with a smile in the dark. They'll be even more envious in the future. Just be my woman honestly, and wealth and glory will never be short for you. Thank you, husband. Rest assured, my 2 first times are both for you. From now on, aside from work, I won't have any contact with other men. Whenever you want a baby, just tell me, and he'll give you one, Hu Jing assured, patting her chest. Wang Zhe laughed and kissed her, pulling her into his arms. The next, Hu Jing, radiant, drove her brand new Mercedes-Benz C260 to work. Before leaving, she even made sure to touch up her makeup. She was ready to show off in front of her colleagues. Wang Zhe also left the house. 20 minutes later, the Lamborghini stopped in front of Qianxi Center. Mr. Wang, good morning. Lu Jia, dressed in a smart little suit, had been waiting in the lobby. Her hair tied in a low ponytail, her makeup was exquisite, but not exaggerated, exuding the aura of a competent career woman. Let's go directly to that large flat of over 300 square meters. Wang Zhe didn't waste words, simply stating. Lu Jia had recommended 2 places before, but Wang Zhe had already seen the pictures last night, and the smaller one was immediately passed. The elevator went straight to the 16th floor. As the door opened, the view suddenly widened. A large expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows captured the city skyline and the distant artificial lake, sunlight flooding and making the entire space feel very open. Wang Zhe walked to the innermost independent office and pushed the door open. The lighting is excellent. The lake view is unobstructed, but the area could be a bit bigger. This one, Wang Zhe turned to Lu Jia. Let's negotiate the price. The quote is inflated. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll talk about it today. Lu Jia nodded, taking out her phone to record. Additionally, Wang Zhe walked to the office wall, tapping it with his finger. This wall needs to be removed, combining it with the adjacent office. My office needs to be larger. Got it, Lu Jia quickly noted. All renovation materials should be the best, especially soundproofing. Wang Zhe glanced back at her casually, saying, I don't want any noise to be heard outside when discussing business. And this wall, Wang Zhe walked to the side facing the lake. Tear it down and replace it with floor-to-ceiling windows. I want the maximum light exposure. Lu Jia was jotting down notes, but the more she wrote, the more she felt something was off. Sweet soundproofing, oversized floor-to-ceiling windows. Boss, is this an office, or? She glanced up at Wang Zhe. He stood with his back to her at the window, his silhouette sharply defined against the backlight, exceptionally handsome. Lu Jia felt her cheeks flush slightly. Never mind. It's better not to ask. Once the renovations are complete, they'll just find an opportunity to report on the work. In the afternoon, Wang Zhe inspected the renovation progress of the shop. The painting of the walls and ceiling is now complete, and the low-saturation gray-pink tone covers the entire space, paired with warm light strips, creating an explosion of girlishness. Several renovation workers were adjusting the angles of the spotlights. The overall progress exceeded expectations, and in 2 weeks, they should be able to enter the soft decoration phase. Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction, gave Lu Jia a few details to watch out for, and then left the shop. In the evening around 6 o'clock, Wang Zhe's phone vibrated. It was a message from Bai Xue. Mr. Wang, is it convenient for you? If so, please come pick me up at the entrance of my neighborhood. She attached a location Happiness Garden. With no other plans for the next while Wang Zhe immediately got into his Lamborghini and drove toward Happiness Garden. At the same time, Happiness Garden. Inside Bai Yingshu's rental apartment. In front of the vanity mirror, Bai Yingxue was doing her final checks. Lip gloss, eyeliner, the powder on her neck and chest is even with no color difference. She thought for a moment, then picked up the Dior perfume on the table, spraying it on her neck, wrists, and underarms. Then she turned left and right in front of the mirror, confirming that her makeup had no dead angles, and satisfied picked up the black bodycon skirt that had been hanging in her wardrobe. Just then her phone rang. Bai Yingxue glanced at it. It was her boyfriend Li Dong's call, and her brows furrowed. After hesitating, she decided to answer. Shui, I just arrived at the entrance of your store. I heard you took the afternoon off. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why didn't you tell me? Li Dong's anxious voice came through. I'm fine, just some personal matters tonight, you go eat by yourself. Bai Yingxue replied in a calm tone. As she spoke, she took off her tight underwear and found a red lace pair from the wardrobe to change into. Oh, what's the matter? Are you at home? I'll come find you. It's nothing serious, you don't need to come find me. That's it, I'm hanging up, I'm busy. Without waiting for Li Dong to respond, Bai Yingxue directly hung up the phone. After the call, she thought for a moment and then opened her contacts. Boyfriend Li Dong. With a flick of her finger, she deleted the 3 words boyfriend, renaming it Client Li Dong. The WeChat sync was modified. After thinking for a moment, she also quietly turned on Do Not Disturb. Bai Yingxue looked at the modified name, feeling no emotional turmoil. She had been with Li Dong for over a year. Li Dong is a nice person, steady, and treats her well. But can steadiness fill one's stomach? With a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 in this city, it's impossible to gather enough for a decent down payment on a wedding house. The beloved Passat, which he cherished so much, was bought by his family. Such a life is a dead end. Thus, after a year together, Li Dong had hinted countless times at wanting to be intimate, all of which Bai Yingxue had. Her body is meant to be savored by someone who truly makes her heart race, so she spends a significant amount. And when the scissor doors of the Lamborghini opened yesterday, Bai Yingxue had already clearly understood. There was no future between her and Li Dong. It's not that Li Dong is bad. It's that Wang Zhe's conditions are too good. This is reality. Feelings. Can feelings allow her to live in a grand villa? Can feelings spare her from worrying about rent and credit card bills every month? At the entrance of Happiness Garden, the Lamborghini was already parked by the roadside. Considering Bai Yingxue's character, Wang Zhe did not park in a formal manner. He fully opened the scissor doors, leaning against the car door, taking out his phone to wait. The 2 scissor doors opened like a pair of huge black wings under the sunset. With the license plate UV888, this car became the focal point at the entrance of the neighborhood. Passers-by hurriedly took out their phones to take pictures. Several young girls getting off work walked by pretending to look at their phones, but their gazes were entirely glued to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe paid no attention to these gazes. What he desired was not the reactions of passers-by, but the reaction of Bai Yingxue. For a sober egoist, visual impact is the best way to communicate. I'm at the entrance of the neighborhood, where are you? I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone within 2 minutes, Wang Zhe saw Bai Yingxue walking briskly toward him. Wang Zhe's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Bai Yingxue's outfit today exuded a queen-like presence. The black bodycon skirt wrapped from her chest line down to the upper thigh, perfectly outlining her hourglass figure. Her long legs were covered by a thin layer of black stockings, intertwining flesh tones and black under the evening light, creating a stunning visual effect. Wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles, she made a sound with every step. As Bai Yingxue approached, her gaze first fell on the open scissor doors. Even though she had seen it once yesterday standing close to the car, today, the visual pressure still made her heart race. As a car salesperson, she had immediately assessed that the on-road price of this car was no less than 10 million plus that explosive leopard number. This car before her was worth at least 20 million. Mr. Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Bai Yingxue walked to the front of the car, smiling. Get in. Wang Zhe put away his phone and settled into the driver's seat. Bai Yingxue walked around to the passenger seat, bending down to sit in. The moment she sat down, the skirt was slightly pushed up by the seat, revealing a small section of her fair skin at the thigh. However, Bai Yingxue did not mind allowing her skirt to ride up. Click. The scissor doors slowly closed. The space inside the car became suddenly private and ambiguous. However, Bai Yingxue did not mind allowing her skirt to ride up. Click. The scissor doors slowly closed. There's a new seafood restaurant nearby. I heard they have very fat and delicious oysters and abalone. A friend of mine has been there. If you're not allergic to seafood, we can go there. What do you think? Bai Yingxue said with a smile. Oysters. Abalone. I'm not allergic. Wang Zhe said with a smile, then retorted, do you know what eating oysters and abalone means? I know. Bai Yingxue nodded with a smile, her tone slightly testing. But I think you need it, Mr. Wang. I don't need it. But I'll still order some for you later. After all, this is a man's gas station. Bai Yingxue said cheerfully, completely disregarding his refusal. After a hint-laden conversation, the air between the two had subtly changed. Soon under by Yingshu's guidance, the Lamborghini stopped in front of a barbecue restaurant named Pirate Ship. The exaggerated scissor doors lifted. The gazes of men and women around all turned towards them. Wang Zhe had long been immune to such attention and got out of the car. Bai Yingxue also stepped out from the passenger seat, and the moment her high heels hit the ground, her long legs wrapped in black stockings reflected a faint glow in the sunset, incredibly captivating. The attentive waiter approached as soon as they reached the door. Bai Yingxue exchanged a few words with the waiter and then headed directly to the private room on the second floor. Along the way, Wang Zhe caught no less than 3 waves of men's gazes, all secretly admiring Bai Yingshu's supermodel legs. A smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth. Good taste, brothers. But sorry, after tonight, these legs will only be for him to enjoy. The door to the private room swung open. With a snap, as the lights turned on, the entire room was filled with fiber optic lights, the starry blue light reflecting off the black mirror walls, creating the illusion of being surrounded by countless stars. As time passed, the lights gradually transitioned from cool blue to warm yellow. The atmosphere instantly became inviting. Bai Yingxue had indeed chosen a place with taste. In the center of the room stood a dining table. Wang Zhe pulled out a chair and sat down. Instead of sitting across from him, Bai Yingxue naturally chose to sit beside him. At this distance, Wang Zhe could smell her faint perfume wafting from her neck with every breath. The waiter presented the menu. Bai Yingxue took it, leaning slightly towards Wang Zhe and lowering her voice, asking, "Mr. Wang, what do you like to eat?" Her angle of looking down was quite skillful. The neckline of her black strapless dress loosened just enough to reveal a large expanse of snow-white skin, and upon closer inspection, one could still see the small black mole from yesterday. "You order," Wang Zhe said with a smile, not looking too much. "Let's see if what you order suits my taste." Bai Yingxue confidently replied, "What I order, Mr. Wang will definitely like. Oysters, abalone, Boston lobster, seafood congee." Wang Zhe's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at the items she had selected. "All right, that's it," Bai Yingxue said as she handed the menu to the waiter beside them. The waiter took the menu and exited the private room. Click. As the private room door closed, only the two of them remained inside, along with the softly changing. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous. "Mr. Wang, I have always admired a young talent like you. To be honest, the moment I saw you yesterday, I was wondering if I could be someone like Ms. who's staying beside you." Bai Yingxue looked at Wang Zhe and said with a smile. Seeing her straightforwardness, Wang Zhe feigned a hint of surprise and smiled. "Hu Jing is my girlfriend." "Mr. Wang, I don't want to be your girlfriend." Bai Yingshu's smile didn't fade, but rather became more radiant. "I only want to be your personal secretary. Being your personal secretary comes with certain conditions." "I know." Bai Yingxue looked directly at Wang Zhe. "As long as Mr. Wang's conditions are met, I can do anything a personal secretary can do. But there are also things I can do." After saying this, Bai Yingxue reached out and pulled Wang Zhe's right hand, placing it on her thigh wrapped in black stockings. The sensation instantly transmitted from his palm. Firm, smooth, warm. Through the thin layer of stockings, under the slightly dim light, it appeared extremely tempting. "I wonder if this condition is enough." Bai Yingxue looked up at Wang Zhe, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Wang, how about trying the feel?" Wang Zhe looked down, seeing his hand resting on her thigh. Then he looked at Bai Yingshu's meticulously made-up face. A score of 93. Still a prey voluntarily offering itself to him. Indeed, this world is really pleasant for the rich. Since you've brought it up to this extent. Wang Zhe applied slight pressure, patting her thigh. "He'll give you a chance." Bai Yingxue understood his intent. She immediately lifted one leg and placed it on Wang Zhe's lap. The hem of her skirt slid up a few centimeters, exposing the fair skin at the top of her thigh, starkly contrasting with the black stockings in Wang Zhe's view. "Mr. Wang, if I become your secretary, how much will the monthly salary be?" she asked with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Wang Zhe didn't rush to answer. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "If it's original, then it's 500 a month, plus an additional reward of a car worth up to 500. If it's mixed, then it's 3000 a month. Original for 500 a month. That would easily amount to over 600. Moreover, an additional car worth 500. Bai Yingxue felt a slight shock in her heart. She hadn't even considered the mixed option. After all, to get a good price for herself, despite being with Li Dong for a year, he had never even touched her breasts. Previously, a middle-aged man with a Land Rover had approached her to be his secretary, offering 300 a month and expecting her to be on call. 300. A broke person wanting to play the sugar daddy game. 300 is just enough to send a beggar away. But 500. This number made Bai Yingshu's breaths quicken. Currently, she was earning just over 100 a month in sales, and it was unstable. Now just lying down could earn 500 a month, which is quite a decent salary. However, she didn't agree immediately. "Mr. Wang, I am 100 original. I agree to be your secretary. Bai Yingxue tried to control her excitement. But I have one condition. Speak. Wang Zhe looked at Bai Yingxue with interest. Whether she was original or not, he would naturally know when he unwrapped it himself. As for technological enhancements, can technology outsmart a game? Mr. Wang, you are into cars. You know that cars have a very low resale value. For example, the new car Ms. who drove back yesterday, if sold today, would already be considered a used car. The same goes for us women, who our youthful years only last about a decade or so. So could you sign a secretary employment contract with me? TSK. Seeing that Hu Jing wasn't blinded by the 500, but instead discussed signing a contract with him, Wang Zhe couldn't help but size of the game really is impressive. Hu Jing is indeed a self-serving person. How many years do you intend to sign for? Wang Zhe countered. If it's for life, that would be best. Wang Zhe almost laughed at her response. 20 years would work. Bai Yingxue quickly lowered her request when she saw Wang Zhe's changing expression. Let's sign for 5 years first. Wang Zhe's tone left no room for negotiation. If you perform well, we can renew after 5 years. Bai Yingxue frowned slightly. 5 years. That was much shorter than she expected. But she was quick-witted. 5 years was enough. As long as she got pregnant during this time, everything could be negotiated. At that point, it wouldn't even be about signing a contract. It would be about whether Wang Zhe was willing to let his child grow up without a mother. Realizing this, Bai Yingshu's smile blossomed again. Mr. Wang, I agree, but I have one last small request. Bai Yingxue seized the opportunity. I don't want the 500 car. Can you give me the cash instead as a down payment? I want to buy a house. No problem. Wang Zhe didn't dwell on this matter and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Mr. Wang. From today on, I am your secretary. Bai Yingshu's face lit up with a delighted smile as Wang Zhe agreed. A 500 car. After 5 years, it would be nothing. However, using it to buy a house would become her own real estate, allowing her to have her own nest in the provincial city and no longer live in a rented room for 200 a month. Wang Zhe looked at her joyful face. He reached out and firmly grasped Bai Yingshu's thigh. Bai Yingshu's smile stiffened slightly. She looked up to meet Wang Zhe's suddenly serious eyes. You've finished stating your conditions. Now it's my turn to state my rules, Wang Zhe said, looking at Bai Yingxue. I am a person who does not like to eat leftover abalone from others, nor do I like to share the same abalone with others. Mr. Wang. Bai Yingxue was about to say something when the door of the private room was knocked. She instinctively pulled her legs back from Wang Zhe's lap. The waiter pushed in a dining cart, swiftly placed several dishes on the table, and then retreated. Click. The door of the private room closed again. Bai Yingxue organized her words before speaking. Mr. Wang, I won't hide it from you. I do have a boyfriend. But if you give me 5 minutes, he will be my ex-boyfriend. Wang Zhe heard this and raised his hand to gesture for her to do as she pleased. Bai Yingxue took a deep breath, then opened her contacts and dialed Li Dong's number. The phone rang twice before it connected. Baby, have you finished your business? Li Dong's somewhat fawning voice came through. Li Dong, let's break up. Bai Yingxue stated bluntly. Oh, what did you say? Li Dong was stunned upon hearing Bai Yingshu's words. Aren't we in a good relationship? We had lunch together yesterday afternoon. How can you suddenly want to break up today? Bai Yingxue replied calmly. Li Dong, do you know why I've refused you every time you wanted to touch me this past year? It's because you and I are not from the same world. You can't provide the life I want, so how could I give myself to you? No, Xiaoxue, how am I poor? I drive a high-spec Passat. My family is from the provincial capital. We have a house, and after we get married, we need to buy one. How am I poor? What can a 100 square meter house do? Live with your parents after marriage. Even making love would require us to keep quiet. Bai Yingxue interrupted. Besides, is a Passat considered a luxury car? What about a Lamborghini? Bai Yingxue paused for a moment. Xiaoxue, we can buy a bigger house. I have 2,000 in my provident fund each month. I just need to save enough for the down payment. Li Dong was getting anxious on the other end of the phone. Xiaoxue, please don't break up with me. From now on, I'll give you all my salary. You can buy whatever you want. When we have kids, I'll have my mom take care of them. You don't need to worry. If you want to work, you can go to work. If you don't, you can stay at home with the kids. Isn't that good enough? Are you still not satisfied? As Li Dong spoke, his voice turned from urgent to pleading. Bai Yingxue remained unmoved. Li Dong, I am not satisfied. I want to live in a big house. I want to buy designer bags. I want to drive luxury cars, not squeeze onto public transport. With your monthly salary of 4,000, how can you buy these for me? With your provident fund or your parents' retirement pensions? Li Dong fell silent for several seconds. Xiaoxue, how many people can give you what you want? Even if someone could meet those conditions, they would just be old perverts who want to toy with your body. Give me a few years, and I will provide for you, okay? No. Bai Yingshu's voice held no hesitation. Li Dong, let me be honest with you. A woman's prime years are just a few, and if I wait a few more years, I will be considered old when I go on blind dates. I don't want to move into a proper house only after I get wrinkles on my face. How can you be so materialistic? Xiaoxue. Bai Yingxue replied, yes, I am materialistic. Is there something wrong with that? Bai Yingxue said this without even raising her eyelids. Li Dong was momentarily speechless. However, Bai Yingxue was the most beautiful among all the girlfriends he had ever had. Taking her out was impressive, and even the elders in his family praised her after seeing her photo. If he were to give up, he certainly wouldn't want to, so Li Dong began to play the emotional card. We've been together for a year, and don't you have any feelings for me at all? We are both still very young, and my parents like you very much. If you give me a few years, I will definitely. Bai Yingxue directly interrupted him. We haven't had any physical relations, so you haven't lost anything. Just let it be, and don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. After saying this, Bai Yingxue didn't give Li Dong any time to react and directly pressed the hang-up button. Beep. At the moment the call was disconnected, Bai Yingxue quickly tapped her fingers several times in front of Wang Zhe. She blacklisted the number and deleted the WeChat friend. Her movements were fluid without a moment's hesitation. Bai Yingxue put down her phone, turned to Wang Zhe, and put on a gentle smile again. Mr. Wang, from now on, I will be your personal secretary. Wang Zhe looked at Bai Yingxue. Just a few minutes ago, her face had sentenced another man to death. A few minutes later, this same face was showing a sweet smile directed at him. Interesting. Truly interesting. She had turned her boyfriend into an ex-boyfriend. Wang Zhe didn't hesitate either and directly transferred her a month's living expenses of 50,000 yuan. Come here, Wang Zhe said. Wang Zhe looked at the smiling Bai Yingxue. Bai Yingxue got up and walked to Wang Zhe's side. Wang Zhe raised his hand and held her wrist. With a slight force, Bai Yingxue sat down on his lap. Mr. Wang, I will feed you. Bai Yingxue's voice became soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the cold woman on the phone. She picked up a large oyster, holding the shell with one hand and gently bringing it to Wang Zhe's lips. Wang Zhe opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. The delicious juices spread on his tongue. Wang Zhe looked at the obediently beautiful Bai Yingxue in front of him. That sense of contrast was indeed intoxicating. No wonder everyone wanted to be Chow Mingda. Bai Yingxue then picked up an abalone and brought it to his mouth. Wang Zhe took a bite. At the same time, his hands began to wander restlessly. Sideways, thigh back. Through the thin fabric of her skirt, the warmth of her body was unmistakably transmitted. Bai Yingxue glanced down at Wang Zhe's hands roaming freely on her body, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, she did not evade. Instead, she slightly arched her waist to allow Wang Zhe to explore more areas. Meanwhile, her other hand intentionally or unintentionally fell downwards. The next second, her hand suddenly retracted. Why is this so scary? I hope I won't break. By the time they exited the private room, it was already over an hour later. Bai Yingxue's complexion was rosy, her steps slightly unsteady compared to when she entered. Although she still maintained her complete attire, certain parts of her body had already been thoroughly acquainted by Wang Zhe's hands. Bai Yingxue settled the bill at the front desk. A little under 1,000 yuan. In the past, she would have felt distressed about this meal for several days. But now, she had just secured a business deal worth several hundred million in the private room, had already negotiated a monthly salary of 50,000 plus a 500,000 down payment for a house, and this amount was just pocket change. The Lamborghini's engine roared back to life. The V12's sound erupted on the quiet street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Wang Zhe took Bai Yingxue and turned the car's head, heading straight to the nearest Hanting hotel. The front desk clerk was a young man in his 20s. Watching Wang Zhe embrace Bai Yingxue dressed in black with black stockings as they walked toward the elevator, he secretly thought that another goddess was about to be injected tonight. Ding! The elevator reached the floor of the room. Swish! The room card was brought near the door lock sensor area. Click! The lock opened. Wang Zhe embraced Bai Yingxue and stepped into the room. He locked the door behind them. As he turned around, Bai Yingxue was already on her tiptoes, initiating a kiss. The cool texture of her lip gloss pressed against his lips mixed with the faint scent of perfume. Wang Zhe held the back of her head with one hand, deepening the kiss. His other hand slid down her waist, gripping the outer thigh wrapped in black stockings. The fingers tightened slightly. Rip! The Balenciaga stockings tore from the thigh down to the calf, exposing her fair skin through the tear. Wang Zhe scooped her up in a princess carry and casually tossed her onto the bed. The springs let out a low creak. Bai Yingxue lay on her back, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. The black bodycon dress clung to her body, the torn stockings spread open from the tear, revealing large patches of skin. She had expected Wang Zhe to take off her dress. But Wang Zhe did not. He simply leaned down, grasped the hem of her dress, and with a sudden push, the bodycon dress was pushed up to her waist, bunched together. The red lace, carefully chosen by Bai Yingxue, was starkly exposed under the dim light in that moment. To be continued tomorrow. Hiss! Wang Zhe couldn't help but gasp. The snow-white skin, the bright red lace, and the torn black stockings. The three colors intertwined and layered together under the dim yellow light of the bedside lamp, resembling a sensual oil painting. Bai Yingxue felt Wang Zhe's scorching gaze land on her most hidden place. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the temperature on her face still uncontrollably rose. Instinctively, she brought her legs together, the long legs wrapped in torn black stockings overlapping slightly, her knees curving inward. Wang Zhe did not make any unnecessary movements. His fingers hooked into the side of the lace, slowly pulling it down with a deliberate pause. Bai Yingshu's waist quivered slightly. Then obediently she lifted her hips. The red lace slid down one leg, eventually hanging around the ankle of the other leg, entangled with the black high-heeled shoe that remained like a flag of surrender. Wang Zhe did not give her any time to buffer. Immediately he assumed the role of a mechanic. However, at that moment, Bai Yingshu's phone began to vibrate. Buzz. Neither of them paid it any mind. Soon the vibrations stopped. But it was quiet for less than 2 minutes. The vibrations started again. Wang Zhe paused. However, he tilted his head to glance at the bedside table, then looked down at Bai Yingshu. Bai Yingshu trembled all over her face, flushed as she reached for her phone. The screen lit up. It was an unfamiliar number. Bai Yingshu hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and pressed the answer button. In the next second, Li Dong's hoarse voice came through. Shua, please don't break up with me. I'm at your door, let's talk face to face. Bai Yingshu opened her mouth. She intended to end the call in the shortest time possible. But in that instant, Wang Zhe made a sudden move. The words Bai Yingshu was about to say suddenly turned into an uncontrollable gasp. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet hotel room, it was clearly transmitted through the phone receiver to the other end. Li Dong's voice abruptly stopped. There was a dead silence on the phone. Bai Yingshu's mind went blank in an instant. Her lips moved soundlessly, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Shua, what's wrong? Li Dong's somewhat trembling voice finally sounded. Are you feeling unwell? I am feeling a bit unwell, Li Dong. We have already broken up. Bai Yingshu added without hesitation. Don't call me again, I'm afraid my boyfriend might misunderstand. After saying that, Bai Yingshu hung up without the slightest hesitation. On the other end of the phone, Li Dong squatted at the door of Bai Yingshu's rented room. The motion sensor light in the corridor had long extinguished, leaving the surroundings in complete darkness. He was filled with confusion and sensed something was off. Is Shui really unwell? Li Dong's thoughts were unknown to Wang Zhe, nor did he care. For Bai Yingshu, a self-serving individual to the core, Li Dong was never the end. He was merely a free backup companion until she found a higher-priced alternative. Even without Wang Zhe's appearance, Li Dong's fate wouldn't be much better. The only difference would be the manner of his demise. Bai Yingshu felt as if she had been swept into deep waters. With no leverage to rely on, she could only rise and fall with that irresistible force. An hour later, Wang Zhe lay on his back on the bed, one hand resting behind his head, the other hand placed on Bai Yingshu's smooth back. Bai Yingshu lay beside him, her long hair spread across the pillow, her breathing not yet fully calmed. In her mind, the game's notification sound timely rang out. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully pursued a quality woman with a score of 93. Basic reward, 5 million already credited. Congratulations, player, you have become the first driver of a quality woman with a score of 93. Additional reward, 10 million already credited. The two notifications fell one after the other. Wang Zhe calculated in his mind that his total savings had surpassed 100 million. This money kept in the bank would yield at least 3,000 to 4,000 in interest per day. This meant that even if Wang Zhe laid flat right now, he would earn over 100,000 through bank interest in a month. But what truly made Wang Zhe sit up was the third notification that popped up next. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the core talent of this quality woman, the delicate egoist. Talent explanation 1. With this talent, after deep communication with a quality woman ends, the player can choose to deactivate their own cells, thereby preventing the quality woman from plotting to ascend. Wow, this is incredibly ridiculous. Selective deactivation. Amazing game. With this talent, Wang Zhe wouldn't have to worry about Durex making a single penny off him in the future. Moreover, as a real man who would want to use a condom when expressing feelings with their beloved, just ask the brothers reading this. Would they want that? Talent explanation 2. With this talent, every time the player has deep communication with Bai Yingshu, they will receive a continuous cash reward with a specific amount randomly determined. Damn, this is even more absurd. Continuous rewards. Not only do I get rewards the first time, but every time after too. This is simply too damn enjoyable. The only downside is that this talent only applies to Bai Yingshu. If it could apply to other women, that would be an instant path to the peak of life. Bai Yingshu, she has truly brought herself a great surprise. Wang Zhe immediately embraced Bai Yingshu and kissed her passionately. Bai Yingshu's body stiffened slightly, but she did not shy away. She even cooperatively arched her body slightly to allow Wang Zhe to mark his territory better. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe selected deactivation in the game panel. On Bai Yingshu's side, while Wang Zhe was looking down, she quietly placed a pillow under herself. Raising her waist slightly, she let gravity become her ally. While watching short videos earlier, she had seen many pregnancy tips. It was said that this position could increase the chance of conception by 30%. If luck was on her side, she might hit the jackpot. 8 months later, she wouldn't just be a secretary earning $50,000 a month, she would be Wang Ze's child's mother. By that time, what would a 5-year contract matter? Bai Yingxue wanted not a 5-year contract, but a golden ticket like Wang Ze's that wouldn't expire. However, what Bai Yingxue did not know was that the pillow she carefully placed was completely unnecessary, because it had already become a dead shell, unable to live. Wang Ze turned his head. He glanced at the pillow under Bai Yingxue. A smile crept across his lips as a single thought emerged in his mind. Tisk, this woman is indeed calculating every second. Unfortunately, she has encountered the omnipotent Wang Ze. Xiaoshu, and now that you're my woman, there's something I need to make clear to you in advance. Wang Ze's voice wasn't loud, but his tone carried an air of unquestionable authority. You'd better be devoted to me wholeheartedly, and keep your distance from any other man. If you ever betray me, everything you have, I can give it to you, and I can take it all back. There was a game reward, a cuckoldry deprivation trait. If Bai Yingxue ever cheated, it would be repaid 100-fold. For Wang Ze, that would be an absolute jackpot. Bai Yingshue's heart tightened at Wang Ze's words. But soon she lifted her head, revealing a docile smile. President Wang, from now on, I'll be your personal secretary only. Don't call me President Wang in private, call me husband. Husband, Bai Yingxue didn't hesitate, cooing softly a few times. As she called out, she buried her head against Wang Ze's chest, one hand slowly tracing patterns like a fish swimming across his chest. Her other hand gradually moved downward. Wang Ze looked down, gazing at Bai Yingshue's fair shoulders and neck and the faint little black mole on her chest. The fire he had just quelled began to rise again. Husband, Bai Yingshue's cheeks flushed, and she called out to Wang Ze in a sweet, coquettish voice. Wang Ze reached out, pressed the back of her head, and pushed gently. Bai Yingxue froze for a moment, then understood. Her body slid down slowly like a supple snake. Another hour passed before the stifling heat in the room finally began to settle. Bai Yingxue gasped for breath for a while before pushing herself up on weak, sore arms, swinging her legs off the bed, and stumbling barefoot across the hotel carpet into the bathroom. The sound of water rushing filled the air. Wang Ze lay on his back in bed, hands behind his head, feeling utterly refreshed, a state best described in 4 words: spirit clear and mind at ease. Then in his mind, the game's electronic chime rang out on time. Ding. Congratulations, player, for engaging in deep interaction with Bai Yingxue. Reward 100,000 yuan. Credited to your account. Wang Ze's eyes lit up. 100,000. A single deep exchange rewarded 100,000. The monthly allowance he gave Xiaoshu was only 50,000, barely 600,000 a year. If he kept up this frequency and did it a few more times. Wang Ze did the math in his head and felt he might be acting like a heartless capitalist. A few hundred yuan hourly hotel room had yielded a fortune that rivaled daily gold. Besides, the game had already rewarded him 15 million in one go. No matter how you calculated it, this deal was a massive win. Wang Ze couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, but quickly suppressed it. Damn mouth, what are you smiling at? Think bigger. In the bathroom, Bai Yingxue stood before the mirror, carefully rinsing her face with warm water. After all this time, Bai Yingxue felt that the 50,000 monthly allowance might have been a bit low. Her field was nearly plowed to ruin. Should she ask her husband for a raise? After all, this counted as a work injury, didn't it? As she left the bathroom and lay down on the bed, her phone buzzed. Bai Yingxue dried her hands and unlocked the screen. Wang Ze had transferred 100,000 yuan. She froze for a second. Husband, what's this? Bai Yingxue looked at Wang Ze. You did well tonight. This is a reward, Wang Ze said with a smile. Bai Yingxue paused, and the thought of a raise vanished instantly. Thank you, husband. Bai Yingshue's eyes sparkled as she quickly accepted the transfer. Then she threw herself into Wang Ze's arms and planted a kiss on his chin. Wang Ze held her warm, fragrant, soft body and savored the moment. Then he got up and took a shower. When he returned, Bai Yingxue was already curled up in bed asleep. Wang Ze lay down, pulled her into his arms, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Bai Yingxue, now a woman, called in sick to her direct supervisor at the 4S shop, citing discomfort. The two lingered in the hotel until afternoon. Wang Ze dressed, glanced at his phone, and saw a bank alert: 200 yuan credited. 200,000 in a day. This was literally a daily income, in the most literal sense. Wang Ze was in high spirits as he looked at Bai Yingxue on the bed. She was sprawled face down on the bed like a soldier, just carried off the battlefield, her face buried in the pillow, exuding an aura of utter resignation. Wang Ze thought it over. This field couldn't be plowed to ruin all at once. After all, sustainability was key. Besides, every time came with a reward. This was a long-running money printer that needed proper maintenance. So he spoke with a smile. You have half an hour to get yourself ready. I'm taking you shopping. Bai Yingshue's face shot up from the pillow. Really? The next second, Bai Yingxue staged a full revival act. Half an hour later, Bai Yingxue with flawless makeup and long hair flowing linked arms with Wang Zhe as they walked out of the hotel lobby. Passing the front desk, she caught a glimpse of the young clerk. The clerk was staring at her with a knowing look that screamed, "I know everything." After all, last night Wang Zhe had bought the white sheets from the front desk for 200 yuan and taken them away. Bai Yingshu's face burned instantly. Roar. The V12 engine roared to life, its sound exploding through the streets. Wang Zhe drove Bai Yingxue straight to Century City, the largest commercial district in the provincial capital. Parking the Lamborghini in the underground garage, he wrapped an arm around Bai Yingshu's waist and took the elevator to the first floor of the mall. The mall was bustling with people, lights from various brands reflecting off each other. Wang Zhe leaned down and whispered in Bai Yingshu's ear, "Today's shopping budget 100,000. Bai Yingshu's pupils dilated. 100,000. A shopping budget of 100,000. She nearly screamed in excitement, then quickly stood on tiptoe and planted a big kiss on Wang Zhe's cheek. "Thank you, husband." But to Wang Zhe's surprise, Bai Yingxue didn't head straight for LV or Gucci as he had imagined. Instead, she made a beeline for the China Gold store at the corner of the first floor. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Bai Yingxue carefully selected items at the counter for over 20 minutes. She finally chose a solid gold bracelet weighing over 30 grams and a gold necklace worth 13,000 yuan. Total expenditure 68,000 yuan. A middle-aged woman in tortoiseshell glasses nearby was hesitating over whether to buy a 10-gram gold necklace. When she saw Bai Yingxue swipe Wang Zhe's bank card without flinching for 68,000, her expression, she glanced at Bai Yingxue, then at Wang Zhe behind her with his arm around her waist, and silently put down the necklace she was holding before walking away. Wang Zhe stood nearby, fully understanding Bai Yingshu's psychology. Other women bought jewelry for looks, but Bai Yingshu's goal was clearly preservation of value. After all, gold could be sold if it went up, or worn if it went down. Leaving the gold store, Bai Yingshu's shopping pace picked up noticeably. Pencil skirts, camisole dresses, slip dresses, easy-off dresses. When they reached the entrance of a lingerie store, Bai Yingxue paused. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she pulled Wang Zhe inside with an air of confidence. The sales assistant, seeing a young couple, immediately greeted them warmly. "Sir, miss, take a look. We've got new arrivals this week." Bai Yingxue picked a few sets from the racks. Holding up a red lace set, she turned and waved it in front of Wang Zhe. "Husband, what do you think of this color?" Wang Zhe glanced at it, and a certain image from last night automatically surfaced in his mind. "Pick a different color," he said without changing his expression. "I'm tired of red." Bai Yingshu's face, the sales assistant looked puzzled. How could anyone be tired of red? This was a new design. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yingxue chose a black set. Finally, Bai Yingxue picked out a 12,000 yuan bag at a light luxury brand store. Total spending for the entire shopping trip, 99,600. Bai Yingxue carried bags and boxes, feeling fully recharged, walking with a spring in her step, her smile never fading. The experience of spending 100,000 in an afternoon was something she had never dared to dream of before. No, she couldn't even have imagined that amount in her dreams. She stole a glance at Wang Zhe, who remained calm and composed beside her, and the scales in her heart tipped even more firmly in his favor. On the return journey, the Lamborghini glided smoothly along the city roads. Bai Yingxue was engrossed in examining the items in her shopping bag, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, her phone rang. Bai Yingxue glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Without a doubt, it was her ex-boyfriend Li Dong calling. Bai Yingxue frowned and directly pressed the reject button. But immediately after, her phone vibrated again. A text message popped up. "Xiaoxue, can we talk properly? Are you encountering something bad and don't want to drag me down, which is why you deliberately said those heartless words? I can't believe you have no feelings for me at all. I'm right at your doorstep. Oh, I'll leave when you come back. If I can't see you, I will wait for you endlessly." After reading Li Dong's message, Bai Yingshu's beautiful brows immediately furrowed. She had no feelings for Li Dong at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken up so decisively and given herself to Wang Zhe. Now she was already Wang Zhe's woman. Any connection with Li Dong was just laying a mine for herself. Bai Yingxue quickly typed a response. "Li Dong, you don't need to wait for me. It's impossible for us. I don't want to see you, so just leave." After sending the message, she hesitated for a moment and added, "I really have a boyfriend now, but don't make things awkward for everyone." She thought this statement was clear enough. But the next second, her phone vibrated again. "Xiaoxue, I'm not leaving. Which man has cast a spell on you? Are you being threatened? Even if you want to break up, you should tell me face to face." Immediately after, another message followed. "If you don't meet me today, I will wait for you at your 4S shop tomorrow. I want to see what kind of man he is." Bai Yingxue looked at Li Dong's relentless messages, feeling a headache coming, especially the words "wait at the 4S shop." That was where she worked. If Li Dong really showed up there causing a scene, her boss and colleagues would all find out. What if it reached Wang Zhe's ears? A woman who had just become a personal secretary, promising to be devoted, then having her ex-boyfriend show up at her workplace, causing trouble. Bai Yingshu's mind raced. Soon a thought emerged in her heart. Instead of letting Li Dong stir up trouble at the 4S shop and escalate the situation, it would be better to detonate this matter in front of Wang Zhe in advance. Taking the initiative to expose is 1,000 times better than being passively exposed. Moreover, if handled well, it could even serve as an opportunity to prove her loyalty to Wang Zhe. Bai Yingxue fell silent for 2 seconds. Then cautiously she spoke, honey. I have something to confess. Bai Yingxue handed her phone screen to Wang Zhe, showing him the messages from Li Dong. My ex-boyfriend has been pestering me, and he's waiting outside my place. I'm afraid he will cause a scene at the shop tomorrow affecting my work, and I also fear you might misunderstand. Wang Zhe thought for a moment, and said tell him to wait downstairs, he'll drive over shortly to make him give up. If he keeps bothering you, it's unacceptable. Since you were so persistent, then wait downstairs. Bai Yingxue replied to Li Dong. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe drove the Lamborghini directly into the Happy Garden. From a distance, he saw a figure in a black t-shirt waiting at the entrance of Bai Yingxue's building. It was Li Dong. When the sound of the Lamborghini reached him, Li Dong's attention was immediately drawn. Then he saw the Lamborghini. The low-slung chassis, the exaggerated air intake grille, the carbon fiber rear wing. This car was something Li Dong had only seen in short videos. At this moment, it was slowly coming to a stop right in front of him. The passenger door opened, and Bai Yingxue got out first. She held several shopping bags in one hand and tossed her wind-blown long hair with the other as she walked around to the driver's side. Next, Wang Zhe got out of the car. He walked up to Bai Yingxue and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning down to gently kiss her forehead. Bai Yingxue leaned into his embrace. Li Dong witnessed the entire scene. Xiaoxue, who is he? Li Dong pointed at Wang Zhe, his body trembling with anger. You saw it all, I don't need to say more. He is my husband. You little slut, how dare you put a green hat on me? Li Dong shouted, raising his hand as if to slap Bai Yingxue. But before his hand could fall, Wang Zhe had already seized Li Dong's wrist. With a strong flick, he sent Li Dong stumbling, almost falling into the flower bed. What do you mean I put a green hat? Bai Yingxue coldly interjected. Last night, I clearly told you that we broke up. You are the one who has been harassing me, shamelessly blocking me at my home. It's been a year. Xiaoxue. Li Dong's voice shifted from anger to a howl. What have I done wrong to you? Tell me. What have I done wrong to you? Every date, I paid the bill, and I bought you Swarovski for your birthday, and you wore it happily. You didn't even let me touch your chest. And then you turned around and let another man sleep with you. He suddenly halted as he noticed the glimmering gold bracelet on Bai Yingxue's wrist, and the expensive gold necklace around her neck. These items weren't there 2 days ago during dinner. Today, they were on Bai Yingxue, indicating they were just bought. Moreover, they were bought by the man in front of her. Bai Yingxue lifted her wrist and waved it in front of Li Dong. Are you done looking? My husband took me shopping for these today. Just these pieces of jewelry cost 68,000, including the clothes and bags. We spent a total of 100,000 this afternoon. How much did your Swarovski cost? 800. Or was it 1,000 too? You. Li Dong's chest rose and fell violently. Li Dong, you are an adult. Not everyone will wait for you to slowly grow up. In this society, can you live well without money? Li Dong remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, he took a deep breath as if making a significant decision. Xiaoxue, I really like you. Please don't break up with me, okay? If it really doesn't work, I'm willing to be your boyfriend along with him. As long as you don't sleep with him in front of me, we can each... As soon as he said this, the air seemed to freeze. Bai Yingxue's expression turned blank for a moment. Even Wang Zhe tilted his head slightly, giving Li Dong a second glance. The scene fell silent. After a while, Wang Zhe finally laughed. Bro, if your dad hears you say this, he'd burn your household register on the spot. A man can be broke, can have no car, can be struggling temporarily, but he must have backbone. You are now kneeling before a woman who doesn't love you, begging her to let you be a backup. Do you think she would be moved by this? Li Dong glanced at Bai Yingxue. Bai Yingxue's expression showed no sign of being moved. Only an unmistakable disdain was evident. She will only look down on you even more. Wang Zhe withdrew his gaze, looking at Li Dong. Once you've broken up, just leave quickly. Don't let a woman think that breaking up with you was the right decision. Li Dong's face turned crimson. He could no longer hold back. Don't pretend here. Bai Yingxue has been my woman for a year. I've already slept with her countless times. You are taking over second-hand goods. What qualifications do you have to teach me how to be a man? Wang Zhe said nothing. He turned and hopped back into the car. When he came out again, he was holding a bedsheet. Wang Zhe held the bedsheet adorned with red plum blossoms up in front of Li Dong. Slept with her countless times. Did I draw this plum blossom, or did you? You. Li Dong stared intently at the few red plum blossoms on the bedsheet. He is not a child. How could he not know what that is? This meant that throughout the entire year he was with Bai Yingxue, she had never even let him touch her. A year. He was cautious and humble, always paying for their dates, spending $800 on a Swarovski gift for her birthday. He waited a year, and he hadn't even touched the edges. Yet this man before him had directly taken the woman he had begged to touch, but never had the chance. Such a comparison ignited the flames of anger and jealousy in Li Dong's heart. Looking at Wang Ze's handsome face, he really wanted to punch Wang Ze's head off. But his gaze swept past the Lamborghini behind Wang Ze and then to the golden bracelet on by Yingshu's wrist. He didn't dare. Wang Ze folded the bedsheet and casually stuffed it back into the car. Then he added with a knife-like precision, "By the way, I forgot to tell you. Shui is really moist." He paused for a moment. "Later when we go upstairs, I need to give her another injection." Li Dong let out a heart-wrenching scream. He hugged his head with both hands, tears streaming down his face, and staggered out of the community gate. He ran 10 meters away, tripped over a stone pillar by the roadside, fell to the ground, and after getting up disappeared into the night without looking back. Wang Ze watched his disheveled figure disappear and withdrew his gaze. Bai Yingxue leaned against him, looking up at his side profile. They were silent for a few seconds. "Honey, what you said just now was too harsh." "Harsh?" Wang Ze looked down at her. "Do you think he will come looking?" "No way," Bai Yingxue thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head. "Isn't that good?" Wang Ze wrapped his arm around her waist and walked toward the apartment building. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked down at Bai Yingxue. "There's one more thing. You did well to take the initiative to tell me about Li Dong today. But don't let it happen again. In the future, do not make me waste time dealing with your mess. Got it, darling? From now on, you're the only man for me." Bai Yingshu's smile slightly stiffened, and she tightened her grip on Wang Ze's arm. Bai Yingshu's rental apartment is on the 5th floor. There is no elevator. The moment he opened the door, Wang Ze took a glance. The apartment is not very big, over 50 square meters, with 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. As soon as you enter, there is a living room of about 20 square meters right next to a closed balcony. Inside the living room is Bai Yingshu's bedroom, which has a large wardrobe and a dressing table. Of course, the arrangement of the bedroom. Bai Yingxue had clearly put in some effort. The 4 corners of the mattress were propped up with a rod draped with white gauze, making it look very cozy. "Honey, you rest for a bit. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes." Bai Yingxue quickly picked out a set of clothes from the wardrobe and walked into the bathroom. Splash. The sound of water began. Wang Ze sat on her living room sofa, just after scrolling through his phone for a short while a call from Songya came in. "Honey, Xiaomei and I have picked 3 storefronts, and I've sent the information to your phone. Can you take a look for me?" Wang Ze switched to the message interface and quickly scanned through. "Hold on. 3 storefronts. Street Heart Garden, 20 square meters, 100 a year. Fukang Mingle Center, 30 square meters, 1500 a year. Commercial College Backdoor, 40 square meters, 800 a year." When he saw the second option, his commercial instinct immediately warned him, and an unexplainable aversion rose from his chest. Wang Ze directly passed. After hesitating between the first and third storefronts, Wang Ze asked, "How is the competition around the storefronts in Street Heart Garden and the Commercial College?" "There is a bakery on the Commercial College side, but it's relatively small in scale. Currently, there is no bakery at Street Heart Garden," Songya replied quickly. "Then let's choose the storefront at Street Heart Garden." Wang Ze decisively said, "Quickly find a renovation team. For the store design, refer to Howley Lai as much as possible. You were previously an employee there, so you're familiar with the processes. Go ahead, I support you." "Okay." Songya responded, paused, and then quietly asked, "Honey, when will you return to Yishur?" "What do you miss?" "I'm a little," Songya answered seriously. "In a little while. I can't leave here in the provincial capital." Wang Ze smiled and reassured her. While on the phone, he contemplated. The number of in-depth communications with Songya, Zhang Shanshan, and Lin Wanqing was indeed too few. "I need to find time to water the ground. The dry will die of drought, and the wet will die of flooding. This won't do." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Bai Yingxue was standing under the shower head. Water flowed down from her head, tracing the curves of her chest. Outside the door, Wang Ze's voice on the phone came through the thin door panel. She instinctively turned the shower down a notch. Listening to Wang Ze's tone while talking to Songya, Bai Yingxue felt that the woman beside her husband was probably not just her and that lady who came to buy a car that day. Thinking this way, Bai Yingxue suddenly became much clearer in her mind. Relying on a child to bind Wang Ze might not be so secure. In ancient times, emperors had 3,000 concubines, but they often favored just a few. Wang Ze is young, handsome, and most importantly wealthy. When a man has money, he is rarely short of women. She had just lost her virginity to him a few days ago. There might still be novelty. He hadn't grown tired of her body yet. But what about after a while? What if she never got pregnant? There will always be women who look better than her. After 5 years, if she didn't have a child, would she just walk away with a few $100,000? How could Bai Ruoshu accept that? So it's very necessary for her to find another helper on top of the child. After all, for a man's desire for conquest, the charm of one woman is 1, but the charm of 2 women together is not simply 11. Thinking of this, Bai Yingshu's thoughts suddenly opened up. A stunning figure flashed through her mind, that of her good friend Guo Lin. She is now a kindergarten teacher with a good figure and great temperament. Previously, she had complained to Bai Xue about the low salary of kindergarten teachers, only 3,500 with 1,000 going to rent, and it was hard to get by. As long as she pulls Guilin into this, then, when the time comes with their friendship united, they can fight together, and Bai Xue wouldn't have to work so hard. It would be best if they could both get pregnant with Wang Ze's child. He'll find an opportunity in a few days for Lin to meet my husband, Bai Xue thought. Then, Bai Xue hesitated for a moment, then directly opened the bathroom door and walked out. Hiss! Wang Ze was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, hearing the sound of the door opening. He looked up and saw a beautiful scene of a woman stepping out of the bath. Honey, Bai Xue barefoot walked daintily towards Wang Ze. A beautiful day. Starting from 10,000 a day. Wang Ze drove Bai Xue to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, and as soon as the car stopped, Bai Xue leaned over and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Honey, are you coming to see me tonight? We'll talk about it in the evening. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Bai Xue, carrying her new bag from yesterday, walked into the exhibition hall in her high heels. Wang Ze watched her figure disappear behind a glass door. He stepped on the accelerator. The roar of the V12 engine exploded as the Lamborghini sped towards the Provincial Capital's International Convention and Exhibition Center. The Provincial Capital's International Auto Show had just opened yesterday. Wang Ze had two purposes for attending this auto show. One was to see if there were any suitable new cars, but mainly he wanted to appreciate the car models. After all, the biggest draw of the auto show has never been the cars. He spent a few dozen yuan to buy a ticket. Stepping into the exhibition center, a wave of noise immediately hit him. In the massive exhibition hall, the crowd bustled, and the laser lights of various brands shone brilliantly. A series of huge logos from car brands caught Wang Ze's eye. Chang'an Chery, Jimmy, BMW, Audi. The entire convention center was bustling with domestic brands like Mi and Jia, packed with visitors. Of course, among the attendees, only a few really wanted to buy a car. Many estimated they just came to look at cars, take photos, and see the car models. Wang Ze walked further inside. His gaze swept across the car models with ample breasts, slim waists, and long legs at the exhibit booths. To be honest, just looking at their appearance, they all seemed quite appealing. But strangely, not a single strategy prompt popped up on the game panel in his mind. Curiously, Wang Ze opened the game's scanning function and scanned each of the car models standing beside several domestic cars. First one. Name Wang Jing. Age 26. Occupation car model. Score 50 points. Remarks: a face adjusted by high technology, paired with silicone-filled breasts exuding industrial vibes. It is recommended to undergo factory inspection before hitting the road. Wang Ze glanced at the exquisitely stiff face, then looked at the breasts that defied the laws of physics. TSK. No wonder technology changes lives. Second one. Name Li Xinru. Age 24. Occupation car model. Score 28. Remarks: a glamorous appearance can't hide the fishy smell. Driving skills are too rich with over 20 previous drivers. It belongs to a high-mileage second-hand car with a loose chassis, not recommended for purchase. 20 people. Wang Ze looked up at Li Xinru, who was posing sweetly in front of the exhibition car, cooperating with the media for photos. In her white fitted dress, her curves were alluring, and her smile appeared innocent and harmless. See, Lin Wanqing almost threw her phone. So this customer today, one who said looking for a local guide, visit scenic spots, find good food from the start, that one sentence immediately made her feel much more at ease. After scanning the second one, Wang Ze was about to stop, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a car model in a backless outfit, throwing flirtatious glances at the crowd nearby. He instinctively scanned her. When he saw the scan report, Wang Ze was almost left in shock. Name Pan He. Age 28. Occupation car model. Score 5. Remarks: chaotic personal life, promiscuous with a fully covered development route. HIV carrier, syphilis carrier, some organs have irreversible damage. This vehicle is classified as a biohazardous item. It is advised to maintain a safety distance of over 50 meters, and test driving is strictly prohibited. 5 points. Is this a score or a countdown to live's end? Wang Ze's gaze fell on the woman standing on the exhibition stage, posing seductively in her backless outfit. With exquisite makeup and a hot figure, her seductive eyes could lure anyone in. But under the revealing lens of the game panel, what kind of car model was this? This was clearly a walking biochemical weapon. Meanwhile, below the exhibition stage, several men were holding their phones up, taking pictures of her, shouting, "Beauty, look this way." Wang Ze silently put away the panel. No more scanning. Really, no more scanning. He was afraid that if he continued, he would develop an irreversible psychological shadow towards the car model community. He even began to doubt. If those otaku who shouted online car models are my wives were given such a scanning system, would they suffer a heart attack on the spot? Wang Ze organized his emotions and redirected his attention back to the cars. As he walked, he noticed that the more luxurious the brands exhibit, the fewer spectators there were. Those super luxury cars worth millions are merely for most visitors to admire. just taking a photo and posting it on social media with the caption, "Soon to be mine." Then they would turn around and queue for test drive gifts at the domestic New Energy exhibit booth. In front of the Rolls-Royce booth, Wang Zhe slowed his pace. Several classic models lined up, their paint shimmering under the lights like liquid metal. Two car models stood at the booth, their aura clearly elevated compared to the previous ones. Wang Zhe glanced at them. One scored 82, the other 84. Not bad, but just average. They did not meet the threshold to trigger the game strategy. He did not linger and continued forward. However, just as Wang Zhe passed by the Bentley exhibit, his gaze was instantly captivated by a white Bentayga on display. The quad-eye matrix headlights at the front were sharp, yet understated, like a beast that had retracted its sharpness. The huge chrome grille paired with the powerful lines on the hood exuded an imposing aura. The side profile had long and full body lines with 22-inch multi-spoke wheels supporting the entire vehicle's stance. But what truly moved Wang Zhe was the moment he opened the door and sat inside. The hand-stitched diamond-patterned leather seats felt exquisite to the touch. The interior featured a combination of linen white and hot pepper red, creating a subtle yet luxurious ambience. On the central console there was a large area of solid wood veneer. Sliding his finger across it, he could feel the natural wood grain's undulations. The rotary air vent, diamond-cut gear shift knob, and Naim premium sound system, every detail silently communicated two words: handcrafted. "Sir, you have great taste." Seeing Wang Zhe adorned in branded attire, the Bentley sales representative dared not be the slightest bit negligent and warmly introduced, "This model is the Bentayga long wheelbase elegance version 4.0 V8 engine, 0-100 km in 4.1 seconds, a wheelbase of 3,175 millimeters, a rear legroom." "Let's talk about the price," Wang Zhe interrupted before he could finish. "For this long wheelbase elegance version, if you place an order today at the exhibition, it will be 4 million in total." "All right, let's sign the contract," Wang Zhe said lightly. "Oh." The sales representative was taken aback. He had been in this industry for 6 years and had seen many luxury car customers. But most people, even if they ultimately bought, would compare, test drive, bargain, and think it over. Someone like Wang Zhe, who came and sat for 5 minutes, asked for the price, and directly paid with a card. This was simply too rare. "Sir, are you sure?" the sales representative asked excitedly. "Bring me the contract." Wang Zhe nodded. "Have the car delivered to this address and call me or my girlfriend when it arrives," Wang Zhe said, providing the name of the community whereby Ingshua lived and her phone number, just in case he encountered a suitable female car model later and might need to go again tomorrow. All right. Please wait." The sales representative quickly ran to get the contract, took a few steps out, and then turned back smiling broadly, adding, "Sir, would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" "No need." In less than 10 minutes the contract was signed. Once Wang Zhe swiped his bank card, this 4 million Bentley completely belonged to him. After all, it's just a 4 million thing. For Wang Zhe now it was almost no pressure. Unfortunately, the model hired by Bentley was not as good as those from Rolls-Royce. Wang Zhe had just scanned and found her score to be only in the 70s, which disappointed him greatly. Leaving the Bentley booth, Wang Zhe wasted no time and headed straight for the Maybach display. At the Mercedes-Benz booth, models such as the C260, E300, and GLC were lined up. However, Wang Zhe's gaze passed over these entry-level competitors and landed precisely on the massive vehicle illuminated by a spotlight at the back of the exhibition hall. Maybach S680. Top configuration. The vehicle featured a classic two-tone paint job, with the upper part in a deep lustrous black and the lower part in desert gold. The two colors converged at the waistline with a hand-painted boundary that was both straight and exuded a sense of luxury. On the hood, the Maybach emblem sparkled under the spotlight. The Maybach sales representative soon noticed Wang Zhe, who was dressed in Balenciaga, handsome and clearly affluent. Without hesitation, the representative opened the car door for Wang Zhe. As he sat inside, the 1600 fiber optic lights in the starry sky ceiling illuminated, making it feel as if he was beneath the galaxy. The central armrest housed a refrigerator and champagne flute holder, a Berlin Sound 4D surround sound system, and the electric leg rest slowly lifted. This was not just a car. This was simply a mobile palace. As Wang Zhe exited the back seat, ready to finalize the purchase, a stunning figure emerged from the temporary backstage behind the Maybach. She wore a white lace, spaghetti-strap dress, draped with a black shawl that concealed her pristine shoulders. The neck design of the dress revealed her fair skin at the chest, while the straps accentuated a generous. The high slit on the side of the dress showcased her long, slender legs, exuding an irresistible allure. At this moment, a notification pinged in Wang Zhe's mind. Ding, potential target detected. Comprehensive estimated score, 91 points. Would you like to view detailed information? 91 points. Wang Zhe's eyes instantly lit up. Today he had scanned a bunch of car models, from a 5-point bioweapon to a 28-point high-mileage used car and a 50-point tech face, all of which were simply disappointing. Finally, he had found a suitable target for conquest. Wang Zhe decisively clicked to view the details. Name Li Jiwei. Age 25, occupation car model, part-time graduate student. Safety rating full marks. Remarks special physique. Worth having. What the hell is special physique? Wang Zhe's heart raced. What did this mean? At least tens of millions in reward money. However, Wang Zhe did not rush to strike up. Li Jiwei had just positioned herself in front of the two-tone Maybach when, thanks to her stunning figure, a swarm of media and onlookers rushed over. Click, click. The sound of camera shutters filled the air. They'll take this Maybach, find the person in charge to finalize the deal, Wang Zhe directly told the sales representative who had been following him. The sales representative's eyes lit up. He quickly ran off to find the manager. Within 2 minutes, a slightly plump sales manager appeared, panting in front of Wang Zhe. Hello, sir. This is our top-spec S680 display model, priced at $4.6 million after tax. Swipe the card. Wang Zhe pulled out his bank card and handed it over. The manager was equally excited. He had heard about the $4 million deal over at Bentley just 5 minutes ago, and now good fortune had landed in his lap. Tourists who had been taking photos around the booth noticed when Wang Zhe secured the S680, causing quite especially among those car enthusiasts who loved the S680. Damn, over $4 million for a car, and he just buys it like that. So damn cool. I also want an S680, but I can't even afford any 300. He'll never save up as much as he spends in a single afternoon. This guy seems to have just bought a $4 million Bentley, and now he's getting a Maybach 680. Damn, does buying a car at an auto show not cost anything? Am I the only one who noticed that Li Jiwei has been secretly looking at this handsome guy? I seriously suspect that Li Jiwei might get some injections tonight. Wang Zhe paid no attention to the discussion. After signing off on his final word, he set the pen down and said to the plump manager, I'll be taking the car now. Also, my Lamborghini is parked on B2. Please arrange for someone to bring it to Xingfu Garden. No problem. Absolutely no problem. The plump manager nodded repeatedly. Wang Zhe put the bank card back in his pocket and leisurely walked toward Li Jiwei. Beauty, you seem familiar. How about we go out for a meal? Sure, handsome, but you might have to wait a bit. We haven't reached break time yet. Since Wang Zhe bought the Maybach, Li Jiwei had her attention fixed on him. She had heard every word of the tourist's comments and Wang Zhe's words. A $4 million Bentley. A $4.6 million Maybach. Plus the Lamborghini he mentioned earlier. The value of these cars had already exceeded $20 million. Thus, she was naturally very willing to accept the invitation from this young and wealthy heir. Of course, she also did not want to stay and face a bunch of poor souls who couldn't afford a car, let alone those who were eager to press their phones against her chest to take photos. Just yesterday, a poor soul in his 40s holding a Mercedes-Benz E300 key asked her for contact information, as she politely provided it, only for him to later approach her about a monthly allowance of $5,000. Wang Zhe glanced at the nearby sales manager. Miss Li, please accompany Mr. Wang. The manager naturally didn't want to let this high-spending client slip away, smiling as he said this. Li Jiwei did not put on airs and immediately linked her arm with Wang Zhe's. Wang Zhe cheerfully wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Wow! As they left with Wang Zhe's arm around Li Jiwei's waist, a group of onlooking car enthusiasts couldn't help but feel envious. After all, the reason they had come to the Maybach booth was not only to see the cars, but also to see the car models take photos and then show off to themselves later. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Not only can one enjoy luxury cars, but one can also have fun with Mr. Wang. Where are we heading next? After getting in the car, Li Jiwei sat in the passenger seat, her gaze sweeping over the luxurious interior, her throat tightening slightly. Let's go grab something to eat first, Wang Zhe replied with a smile, casually starting the engine. The deep, resonant growl of the V8 was completely different from the aggressive roar of a Lamborghini. Driving, Wang Zhe couldn't help but glance at the passenger seat. Her white spaghetti-strap dress with its high slit parted naturally as she sat, exposing a section of her snow-white thigh to the air. From the knee to the upper thigh, the skin was both fair and delicate, with faint hints of blue veins visible. TSK. This figure could rival that of Sister Shan, but it was completely different. Sister Shan's attributes were all concentrated in her upper body, her bust still the pinnacle in Wang Zhe's mind. In contrast, Li Jiwei's attributes were all in her legs, long and straight, with an astonishing proportion akin to exquisite wine glasses. With the added buff from her identity as a car model, Wang Zhe found himself a bit parched. Throughout the drive, they engaged in light conversation. Wang Zhe asked casually, as if making small talk. Before long, he had a rough understanding of Li Jiwei's background. She was from a rural area and her parents were farmers. She was pursuing a master's degree, funding her tuition through her own efforts. As a graduate student, modeling was just a part-time job, so she hadn't signed with an agency coordinating events independently, leading to unstable income. With all this information, Wang Zhe had a general understanding in his mind. Short on money, and a hint of the modesty typical of a student. But her willingness to readily accept his invitation to dinner indicated that her boundaries were flexible when it came to money. However, what truly excited Wang Zhe was a phrase that Li Jiwei inadvertently mentioned. Actually, I came to this car show with my roommate. She's at the BYD booth. Roommate. Is she also a car model? Wang Zhe asked in a neutral tone. Yes, Qing Yihan, my classmate in grad school, we share a dorm. Her situation is better than mine. She's beautiful and has great poise, but... Li Jiwei paused. She's too timid. This is her first time modeling, and she's really nervous. I'm afraid she won't handle it well. As soon as the name Chung Yihan slipped from Li Jiwei's lips, a notification sound rang out in Wang Zhe. Ding, potential target detected. Overall estimated score, 95 points. Would you like to view detailed information? 95. Damn. Wang Zhe jolted. Up to today, the only person he had seen with a score of 95 was Sister Shan, from whom he had directly received an 80 million reward. And now here was another 95. This absolutely could not be missed. Wang Zhe silently thought of checking. Name Chung Yihan. Age, 25. Occupation car model, part-time graduate student. Safety rating, full marks. Note, this game aims to enhance player happiness. More information can be explored by the player. The information was limited, but a score of 95 is very valuable. This was a big catch, and the only bridge leading to this big catch was sitting right next to him. Wang Zhe did not show any unusual reaction. He casually asked, does your roommate usually lack money? Even more than I do. Li Jiwei forced a smile. She comes from a single-parent family with 3 sisters. She has an older brother and a younger sister. She's the middle child. Her mom sells vegetables at the market, earning about 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Her living expenses are pitifully low, and I was the one who brought her to model. What a good best friend. Modeling is great. Without it, how would he have a chance? Wang Zhe internally gave Li Jiwei a thumbs up. Moreover, since Chung Yihan was the middle child, it made things even easier. In a family, the least valued is always the middle child. Soon, the Maybach stopped in front of a well-reviewed Western restaurant. After ordering, Wang Zhe asked for 2 bottles of red wine. When the wine was served, Wang Zhe did not rush to say anything. He poured half a glass for Li Jiwei and half a glass for himself, and they lightly clinked their glasses. Then they began to eat and chat. After a few bites of steak, Li Jiwei opened up. She complained about some bizarre encounters at the car show yesterday, mentioning a middle-aged man in his 40s who held his phone just 10 centimeters from her chest while taking pictures. When he was stopped by security, he indignantly shouted, I was just shooting the car. Wang Zhe laughed after hearing that. He wasn't wrong. Li Jiwei's 2 headlights were indeed striking. Who wouldn't want to take a picture? As the wine flowed, Li Jiwei's cheeks began to flush. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Wang Zhe set down his glass and smiled, saying, Jiwei, I have a question for you. As a car model, how much can you earn in a month? Li Jiwei paused, then softly replied, when things are good, about 7,000 to 8,000, when not 3,000 to 4,000. So how much do your tuition and living expenses total for a semester? Over 20,000. So in essence, your modeling income barely covers tuition and daily expenses. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Wang Zhe looked directly at Li Jiwei. From the first moment I saw you, I found you quite appealing. I don't want you to continue being at car shows constantly bombarded with cameras. How about this? I'll give you 80,000 as living expenses each month, and you can peacefully be my girlfriend. Later, I plan to open an MCN company. You can come work for me as a secretary. 80,000. Li Jiwei was taken aback by Wang Zhe's words. She was instantly moved. After some time as a car model, while she hadn't been too exposed, she had seen enough. Many sisters in the industry dream of being taken care of, with the going rate being about 20,000 to 30,000. Previously, someone had offered her 30,000, and she had flatly refused. But 80,000. This figure shattered her psychological defenses. Even if it's just for a year, that's nearly $1 million. 2 years, almost 2 million. Even if Mr. Wang loses interest later with this money and her degree and looks, she could still find a decent and honest man to marry, ensuring a stable future. Li Jiwei's heart began to race. Yet she did not immediately agree. Mr. Wang, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Li Jiwei blushed as she looked at Wang Zhe. Go ahead. First, is there any issue on your end? Wang Zhe. This question was indeed a bit tricky. I've heard that some men have issues and take out their frustrations on women, like hitting or shouting. Li Jiwei observed Wang Zhe's subtle expression and quickly added, rest assured. Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair, looking at her with a half smile. I not only have no issues, but the problems are quite... What do you mean? It means you will find out tonight, and the issues are serious enough that you may need to prepare yourself. Li Jiwei's face instantly flushed to her ears. She took a big gulp of wine to cover her embarrassment, then steeled herself to ask the second question. So, Mr. Wang, do you have any special preferences? What counts as special? For example, wax, lips biting, and sharing. By the time Li Jiwei uttered the last 2 words, her voice had nearly faded away. You're a graduate student, and you know about these things. Did you choose the wrong topic for your thesis? Wang Zhe looked at her with a half smile. I just heard my sisters in the industry mention them. Li Jiwei felt flustered. You have no issues, but I might have some. Wang Zhe said seriously. Oh. Li Jiwei looked at Wang Zhe in confusion. I'm currently feeling quite frustrated. Wang Zhe leaned closer to her ear, grinning mischievously. 10 minutes later. Hilton. Top floor suite. The moment the door closed behind the two, the air was thick. Wang Zhe reached out, pinching Li Jiwei's chin, lifting it slightly, and kissed her directly. Li Jiwei's face turned bright red. As she watched Wang Zhe lean in, she slowly opened her mouth, welcoming his advance. Their breaths intertwined in an instant. Wang Zhe's hand slid down her side, following the high slit of her dress, firmly grasping her thigh. Hiss. So long. So smooth. So tight. Li Jiwei knew what her advantage was. She slightly lifted one leg, leaning her entire weight against Wang Zhe's chest. Wang Zhe's large hand roamed back and forth on her raised long leg. One must admit the sensation of a model's legs is indeed unparalleled. It's not merely a matter of touch. It's the knowledge that these legs just earlier today stood on a stage being photographed by 1,000 people, and now they belong solely to you. That sense of conquest doubles the pleasure. After playing enough with her legs, Wang Zhe carried Li Jiwei into the bathroom. When they emerged wrapped in bathrobes, Wang Zhe lifted the fragrant Li Jiwei, who smelled of shower gel, and placed her on the 2-meter-wide bed. The bathrobe was pushed aside. Instantly a blinding white. Her full and perky bosom quivered slightly. A flat abdomen. Further down there were her impossibly long legs. More crucially, Li Jiwei's feet were petite with round toes and neatly trimmed nails, unpolished, which made them appear even more translucent. Like a carefully maintained work of art. Wang Zhe looked at Li Jiwei, whose face was full of spring, and swallowed hard. He leaned down, whispering something into her ear. Li Jiwei's eyes widened in an instant. Her face flushed immediately. This shouldn't count as a special preference, right? Li Jiwei bit her lip, hesitating for 2 seconds. Still, she began to move slowly. After the storm had settled, it was over an hour later. In the presidential suite, the air was thick with an indescribable atmosphere of desire. Li Jiwei lay panting on the bed, her flushed backside nestled in the pillow, nearly out of breath. She finally completely and utterly understood Wang Zhe's words in the restaurant and really quite agitated. It wasn't a joke. It was genuinely intense. In every conceivable sense. After a while, Li Jiwei turned over, resting her slightly reddened knees on Wang Zhe's legs, blushing as she asked, "President Wang, how many secretaries do you have besides me?" "Including you, 7. Wang Zhe leaned against the headboard, doing a quick count. Li Jiwei was taken aback. 7. She opened her mouth, taking a while to finally squeeze out, "President Wang, can you really manage 7 women? You don't need to worry about that." Wang Zhe glanced at her, his gaze carrying a sense of certainty. "What I have the most." With that, the game notifications flooded Wang Zhe's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, player successfully wooed a quality woman. Base reward 5 million. Top tier special physique bonus reward 50 million. Total amount 55 million. What on earth is this top tier special physique bonus?" He instinctively opened Li Jiwei's physique details. Special physique, fertile constitution. Note this target's probability of conception is over 3 times that of an ordinary woman, classified as a rare top-tier reproductive physique. Goodness. A fertile constitution. Wang Zhe gasped. If no protective measures were taken, it could lead to unexpected consequences. No wonder the system gave her the label of top-tier special physique. Its value is indeed high. Ridiculously high. However, Wang Zhe has not yet graduated from university. The thought of being a father is out of the question. He decisively selected deactivate on the game panel. A bit regretfully, Li Jiwei was not a first time, so the initial reward was not triggered. But looking at it, 55 million is already a huge sum. This afternoon alone, a Bentley for 4 million, a Maybach for 4.6 million, and game rewards of 55 million. Even if I give Li Jiwei 100 a month, that's 1.2 million a year, and she just provided me with 55 million. What a massive profit. Wang Zhe set aside his calculations and turned to Li Jiwei beside him. "Jiwei." Li Jiwei looked up at Wang Zhe. "Now you are my woman." Wang Zhe's hand caressed her smooth back. "I don't want you entangled with any other man. What needs to be cut off, let's make it clean." Hearing this, Li Jiwei's body stiffened slightly, and she quickly said, "No, President Wang, I've been single for 3 years. I only dated one boyfriend, but we broke up in less than a year, and I've deleted all contact." That's good." Wang Zhe's expression softened at her words. Also, he reached out, tucking Li Jiwei's hair behind her ear. "In private, don't call me president anymore, call me husband." "Husband," Li Jiwei immediately called out. After a short break, she got up to the washroom to freshen up. When she returned, she was wearing the pure cotton pajamas provided by the hotel, standing by the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She looked up, gazing out. Below was a continuous flow of traffic, and looking further, one could see the distinct skyline of the provincial city. "How is it? Does it look good?" Wang Zhe walked up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "It looks good." Li Jiwei nodded softly. In just a few short hours, she transformed from a model being photographed at a car show to a secretary with a monthly salary of 8,000. Fate can turn around so quickly, it's truly unbelievable. After a few seconds of silence, Li Jiwei suddenly spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Husband, this time at the car show is the first event for Ihan. She's timid and I'm a bit worried. I might need to accompany her back to school tonight, don't be mad. No problem. Wang Zhe casually nodded. Pausing as if suddenly recalling something, he asked, are you very super close? We met in our freshman year, it's been 5 years, we've lived together in the same dorm for 5 years, closer than real sisters. Li Jiwei said with a smile, her eyes bright. Talking about her best friend, she visibly relaxed. I remember you mentioned before that her family situation isn't very good. Wang Zhe asked casually as if just bringing it up. Worse than mine. Li Jiwei's smile faded a bit, and she sighed. Ihan is the second child with an older brother and a younger sister, the least favored in the family. Her living expenses are pitifully low, it's only because I brought her out to model that it's slightly better. Wang Zhe's expression turned sympathetic as he earnestly said, huh. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Zhang Jiwei was taken aback, not quite understanding his meaning. Wang Zhe rested his chin on her shoulder, chuckling softly. If you bring your best friend over to be my secretary with you, I'll increase your living allowance by 20,000. Of course your friends won't be as much as yours, as it's all about first come first served. Li Jiwei suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide open. Honey, you're quite lecherous. I've just gotten into your hands, and you're already eyeing my best friend. Her tone was teasing, yet there was no trace of anger in her eyes. At the same time, Zhang Jiwei's mind began. If Ihan came over, her own living expenses would skyrocket to 100,000 a month, 1,200,000 a year. In any industry, that would be an absolute top salary. And Ihan. To be honest, Ihan needed this money more than she did. Even if she earned 50 or 80,000 a month, it would allow her and her mother to live a completely different life. Secondly, Li Jiwei was clear in her heart that her relationship with Wang Zhe was, to put it bluntly, a form of being kept. Moreover, Wang Zhe had explicitly stated that she would make 7 women in total. 7. This made her feel somewhat insecure, as if she were just one among many. But what if she brought her best? 2 people serving the same man would create mutual support. It was better than her fighting alone in this circle. But bringing her best friend in meant what? It meant the 2 of them might not even have a formal status in the future. Was this helping her or harming her? Li Jiwei bit her lip, her thoughts in a tangle, hesitating. At that moment, one of Wang Zhe's words directly shattered her last line of defense. Jiwei, if you and your sister both come over, I promise you one thing. What is it? Although we may not be able to get a marriage certificate after you graduate, I'll accompany you back home to host a grand wedding, pulling out all the stops, and I'll personally go to serve tea to your parents. Li Jiwei's eyes instantly lit up. A wedding back home. Wang Zhe personally serving tea. That would give her a legitimate excuse to her parents. Really? Why would I lie to you? Wang Zhe tousled her hair, a teasing smile on his face. I always keep my promises. But the condition is that you have to help me invite your best friend out, so I can see for myself if she deserves this opportunity. Li Jiwei took a deep breath. Okay, honey, I'll try. After the car exhibition tomorrow, I'll invite Ihan out for dinner with us. She quickly added with a hint of a playful tone, but honey, if Ihan really becomes your woman, you can't neglect me for her. Do you think I'm the type to be fickle? Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, sweeping his gaze over her from top to bottom. With legs like yours, I could play for 10 years and never get tired of you. Saying this, Wang Zhe reached into the collar of her nightgown and gently pulled her closer. He lowered his head, his gaze landing on her slightly widened eyes. Moreover, with a figure like yours, why would I let you? With that, he leaned in and kissed her. Li Jiwei's breath became rapid. Honey, the curtains aren't closed yet. No need to close them. Wang Zhe leaned down, his lips brushing against her earlobe. At this floor level, who can see? Saying this, he held Li Jiwei's waist and gently pushed. Her body leaned forward, her hands instinctively supporting herself against the large floor-to-ceiling window. Wang Zhe's hand made a slight movement, untying the sash of her nightgown. As it fell to the ground, the view outside revealed the overlapping skyline of the provincial capital, while Li Jiwei was fully exposed to the afternoon light. Not long after, in the presidential suite, only the window glass remained. The faint sound of trembling. Approaching 5 in the afternoon, Li Jiwei finally climbed out of the 2-meter-wide bed. Her legs were still weak. She leaned against the bedside table for a while before regaining her strength. After changing into a spaghetti-strap dress in front of Wang Zhe, Li Jiwei bent down and kissed him on the forehead. Honey, I'm leaving now. I need to accompany Ihan back to school tonight. Wang Zhe squinted, reaching out to gently pat her on the bottom. Let me know in advance about tomorrow's appointment. Got it. Li Jiwei glanced at Wang Zhe, who was still bare. She became even more enthusiastic about inviting Chung Ihan to become her sister. Not for any reason. Just thinking about her own safety. If she didn't find someone soon, she felt that Wang Zhe would really end up killing her. After Li Jiwei left, Wang Zhe did not rush to check out. Having output too much recently, even with the boost from the game system enhancing his stamina, Wang Zhe inevitably felt fatigued. Lying on the soft mattress, Wang Zhe quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already noon the next day. Wang Zhe opened his phone. He saw a pile of messages from Bai Xue accompanied by 3 pictures. One was of a Bentley Bentayga parked in the community's parking space, the sunlight reflecting off the white paint, its quality unmatched. Another was of a Lamborghini Gallardo parked beside it, the 2 cars, one still and one moving, exuding contrasting auras. The third was a selfie of Bai Xue holding her phone with those 2 cars in the background, her expression proud and excited. Honey, your Bentley has arrived. So cool. When are you coming back? A lot of people in the community are taking pictures. I'll be back shortly. Put on some black stockings and wait for me. After sending this message, Wang Zhe slid to Li Jiwei's chat box. Honey, I've already arranged dinner with Ihan tonight. Just say it's a friend of mine treating us. Perfect. Wang Zhe replied with a simple, okay, and said nothing more. Suddenly Wang Zhe thought of something. Putting down his phone, he got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the bustling street below, he began to contemplate another matter. Recently his assets had been increasing. The Maybach, Bentley, and Lamborghini together totaled nearly 15 million. But he didn't even have a fixed residence in the provincial capital. Every time he conducted business, he had to check into a hotel. While money wasn't an issue, it was still inconvenient. Cars also needed a dedicated garage for storage. More importantly, with more and more women in the future, he couldn't always meet in hotels, could he? It was time to get himself a palace. Also, a person worth over $1 billion shouldn't always be the one driving. A reliable private driver must be arranged. Thinking of this, Wang Zhe opened the chat box with Lu Jia. Manager Lu, 2 things. First, help me post a job on the recruitment website for a reliable private driver, preferably a veteran, with a starting salary of 20,000. Second, please keep an eye on villa projects in the provincial capital, independent ones. If you find any suitable ones, send me the information directly. Understood, boss Wang. I'll post the driver recruitment today, and I'll help you connect with a few high-end property sales for the villa, and send you the information once it's organized. Lu Jia replied quickly. The Happy Garden. In the rental room, where Bai Xue lived, Wang Zhe lay on the bed holding the delicate rosy Bai Xue in his arms. Scattered on the floor were black stockings and sleepwear, and the air was thick with the lingering scent of desire. Ding. Congratulations, player, for engaging in deep communication with Bai Xue, earning a reward of 1000. The notification chimed just as a slight smirk appeared on Wang Zhe's lips. Another day of earning 1000. What a pity. Such rewards only come when having profound conversations with Xiaoxue. If only every woman of mine could provide such rewards, wouldn't that be exhilarating? He reached out and patted Bai Yingxu's white back, saying, Come on, darling, move that pillow beneath you. Is this more comfortable, dear? Bai Yingxu's cheeks flushed as she slowly pulled out the pillow, but her legs remained unmoved. She posed as if trying to hold on. Wang Zhe chuckled. What's this? Do you want to have a baby with me? Is that, dear? Bai Yingxu's eyes lit up, looking at him with anticipation. Wang Zhe shook his head seriously and replied, I haven't graduated yet, no rush. Besides, I consulted a fortune teller before, and they said I would only have offspring after graduating from college. So I was with my ex-girlfriend for 3 years without ever using a condom, and she never got pregnant either. As he spoke, he focused his thoughts and selected extinguish on the game panel. Is that true? Don't lie to me, dear. Bai Yingxue said, half believing. Why would I lie to you? Wang Zhe laughed, pinching her cheek. This way is better, don't you think? We can enjoy our card games even more, right? Bai Yingxue still had some doubts, but seeing the determined expression on Wang Zhe's face, she had no choice but to relax her tensed legs. Since she couldn't tie him down with a child in the short term, she would have to rely on herself and her close friends. With that thought, Bai Yingxu's eyes twinkled as she slowly sat up and took a bottle of skincare oil from the bedside table. Dear, I've learned a new massage technique online these past few days. Want to try it? As she spoke, she poured the oil into her palm, rubbed her hands together to warm it, and slowly applied it to her body. Then she leaned down and began to give Wang Zhe a special massage. As that exquisite softness brushed against his chest, Wang Zhe couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Tisk, this little girl is getting more skilled. How's this massage, dear? While Xiaoxue worked hard to massage Wang Zhe, she asked. Good, very good. Meanwhile, in Yishur, near the city center garden, in a temporary office of over 20 square meters, Songya and Xiaomei had just finished interviewing several candidates. Sister Yin, none of these candidates today are quite right. Either their looks aren't enough or their aura is off. Xiaomei flipped through the resumes, a bit helpless. Come in. The door opened, and a girl in a white long dress with a high ponytail walked in. Song Ya's eyes lit up at the sight. This girl had a pure, yet somewhat regal aura, and her body proportions were excellent, perfectly meeting the bakery's requirement for a face of the store. Hello, beautiful, you're here to apply for the waitress position, right? Please take a seat. Songya smiled and gestured. Yes, thank you. The girl politely handed over her resume. Sonya took it and glanced at it. Name Li Yutong. Esher Business School Junior Year. Internship experience none. Special skills outgoing personality good at communication. Li Yutong right. Sonya looked up at her. You're still a student, so about your working hours. Our school is very lenient, I can come to work anytime. Li Yutong quickly explained. If there's any special situation, I will request a leave in advance, you can rest assured. Sonya pondered for a moment and nodded. Alright, then you should have seen the salary details in the job listing. The probation period is 1 month with a base salary of 3500 plus commission. If there are no problems, just wait for my notice to start working. Thank you. Thank you. Li Yutong's eyes brightened as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Since breaking up with Wang Zhe, her living expenses had suddenly become tight. Although Chao Dong occasionally treated her to meals and bought her things, he had recently been hinting at booking a room and taking things further. Li Yutong felt quite resistant to this and only regarded Chao Dong as a close friend. She never considered being with him. However, Chao Dong had become increasingly impatient, and they had had several unpleasant arguments. Li Yutong felt embarrassed to beg for money again, so when she saw Sonya was hiring with decent pay, she hurried to the interview. Sonya watched Li Yutong leave and turned to Xiaomei saying, "This girl is good, let's keep in touch with her." Yes, she is indeed quite pretty. Xiaomei nodded, just not sure if she can endure hardship. Let's give it a try. Sonya smiled and continued organizing the documents. She was completely unaware that the girl she had just hired was Wang Zhe's ex-girlfriend. Wang Zhe had no idea that his ex-girlfriend was interviewing at his current girlfriend Sonya's place. After earning another 100 from Deep Communication, Wang Zhe and Bai Yingxue entered the bathroom together to take a shower. In the cramped bathroom, to make Wang Zhe more comfortable, Bai Yingxue specially brought him a plastic stool. Wang Zhe sat on the stool brushing his teeth while contemplating the evening's plans. Bai Yingxue crouched in front of Wang Zhe using her delicate little hands to apply shower gel, then using a loofah, she began to wash Wang Zhe's body. After washing his front, she stood up, positioning her lower abdomen against Wang Zhe's face, and with her right hand around his head, she washed his back. After rinsing, Bai Yingxue sweetly crouched down to help Wang Zhe rinse further. Wang Zhe enjoyed Bai Yingxue's service and involuntarily thought of Li Jiwei's voluptuous and sensual body. If everything goes smoothly tonight, just thinking about it made his blood boil. More importantly, if tonight went well, he could not only win over Cheng Yihan, but also unlock a special achievement. Tisk, just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Bai Yingxue noticed Wang Zhe's change, her face blushing slightly, and she made him sit up straight as she slowly sat on the same stool with him. Hiss. Xiaoxue, you're becoming more understanding. Wang Zhe couldn't help but hold on to Bai Yingxue's fair waist. Half an hour later, Wang Zhe thought for a moment, having earned 200 today, he shouldn't act too much like a ruthless capitalist. He took out his phone and transferred 500 to Bai Yingxue. Thank you, dear. Bai Yingxue beamed and kissed Wang Zhe on the cheek, then got up to help him put on his clothes before obediently seeing him out of the room. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. A long white Bentley Bentayga slowly came to a stop in front of the Provincial International Conference Center. With a wheelbase of over 3 meters, the white paint shimmered under the setting sun, flowing with a metallic sheen, while the flying bee emblem on the hood gleamed brightly. Not even 5 minutes after the car stopped, Li Jiwei appeared in Wang Zhe's line of sight alongside her roommate Cheng. Today she was wearing a French-style halter dress that expertly showcased her shoulder and neck lines. The front of the dress was modestly covered, but from the side one could catch a glimpse of the fair skin along the curves of her well-endowed figure. Fleetingly visible, standing next to Li Jiwei, was her roommate Cheng Yihan. Her demeanor was completely different from the sultry allure of Li Jiwei. Cheng Yihan stood there like a delicate flower kissed by morning dew. With a standard oval face, her contours were soft and exquisite, showing no signs of artificial refinement. Her standard oval face had soft and exquisite contours without a trace of artificial refinement. A pair of peach blossom eyes slightly upwards at the corners held an innocent allure when gazing at others. Her hair was styled in a high updo, revealing her long and fair neck, while the curve of her collarbone was just right. She wore a light purple, dreamy princess-style gown that accentuated her slender waist. The hem of the dress reached mid-thigh, beneath which were 2 smooth, fair legs adorned with silver high heels. That natural allure seemed to suggest she was unaware of her own charm. The two beauties standing together instantly became the most eye-catching scenery at the entrance of the exhibition center, drawing the attention of nearly every passing man. Hubby. Li Jiwei walked up to Wang Zhe, unable to hide a hint of joy. Women are truly strange beings. Despite the lack of emotional foundation between them, after being thoroughly stirred by Wang Zhe several times, Li Jiwei inexplicably developed a vague sense of dependency on this man. Especially thinking about tonight, what if her boyfriend really took her best friend? Should she go or not? If she went, should it be together or sleep separately? Thinking of this, Li Jiwei's face suddenly flushed slightly. This is my best friend Yihan, isn't she beautiful? Li Jiwei took Cheng Yihan's hand, smilingly introducing her to Wang Zhe, and then turned to Cheng Yihan saying, Yihan, this is my boyfriend Wang Zhe. I've heard from Jiwei that you are very beautiful. Wang Zhe smiled as he extended his hand, his gaze confidently landing on Cheng Yihan's face. Indeed, seeing you in person is even better than hearing about you. You are also very handsome. Cheng Yihan felt a bit uncomfortable under his direct gaze, forcing a polite smile as she extended her small hand. In that moment of contact, Wang Zhe felt a smoothness and softness along with a slight coolness at his fingertips. The sensation was exquisite. When he let go, it was neither hurried nor slow, neither lingering nor eager to withdraw. Let's get in the car. Li Jiwei opened the back door. As Cheng Yihan bent down to sit inside, a wave of the top-tier leather scent unique to Bentley rushed over her. The Mulliner handcrafted diamond-patterned leather seats with the starry sky roof illuminated by fiber optic lights combined with the soft ambience lighting inside the car made the entire back seat feel like a moving private club. Cheng Yihan instinctively clenched the hem of her dress. She glanced around at the luxurious interior of the car. Then she looked at Wang Zhe. Wearing a tailored Balenciaga outfit, Wang Zhe's tall figure was perfectly accentuated. His profile was sharply defined, and the sunlight streaming through the windshield cast a golden hue over his shoulder. Cheng Yihan's heart skipped a beat. She reminded herself that he was her best friend's boyfriend, and it had nothing to do. Yet that thought, once it emerged, stubbornly persisted, resisting her attempts to suppress it. Jiwei is really lucky. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Cheng Yihan was startled by her own surprise, quickly lowering her head to feign interest in the scenery outside. She had never heard Jiwei mention having a boyfriend before. Yesterday, she suddenly said she found one. Given that Jiwei had been a car model for a while, Cheng Yihan had assumed she would end up with some middle-aged executive with a big belly. To her surprise, it turned out to be such a young and handsome man. It would be a lie to say she was not envious. V8 roared. The white Bentayga transformed into a flash of white lightning weaving through the traffic. 20 minutes later, Wang Zhe parked the car in front of a luxurious Western restaurant. Yunqi Restaurant. One of the top Western restaurants in the province, famous for its high prices and high quality with an average cost starting at $1,500. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? The restaurant receptionist, seeing Wang Zhe dressed in Balenciaga and accompanied by two stunning women, dared not show any negligence and asked respectfully. No. Wang Zhe shook his head. Are there any better private rooms available? Yes, currently there are 3 available. 2 are $3,888, and the best one is $8,888. Without a second thought, Wang Zhe said the best one. Wang Zhe remained unfazed while Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan behind him were somewhat shocked. As car models, their maximum earnings after a few days at the car show was only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. They never expected that dining here would cost several thousand just for a private room. Moreover, once they ordered some food and maybe a couple of bottles of red wine, the meal would easily exceed 10,000. All right, sir, please follow me. Wang Zhe followed the waiter forward. Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan lagged a few steps behind. Jiwei, isn't the cost here too high? Don't worry. Li Jiwei linked her arm with Cheng Yihan and leaned in closer to whisper. Zij spent over 8 million on a car at the car show yesterday. This meal is nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. Over 8 million. Cheng Yihan was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word. Yihan, just relax and enjoy your meal. Li Jiwei glanced at her, her tone carrying a meaningful smile. Today's meal will only benefit you. Benefits? Cheng Yihan's heart skipped a beat. Before leaving home today, she had intended to change out of her car show dress, but her best friend stopped her, saying, just wear this, it looks great. What scheme was Li Jiwei plotting? Cheng Yihan had an inkling of a guess in her heart, but dared not think too deeply. She told herself not to overthink it, it was just a meal. The door to the private room swung open. In a space of 40 to 50 square meters, a crystal chandelier on the ceiling emitted a soft yellow glow, and a few large oil paintings adorned the walls. Opening the window revealed the artificial river of the provincial city, with tender green willows swaying in the evening breeze, and the faint sound of cicadas came drifting in. Wang Zhe pulled out a chair and sat down. Li Jiwei sat beside him, and Cheng Yihan sat next to Li Jiwei. The waiter presented a tablet for ordering. Wang Zhe took it and swiped his finger across the screen several times. Truffle and beef tower, black caviar, lobster, M9 ribeye. He ordered all the signature dishes without hesitation and without glancing at the prices. He then swiped to the drinks page. His finger paused on a name. Romanicani. A single bottle costs 160000. The restaurant only had 2 bottles in stock. Without raising his head, Wang Zhe directly selected 2. After finishing, he handed the tablet to Cheng Yihan and Li Jiwei. Take a look. Is there anything else you want to eat? I don't want anything else. Cheng Yihan saw the prices on the screen, which often reached 4 digits, and instinctively shook her head. Li Jiwei had wanted to add something, but when she flipped to the drinks page, She saw the 2 bottles of Romanicani that Wang Zhe had selected. Her eyes widened in shock. Cheng Yihan saw it too. 1 bottle costs 1600, 2 bottles cost 32000. That number struck her like a heavy hammer on her heart. Her mother sold goods at the market earning only 2,000 to 3,000 a month, totaling about 20,000 to 30,000 a year. 32000 is the amount her mother had saved over more than a decade. Yet this man had simply tapped his finger. Sir, are you sure you want the Romanicani? The waiter's voice involuntarily raised half a pitch as he took the tablet. Wang Zhe merely lifted his eyelids slightly and responded with a faint mm. 5 minutes later, the restaurant manager personally pushed the door open, holding 2 bottles of wine in both hands, followed by a sommelier carrying a decanter. The wine bottles were carefully placed in the center of the table. The manager exchanged a few pleasantries and tacked, "Honey, this is the red wine that costs 1600 a bottle." Li Jiwei cautiously picked up 1 bottle to examine it, her tone tinged with a sense of unreality. "A sip of this must cost several hundred." "Today is the first time meeting Yihan," Wang Zhe said as he took a wine cutter and sliced open the bottle seal. "Let's treat her to a warm welcome." As he spoke, his gaze coincidentally swept over Cheng Yihan's eyes. Then he quickly looked away. But Cheng Yihan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. 32000. Just like that. He didn't even frown. This wasn't just a matter of wealth. Cheng Yihan had seen rich people before. Those middle-aged bosses had either an ostentatious generosity or a showy kind of lavishness, all laced with a desire to flaunt, "Look how much I can spend." But Wang Zhe was different. He truly didn't care. Moreover, he was willing to spend money on women. Cheng Yihan lowered her head, gazing at the crystal glass in front of her, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. What if she had a boyfriend like that? Then she wouldn't have to model cars anymore, nor worry about other people's opinions. Her mother wouldn't have to stand from dawn till dusk at the market. Just as that thought emerged, Cheng Yihan was startled by herself. She quickly denied in her heart, "Stop thinking this. Is Jiwei's boyfriend. What does it have to do with you?" Due to the Romanicani, the speed of serving dishes was extremely fast. 10 minutes later, the waiter pushed a card into the private room. A variety of signature desserts, truffle and beef tower, black caviar, lobster, M9 ribeye, soon filled the table. Li Jiwei pulled Cheng Yihan to take photos, especially of the 2 bottles of top-tier red wine worth 3,000. Wang Zhe remained still. He leaned against the back of the chair, holding a wine glass in one hand and resting the other on the armrest, his gaze subtly drifting between the 2 women. There was an indescribable ease. After a long time, they finally set their phones down in satisfaction. Clink. The glasses clinked. The 3 enjoyed the sumptuous delicacies while savoring the expensive, luxurious red wine, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. By the time the 2 bottles of wine were almost empty, Wang Zhe was fine, but Cheng Yihan, who was drinking red wine for the first time, had a flushed face. Though she wasn't drunk yet, her eyes were already becoming somewhat dazed. Li Jiwei's eyes subtly shifted. She thought the moment had come. She immediately took her phone and sent Wang Zhe a message. "Honey, I'll talk to Xiao Shui about her thoughts. You step out for a bit." "Got it." Wang Zhe understood. "They'll go to the restroom." He set down his glass and stood up to leave. Click. The door to the private room closed. Inside, only Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan remained. Li Jiwei didn't speak immediately. She poured herself half a glass of wine, slowly took a sip, and then sighed, as if unintentionally. "Yihan, how do you feel about tonight's dinner?" Li Jiwei leaned slightly closer to Cheng Yihan, smiling as she asked. "It's great. I think it's pretty good too, considering we've drunk 3,000 worth of wine." Li Jiwei smiled and echoed, "To be honest, if I hadn't met Wang Zhe, I might never have the chance to drink such expensive wine in my life. It's hard to imagine that in the span of a meal we consumed the equivalent of half a house. So finding the right man is more important than anything else. What do you think, Yihan?" Cheng Yihan nodded in agreement. "Yihan, what do you think of Wang Zhe as a person?" "He's pretty good. Do you like him?" That question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Cheng Yihan's brain buzzed. The thought she had repeatedly suppressed in her heart exploded with her friend's light, airy words. She didn't speak, but her face had already turned bright red. Seeing her reaction, Li Jiwei was fully assured. She leaned in closer, lowered her voice, and spoke with a sense of intimacy that only true sisters share. "Yihan, I won't beat around the bush with you. Wang Zhe doesn't just have me as a woman." Cheng Yihan was taken aback. "But he treats me very well," Li Jiwei continued, "and he explicitly said that if you are willing to join, your treatment will be the same as mine. 80,000 a month. Yihan, let me be honest with you. Wang Zhe gives me 80,000 a month for living expenses, and after I graduate, I can directly go to his company as his secretary. We are good sisters, and such a good opportunity should definitely be shared together." Li Jiwei grasped Cheng Yihan's hand with a look of consideration for her. This is just. Cheng Yihan's eyes widened, and she almost said the words being kept. "Yihan, what's wrong with being kept? Look at us as car models. We get photographed by those poor guys all day long, and who knows if they take our photos to do some filthy things. Besides, for a single car show event, we can only earn 5 or 6,000, and after we graduate, we still have to find jobs and marry someone, and we'll still be subjected to other men. In a few years, we will be just ordinary housewives. Rather than that, it's better to be Wang Zhe's woman. Just think about it, 80,000 a month, that's almost $1 million a year. Doesn't that mean your mom won't have to work so hard? To put it bluntly, even if you don't want to be Wang Zhe's woman in the future, with the living expenses we receive and our looks, we can still find a good husband to marry. But Li Jiwei's words immediately shook Qing Yihan to her core. Not to mention anything else. 80,000 a month. How much is that? And she didn't have any aversion to Wang Zhe. Stop saying but. Li Jiwei, Yihan, we are sisters. Wang Zhe has more than one woman. You need to help me. With our figures and looks, as long as we work hard, we can definitely keep Wang Zhe. In the future, we can even have his children. With his capabilities, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. As for marriage, we may not get a certificate, but that doesn't stop us from having a wedding in our hometown. Who will know about our relationship with Wang Zhe then? Listening to Li Jiwei's words, Qing Yihan bit her lip. After a moment, under Li Jiwei's expectant gaze, she blushed and nodded. Honey, you can come in now. She had successfully persuaded her best friend. Li Jiwei picked up her phone and hurriedly shared the good news with Wang Zhe. Well done. Seeing Li Jiwei's message, the corners of Wang Zhe's mouth involuntarily curled upward. With a flick of his finger, he transferred a bonus of 100,000 yuan. This was his reward for Li Jiwei, his meritorious contributor. After all, if you want a horse to run, you must let it graze first, and Li Jiwei was indeed a magnificent mare. The door clicked open. Wang Zhe pushed it and re-entered the private room. Qing Yihan's heart tightened with nervousness and an irrepressible shyness as she watched him come in. She suddenly understood. So this was why Jiwei had insisted she not change clothes before coming, and the meaning behind those hints about something good happening. Wang Zhe was in no hurry to make a move. In matters like this, it was all about setting the right atmosphere and letting things unfold naturally. Impatience was for lesser men, not for him. He quietly took his seat. Wang Zhe walked straight back to his place, picked up his wine glass, and swirled it gently a couple of times. The room fell silent for a moment. Li Jiwei looked at the blushing Qing Yihan, her eyes darting slightly, before she suddenly spoke in a mock-aggrieved tone. Honey, I was so furious at the auto show today, you know. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. What happened? There was a photographer who told someone right in front of me that Yihan's legs are prettier than mine. Isn't that infuriating? What's wrong with my legs? Come on, be our judge, and tell us, are mine prettier, or are— As she spoke, she pulled Qing Yihan along until they both stood before Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair, holding his wine glass in his right hand, his gaze playful as he appraised them. He said nothing. Honey, take a look. Li Jiwei bent slightly, her slender fingers pinching the hem of her skirt and slowly lifting it all the way up to her upper thigh. Two full curvaceous legs were revealed under the light, exuding a plump sensuality. The skin on her inner thighs was fair, with faint bluish veins visible beneath the surface. Yihan, lift yours too. Li Jiwei turned her head to look at Qing Yihan. Otherwise, how can hubby compare? Hearing this, Qing Yihan mustered her courage and slowly raised the hem of her lavender gown. In an instant, a pair of breathtakingly beautiful legs were unveiled completely before Wang Zhe's eyes. Unlike Li Jiwei's plump sensual allure, Qing Yihan's legs were defined by a word: purity. From ankle to knee, the lines were smooth and flawless, without a single excess curve. Her kneecaps were small and delicate. Above them stretched long, shapely thighs with skin as fine as the finest suet jade, glowing with a soft, almost unreal pearlescence under the crystal chandelier's gentle light. When her legs were pressed together from thigh to ankle, they fit perfectly, without the slightest gap. That innate straightness and symmetry were a genetic lottery that countless women spent fortunes on bone-setting, stretching, and correction to achieve in vain. What was most captivating was the skin near the top of her thighs, which was a shade whiter than her calves, so tender it seemed a finger's light press would sink in, only to spring back instantly. Wang Zhe's gaze swept back and forth between the two pairs of legs twice. Then he set down his glass. Both are beautiful, he said with a chuckle. However, he paused, his eyes lingering on Qing Yihan's legs for half a second longer. Just looking isn't— Wang Zhe beckoned to them. Come here. Honey, you're so bad. Li Jiwei gave a playful scold, but was the first to respond, dropping her skirt. She walked over in a few steps and sat down to Wang Zhe's left, casually draping one leg over his thigh. Watching her best friend's actions, Qing Yihan's heart pounded wildly. She lowered her skirt, walked over with her head bowed, and sat down to Wang Zhe's right. After hesitating she gently placed one of her legs over Wang Zhe's other thigh. Due to nervousness, her snow-white leg trembled. Wang Zhe felt that subtle quiver. He said nothing. His left palm covered Li Jiwei's thigh. A familiar touch, full, supple, and with a slight squeeze he held a handful of soft flesh. Wang Zhe's right hand slowly descended onto Qing Yihan's thigh. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, a faint coolness met his palm. Her skin was incredibly smooth. As his palm pressed against it, he could clearly feel the muscles in her thigh instinctively contract for a moment then relax. Wang Ze's thumb subtly caressed the area just above her knee. Cheng Yihan's body trembled. But she did not pull away. "Honey, let me feed you." Seeing that both of Wang Ze's hands were occupied, Li Jiwei, ever-perceptive, picked up a knife and fork, cut a small piece of M9 ribeye, and brought it to Wang Ze's lips. Wang Ze opened his mouth to accept it. His gaze fell on the flushed face to his right. Cheng Yihan felt his eye. She dared not lift her head to meet his gaze, so she could only pick up the wine glass beside her, intending to feed him a sip, as Li Jiwei had done. But as she raised the glass, "Wait!" Li Jiwei spoke. She reached out and pressed down on Cheng Yihan's wrist, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "Yihan, feeding him like that is no fun." She turned to Wang Ze with a bright smile. "Honey, let me ask you something." Wang Ze raised an eyebrow. "This Romanicani we're drinking today, is it a domestic wine or an imported one?" "Imported." Wang Ze's voice carried a hint of barely concealed amusement. He already knew what game Li Jiwei was playing. "There you have it." Li Jiwei patted the back of Cheng Yihan's hand, her tone matter-of-fact. "For imported wine you use the imported way of drinking it, right? Isn't that right, Yihan?" Cheng Yihan was frozen solid. What imported way of drinking? She understood perfectly well. It meant she was supposed to. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She instinctively looked at Li Jiwei, her eyes pleading for help. But Li Jiwei just smiled and said nothing. Cheng Yihan then looked at Wang Ze. He was leaning back in his chair, one hand still resting on her thigh, his gaze calm as he watched her. There was no urging, no pressure. But the meaning was clear. Cheng Yihan gritted her teeth. She picked up the glass. She took the last sip of Romanicani into her mouth. She did not swallow. Then she set down the glass. She stood up. She walked to stand directly in front of Wang Ze. She bent over. The strap of her top gaped slightly, and a glimpse of stunning fairness suddenly met Wang Ze's eyes. Cheng Yihan's pink lips parted slightly. From Wang Ze's perspective, he could clearly see a small mouthful of wine glimmering with a dark red sheen in her mouth, resembling a ruby being held. Wang Ze raised his hand, gently cupping her chin. He guided her face inch by inch towards himself. Cheng Yihan closed her eyes. The wine flowed from her soft lips, carrying the warmth from her mouth, sliding into Wang Ze's slightly parted mouth. To be honest, the 1610 yuan bottle of Romanicani, after passing through her lips, seemed to acquire an indescribable flavor. A small drop of wine escaped, trailing down Cheng Yihan's chin, landing on her fair collarbone, leaving a faint red mark. Wang Ze swallowed the wine in his mouth. He did not deepen the kiss directly. Instead, he actively pulled his lips away. As Cheng Yihan sighed in relief, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. But the next second, Wang Ze's right hand gripped the back of her head, pulling her closer to him. Cheng Yihan bent her body in response to the force, leaning forward before she fully realized that Wang Ze's kiss had precisely landed on the spot where the drop of wine had been. Wang Ze's tongue moved, cleaning up the wine from the hollow of her collarbone. At that moment, as the warm sensation brushed against her collarbone, Cheng Yihan felt as if she had been electrified. She had never been touched by any man. 25 years. Single since birth. It wasn't that she didn't want to date, it was that her family was financially challenged, and as the least favored second child among 3 siblings, while other girls were enjoying romantic moments, she was standing in a milk tea shop until her feet swelled and serving plates in a hot pot restaurant until her hands trembled. Thus, every inch of her skin felt like an untouched virgin land, so sensitive that it was almost unbearable. At her collarbone, a strong sensation of sucking emerged, quickly followed by a tingling pain. Cheng Yihan felt her knees weaken. It was as if a large portion of her strength had been drawn away from that point. Wang Ze did not stop. Instead, he shifted the sucking position half an inch higher, closer to the soft area of her neck. A faint sound escaped from her nasal cavity. Cheng Yihan was startled by herself. She bit down on her lower lip, her entire face burning as if it were on fire. Tisk. Watching her best friend's flushed cheeks and slightly trembling shoulders, Li Jiwei almost applauded Wang Ze. This husband of hers certainly knew how to play. Instead of rushing to kiss, he went to savor the drop of wine. This move was far more sophisticated than a direct kiss. Huff. Wang Ze slowly released his grip on Cheng Yihan's head, his lips parting from her collarbone. Cheng Yihan lowered her head. She saw a faint strawberry mark slowly appearing on her fair skin near the shoulder. "You come over too. I want to taste your imported wine as well." Wang Ze pointed at Li Jiwei, who was watching from the side. Upon hearing this, Li Jiwei felt not a trace of nervousness. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In front of her best friend, kissing her husband. And her husband's lips might still carry the flavor of the wine that Cheng Yihan had just passed to him. Just the thought of it made Li Jiwei's heart race uncontrollably, and even her ears began to flush. She lifted her wine glass, savoring the last sip of Romanicani. Then she turned sideways, actively leaning in. After tasting the imported Romanicani, the thin veil of distance between the 3 of them completely disappeared. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhe and the others exited the private room. As they checked out at the front desk, the waiter announced the total price. Mr. Wang, your total expenditure tonight is 342600 yuan. The manager said he would round it off, making it a clean 3400 yuan. Wang Zhe nodded and scanned the payment with his phone. Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan stood behind him watching as Wang Zhe paid without the slightest hesitation. Even Li Jiwei couldn't help but feel a shock. Her husband's strength truly exceeded her imagination. Agreeing to be the wife of such a man was indeed the best decision she had ever made. After all, this extravagant lifestyle full of riches was brought to her by her husband. Cheng Yihan, on the other hand, felt that while spending 350 yuan on a house was manageable, spending it on a single meal made her realize how powerful Wang Zhe truly was. The manager had keen insight. Noticing the two women following Wang Zhe, he swallowed hard and proactively said, Mr. Wang, since you all have been drinking, let me be your designated driver. Wang Zhe glanced at him and nodded, tossing the car keys over. The manager caught the keys, and as he pressed the unlock button, the lights of the Bentley Bentayga illuminated the streamlined body, shimmering with a soft pearlescent white in the night. He took a deep breath, opened the driver's door, and sat down. Cheng Yihan was the first to take a seat in the back. However, Li Jiwei did not rush to get in the car. Instead, she held on to Wang Zhe's arm, her voice soft and delicate. Husband, you sit in the back with us. Yihan drank too much, and I feel a bit dizzy. I need you to take care of us. As she said this, her eyes sparkled brightly at Wang Zhe, showing no sign of intoxication. Wang Zhe silently noted her points. He then bent down and sat in the middle of the back seat. Li Jiwei immediately followed, pulling Wang Zhe's right hand and placing it on her exposed thigh. This way it's more comfortable for you to hold on. Wang Zhe said nothing, and his left hand naturally fell on Cheng Yihan's thigh. Damn it, I should have had an employee as the designated driver earlier. The manager, listening to the conversation in the back while smelling the scent of the women in the car, regretted taking this job. Mr. Wang, where shall I take you? The manager asked, feeling a bit parched. Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan instantly perked up, looking at Wang Zhe. Hilton, Wang Zhe replied with a smile. Li Jiwei listened. The fleeting thought that crossed her mind before coming today echoed back, wondering if she was included or alone. Cheng Yihan, her mind slightly clearer now, already knew what would happen tonight, but at this moment she couldn't help but feel a buzzing confusion and a rising heat. 10 minutes later, the white Bentley Bentayga entered the Hilton's underground garage, the engine shutting off. The manager got out and walked around to the rear to open the door. The few of them exited the car. The manager's gaze inevitably lingered on Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan for a few seconds, one exuding a sexy allure, the other a pure charm. These two entirely different beauties coming together. One could only say, the life of the wealthy was truly something else. Filled with envy and jealousy, he added Wang Zhe on WeChat and tactfully left. 25069 yuan. Presidential suite. The three entered the elevator. The elevator floors rose one by one. 2nd floor, 5th floor, 10th floor, 20th floor. Cheng Yihan watched the floor numbers increment, her heartbeat quickening, while Li Jiwei glanced at Cheng Yan, then at Wang Zhe, already having made up her mind. Finally, the 26th floor arrived. Swiping the card, they entered. The moment Cheng Yihan stepped into the room, the carpet beneath her feet felt as soft as stepping onto a cloud. The gigantic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city's nightscape, with countless lights sprawling across the horizon like a flowing river of stars. She hadn't even had the chance to digest all of this. Behind her, Li Jiwei's voice rang out. Husband. Li Jiwei walked in front of Wang Zhe, tiptoed to kiss his cheek, then stepped back 2 paces, hands clasped behind her back, smiling as she said, My period came today, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm going to lie down in the guest room for a bit. After saying this, Li Jiwei's gaze crossed over Wang Zhe's shoulder, giving Cheng Yihan an encouraging look. Then she turned and walked briskly into the guest room. Click. The door closed. In the vast presidential suite, only Wang Zhe and Cheng Yihan remained. Looking at the delicate Cheng Yihan, Wang Zhe did not make her wait long. He directly scooped her up in a princess carry and strode towards the master bedroom. Cheng Yihan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her back sank into the soft bed. Above her, the crystal chandelier of the Hilton presidential suite cast a gentle light on Wang Zhe's lowered silhouette. Cheng Yihan's heart was racing, almost jumping out of her throat. She could feel Wang Zhe's weight pressing down on her. Wang Zhe firmly grasped her wrist and raised it above her head. Before her stood this delicate flower, her face flushed with a hint of panic, exuding an aura of innocence. The hair pulled back showcased her graceful swan neck without reservation. Open your mouth. Wang Zhe looked at Cheng Yihan, whose cheeks were flushed, and said in a deep voice. Cheng Yihan instinctively bit her lower lip. But under Wang Zhe's gaze, her faint resistance faltered within moments, turning into submission. She slowly relaxed her jaw and obediently opened her mouth. The inner side of her lips was a light pink, carrying a hint of sweetness from the red wine she had just drunk. Wang Zhe slightly lowered his head, first lightly caressing her lower lip with his thumb. Cheng Yahan's eyelashes fluttered violently. Then Wang Zhe kissed her tender and soft lips. He did not immediately dive in, but first gently bit her lip, then began to suck gently with his tongue. A subtle sweetness surged forth. Meanwhile, his other hand slid along the strap of her dress, moving in. His palm was hot and burning. Wherever he touched, a layer of fine goosebumps arose. Cheng Yahan's face flushed, and in sync with Wang Zhe's kiss, her fair and slender legs instinctively intertwined. Gradually, Wang Zhe's kisses traveled from her neck to her smooth shoulders, arms, collarbone. That fair skin gradually turned a shade of pink. Cheng Yahan's mind went blank. The places where Wang Zhe's lips passed ignited a wildfire in her heart. At that moment, Cheng Yahan shivered. In her eyes there was a watery glimmer. Wang Zhe remained silent, applying slight pressure with both hands, compelling her to let go of her defenses. Dirty. It's fine, very clean. Cheng Yahan's face turned crimson. At that moment she suddenly pulled Wang Zhe's head close. Holding him tightly, Wang Zhe looked at Cheng Yahan's flushed face with utmost satisfaction. She was very clean, and his kisses fell like raindrops. His large hands ignited a fire within her. The emotions that Cheng Yahan had just calmed down were awakened again. Her hands rested on Wang Zhe's body, her nails digging into her flesh. The dress was roughly stripped off by Wang Zhe. A chill swept over Cheng Yahan's heart, but as Wang Zhe tore off his t-shirt the moment their skins touched, that scorching yet gentle sensation made them both gasp. Yahan, look at me. Wang Zhe kissed Cheng Yahan's forehead. Cheng Yahan opened her eyes and gazed at Wang Zhe's rugged face, then at his explosive muscles, trying hard to raise her head to glance at Wang Zhe's hands. She closed her eyes. Suddenly a storm swept in. Cheng Yahan felt like a small boat caught in a tempest, completely losing direction, swallowed by Wang Zhe's overwhelming wave. At first, the room was relatively quiet, but gradually, Cheng Yahan's voice transformed from suppressed to intermittent, and then from intermittent to completely uncontrollable. She no longer cared about being shy. She felt like she was about to die in Wang Zhe's hands. Meanwhile, in the guest room, she did not close the door. Instead, she intentionally left a small gap. She crouched by the door. Although her hands were playing with her phone, her eyes were glued to the screen of a short video app. But if one looked closely, they would find that Li Jiwei's eyes were unfocused. What is Yihan doing now? Can Yihan withstand the attack? Should I help? Various thoughts flashed through Li Jiwei's mind, and various images generated in her brain. Just then a sound of awe floated over from the master bedroom. All the thoughts in Li Jiwei's mind were instantly swept away. It began. Her husband had begun. Thinking about what was happening in the master bedroom, a blush appeared on Li Jiwei's face. As the sounds grew louder, Li Jiwei felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart, and overwhelming curiosity surged as she desperately wanted to see what her good friend was experiencing now. But reason told her, not now. She needed to leave time and space for Yihan. However, when Cheng Yahan's moans, clearly tinged with a sobbing tone, penetrated through the two walls, ringing clearly in Li Jiwei's ears, she couldn't hold back anymore. Should I sneak a peek? I'm just concerned for my friend, it won't affect her. I might swear I'll just take a look and come back. Thinking this, Li Jiwei quietly stood up, gently opened the door, and tiptoed toward the master bedroom. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The door to the master bedroom was not completely closed. Li Jiwei's brain buzzed. Her breathing became rapid. Cheng Yahan's current appearance was worlds apart from her usual quiet and gentle self. And when Li Jiwei's gaze fell on Wang Zhe, her throat involuntarily bobbed. She wanted to leave. She wanted to leave immediately. But her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. Li Jiwei's heart raced as if it were about to explode from her chest. 2 hours later, the intense sounds of struggle in the room slowly subsided. Only a few hurried breaths remained. As for Li Jiwei, she had long since disappeared from the doorway. The light in the room was dazzling. For the first time, Wang Zhe felt, having money really allows one to do as they please, to eat so well. Ding! At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Wang Zhe's mind. Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured a quality woman rated 95 points. Basic reward of 10 million has been credited. Immediately afterwards, a series of notification sounds followed. Congratulations, player, you are the first to pilot a 95-point quality woman. Additional reward of 20 million has been credited. Congratulations, player, you have successfully unlocked the communication method for quality women, receiving a cash reward of 50 million credited. Wow, this wave of rewards made Wang Zhe feel ecstatic. He made 80 million in one night. TSK, what a blood profit. Cheng Yihan and Li Jiwei were truly Wang Zhe's little lucky stars. But just then the notification sound in Wang Zhe's mind continued to ring, and when he heard the content, clearly his eyes widened. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have unlocked more ways to communicate with quality women and obtained a special talent sharing. The game interface in his mind slowly unfolded, and a line of golden text floated to the center of his vision. Players can choose one of the talents they have obtained to apply to all women. Once selected, it will become a permanent talent. Please choose wisely, players. A permanent talent. Wang Ze's breath hitched slightly. During his deep conversations with Bai Yingxue, this talent allowed him to receive continuous rewards every time. But the problem was during his deep conversations with Bai Yingxue, this talent allowed him to receive continuous rewards every time. But the problem was it was only effective for Bai Yingxue. If this talent became permanent, applicable to everyone, Wang Ze silently contemplated. Choose talent exquisite egoist. After a 2-second silence, the game's electronic voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the permanent talent exquisite egoist. Talent description: players will receive continuous rewards when deeply communicating with each quality woman. The higher the score, and the more unique the physique, the greater the cash reward. Listening to the game's electronic voice, Wang Ze's lips slowly curled into a smile. What is it? Means that from today onwards, the little pocket money he invests in each woman every month will yield returns multiplied even by tenfold. Not only is the investment return infinitely great, but he can also enjoy their youthful and vibrant bodies. Simply delightful. He glanced at the two people beside him. Even Li Jue, who had been trained by him several times, now wore a fatigued expression, while Qing Yihan, the delicate flower, still had tears at the corners of her eyes that hadn't dried. From now on, Li Jue and Qing Yihan are not just his women. They are also his ATMs. No, calling them lucky stars sounds better. Jiwei. Wang Ze patted Li Jiwei's shoulder. Li Jiwei raised her head, somewhat dazed. Go run a bath. Li Jiwei blinked, glanced at Qing Yihan's state, and instantly understood Wang Ze's meaning. He probably had something to say to Yihan alone. All right, husband. Li Jiwei left barefoot. After a while, the sound of water began. Wang Ze leaned against the headboard and pulled Qing Yihan into his lap. Qing Yihan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Wang Ze lowered his head and kissed her forehead, one hand around her smooth shoulder, the other resting on her snow-white thigh. Yihan. Qing Yihan's voice was slightly hoarse with a hint of nasal tone. From today onwards, you don't need to be a car model or find any part-time jobs. They'll give you 800 a month for your living expenses, and if you give me a little baby later, there will be additional reward. After Wang Ze finished speaking, he reached for his phone on the bedside table, tapping a few times. Beep. Qing Yihan's phone vibrated. She instinctively opened it, and immediately saw the transfer of 800 yuan from Wang Ze, and her tear-streaked face instantly filled with surprise. Thank you. Qing Yihan's voice trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to call him Mr. Wang, but remembering everything that had happened tonight, she quickly changed her words husband. The moment she said the word husband, her face turned crimson as if it could drip blood. She never expected that one day before even getting married, she would completely give her first time to a man she had known for less than a few hours. And now she even proactively called him husband. So obedient. Wang Ze's thumb caressed her slightly swollen lips, then gently lifted her chin. He kissed her. Unlike the previous fierceness, this time, it was gentle and slow. Qing Yihan closed her eyes, placing her fingers on Wang Ze's shoulders, lifting her head to kiss him with a hint of affection. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Husband, the water is ready. Li Jiwei's voice sounded from outside the door. Wang Ze then picked up Qing Yihan in his arms and strode into the bathing room, placing her into the bathtub filled with warm water. The warm water enveloped Qing Yihan's body, and she let out a comfortable sigh as the tense muscles from the whole night finally relaxed. Comfortable. Wang Ze enjoyed the service from Li Jiwei and Qing Yihan while admiring the scenery before him. This time he obtained the talent of exquisite egoist. It was still acquired through Qing Yihan and Li Jiwei. Looking at the two fatigued girls, Wang Ze pondered and said, you two don't have to go to tomorrow's auto show, just rest well at the hotel. Also, you both can drive, right? I can. Husband, Li Jiwei spoke up. I haven't taken the driving test yet. Qing Yihan spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Yihan, take some time to get your driver's license. You two discuss among yourselves what car you like, and he'll buy one for you when the time comes, making it convenient for you to travel. Wang Ze said, husband, what car should we buy? Upon hearing Wang Ze mention buying a car, Li Jiwei became a bit excited and curiously asked, you figure it out yourselves? Just let me know when the time comes. Wang Ze waved his hand nonchalantly. By the way, I'm going out tomorrow to see if there are suitable villas, and I'll buy one for you too, so you won't have to live at school anymore. You just move into the villa, and it'll be easier for me to visit you. After all, Li Jiwei and Qing Yihan are both close friends and high scorers above 90. Buying one would only cost a few million. It's tantamount to giving the two women a home. It would be convenient for Wang Ze to visit, and he could also continuously earn communication rewards. Just thinking about it feels great. Thank you, husband. Hearing that Wang Ze was buying them cars and villas, both Li Jiwei and Qing Yihan were excited. With a car, it will be much more convenient for the two of them to travel in the future. And with a villa, they wouldn't have to live in that rundown dorm room of just over 10 square meters anymore. Alright, stop being silly and laughing. He waved at Li Jiwei. Let's get to something practical. Li Jiwei turned her eyes and suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Husband, do you know? I took a swimming course in my freshman year, and my diving skills are great. As she spoke, she quickly took action, causing the water surface to ripple. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, looking down at Li Jiwei. Hiss. When did Jiwei learn to dive? Cheng Yihan widened her eyes, staring blankly at her best friend's actions, her mouth slightly agape, unsure of where to direct her gaze. This is possible. Wang Zhe leaned back against the bathtub's edge, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. 1 minute later. Husband, am I impressive? Not bad. Wang Zhe reached out, his gaze profound. It's alright. Then I'll practice more. Jiwei performed well. I'll reward you with a red envelope of 1000 later. What about Yihan? If you perform well, there will be a red envelope reward later. Wang Zhe looked expectantly at Cheng Yihan. Cheng Yihan, observing her best friend's performance, took a deep breath. Although they were best friends, she also wanted a big red envelope. After a moment, Cheng Yihan slowly spoke. Husband, actually I also learned to play instruments in college. Everyone check the book circle I updated, but I'm not sure if you can see it. If you still can't see it, you can leave a comment under this. The next day, Wang Zhe, who had played a bit too hard yesterday, woke up to find it already noon. After getting up in the morning, Li Jiwei was still asleep. Cheng Yihan was already awake. Looking at her fair and delicate figure, Wang Zhe immediately invited Cheng Yihan to enjoy a special breakfast together. Li Jiwei watched Cheng Yihan drinking milk and playfully demanded Wang Zhe to make her noodles, as she was also hungry and wanted breakfast. Wang Zhe naturally would not be stingy. The three of them started to eat breakfast one after another. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have communicated deeply with the quality woman Li Jiwei and received a reward of 1000, which has been credited. Wang Zhe's lips curled slightly. The permanent title of exquisite egoist was indeed terrifying. From now on, every communication would earn him money. These two women were simply walking printing machines. After a long time, the room finally returned to calm. Wang Zhe picked up his phone and saw a long string of messages sent by Lu Jie. The first one was about recruiting a driver. Mr. Wang, I have screened over a dozen candidates during this time, and there is a retired Special Forces soldier whose qualifications meet your requirements the most. He can be interviewed at any time. Attached was a screenshot of the resume. Name Zhang Jianjun, male, 38 years old, a veteran who has served in a Special Forces unit with excellent driving skills. Wang Zhe glanced at it and directly replied, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, let him come to the company. The second message was about the villa. Additionally, I have organized the villa information you requested. Currently, there are 3 options. Come over this afternoon to discuss in detail. Okay, Mr. Wang. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zhe arrived at the office of Chenxi Center. A spacious office of over 300 square meters. Upon opening the door, one can see the illuminated company logo, Good Luck Food Co. Ltd. In the over 300 square meter office, upon entering, the right side is a spacious reception area, and the left side is the office area for various departments. Although small, it is equipped with everything necessary. At this moment, a receptionist dressed in a white shirt, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with an exceptionally delicate makeup, stood at the front desk. Upon seeing Wang Zhe enter, she hurriedly welcomed him with a sweet smile, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wang." Wang Zhe's gaze swept over her, and he nodded in satisfaction. She wore a black short bodycon skirt, paired with white over-thinny stockings, revealing a small section of her snow-white thigh between the hem of the skirt and the stockings. Coupled with a well-endowed upper body, the game gave it a score of 80, which was sufficient for the company facade. "How do you know me?" "Manager Lu sent us all your photos," the receptionist Zhang Xinfeng said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, "Mr. Wang, hubby." Lu Jie and Tian walked out from the office area one after the other. Tianxin's eyes sparkled, almost leaping forward, but held back due to Lu Jie being present, and quickly walked to Wang Zhe's side. The three entered the boss office. Lu Jie immediately began to report on the villa matters. 3 options. The first is in Huaxi District, a standalone, well-decorated house, 400 square meters, 5 million. It is right next to the University City. The second is in China Railway International Ecological City, remote, around 20 million. The third is in Guanshan District, a lakeside standalone villa with a garden adjacent to the National Wetland Park, with a total price of 100 million. After listening to Lu Jie's introduction, Wang Zhe pondered for a moment. The first villa in Huaxi District could be considered for purchase, as Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan's school was located there, making it suitable for their accommodation. The second villa in China Railway International Ecological City is located in the southern part of the provincial city and is quite remote, so it was directly passed. The third villa, Wang Zhe's gaze slightly darkened. Guanshan Lake National Wetland Park, half an hour to the city center. This location and environment are worth it. Moreover, with the support of the permanent title, his cash flow would only become increasingly robust. Taking out 100 million from a total of 200 million in liquid funds to buy a top-tier villa does not cause any pain. Both the first and third options are to be contacted. I will take time to visit them in the next few days. Manager Lu, please liaise with the first and third villas. I will take time later to visit the houses. All right. Lu Jie nodded. Just then her phone suddenly vibrated. Zhang Jianjun has arrived, Mr. Wang Zhe stood up. Let him in, go to the reception area. After a while, Zhang Xinfeng let in a man of medium build with a resolute face. Zhang Jianjun. He wore a somewhat faded gray polo shirt, standing upright with shoulders as flat as if chiseled. Even in the well-air-conditioned office, his back showed no sign of relaxation. Tian, please make a cup of tea for Mr. Zhang. Okay. Tian immediately stood up, and after a while she placed 2 cups of tea in front of Wang Zhe and Zhang Jianjun. After serving the tea, Tian exchanged a glance with Lu Jie, understanding the situation, and discreetly exited the reception area. Master Zhang, Wang Zhe spoke directly. I have read your resume. Retired from the Special Forces, worked for a security company for 2 years. Can you tell me why you left your last job? This question took Zhang Jianjun by surprise. He paused for 2 seconds before speaking. Mr. Want to be honest, my last boss asked me to do some unsavory things. Following his wife, threatening his partners. I come from a military background, and there are some lines I cannot cross. So I resign. Then if I ask you to do something that you find inappropriate, what would you do? Zhang Jianjun replied earnestly, Mr. Wang, as long as it's not illegal, I will do whatever you say. If it truly crosses the line, I will inform you in advance, but I will never do anything behind your back. This answer is far more valuable than a simple, "I'll follow your orders." Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not immediately make a decision. Seeing that Wang Zhe did not continue speaking, Zhang Jianjun immediately realized Wang Zhe's intention. He stood up and walked to an empty spot in the reception area. He assumed a stance. Huh. A loud shout echoed. With a powerful impact, he executed a series of combat techniques, fluidly, each move infused with combat intent. After finishing the set of combat techniques, Zhang Jianjun sat down with a slightly flushed face. Not bad. Master Zhang, I see that your expected monthly salary on your resume is 100,000. Wang Zhe looked at Zhang Jianjun with satisfaction. I won't shortchange you either. For the internship period of 1 month, I will offer you a salary of 100,000, and after 1 month, I will raise it to 200,000. An internship salary of 100,000. 200,000 after a month. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, Zhang Jianjun was filled with shock and joy. Mr. Wang, is that true? That's right. Wang Zhe nodded. Additionally, if any of your retired comrades are reliable, feel free to. I plan to form a security team of 5 to 6 people starting at a monthly salary of 100,000. I will not shortchange those who have served in the military. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I will contact them right away. Hearing this, Zhang Jianjun was even more delighted. He indeed had several close comrades who were currently working as ride-hailing drivers or instructors at schools, earning very little. Now that Mr. Wang offered such good treatment, as long as he told them, they would definitely be willing to come over. Don't rush. Wang Zhe raised his hand to calm him down. There is one more thing I need to make clear in advance. Please go ahead, Mr. Wang. I have a rich personal life. I have more than one girlfriend, Wang Zhe said, stopping there without continuing. I understand. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. In the future, you will be my boss. As long as it does not violate national laws, I will do whatever you say and will not interfere in your personal matters. That's good. Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction and extended his right hand. You will officially start work tomorrow. Make sure to rest well tonight. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zhang Jianjun firmly shook his hand and turned to leave briskly. After sending Zhang Jianjun off, Wang Zhe had just returned to his office and sat down for less than 2 minutes. The door clicked as it was locked. He looked up to see Tian turn the lock behind her, leaning against the door with her hands clasped behind her back, her face filled with a mix of excitement and grievance. Hubby. Her voice was soft with a hint of a spoiled tone. Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair, looking her up, and having not seen her for a while, this girl had indeed become increasingly fashionable. She wore a white lace camisole as an inner layer with the outlines of her collarbone and chest subtly visible. Over it, she donned a cream-colored chunky knit cardigan, exuding a lazy yet slightly restrained vibe. The lower half was a white pleated mini skirt, just covering the tops of her thighs, hinting at more as she moved. Both pure and alluring. Wang Zhe embraced the rushing Tian, tightly supporting her with his hands. He stood up and drew the dreamy curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He then placed Tian on the huge desk in front of him. Hubby, this is the office. Tian half lay on the desk, her face flushed. Shoo. Wang Zhe's voice was deep. The soundproofing is good, don't worry. The desk is very hard. It's not hard. After saying that, Wang Zhe tugged at his casual wear. Seeing this, Tianxian's face instantly displayed a hint of shock and fear. Soon, Tian realized the reason Wang Zhe said the desk wasn't hard. She lay on the desk, her fair body already blushing profusely. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, looks like I need to pull Jingjing into this, otherwise I will eventually be doomed. Congratulations, player. You have communicated deeply with a high-quality woman and received a reward of 500, which has been credited to your account. Wang Zhe sat in his office chair. Listening to the electronic response echoing in his mind, he felt a refreshing sensation. Brother, how long has it been since you came to find me? Tian had just finished cleaning for Wang Zhe. She stood up from the floor and sat in Wang Zhe's lap. I've been too busy lately, Wang Zhe said, stroking her smooth waist with a smile. I thought you had forgotten me. Tian pouted slightly, tilting her head, revealing a segment of her fair neck, allowing his large hand to linger on her body. How could I ever forget you? My precious is so beautiful, and you will have to bear me little babies in the future. Still talking about having babies. You haven't properly cared for me in almost a month. Tian said with a charming glance. Don't worry, you won't go hungry in the future, Wang Zhe replied with double entendre, his hand slowly sliding up her thigh. I'm just afraid you can't handle it. Tian let out a soft hum, her body trembling. But she did not shy away. Instead, she showed a challenging expression, slightly leaning forward, allowing Wang Zhe to do as he pleased. However, feeling Wang Zhe's overwhelming combat power and terrifying equipment, combined with the faint scent of perfume from another woman wafting from him, Tian's thoughts raced. A plan slowly surfaced in her mind. If she could also pull Jingjing into this. Just the thought of that scene made Tian shiver. Her muscles tensed all over. Wang Zhe let out a hiss. Immediately after, she struggled to sit up, turning her back to Wang Zhe, both hands resting on his strong thighs, slowly sinking into the chair. Wang Zhe's hands reached forward, covering the softness of Tian's chest, as he gazed at the smooth, jade-like curve of her back, feeling a sense of tranquility. Lu Jie carried a stack of materials, planning to discuss the opening of the Good Luck Bakery with Wang Zhe. But as she reached the door, her steps suddenly halted. Was the door locked? And where had the boss lady Tian disappeared to? Lu Jie's face instantly. The boss is in the office. Lu Jie quickly retracted her hand, which was about to knock, and hurried to sit on the sofa in the reception area, pretending to review the materials in her hand. She waited for half an hour. Click. The sound of the door lock opening came. Lu Jie looked up and saw Tian emerging from inside. Her hair, previously let down, was now tied back again, her makeup obviously touched up, and her face held an unmistakable flush with a slightly unsteady gait that betrayed everything. Tian, with her small bag, nodded towards Lu Jie and quickly left the company. But her walking posture. Lu Jie swallowed hard, adjusted her expression, and then got up to knock on the door. Come in. Wang Zhe's voice came lightly. Lu Jie pushed the door open and walked in. A faint, unusual aura immediately wafted into Lu Jie's nose, and seeing the muscular Wang Zhe made her face even redder. Manager Lu, please take a seat. Wang Zhe looked at Lu Jie's flushed face, thought for a moment, and understood the reason, speaking calmly, as if nothing had happened. Lu Jie hurriedly sat down, opened the materials, forcing herself to get into work mode. Mr. Wang, this outlines the current employee recruitment situation and various costs for your review. Currently, the renovation work is nearly finished with a total cost of 88000. The designer and pastry chef have already started developing products. With about half a month until double 12, my suggestion is to open on that day. What do you think? Double 12. Wang Zhe nodded. Sounds good. Double 11 and double 12, after years of bombardment from various platforms, have long become synonymous with nationwide consumer frenzy. Choosing this timing for the opening inherently attracts traffic. What about the promotional plan? Wang Zhe asked directly. I was just about to mention that, Mr. Wang. Lu Jie adjusted her expression. We will push online and offline simultaneously. Lu Jie composed herself and entered reporting mode. Online, I plan to set up official accounts for Good Luck on Douyin, Zaihongshu, and Kuaishou, quickly gaining traction through paid promotions with a focus on product highlights and store exploration content. Offline, traditional grassroots promotion, primarily covering all communities and office buildings within a 5-kilometer radius. We will concentrate our efforts 1 week before opening, running Bionegitone and free tasting promotions to attract customers, and then use membership cards to lock and repeat buyers. Lu Jie finished speaking and looked up at Wang Zhe, waiting for his approval. Wang Zhe remained silent for a few seconds. However, he merely stayed silent for a few seconds before uttering a few words. Too ordinary. Lu Jie was taken aback. Your plan could be applied to any bakery. Wang Zhe's index finger lightly tapped the table. But let me ask you, what distinguishes us from those bakeries on the street? Lu Jie opened her mouth, unable to respond. Manager Lu, let me tell you, the biggest difference is people. Wang Zhe leaned forward, his gaze sharpening. Do you know why Heilai suddenly became popular? It's not just because their bread is delicious. Go search on Douyin what is Heilai's most viral content. It's that all their employees are beautiful women and handsome men. A video titled Heilai Employee Selection Criteria is Strict is worth at least tens of millions in advertising. Beauty is justice. These words are our core weapon. The influencers we recruit online must have faces that can truly captivate at first glance. For offline promotions, let's not have part-time college students hand out flyers. Instead, let our beautiful employees wear customized uniforms and unified makeup to promote. Heilai relied on beauty to stand out. Why can't we? We need to hire more beautiful women and provide an exquisite service experience, and that's how we will carve out our niche in this red ocean. Lu Jie's eyes brightened more and more. After working in retail for over a decade, it was the first time she heard a boss elevate employee attractiveness to a strategic level. But upon reflection, Heilai's most beautiful employees' short videos were indeed more impactful than any paid promotion. I understand now, Mr. Wang. She nodded emphatically. But currently there are only 7 formal servers. To support the opening and grassroots promotion, we need more manpower. Within a week we need to recruit at least 20. Wang Zhe interrupted her directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Flight attendant schools, fashion colleges, normal universities, let's recruit them directly. Offer competitive salaries starting at 6,000 with no upper limit for outstanding candidates. Core positions such as finance and operations should also be advanced simultaneously. Understood. Lu Jie nodded emphatically, her tone laced with evident excitement. She suddenly felt that working with this young boss offered prospects far greater than she had imagined. Lu Jie stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "By the way, Mr. Wang, there's still a group of girls from the recruitment group with good qualifications. Can we arrange for them to come in for interviews this afternoon?" "This afternoon is fine, anytime you arrange it." "Great." Lu Jie tidied up the materials and quickly left the office. The office returned to silence. Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair, his mind swirling with thoughts. The Good Luck Bakery was his visible cash cow. At the very least, it could serve as a cover for his gaming endeavors. A bakery chain that rakes in profits daily would be the best cover. Once the Wanda store fires the first shot, subsequently pouring money to replicate. It might just follow in Heilai's footsteps, perhaps even faster. But that wasn't enough. Wang Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. A bolder idea gradually took shape in his mind. He had previously considered starting an MCN. The timing hadn't been quite ripe, but now he had ample funds and could take action. Recruiting high-value. Wang Zhe wouldn't admit it, but one of its main uses was to select wives. Secondly, an MCN could fully complement the Good Luck Bakery. Imagine if all the promotional staff were model-level beauties, high attractiveness, long legs, and stunning looks. Then holding small cakes, they walk up to you, feeding you samples, asking if you want to buy. How could such a bakery not succeed? And once Good Luck becomes popular, the number of beautiful girls applying will increase. The top candidates can be signed into the MCN directly. As the MCN produces new internet celebrities, it can also feed back into Good Luck's traffic. Thus a perfect closed loop. As for costs, a qualified candidate might not lose money, but Wang Zhe will profit immensely. By then, 1 reward per day for the first drive. Hiss. The more Wang Zhe thought about it, the broader the smile on his lips became. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Zhe had just woken up from the bed in the boss office. The door was knocked upon. "Mr. Wang, the first batch of interview girls has arrived." Lu Jie's voice rang out from outside the door. "Have them line up in the meeting room, then come in one by one for the interviews," Wang Zhe instructed. "All right, Mr. Wang," Lu Jie replied from outside the door, then led the 10 girls who had arrived to the meeting room. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door of Wang Zhe's office. Hearing the sound, Wang Zhe's spirits lifted slightly. The day's employee concubine recruitment was about to begin. "Come in," Wang Zhe called out. With a click, the door swung open, and the first candidate stepped inside. She wore a short camisole and ultra-short shorts, her makeup impeccably done, and she walked with an air of allure in her stiletto heels. Upon entering, her gaze locked onto Wang Zhe seated in his executive chair, and her eyes sparkled instantly. Young, handsome, and the boss. She stepped forward, bowed deeply, her neckline gaping wide. "Hello, boss." Wang Zhe's gaze swept over her, his expression unchanged. The game remained silent. He casually opened the scan interface. Name Zhang Tao. Age 22. Occupation student, part-time prostitute. Score 20. Safety rating poor. Remarks: a leading lady in various voyeuristic videos with 4 years of experience and over 30 works. Using her snow-white body, she has imparted life lessons to countless men, and with her fully developed form, she has created blessings for the pleasure seekers. Skilled at manipulating hearts, her boyfriend at school hasn't even touched a single part of her yet. Damn. Wang Zhe took a deep breath as he read the resume. He hadn't expected to encounter the legendary leading lady of those talks here. Looking at her fawning expression and bright red lips, he felt inexplicably nauseated. "All right, the interview is over. Wait for our notification." "Huh. Zhang Tao was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Boss, I haven't yet. She had initially hoped to charm the handsome boss, so she wouldn't need to do part-time work anymore, never expecting to be rejected at first glance. Wang Zhe lowered his head again, flipping through the stack of resumes on the table, his expression flat. Your qualifications don't meet our requirements. Zhang Tao stood there, her expression momentarily blank. She glanced back at those eyes showing no interest in her, and ultimately clutching her bag, she left in dejection. How did it go? Lu Jie asked from the doorway as Zhang Tao stepped out. I said hello to the boss, and then got kicked out, Zhang Tao replied with some resentment. I don't know what he's looking for. Lu Jie dismissed her, and stood there in silence for a couple of seconds. This was only the first one, and Mr. Wang already. She glanced at the other girls waiting in the meeting room, thoughtfully reassessing the hiring criteria in her mind. The requirements had to be changed. Height must be adjusted to over 160 centimeters, exceptionally good-looking ones can be relaxed to 155 centimeters, completely natural face. Lu Jie thought to herself as she let another person in for the interview. The other candidates in the meeting room, watching Zhang Tao's exit in under 3 minutes, all became somewhat tense. Soon the second female candidate appeared before Wang Zhe. Hello boss, my name is Lu Ruyan. Wang Zhe opened the scan report. Name Lu Ruyan. Age 22. Score 20. Safety rating poor. Remarks young in age, but with a belly that tells tales, over 3 abortions, loose foundation, enjoys indulging a nightclub regular, and prone to communicating with multiple men while intoxicated. Good heavens. So young yet living it up more than he did. Wang Zhe wasted no time and directly dismissed her from the office. Next was the third, named Li Ruiyun. The game gave her a score of 75. She looked fairly delicate, but her chest was too small, barely a B cup even with padding. With makeup she might barely pass as a waitress. However, the 3 girls who followed Li Ruiyun despite their refined makeup scored at most 65 on the game, either due to excessive charges or artificial construction. Wang Zhe was left speechless. 6 candidates. The quality was uneven, with only 1 barely usable. Just as he thought today would end like this. But when the next interviewee entered, the long silent electronic voice of the game sounded in Wang Zhe's mind. Suitable target detected for pursuit. Comprehensive estimated score 90. 90 points. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up. He looked at the figure walking in. A pair of simple white sneakers followed by high-waisted, slightly flared dark gray yoga pants with clean, crisp lines. Further up, a tight white short-sleeved t-shirt with a neckline that hugged her neckline, the fabric not tight, yet her entire silhouette was clearly outlined. She stood about 170 centimeters tall, her hair tied back, no heavy makeup, just a light touch, and her features were quite beautiful. At first glance, she appeared exceptionally clean and fresh. Viewing the details. Name Zhang Xuanyun. Age 9. Occupation student, freelance streamer. Safety rating perfect. Remarks a tender, untainted young girl, doesn't smoke, has no tattoos, and possesses an extremely strong will to win. Wang Zhe finished reading the data, raised his eyes, and scrutinized the girl from head to toe once more. 19 years old. At this age her face was full of youthful collagen. Her figure wasn't the exaggerated type found in web novels, but precisely because it was real, it was pleasing to the eye. Extremely strong will to win. Wang Zhe repeated these words in his mind. A strong will to win was good. He liked girls like this. Zhang Xuanyun entered and bowed politely. Hello boss. As she bowed, the curve of her neckline dipped slightly, revealing a faint hint of her fair cleavage. She then introduced herself. Hello boss, I'm Zhang Xuanyun, a freshman at the Provincial Women's Vocational School majoring in art design. I usually work as a freelance streamer on Dodo currently, with 2,000 followers. I'm very good, Wang Zhe nodded. How long have you been running this account? 6 months. I started learning right after high school graduation, and I stream regularly. Alright, you fit our company's hiring requirements well. We're planning to build our online promotion channel soon, and you'll also be setting up an MCN company. Tell me, what are your strengths? Boss, I started learning ethnic dance in middle school. My dance talent is quite good, and am good at communicating and interacting with fans, so the loyalty in my live stream room is quite high. Zhang Xuanyun replied, visibly pleased by Wang Zhe's words. If the company can provide me with enough resources, I believe I can grow the account quickly. I really like your current state, young and energetic. Wang Zhe smiled. After chatting with her for a while, he dismissed her. Go find manager Lu to sign the contract. I still have other candidates to interview. For your salary, well, start with a base of 8,000. Thank you, boss. Zhang Xuanyun walked out, brimming with excitement. Wang Zhe watched her leave a hint of a smile touching his lips. He had thought today's interviews were hopeless, but then Zhang Xuanyun had appeared. However, what Wang Zhe hadn't expected was that the very last candidate of the day would bring him another tremendous surprise. Hello, boss. My name is Li Fengjiao, and I am a freshman at the Provincial Women's Vocational School, majoring in art design. A bright figure stood in the boss' office, cheerfully introducing herself. She had fair skin and delicate features. A white neck short-sleeve t-shirt with a knotted hem revealed her slender waist and exquisite belly button. Her lower attire was a pair of light blue jeans appearing exceptionally clean and slightly sexy. Comprehensive estimated score, 91 points. 91. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Ze's eyes. Another candidate with a score over 90 today. He thought Sun Yun was already the top candidate today, but unexpectedly here came Li Fengjiao. Checking detailed information. Name Li Fengjiao, age 19. Profession student freelance, host safety rating full marks remark wants her best friend to do well, but also fears her friend doing too well healthy and energetic durable. Wang Ze couldn't help but smile at the remark. Wants her best friend to do well, but also fears her friend doing TSK. And she's from a women's vocational school. This best friend must be the earlier Zhang Sun Yun, right? Wang Ze's mind began to formulate plans. He raised his head, replacing his expression with a gentle smile, and gestured, "Please sit, don't be nervous." "Thank you, boss." Li Fengjiao sat down, her legs together, her posture very obedient. "Are you also from a women's vocational school? Do you know Zhang Sun Yun from earlier?" Wang Ze asked. "I know her, boss. She and I are roommates. I saw our recruitment news and asked her to come along." Li Fengjiao replied with a smile. "Oh, you brought her here." Wang Ze put down the resume and glanced at Li Fengjiao. "Then you two must be quite close." "Yes, we've been together since we entered as freshmen. We are good friends." Fengjiao. Sun Yun just said she had worked as a freelance host before. "What about you?" Wang Ze nodded. Without lingering on this topic, he asked in turn. "I'm also a freelance host, but I don't have as many fans as Sun Yun yet. But I learned quickly, boss." Li Fengjiao hesitated for a moment and spoke a little shyly. "Fengjiao, let me be honest with you. Our company is about to open and online channels are crucial. I currently have a plan to concentrate all company resources and quickly build an account with 1 million followers. Investment, content planning, and professional teams will all be provided. The host responsible for this account will be the first to receive the company's full support." He paused. "When I interviewed Sun Yun earlier, I was ready to choose her." Wang Ze stopped speaking here. He did not continue. Instead, he began to appraise Li Fengjiao again. Li Fengjiao's heart raced suddenly. 1 million follower account. The company will fully support it. The first host to be supported. If she had the opportunity to manage this account, the salary treatment and future development space would be a smooth path. "After seeing you, I suddenly felt a bit hesitant. Your qualifications are also excellent. Your image and temperament are on point. But there is only one resource. I must make a choice." Wang Ze said, spreading his hands. His tone lightened a bit. "You tell me, how should I choose?" Upon hearing Wang Ze's words, Li Fengjiao opened her mouth, wanting to say something to plead her case, but didn't know how to start. She couldn't just say, "Choose me, don't choose her," right? Li Fengjiao's mind was racing. She felt that if she didn't seize this opportunity today, when Sun Yun became a big host, she would only be left to suffer as a waitress. Imagining this scene made Li Fengjiao feel uncomfortable all over. However, just as she was pondering how to fight for this opportunity, Wang Ze continued, "Actually, I'm not too worried about ability. You both are young and can learn. This is not a decisive factor." "Then, boss, what do you value more?" Li Fengjiao finally couldn't help but ask. "Commitment." Wang Ze raised a finger. "Being a host requires full dedication during the initial phase of gaining followers. Streaming, shooting, operating. You wish you could split your day in 3. If your energy is diverted to other matters at this time." He shook his head, leaving his sentence unfinished. But the meaning was already very clear. "So I care about one thing." Wang Ze looked at Li Fengjiao. "What is your relationship status with Sun Yun? Do you have a boyfriend?" I'm currently single," Li Fengjiao replied, her face slightly flushed. Being single is good." Wang Ze nodded. "And what about Sun Yun? Is she single too?" Li Fengjiao hesitated. She naturally knew the answer. Sun Yun has a boyfriend. Long distance, they've been together for nearly 2 years. If she reveals this, boss values commitment, and Sun Yun having a boyfriend means her attention would be divided. What about that 1 million follower account? No, that's her best friend's privacy. How could she say it? Li Fengjiao was in turmoil and conflicted. "Fengjiao." At this moment, Wang Ze's gentle voice came. Li Fengjiao took a deep breath. "Boss, Sun Yun, she hesitated for 2 seconds before finally speaking. "She has a long-distance boyfriend. It seems they've been together for a year or 2. Upon hearing Li Fengjiao's words, a slight smile appeared on Wang Ze's lips. "Good, I have a general understanding of your situation. You can go back and wait for the notification. I will have Manager Lu officially inform you of the final choice." "Okay, boss." Li Fengjiao listened to Wang Ze's words and obediently left the office. The moment she opened the door, she saw Zhang Sun Yun standing by the sofa in the reception room waiting for her. On that delicate face was an expression of curiosity and expectation. "Fengjiao, how was the interview?" "It took quite a while." Li Fengjiao's steps paused for a moment. A hint of guilt rose from the bottom of her heart. But she quickly pulled out a smile. "It was fine, just asked some routine questions. Let's go back to school." "Oh, okay." Zhang Sun Yun didn't think much of it, linking her arm with Li Fengjiao and walking out. Wang Zhe continued interviewing a few more candidates. 2 of them scored 75 points, and Wang Zhe immediately decided to hire them. After the last candidate left the office, Wang Zhe leaned back in his chair again. Manager Lu, come in for a moment. Wang Zhe picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Jia. Soon Lu Jia arrived at Wang Zhe's office. President Wang, you called. Quickly organize an employee group. All officially hired employees should be then send a formal notification in the group that the company has decided to choose Li Fengjiao as the first signed host, fully supporting the creation of a million-level account and encouraging other interested employees to work hard to improve themselves. As long as they perform well, the company will not hesitate to invest resources in training everyone. Additionally, follow up on the live broadcast room decoration plan, raise the standards, and prepare assistance and operations for Li Fengjiao in advance. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia paused her pen. President Wang, didn't you want Sun Yun to sign? Why did it change to Fengjiao? Sun Yun's ability is not the issue, Wang Zhe said, but at this stage I feel Fengjiao is more suitable. You can call Sun Yun and tell her that the salary remains unchanged and she should go to a grassroots service position for training. The company will allocate resources to her at the appropriate time. Okay, President Wang. Lu Jia looked at Wang Zhe's calm expression, opened her mouth, and finally just nodded. Beep. Just after finishing work matters, her phone vibrated. Wang Zhe looked at it and saw a message from Tian Tian. Brother, come over to my place for dinner tonight. There's a surprise. It was a little past 6 in the evening. Zhang Xuanyun and Li Fengjiao were both holed up in their dormitory. Li Fengjiao was lying on the top bunk scrolling through Douyin, letting out a silly giggle every now and then. Zhang Xuanyun, on the other hand, was on a video call with her long-distance boyfriend, but her mind was still preoccupied with the interview she had that day. Just then, both of their phones buzzed simultaneously. Zhang Xuanyun opened hers and saw that she had been added to a group chat named Good Fortune Work Group. Immediately after, a group announcement popped up. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the work group for Good Fortune from now on. Please pin this chat and keep an eye on the messages. After careful consideration and discussion by General Manager Wang and the company's leadership, it has been decided to select Li Fengjiao as the company's first contracted streamer. The company will allocate resources to fully build an official million-follower account and assist Li Fengjiao in creating her personal account, aiming for her personal account to surpass 500 followers in the short term. Publisher, Store Manager Lu Jia. Zhang Xuanyun stared at the screen. Thinking she had misread it, she read it again. Li Fengjiao, first contracted streamer. And what about me? She instinctively glanced at Li Fengjiao, who was holding her phone, her expression shifting from bewilderment to surprise, her mouth slightly agape. Then another message popped up. The company will soon equip Li Fengjiao with a dedicated streaming room, dedicated assistant, dedicated operations manager, and dedicated company car, with a guaranteed base salary of 2,000 a month. At the same time, Li Fengjiao is not the last female streamer the company will sign. We hope other employees will work hard to improve themselves. With a good work attitude and performance, the company will spare no resources in nurturing everyone. As soon as the announcement was made, the group chat exploded. Wow. Congratulations, Sister Fengjiao. A monthly salary of 20,000. I'm so jealous. Sister Fengjiao, take me under your wing. Just then, Wang Zhe also sent a message in the group. Congratulations to Fengjiao for becoming the company's first female streamer through her outstanding performance. Keep it up, everyone. There are plenty of opportunities. Immediately after, 5 red packets of 200 yuan were tossed directly into the group. Thank you, General Manager Wang. Congratulations, Fengjiao. Thank you, General Manager Wang. Zhang Xuanyun watched the messages flooding the group chat, her mind buzzing. During the interview today, General Manager Wang had clearly talked to her the longest, asking about her account data and live streaming experience, offering her a base salary of 8,000. That look in his eyes, that tone of voice clearly indicated he favored her the most. How did the streamer position suddenly become Li Fengjiao's? How many followers did Li Fengjiao have? 8,000. She had 20,000. Did Li Fengjiao even know how to dance? No, she didn't. She had been learning ethnic dance since middle school. Babe, what's wrong? You don't look so good. Her boyfriend's cautious voice came through from the other end of the video call. Zhang Xuanyun felt a surge of irritation. That face on the screen suddenly seemed incredibly annoying. I have something to do. I'm hanging up. Without waiting for his response, she ended the video call. Congratulations, Fengjiao. After hanging up on her boyfriend, Zhang Xuanyun forced a strained smile and offered her congratulations to Li Fengjiao. Oh, Xuanyun, I have no idea why they chose me. Li Fengjiao sat on the bed, her voice full of shock, her face even cooperating with a look of astonishment. I don't have as many followers on Douyin as you do, and my streaming skills aren't as good as yours. Why would they pick me? Could the company have made a mistake? When General Manager Wang interviewed me today, I even told him that you Xuanyun are better than me in every way. I thought the company would choose you to be the first female streamer. Looking at Li Fengjiao's feigned surprise, And then at the constant barrage of Sister Fengjiao in the group chat, Zhang Xuanyun bit her lip hard. Her voice was filled with resentment. Maybe you did better in the interview, and the company thinks you have more potential than Xuanyun. How about we go to the company right now, find store manager Lu and general manager Wang. They'll give you the streamer position, and he'll continue studying for a while longer. No need, since the company has decided they must have their reasons. As she spoke, Zhang Zinyun's phone rang. Xuanyun, general manager Wang asked me to tell you. He thinks very highly of you, but the company's resources are limited right now. For the time being, we can only concentrate on building and nurturing one streamer. For now, you should familiarize yourself with the company's products at a basic level. Your salary will be as general manager Wang offered. When the time is right, we'll directly promote you to be the company's streamer. Okay, I understand. Thank you, store manager Lu. She hung up. Li Fengjiao immediately leaned in. What did store manager Lu say? She wants me to start as a server and get familiar with the products. Oh, Xuanyun. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Li Fengjiao's eyes, but her face remained impassive as she grabbed Zhang Zinyun's arm, her voice full of feigned sympathy. Don't be upset. The fact that store manager Lu called you personally shows the company really values you. I was just lucky. You're far more capable than I am. It's only a matter of time. Sigh, I guess that's how it has to be for now. Zhang Xuanyun sighed helplessly, full of resentment. Seeing her boyfriend's incessant video call requests, she felt even more irritated and directly rejected all his calls. After spending some time at the company, Wang Zhe drove straight to Tianshan's place. Entering the apartment, he had been sitting on the sofa for less than 10 minutes. Tian brought out all the prepared dishes. Then with a click, the living room light went out. 2 candles flickered to life on the dining table, their warm yellow glow instantly enveloping the entire living room in an intimate atmosphere. Tian didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she turned and went into the bedroom. When she emerged, she had changed into a different outfit, a nude pink backless dress. Thin straps fell from her delicate collarbones, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin on her back in the candlelight. The cinched waist accentuated her slender form into a perfect curve, the hem barely covering the tops of her thighs, hinting at what lay beneath with every movement. She didn't sit on the chair opposite him. Instead, she sat directly on Wang Ze's lap. The hem of her dress rode up, revealing a section of fair, smooth thigh. Brother, let me feed you some wine. Tian picked up the prepared red wine with one hand, brought the rim of the glass to Wang Ze's lips, and fed him a few sips. Then she personally picked up some food and placed it in his mouth. This treatment was absolutely top-notch. Tian raised the wine glass, brought it to Wang Ze's lips, tilted it slightly, and let a few sips slide into his mouth. Then she picked up a bite of food with her chopsticks and brought it to his lips. Wang Ze wrapped one arm around her smooth back, his fingertips slowly gliding upward from her waist. They slid over her shoulder blade. He didn't encounter any straps or clasps. Wang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. Commando. Brother, you're so bad. Tian pouted, reaching down to stop his roving hand, but her body made no move to avoid him. Her lips, flushed from the wine, were moist and full in the candlelight, slightly pursed like a fruit waiting for Wang Ze to pluck. Wang Ze lowered his head and leaned in. A glint of cunning flashed in Tianshan's eyes. Just as he was about to make contact, she tilted her head back, slightly, barely dodging him. Wang Ze's Adam's apple bobbed. Tian raised a hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe, and pouted her lips at him again. When he leaned in once more, she dodged him again. Then she covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she looked at him. A third time she tried the same trick again. But Wang Ze didn't give her another chance. One large hand cupped the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair, and pulled her directly towards him. Tian let out a muffled groan, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest, but they quickly softened and wrapped around his neck. A minute later, Wang Ze's hand had already undone the tie at the back of her dress. With a gentle pull, the layer of nude pink fabric slid down her body, like an eggshell pooling at her waist, before he casually tugged it off and tossed it to the floor. The candlelight flickered. Tianshan's fair skin was bathed in the warm yellow glow, as smooth and delicate as porcelain. Brother, we haven't finished eating yet. Her voice was breathy, her arms looped behind his neck, her entire body limp in his arms. You feed me. Wang Ze slid one hand down her waistline while the other moved upward. MMPH. Tian let out another muffled groan. Trembling, she picked up her chopsticks again, picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, and brought it to his lips. But the chopsticks in her hand grew increasingly unsteady, because Wang Ze's hands never stopped moving. 40 minutes later, Wang Ze picked up the completely limp Tian and headed towards the bedroom. Wait a moment. Tian suddenly pushed against his shoulder, struggling to snap out of her dazed state. Brother, go take a shower first. Tian slid down from his arms, her bare feet landing on the floor, her voice slightly trembling. I've prepared a gift for you. You can only see it after your shower. Wang Ze looked at her mysterious demeanor and raised an eyebrow. What gift? You'll know after you wash up, brother. Go on. Tian Tian pushed him towards the bathroom, then turned and ran into the bedroom. Wang Zhe quickly finished his shower. As he pushed open the bedroom door, he was met with utter darkness. The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking even the slightest ray of light. A faint fragrance lingered in the room, different from the one Tian Tian usually used. It was a richer, more aggressive scent of perfume. Something's off. Wang Zhe did not turn on the lights. He lifted the covers from one side of the bed and slipped in. The moment his fingertips made contact, he felt something smooth, warm, and full. This texture, something's not right. The moment his palm fully covered it, Wang Zhe confirmed that this was not Tian Tian. He could distinguish Tian Tian's feeling even with his eyes closed. This pair beneath his hand, in terms of both size and elasticity, far exceeded Tian Tian's. Wang Zhe's hand slid downwards. It was smooth. Exceptionally smooth. There was no obstruction. An answer flashed in his mind. Hu Jing. Among all his women, she was the only one with such special characteristics. Brother. In the next moment, Tian Tian's voice came from Wang Zhe's legs, trembling, yet carrying a hint of coaxing. My best friend Jing Jing. She has always liked you. Tian Tian's breath brushed against Wang Zhe's abdomen. It's her first time, brother, please take her in. From now on, we'll serve you together. Before she finished speaking, Tian Tian's mouth was blocked, unable to articulate a complete sentence. And Hu Jing. She was half kneeling beside Wang Zhe, her hands supporting the headboard, long hair cascading like a waterfall, her waist bending down, actively offering her softest parts to Wang Zhe's lips. In the darkness, Wang Zhe could feel Hu Jing's subtle tremors. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he lifted his head. A muffled groan escaped Hu Jing's throat. At the same time, Tian Tian was also trying hard to prove herself. This silent competition quietly unfolded in the darkness. At a certain moment, Wang Zhe suddenly reached out. With a snap, he turned on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow light instantly filled the entire bedroom. Hu Jing instinctively tried to cover herself, but Wang Zhe grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Tian Tian raised her head, her gaze hazy. Wang Zhe leaned in close to both of their ears and whispered something. The two faces instantly flushed red. Brother, you're so bad. Tian Tian pouted, slapping Wang Zhe on the chest. Hu Jing buried her face in the pillow, her ears turning as red as if they would bleed. But a moment later, the two turned around. Wang Zhe stood up, gazing at the two curvatures side by side before him. One fair, one supple. He nodded in satisfaction. He took a deep breath, embarking on the journey that belonged to a king. 2 hours later. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have had in-depth communication with the high-quality woman Tian Tian. Reward, 30000 cash, already issued. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have had in-depth communication with the high-quality woman Hu Jing. Reward, 30000 cash, already issued. As the game's electronic voice echoed in his mind, Wang Zhe's chest heaved violently as he leaned against the headboard, closing his eyes to rest. Even with a physique enhanced by the game, he still felt his energy drained by more than half. When will the game reward me with a golden kidney? That would be great. Wang Zhe thought to himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see a video call request from Bai Yingxue. Brother, should we avoid this for now? Tian Tian raised her head and, seeing the girl's avatar on the screen, asked considerately. Wang Zhe thought for a moment. No need. So in front of Hu Jing and Tian Tian, he directly pressed the answer button. Honey, you finally answered. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't come to find me, I miss you. Bai Yingxue's voice abruptly stopped. In the video, she wore a milk-white silk camisole, her hair casually tied up, her face initially full of playful charm. But in the next second, her expression froze. On the screen, Wang Zhe was bare-chested, leaning against the headboard. To his left, a woman with fair skin leaned on his shoulder, exposing her smooth shoulder. To his right, that face she recognized. Hu Jing, the female client Wang Zhe brought to buy the Mercedes-Benz C260, also Wang Zhe's girlfriend. This. Bai Yingxue's lips moved. She instinctively wanted to say something. Feelings of questioning, anger, and grievance surged within her in an instant. But immediately after, rationality poured down like ice water. Wang Zhe gave her 300 pocket money every month, and she understood in her heart. A man of this level could not possibly have only her. It was just that now the paper had been torn. Bai Yingxue took a deep breath, her expression once again wearing a smile. Honey. Her voice softened by 3 points. The sisters around you are so beautiful. This reaction. Tian Tian raised her eyebrows. A clever person. Wang Zhe smirked, very satisfied with Bai Yingxue's response. Truly a refined egoist. Shall let me introduce you. He pointed to the left. This is Tian Tian. You can call her sister Tian Tian. Then he pointed to the right. Hu Jing, you've seen her before. From now on you will all be sisters. Bai Yingxue immediately revealed a sweet smile, obediently saying, Hello, sister Tian Tian. Hello, sister Jing. Please take care of me from now on. Tian Tian nodded. Let's get along well from now on. Hu Jing also slightly nodded. After hanging up the phone, the room fell silent for a few seconds. A hint of relief flashed through Tian's heart. She did not speak, but Wang Zhe could feel her fingers gripping his arm, tightening slightly. Clearly, she was jealous. Wang Zhe pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on her head. Tian, my, you are the first to follow me. Wang Zhe's voice was deep and serious. This position cannot be replaced by anyone. Tian's body stiffened slightly. From now on, they will all be your younger sisters. This family needs someone to manage it. Wang Zhe pinched her chin, making her look up at him. You will be the big sister. Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Big sister. She understood the meaning of these two words too well. This meant that no matter how many more women Wang Zhe had beside him in the future, she would always be the first. You can rest assured, brother. Tian hugged Wang Zhe's neck tightly, leaning in to kiss him. I will definitely manage the household well for you. The treatment for the big sister has to match. Wang Zhe smiled. From now on, the pocket money will increase to 500, and I'll get you a car in a couple of days. Thank you, brother. Tian excitedly burrowed into his embrace, that signature pair of big white rabbits rubbing against Wang Zhe, almost causing him to react again. Wang Zhe then looked at Hu Jing. As for Jing, your treatment will be 300 pocket money each month, and if you perform well later, I will raise it. Even though the two of you had already discussed the treatment, Wang Zhe still deliberately mentioned it in front of Tian. I will listen to you, husband. Hu Jing exchanged glances with Wang Zhe, blinking. After calming the two women, Wang Zhe checked the time. Let's go take a shower. I will join you. Tian rolled over excitedly. Wait for me. Hu Jing, unwilling to fall behind, squeezed into the bathroom with the three of them. The next morning, after a brief warmth, Wang Zhe dressed neatly and went downstairs. The Bentley Bentayga was waiting downstairs with Zhang Jianjun standing upright beside the car door. Master Zhang, let's head to Huaxi District first. Yes, President Wang. Zhang Jianjun swiftly opened the rear door, and once Wang Zhe took his seat, the Bentley silently glided out of the community. 20 minutes later, the car entered the villa area of Huaxi District. It was adjacent to the university town, only a 10-minute drive from Li Jiwei and Cheng Yahan's school. The entrance featured a wall entirely decorated with microcement and embedded sensor lights illuminated automatically, casting a gentle warm glow that extended along the floor. The first floor had a ceiling height of nearly 4 meters. The living room's full-length windows faced Huaxi Lake, where the shimmering surface offered an expansive view. The gray marble floor extended into the open kitchen, with an island made of a single piece of polished stone featuring a built-in induction stove and steam oven. On the other side of the living room was a sunken audiovisual entertainment area where a semicircular leather sofa surrounded a 120-inch laser projection screen accompanied by a small wine cabinet. He ascended to the second floor via the floating wooden staircase. There were 3 bedrooms, with the master bedroom featuring an independent walk-in closet and a wet-dry separated bathroom with dual sinks. A 2-meter-wide bed stood within, ample enough for 3 to 5 people to rest comfortably. The second bedroom's windows faced the lake directly. What pleased Wang Zhe the most was the open-air garden at the end of the second floor. The nearly 50-square-meter rooftop platform was surrounded by various flowers, with a stone tea table in the center accompanied by several wooden chairs. Sitting here, one could take in the entire view of Huaxi Lake. The villa's decor style was unified and restrained, featuring a modern minimalist approach that let the material's texture speak for itself, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Although the location was a bit off, the price was 5 million. For Wang Zhe now, it was not considered expensive. With Li Jiwei and Cheng Yihan living here, it was close to school, had a good environment, and provided independent space. More importantly, every time he came for communication, the game would deposit a sum 30,000 each time, quickly recouping the costs. Wang Zhe wasted no time and directly made the full payment. Wang Zhe handed over the paperwork to Lu Jie to follow up. Jiwei Yihan, when you have time, come over and take a look at some furniture you like and arrange the rooms a bit. You'll be living here from now on, making it convenient for me to visit you. Wang Zhe sent the villa's location to Li Jiwei. Thank you, husband. Love you. At that moment, Li Jiwei was in the dormitory with Cheng Yihan, and upon seeing Wang Zhe's message, they both jumped up in excitement. Wang Zhe greeted Lu Jie, instructing her to contact them for the paperwork. He then got back in the car. Master Zhang, we are heading to Guanshan District now. All right, President Wang. The Bentley entered the urban expressway, speeding northwest. 30 minutes later, the navigation indicated 200 meters to the destination. Wang Zhe rolled down the car window. A row of townhouses immediately came into view. The air seemed to change. No longer did it carry the mixed odors of exhaust and commercialism, but instead it was filled with the refreshing scents of grass and trees, along with the moistness of the lake. Upon entering the villa area, the road opened wide, a broad main road with 12 lanes in both directions, flanked by meticulously trimmed green landscaping. The streetlights were high-end custom designs with black cast-iron bases and vintage-style lampshades standing neatly every 50 meters. The villa complex stretched along both sides of the road. The distance between each villa exceeded 200 meters, separated by walls, greenery, and changes in terrain. Privacy was maximized. The Bentley continued deeper, driving nearly 2 kilometers. Finally, the destination appeared in sight: Villa No. 9. From a distance, it looked less like a residence and more like a private estate. The 3-story main structure was based on dark gray stone, with large floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls reflecting a crystalline blue sheen in the sunlight. The flat-roof design allowed a glimpse of the edge of the infinity pool on the terrace. In front of the villa was a vast private garden with a lawn as flat as a golf course, symmetrically lined with jacaranda trees on either side. Behind the villa lay an expansive artificial lake. The lake's surface was like a mirror, with the National Wetland Park sprawling along the shoreline, where flocks of waterfowl flitted among the reeds. The entrance was about 200 meters from the main road, with a private driveway paved with bluestones flanked by solar-powered ground lights. Zhang Jianjun parked the Bentley steadily in front of the villa's main door. As the car engine stopped, the side door of the villa opened. A figure stepped out wearing high heels. Wang Ze's first impression of the woman was captured in 4 words: still alluring. She appeared to be in her 30s. She held a knitted coat in her arms, dressed in a new Chinese-style, sleeveless halter dress, with floral prints, the dress being off-white, that gradually transitioned to a watercolored pattern of green and light blue at the hem. A tie of the same color at her waist accentuated the curves of her mature figure perfectly. Her slightly curled black hair was draped over one side, revealing a segment of her fair neck. From the side, one could faintly see her fair skin, exuding the charm of a mature woman, distinct from the youthful innocence of someone in their early 20s. Rather, it was the poised beauty that comes from years of careful maintenance. Yet the game provided no prompts. Wang Ze's heart stirred. He opened the game's scan report. Name: Su Peijian, age 38. Occupation: boss. Rating: 84. Safety factor: full marks. Note: single mother, husband deceased, only one driver, in good health, 38 years old. Damn. Wang Ze looked at the fair-skinned and delicate Su Peijian, thinking she looked like she was just in her early 30s, not realizing she was nearing 40. But what truly captured Wang Ze's attention was not her age, but the note at the bottom of the game. Husband deceased. Most crucially, only one driver. This indicated that Su Peijian was not the kind of woman who would be easily approached. Although a rating of 84 did not trigger a strategy task or rewards. Some women do not need the game to tell him whether they are worth it. Especially someone like Su Peijian with this style and looks. Wang Ze felt that trying something different wouldn't be bad. Hello, Mr. Wang. You are the one who came to view the property, right? Su Peijian inquired. She looked at the excessively youthful man before her, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. The agent had only mentioned that the buyer had strong financial backing, and she had expected at least a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but he appeared to be in his 20s. At this age, can one afford such a villa? But Su Peijian had seen all sorts of situations and maintained her composure. That's right. Wang Ze nodded, his gaze calmly resting on Su Peijian. Up close, this woman was even more captivating. Her skin was exceptionally well-maintained, fair and delicate, with almost no visible pores. The neckline of her halter dress perfectly showcased the contour of her collarbone, neither ostentatious nor conservative. She was the kind of woman who lived delicately and with poise. Su Peijian extended her right hand to Wang Ze. Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Su Peijian. Wang Ze grasped her hand. It felt smooth and warm, with long fingers and neatly trimmed nails. He did not rush to let go. He lingered for a few more seconds. Su Peijian calmly withdrew her hand, maintaining a polite smile, as if she had not noticed anything unusual. Shall I take you to see the property, Mr. Wang? Please. Su Peijian turned and led the way, her high heels clicking on the bluestone path, her pace leisurely, the tie at her waist swaying gently with her movements. Wang Ze followed, half a step behind, his gaze casually sweeping over the villa's front yard. The lawn was trimmed like a green carpet, and the mist from the automatic irrigation system created a miniature rainbow in the sunlight. At the end of the bluestone path stood the main building of the villa. 3 stories high, each floor exuded an air of extravagance. The first floor had a ceiling height of over 4 meters, with an entire wall of load-bearing glass exceptionally transparent. An open kitchen, a massive living room, and a wine cabinet embedded in the corner. Every detail was top-notch. They ascended via the spiral staircase. With each step, the motion sensor lights on the stairs automatically illuminated. The second floor was even more lavishly arranged, featuring a private cinema, KTV, gym, and study. The third floor housed the master bedroom and guest rooms. Su Peijian pushed open the door to the master bed. Wang Ze immediately spotted the enormous round mattress inside. Judging by its size, it could comfortably accommodate all the women he knew. The bedroom featured an independent bathroom, a massive double bathtub, and every amenity imaginable. Even the walk-in closet was estimated to be around 30 square meters. As the curtains opened, a stunning view of the lake unfolded beyond the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling. The scenery was breathtaking. The layout of the 4 guest rooms was also quite nice with ample natural light, and each had its own bathroom. Mr. One, you can renovate these guest rooms according to your needs. Su-Peijian stepped aside to let him see the rooms at the end of the corridor, a fleeting hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes, but it was gone in an instant. All right. Wang Zhe nodded, not asking further. Let's go, I'll show you the rooftop. On the top floor, as the door opened, the view suddenly expanded. The entire infinity pool unfolded before them, the water crystal clear with a gentle breeze causing ripples on the surface. Standing by the pool's edge and looking out, one could see the sprawling wetland park in the distance with waterbirds flying low among the reeds. Beside the pool, 2 black loungers stood with a red sunshade towering in the middle. A scene suddenly flashed through Wang Ze's mind. He imagined Li Jiwei, Qing Yihan, Bai Yingxue, and Tian in their swimsuits standing side by side in the pool. It was simply too beautiful. Wang Ze took a deep breath. He had to admit that some pleasures were indeed bought with money. Just the regular maintenance of this pool would easily cost hundreds of thousands a year. Miss Su. Wang Ze turned to Su-Peijian, if I may ask, why are you selling this place after putting in so much effort? Well, I do really love this villa. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sunshade, casting mottled shadows on. She stood at the other side of the pool, the hem of her dress lifted by the wind, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. However, I have more important matters to attend to right now, so I have to sell it first. No further explanation. No sob story. Wang Ze observed her expression and had already formed a judgment in his mind. This woman was in need of money, and it was no small amount. The matter that could make her part with this villa was undoubtedly significant. Mr. Wang, the previous listing price for this villa was 100 million. If you are sincerely interested, I can reduce the price to 95 million. Su-Peijian looked directly into his eyes as she spoke. After finishing, she was already prepared for his counteroffer. She had seen a few potential buyers. Some came in and immediately cut the price by 30%, others nitpicked flaws to negotiate down, and some left without even making an offer. Her psychological bottom line was 90 million. Any lower, and she would have to find another way. Just as she was preparing to respond to Wang Ze's counteroffer, she heard a completely unexpected statement. Since Miss Su is currently facing difficulties, how about this? I will buy your villa for 100 million just to make a friend. Su-Peijian's expression momentarily froze. 100 million. At the original price. No negotiation. Mr. Wang, are you sure? Sure. Wang Ze smiled at the beautiful widow before him. This villa is something Miss Su has put considerable effort into, and I am very satisfied with its layout and decoration. It's much more convenient than starting from scratch outside. Moreover, the history of who has lived here and the stories it carries, I believe, that adds depth. What do you think, Miss? Su-Peijian noticed Wang Ze's gaze fixed on her while he spoke, and as she listened to his meaningful words, she faintly sensed some of his intentions, but her expression remained unchanged. All right, since Mr. Wang is willing to help me, this house will belong to you from now on. The agreement was reached. It was still early, and Wang Ze immediately asked Zhang Jianjun to drive them to complete the paperwork. On the way, the two sat in the back seat of the Bentley with a fist's distance between them. Su-Peijian sat sideways looking out the window, occasionally lowering her head to handle messages on her phone, the air filled with the faint scent of her perfume. To expedite the transfer, Su-Peijian utilized some connections. By evening, all the paperwork was completed. At the moment the 100 million arrived, she looked at her phone screen for a few seconds with lowered eyelashes. She did not show any signs of surprise. Instead, she let out a sigh of relief. She put away her phone, took out a gold-embossed business card from her Hermes bag, and handed it to Wang Ze with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Wang. If you are interested later, feel free to bring friends to my nightclub. I will cover all your... Wang Ze received the business card. Club with Su-Peijian's personal phone number below. All right. Wang Ze pocketed the card. Where to next, Miss Su? I'll have my driver take you. No need. Su-Peijian smiled and waved her hand. My daughter is arriving shortly. Just as she finished speaking, a black shiny Cadillac CT5 slowly approached, coming to a steady stop in front of them. The driver's window rolled down. Mom, get in the car. A sweet voice came from inside the vehicle, followed by a lovely face appearing in one. A suitable conquest target has been detected. Estimated comprehensive score, 92 points. TSK. The mother is beautiful. The daughter is no less stunning. The mother retains her charm while the daughter is youthful and sweet. If only. Certain images flashed through Wang Ze's mind, and his heartbeat quickened by half a beat. Name Zhang Xinyue. Age 18. 5 years old. Occupation university student. Safety index, full marks. Notes: lacks fatherly love, lacks a sense of security, a young girl yearning for paternal affection. She is physically healthy with minor tattoos. Specific details and locations are left for the player to discover. Lacks fatherly love. A faint smile curled at the corner of Wang Ze's mouth, revealing a playful smirk. In his dictionary, the term lax fatherly love was synonymous with a breakthrough point. Wang Zhe fixed his gaze on Zhang Xinhua. The driver's side window was only halfway down, but it was enough for him to see her face clearly. She had an oval face with smooth and gentle contours, a slightly pointed, yet not sharp chin exuding a natural warmth. Beneath her crescent-shaped brows, her long, slender eyes tilted slightly upward at the corners, bright and clear. With a smile, she called for her mother to get into the car. That unguarded, sweet demeanor was as devastating as a first love. She wore an olive-green camisole, her fair skin exposed from her collarbone down to the evening glow. It was entirely different from her mother's restrained elegance, a 30-year-old woman's poise. This was the unique allure of an 18-year-old girl. Mr. Wang, if you ever come to play at my shop, please contact me in advance. Su Peixian nodded at Wang Zhe, pulled open the passenger door, and sat inside. Wang Zhe raised his hand in a polite gesture. Just then, Zhang Xinhua from the driver's seat glanced at Wang Zhe once more through the window. Her gaze swept over Wang Zhe's face, then fell on the Bentley Bentayga behind him, a glimmer of thought flashing in her eyes. Then the corners of her mouth curved, and she gave Wang Zhe a polite, yet slightly playful smile before withdrawing her gaze, starting the Cadillac, and slowly driving away. Wang Zhe stood there watching the black CT5 disappear at the end of the road. That night, inside the bedroom, the air was thick with the lingering afterglow of intimacy. Tian was too exhausted and had fallen asleep. Hu Jing lay on her side beside Wang Zhe, one long leg casually draped over his thigh, her slightly wavy hair spread across the pillow as if all strength had drained from her. She traced idle circles on Wang Zhe's chest with her fingertip. Beep. The phone on the pillow beside Hu Jing suddenly vibrated. She instinctively glanced at the screen. Her expression shifted instantly. It was a message from her gambling addict father, Hu Daong. Jing, can you send me some more money? Brother Hu and Huang Mao have started beating me again these past few days. Your dad is begging you. Attached below the message were several photos. Hu Jing swiped through them quickly. The cast from before had been kicked out of shape. His face was swollen like a puffy steamed bun, and the bruises on his nose bridge were patchy and dark. Immediately after, a video call request popped up. Hu Jing's heart pounded, and her finger instinctively jabbed the decline button. Beep. The sound of the call disconnecting was especially jarring in the silent room. Whose call was that? Wang Zhe turned his head and asked casually. My dad. Hu Jing took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she tried to steady her voice. He hasn't been well lately, and calls in the middle of the night sometimes. I'm used to it. Wang Zhe hummed in acknowledgement without pressing further. Hu Jing looked at Wang Zhe, her mind racing with calculations. Hu Daong was a gambling addict who had driven her mother away with his vice, shattering what was once a happy home. But, still, blood is thicker than water. Her mother was gone, and no matter how beastly he was still her only family. If he died too, in this world, all her blood relatives would be gone. So, from the 30,000 living expenses Wang Zhe gave her last time, she kept 5,000 and transferred the remaining 25,000 to Hu Daong. According to Hu Daong, he owed a total of 100,000. After paying off 25,000, there was still over 70,000 left. Over 70,000. If she could just get this sum and fill the hole, she would cut ties with Hu Daong for good. Change her phone number, move to another city, and start a brand new life. Hu Jing bit her lower lip, turned to face Wang Zhe, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Honey, I want to talk to you about something. Go ahead. My dad is in the hospital recently. It's pretty serious. I want to go see him, but I don't have enough money. Could I get 3 months living expenses in advance? Hu Jing said nervously. She had made up her mind to take the money back herself to pay off the debt, ensuring Hu Daong wouldn't gamble it away again. Wang Zhe didn't answer immediately. He looked down at Hu Jing. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Hu Jing's heartbeat quickened. She struggled to maintain a pitiful expression, but her palms began to sweat profusely. Just as she was about to break down, Wang Zhe suddenly smiled. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Is 3 months enough? Enough. Hu Jing nodded frantically. Beep. Hu Jing's phone vibrated. Wang Zhe had directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Wang Zhe thought for a moment and added, they'll be busy with shop promotions for the next few days and can't get away. They'll have my driver Master Zhang take you there. That way you'll have some support if anything happens. Thank you, honey. Hu Jing felt a surge of gratitude. She propped herself up and pressed a kiss to Wang Zhe. Thank me, eh? Wang Zhe pinched her chin, his thumb brushing over her lips. His gaze shifted to Tian, who was sleeping at the other end of the bed, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Can you do a split?